This is Audible.
Euphoria Z, Book 1 of the Euphoria Z series. Written by Luke Ahearn. Narrated by Roberto Scarlato. Dedication: Julie, Ellen, and Cooper. Acknowledgements. These 4 individuals have done an outstanding job. My words may be few, but my gratitude and praise are immeasurable. Reader, D.M. Wolfenden, author of Behind Blue Eyes. Reader, Lynn White, of Conella Services. Editor, Kara Rubenthaler, Bookfly Design, LLC. Cover art / design, Stephen J. Ketazone. 1 year ago. "We are coming for you, you bastard!" The shout echoed through the forest. They'd been stalking him, and now they were very close, but only because he'd allowed it. Cooper had decided when and where to make his stand. He remained calm, waiting patiently for them to come to him. He slowed his breathing and remained perfectly still. They were hunting him in one big group, all 8 of them, trying to scare him and flush him out. But he knew they were scared of him. He could hear it in their voices, the tense whispers, the angry orders. Do they really think I'm dumb enough to face all of them at once? He was going to do this Rambo style and pick them off one by one. "We know where you are, man!" A different voice, closer to him. "Know where I am? So ridiculous," he thought. One of his hunters fired a few shots. "Save your fucking ammo!" the leader screamed. Cooper hugged his gun close to his chest, vertically so his body hid it from view, and pressed his back against the giant tree. He was deep in a primordial forest. The waterfalls, colossal fir trees, large ferns, and moss-covered rocks were beautiful, but also made for excellent concealment. Sweat trickled down his back and legs. Something tickled his neck, but he ignored it, hoping it wasn't a biting insect. The coarse bark clung to his gear. A movement to his right caught his eye, but he remained as still as death, hidden between 2 large ferns. His heart raced. 8-to-1 odds were insane, but he was determined to walk away from this alive. He let 1 enemy pass him by, then another, and then 2 more. The attack stunned them. He dropped 3 of them before they could even figure out where he was. The 4th made an attempt to return fire, but took 1 square to the chest for his valor. Cooper halved their group in seconds and was sheltered from the other half by the giant tree. He smiled as the remaining 4 panicked. "Get back here, damn it! He's right there!" Cooper heard at least 2 of them running away, and chuckled. "If he's yelling at them, he's not looking for me," he thought. He leaned out and took a quick shot. He hit the faceplate of the leader's helmet. He was actually aiming for the center of mass, but a headshot made him look way cooler. "Fuck!" The teenager pulled his helmet off so he could watch the rest of the battle. He was amazed and a little frustrated. Cooper always wanted paintball, but this was ridiculous. 8-to-1. Unbelievable. He would have accused him of cheating if there had been even a remote possibility that Cooper could have cheated. "Come on, he's right behind that tree!" "You are dead, Harlan," Cooper said calmly. "I'm a zombie." "Zombies can't talk." Cooper smiled. He could hear the other 2 trying to circle around and flank him. There was 1 more behind him and to his right, unless Norman had learned to fly. Norman was incapable of walking silently. "Rush him, fatty!" Harlan yelled. "He's going to shoot me," Norman whined. "Not if you shoot him first." Cooper hated that everyone called Norman fatty. It was just mean. Everyone got along, but kids could still be immature and cruel. "Norman, is your gun pointed at me?" Cooper spoke to the trees, making his voice sound as if it came from everywhere. No? It should be. Aim it right at the tree. If I come out from either side, you can easily shoot me. You won't be mad? Jeez, Norman, he thought. I'll be dead. You're a great shot. Just because you can't walk 10 feet without resting doesn't mean you can't win this. Cooper smiled. He liked to dig at Norman sometimes, but both of them knew it wasn't ever to be cruel. Ha ha! Norman raised his gun and zeroed in on the tree. He knew Cooper would help him, but he wouldn't hand him the victory. Cooper would do his best to win, and he probably would. Norman actually felt scared. Don't forget. Wait. Cooper fired and hit one of the stalkers that had gotten too close. The other stalker hung back, far back, and took a few blind shots at him. A paintball zoomed over Norman's head. Hey, friendly fire! Watch it! A faint, sorry, came from the distant undergrowth. Norman, don't forget to take cover, Cooper coached him. Norman stepped a few feet over and behind a thin young pine. The dead leader guffawed. You need a tree a shitload bigger than that, Norm. Shut up, Norman said, but even he saw the humor in it. He was easily 4 times wider than the tree. You look like an elephant hiding behind a stop sign. Harlan was his own biggest fan and laughed the hardest at his own jokes. At least my nose doesn't look like a penis, Norman chuckled. He'd been waiting days to use that one. He knew Harlan was sensitive about his nose. That shut him up. Cooper was smiling too. Harlan could be such an idiot. The second stalker suddenly charged, firing blindly. Cooper watched calmly as paintballs hit everywhere but near him. The stalker ran out of ammo about 30 feet from Cooper. Oh shit! He threw himself to the ground dramatically. Then, ow! Everyone chuckled at that. Cooper walked quietly toward the stalker, keeping the tree between him and Norman. The stalker was frantically trying to pour more paintballs into the hopper of his gun when Cooper appeared before him. The failed reloader slumped in resignation. Cooper squatted, placed the barrel of his gun a foot from the stalker's chest, and whispered, I will make this quick and painless. Okay. Any last words? He asked. Come on, just do it. Would you like to leave a message for your loved ones? Come on, Dick, shoot me! Cooper fired and skulked back to the tree. It's just you and me now, Norman. Are you ready? Yeah, bring it on. He tried to sound confident, but his voice cracked. Are you sure? What side of the tree will I come from? Am I still behind the tree? Maybe I'm behind you. Norman wanted to turn his head to look, but he knew Cooper was just trying to mess with his mind. He kept his eyes locked on the tree about 3 feet above the ground. He saw movement to one side and ducked as a paintball whizzed past him. Good eye, Norm! Harlan yelled. Norman looked back where he'd just seen Cooper. He scanned the area. No sign of him. He was startled as a loud thwack made his chest plate jump. A green splat appeared right over his heart. He was amazed to see that Cooper had managed to move several yards away from where he had been, completely undetected. Aw, man! Norman acted disappointed, but he was actually elated. He'd never come this close to winning at paintball, which was a huge deal when Cooper was stalking you. Well, 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 Cooper strutted up to Harlan as the rest of the group joined them. I think someone owes me a pizza. They pulled off their helmets and removed various pieces of plastic armor as they headed toward the long road that took them deep into the national forest. They laughed and joked, having a typical carefree day as they tossed their gear in the vehicles. Later that evening, they would meet at the beach and build a fire. In a few weeks, Cooper would start his senior year, but he was already looking forward to college. He would miss these times, but he also couldn't wait to get away from the small town and out into the world. But he would never make it to college. almost 1 year from the day he would face the real killers using real guns, and he would again be alone. 9 months ago.
All I'm saying is I don't want to walk in there with my dick in my hand,
General Mason Schomburg growled. He towered over a small brown woman in a lab coat by at least a foot. He stood well within her personal space. At least you wouldn't have much to carry. Dr. Sarin smiled and held her ground. Dr. Amy Sarin was of Indian descent, but was a third-generation American. She held a Ph.D. in astrophysics and wasn't fazed by the macho asshole act. It was actually cute when he tried it. The general smiled.
So that's a yes? You are sure these calculations are correct?
The doctor just rolled her eyes. What do you think? The general and the doctor, that's what they called each other, even outside of work. They'd worked together for the last 2 years and had started dating just over a year ago. Dr. Sarin was in charge of Seeker, a telescope on the dark side of the moon that fewer than 50 people knew existed. General Schomburg was in charge of Dr. Sarin, at least on the job, and even that was iffy. Seeker was far more powerful than any telescope ever built, and she was in charge of it, which put her in the position of being the first person in the world to know a potentially devastating asteroid was heading toward Earth, even before the U.S. Congress knew who funded the project.
And you're not coming in with me?
The general asked, knowing the answer. She hated these briefings, and today had a legitimate reason not to attend. I am sure you can handle speaking to a room full of men that could destroy your career with a phone call. She smiled at her dig.
You always have a way of making me feel better. Thanks.
He saluted her with a smirk as he walked toward the briefing room. Normally, she would be at a briefing of this importance, but she had more work to do on the calculations. It was too early to be 100% certain the asteroid would hit, but there was a strong chance it was going to. She hoped she was wrong. She had been excited when she was selected to lead the team that operated the secret telescope. She was blown away by how powerful it was. But once she saw the actual number of objects in space that posed a significant threat to the Earth, she started drinking after work so she could sleep. Within months, she was very close to destroying her career. The general had helped her get back on track, and a relationship developed. It still bothered her that the public was told they were safe from asteroid impacts, but it would be too upsetting for most people to deal with the truth. In this case, ignorance was bliss. But worst of all was that even she, with the powerful telescope, didn't know of every object hurtling through space with Earth's name on it. She watched the general enter the briefing chamber, confident as always, and felt a twinge of guilt that she was so happy it was him and not her. I'll make it up to him with dinner. I might even watch that moronic show about the motorcycle gang and pretend to like it, she thought. 3 months ago. The general and the doctor were in the back of the press room, doing something they never did at work. They held hands. When he squeezed, her fingers mashed against the engagement ring, and she shook her hand so he would ease up. A hush fell over the room as the President of the United States stepped up to the podium, holding a single sheet of paper.
Hello, I am here tonight because I want to deliver this news to you personally. As I speak, this information is being released to governments and the media worldwide for the purpose of preventing needless panic. Everything will be okay. I must reiterate that everything is and will be fine. There is an asteroid headed for us. Us meaning the Earth. It will hit the city of Ufa in Russia. This city will be obliterated. But, wait a minute! A reporter jumped to his feet shouting, You lied about Ufa? How long have you known about this asteroid?
There was an angry murmur swelling among the other reporters. An older woman stood.
So it wasn't a stockpile of bioweapons too large and dangerous to move? You lied to our faces! How dare you!
The president motioned, and 2 Secret Service agents moved quickly to remove the reporter. She resisted them as others began to stand and shout questions. The president shouted, "Sit down! Sit down now, or I will empty this room!" No one responded. Things were chaotic enough that the Secret Service took the president away. The general scowled. These idiots are more upset at being kept out of the loop than to hear what message the President of the United States has to deliver. One reporter stood on a chair and started shouting. A Secret Service agent tased him. He hit the ground, and 2 agents flipped him and cuffed him. This sent a clear message that they meant business. The other reporters quieted down and began filing out of the room. Once the room was calm, a handful of reporters were brought back in. The president addressed them, but the damage had been done. The press had already decided to make things as chaotic and hard to manage as possible. They were going to teach the government a lesson for cutting them out of the loop. They didn't care that the worldwide panic they whipped up led to great losses, damages, and even suicides and murders.
Those assholes!
The general was tired of watching the press act like children. They were reporting that the asteroid would cause global devastation and the extinction of mankind. He leaned against the kitchen counter, too pissed off to eat the sandwich he had just made. The doctor had to agree.
They're even playing footage from disaster movies. Can you believe that? Honestly, I always thought we should tell the world as soon as we knew, but this reaction is criminal.
I know. The general was looking at the sandwich. He and the doctor had had a few heated discussions about the situation. He was torn. She was steadfast that they should have told the world sooner than later. She had just finished a jog and was sipping on a bottle of water.
It does seem that most people are getting the facts and behaving normally. I think in the long run things are going to be okay.
Yeah, sure. But the damage that's being done... You've heard the stories. People are destroying their lives and careers, even killing people based on what the press is doing.
She hated to see the general this angry and leaned against him.
In a few weeks, everything will be back to normal.
For most people.
He bit into the sandwich, tasting nothing, as he was too annoyed and distracted.
Well, for us anyway.
She tried to soothe him with reassurances. He hugged her back, smelled her hair, and forgot all the bullshit that had just been filling his mind.
Definitely for us.
He kissed her head.
We're going to be better than ever.
But he was wrong. They would both be dead in a matter of weeks. The day came, and the world held its breath. The asteroid entered the atmosphere and headed toward Eastern Europe, and that was it. There was a worldwide air of disappointment. The impact wasn't evident to most people on Earth. But as people around the world settled down and began to put their lives back together, a group of 9 men set a plan in motion. Their plan would cause an actual devastating global catastrophe. 3 weeks ago. 9 men relaxed in a palatial hotel suite. The suite occupied the top 3 floors of the most opulent hotel in Vegas, yet the men were seemingly unaware of each other. They were waiting for the apocalypse, and they were the only ones on Earth who knew it was coming, because they had planned it. Billionaires, 9 billionaires, all in one room. With their combined resources, they could accomplish anything, yet they had chosen to end the world. They'd been planning it for decades, and the time was finally right to execute it. The media's credibility was non-existent after the way they had handled the asteroid story. With a casual query and the nodding of a few heads, they made the decision to exterminate 99% of the world's population.
For the next hour they made a few calls and sent a few emails. Then it was done. All elements were in motion, and almost all of the world's population would die in just under 2 days. They were confident the plan would succeed, partly due to the media's lack of credibility, but mostly because the coming events were going to seem wonderful. A significant portion of the population would ignore physical symptoms that would otherwise be alarming and incapacitating. The billions they would infect over the next few hours would feel better, happier, and healthier than ever before. They would be euphoric. This group of 9 men had decided who would live and who would die on a global scale, and they all smiled as they toasted each other. Paradise would soon be theirs. But their scheme to depopulate the planet didn't happen as planned. The groups and individuals they had inoculated became infected when exposed to the virus, and many were killed in the ensuing chaos. And the virus didn't behave as planned either. The infected didn't actually die after the initial euphoria drove them all together, by design for easier cleanup. They went into a coma. Their brains underwent some sort of change that brought them back. When they returned, they were altered. The human had died, but a monster had been born. And all that monster wanted to do was eat. But these 9 powerful men, who played God by murdering billions with just a few phone calls, were still just men. They too were infected and suffered the same fate as their victims. The present. Monterey, California.
Fuck!
The wiry, gray-haired old man felt his eyes go wide with surprise, but he quickly got his shit together. Jasper scowled. Now he was very pissed off. He might stoop and shuffle when he walked, but he didn't take any shit. Some big fat bastard was bear-hugging him from behind. He could see white mountains of wet flab before his eyes, and he smelled vomit. He felt a massive wet belly and the man-tits pressing against his back. Large folds of cold, wet flesh engulfed him, and he shuddered at the sensation. He hated hugs, especially from men, and hugs from big fat sweaty bastards were absolutely unacceptable. He carried his best spiked hammer, an old-school craftsman from back in the day, before the gooks were making them. He was just itching to use it. The fat bastard was yelling something in his ear.
I love you, man.
Ah, jeez!
Jasper twisted out of the flabby cocoon and took a few steps back. What he saw disgusted him. It was a giant fat kid, a head taller than himself, who looked like a giant baby, all hairless and soft. The kid was smiling like an idiot, and that made Jasper even more pissed off. Food smeared the kid's face and ran down his chins in greasy streams between his man-tits and over his belly. All Jasper could think of was that all that shit was all over his back. Now he would have to burn his shirt and take a long hot shower. The kid wore nothing but baggy white underwear soaked in sweat. Jasper shuddered at the clammy coldness on his back. His flannel shirt clung to him and felt like a cold, wet bathing suit.
I love you, man.
The big fat kid smiled as he came at him for another hug.
Ah! Fuck you!
Despite his advanced age, Jasper moved with an efficiency and force that spoke of his many years as a carpenter. He brought the spiked hammer down on the kid's skull, and it collapsed inward with little resistance. He liked the sensation of cracking a head, but hated wasting the time to do it. The kid dropped to the concrete like a wet sack. He was still smiling, which made cracking his skull less enjoyable. Jasper wished he could bash every asshole around with his trusty hammer. He looked around to make sure another shithead wasn't looking for a hug. A woman came at him, hooting so loud he could hear it over the crowd, waving her tits at him. He took her out too,
with an easy smack between the eyes. He had enough of this shit. He cracked a few more skulls for fun, but he got bored. It was always the same. An easy tap to the skull and the moron dropped, still smiling. The streets were crammed with people, and they were all acting crazy. Jasper just wanted to get home. It seemed everyone was congregating downtown, streaming in from the surrounding neighborhoods. People were walking in large groups, arm in arm, naked and clothed, dancing, running, and hugging. It all made Jasper sick, just god-awful sick. He tried to go all the way downtown and almost got caught up in the crowd. People were pushing and jamming each other into doors until they cracked open. He heard the crash of large plate glass windows, but no one reacted. In fact, he saw people just getting pushed through the windows in a wave. He could tell that people were getting seriously injured and killed, and he just wanted to get the hell out of there. He left at the right time. The press of the massive crowd smashed and suffocated, ground and trampled, and killed many, and the party continued to grow. No one screamed in panic or pain. No one yelled for help or dialed 911, and no one stopped to offer assistance, an apology, or true human interaction of any kind. Everyone was bent on doing exactly what they wanted to do, and what anyone else wanted didn't matter to them in the slightest. In any place where people gathered for a good time, the crowds were thick. The mall was packed, but the hospital was empty. The wharf was so full that hundreds fell into the icy waters of the bay. The office parks and businesses were dark and silent. Some groups formed parties on random streets, for one reason or another. A large majority of the city was empty, devoid of people. Most left their homes and walked away, leaving doors unlocked and often wide open. They would join a group and wander away. There were still a few souls hiding indoors who were anything but euphoric. They watched with fear and horror the goings-on outside their windows. Jasper had been one of these, but he needed his goddamn pills and had to drive through all this crazy shit to get them. Of course, when he got to the damn pharmacy, it was closed. He had tried to call ahead, but no one answered the phone. He was pissed. He wanted nothing to do with this crazy shit. He didn't want to see any of it, and certainly didn't want to walk through it. He saw quite a few people doing things he had only seen in his buddies' dirty magazines. But there was one thing every single person was doing. Smiling like a retard with a lollipop. Every single one. At first, he thought all the outlandish behavior was confined to idiots, kids, and queers. It had to be some new drug to get them this nuts, he thought. But too many people were acting bonkers. Too many people who just didn't fit the behavior. He walked as quickly as he was able away from the crowd and back to his car. He'd seen some shit in his day, but in the last few the world had descended into pandemonium. There were reports that almost everyone around the world was walking away from their jobs, no matter how critical. Everything was grinding to a halt. Transportation, communication, private or military, trivial or critical. Everything was just going belly up. Jasper had known this day was coming, ever since the blacks were allowed to vote. And the crooks in Washington didn't know anything. They said it was an unknown virus and creatively named it Euphoria Z. Z because they didn't know what it was, only what it did. And their advice? Stay indoors and away from crowds. Bunch of geniuses. Jasper had never expected he would need to kill people. Not since the war. But in the last few days, he had been forced to. The streets were crazy, and he wouldn't even be outside if he hadn't needed his pills. He felt as if he were the only sane person for miles. He looked at his feet and wondered, only briefly, if something were wrong with him. No, couldn't be, he thought. None of this was right. The world had gone crazy. For Jasper, it had all started a few days ago when he was trying to watch television. His friends and neighbors had started coming around, looking for a hug or sex, but he turned them all away. It had only been a few days since his first kill, but it felt like weeks. He'd killed so many since then. Many of the faces were a blur, but he would never forget that first kill. Jasper remembered the pounding that had shaken the front window, and how pissed he'd been because whoever was doing the pounding wouldn't let up. He'd expected to see some jackass kid, and drew in a sharp breath when a young, attractive neighbor was standing on his porch, nude, wanting to screw like a dog. He shut the door in her face. Jasper heard the door click. It had been opened. He'd forgotten to flip the deadbolt. The nude neighbor was coming in his house. He threw his body against it to stop her from entering, and felt it stop short of the frame. He heard a muffled crack. When he backed off, he almost puked when he saw her fingers. She continued to advance, hands up, still trying to seduce him. Daggers of jagged white bone tore through swollen flesh as her fingers bent at impossible angles. Blood ran down her arm and landed in big droplets on the floor. She was oblivious. Injuries like that should have had her screaming in pain and panic. She should have been going into shock. His initial reaction was to help her, but she was pushing in on him. He stumbled back as she advanced, but retained his footing. She was coming into his house, and that pissed him off. He shoved her with both hands, and she flew backward, striking her head on the concrete steps. She stopped moving. At first, he tried to call someone to get help, formulating his story about an accidental slip and fall. No one answered any number he called. He checked and saw she was dead, so he dragged her onto his neighbor's lawn. The asshole kept putting his garbage cans in Jasper's driveway, and Jasper wanted to see how he liked a corpse in his yard. He chuckled at the memory as he ambled down the street, dodging sweaty, grinning assholes. He didn't get his pills, but he did get to crack a few skulls. That was when he got punched in the face. A muscle-bound young man hit him so hard that he bounced off a wall and fell to the ground. He lay sprawled on the sidewalk, unconscious for hours, and no one noticed. Knives of red-hot pain split Jasper's jaw. Now he was conscious, and to deal with the pain he balled his fists so tight his nails cut into his palms. He groaned, stifling a scream. The impact had cracked and dislocated his jaw, and all he could feel was intense pain. His head was sideways, and he choked on coppery blood as it filled his mouth. He groaned and whimpered as he spat it out, along with several teeth. He hadn't felt like crying for decades, not even during the war, when he was terrified on the battlefield. The concrete was cold and rough, and he lay on it as people walked and danced past him. A passerby tripped on his foot and landed on him. The pain was so intense that he passed out again. Later, Jasper still lay on cold concrete. It was close to freezing outside. He drifted in and out of consciousness as the party raged around him. But after a while, he stretched and felt his jaw. Son of a gun. It was broke but good. His jaw was almost completely snapped in half at the chin. He felt around his jaw, and it had been pushed into his mouth. He felt the other half of his jaw jutting out from his face at a drastic angle. He could feel the teeth and bone protruding from his chin. He smiled, feeling his jaw scrape the roof of his mouth. He thought about the young man who had done this. What a rabble-rouser he was! Ha! It was just like being in the service, when he and his buddies were always giving beatdowns to strangers, just for fun. What a beatdown he had just gotten from that young fellow. He stood, feeling quite happy and cheerful, and went to look for the young man who slugged him. He wanted to shake his hand and give him a hug, and then maybe they could mix it up again. He was sure he would get the best of him this time. Jasper wandered off, happier than he had ever been, dancing a little jig. A car slammed into him as he crossed the street, throwing him several feet into the air. He hit the ground hard and rolled over and over, shattering his body. His limbs were askew. Jagged white daggers of bone ripped through cloth and skin. Blood poured from his body and pooled on the street beneath him. He tried to stand, but all he could move was his head. He tried harder, wishing he could keep on dancing. The pool of blood grew larger, and Jasper finally laid his head down. He never stopped smiling for the remaining moments of his life. 1. The old man just appeared in his headlights, and he couldn't avoid hitting him. He crumpled over the front of the car, his head smacking on the hood with a loud boom, and he flew a surprisingly far distance. He hit the ground and rolled even farther. By the time Cooper slammed on the brakes, it was too late. The car screeched to a halt as the old man's body came to rest on the rough asphalt, yards in front of him. Cooper was sick to his stomach as he watched the old man in the beam of his headlights. He was sure the old guy was infected, but he had still hit a human being. It had an unexpected emotional impact. His engine idled as he sat, unsure of what he should do, and the seconds ticked by. He suppressed the urge to cry and resisted his instincts, which were to get out and rush to the man's side. He would have done this immediately, if not for the orgy of infected people around his car. Cooper felt the car rocking, heard the faint squeak of the suspension. He reached up to the rearview mirror and stopped the graduation cap tassel from swinging, then decided to tear it down. The car was bucking harder as the crowd grew thicker and pressed against it. Another large group was crossing the street in front of him, heading toward downtown. The old man lifted his head and dropped it back down before the crowd blocked him entirely from view. The old man was just looking around, not thrashing in pain or showing any emotion other than joy. Good, he was infected, Cooper thought, glad to know that he didn't suffer. The old man had stopped moving, which meant he had to be dead. The only thing that stopped an infected person from moving was an injury that made it physically impossible, or death. There was nothing he could do. Cooper was shifting into drive when a body landed on his hood. A naked woman was pressing her ample breasts against the windshield. She was beautiful, but only interesting for a split second. Several of her ribs had punctured her skin and jutted from her body. Cooper watched her breasts flattened against the window. She gyrated from side to side. But what held Cooper's attention were the ribs as they raked the glass like giant broken fingers. Fresh blood flowed from the injury, and she smeared the glass with it. It hurt just to look at. He was trying to think of a gentle way to get her off his car when movement from the passenger window got his attention. A man, oddly clothed in jeans and a t-shirt, just stared at him with a creepy smile. A hard jolt took Cooper's attention back to the hood. A nude, gawky teenager had mounted the gyrating woman. He had blood pouring from his mouth. His bottom lip had been bitten off, and part of his scalp was missing. He smiled, and it seemed he was trying to penetrate the woman in some manner. She was still smiling and gyrating. Cooper looked back at the man outside the passenger window, and his heart thumped hard with a shock as he stared at the barrel of a large pistol aimed right at his face. Over the laughter, the screams of pleasure, and the crowd's racket, He heard a horrifying clack as the hammer hit an empty chamber. The man pulled the trigger again, but Cooper was already tearing away. He turned hard to throw the woman and teen twosome from his car. He felt an attitude shift. A reality of the new world sunk in, and his heart hardened.
Fuck everybody else, he thought. I almost died.
He raced home and locked himself in. Usually cool and confident, he was rattled, as any sane and uninfected person would be. He had a hard time sitting still. The adrenaline still coursed through his veins. He grabbed the chin-up bar in the door to his room and did as many pull-ups as he could to burn the tension away. His arms ached, swollen from the exercise, but he still felt worked up. He'd gotten used to using exercise to work off tension or anxiety all through high school. He loved being in shape more than the sports and had never stopped working out, as many of his friends had. As a result, they had gotten fat and slow, while he continued to build muscle and endurance. But they were mostly forced into team sports, whereas he wanted to be active. He lay back on a small weight bench and lifted the weight carefully, not wanting to injure himself or make too much noise. He lifted a small amount, enough to feel it in his chest. He could never bulk up, always looking thin even when his muscles were rock hard, and he could outlift most people, even the steroid-enhanced ones. He eased the bar back on the rack and sat up. He looked at his trophies and certificates briefly, then turned away. It all felt like a life far in the past, even though it had only been a few weeks since he graduated. He pushed the thick yearbook off his desk. He wasn't angry. He just had to stop thinking about the past. None of it mattered anymore. Once the world skidded to a halt, it was the survival skills he had learned as an Eagle Scout that were important now, and not the patches and ribbons he had earned. Just as the strength and endurance he built up in track and swimming were more important than the trophies. He took a shower while he still could, as all the services were shutting down. The hot water felt good. It relaxed him. He rubbed the thick stubble on his face and decided to skip shaving. He had no reason to. He walked about the house again, unable to sit still for long. The large house was like a museum, with its high ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass made him feel vulnerable. Even with all the shutters closed and curtains drawn, glass felt weak compared to brick or stone. He took another walk around, peeking outside. There were a lot of people on his usually quiet street. It was a massive party, an orgy, madness. From his house he could see most of Monterey, as it was on the peak of a 900-foot hill in the center of the Monterey Peninsula. A forest spread across half of the giant hill, and his house backed up to it. He planned to use that route if he needed to make an escape. He'd already tried to get to San Jose, but the roads were blocked, dangerous, and the other drivers were insane. He couldn't even get gas. His plan now was to stay put, but he was still very worried about his sister. They were very close, and he had to try to get to her. His sister lived in San Jose, in a large apartment complex, and he hadn't spoken to her in several days. Things had been bad in San Jose, days before Monterey was even affected. They were both worried about what she should do. He wanted her to come to Monterey, but both of them were worried about her getting stuck on the highway. When he called back to talk to her, the line was dead. Even after things were already at their worst around the world, Monterey was still behind the curve of events. By the time the infection reached the city, Cooper was up to speed on it and determined not to get infected. He listened to the emergency broadcast system, not the mainstream media in any of its forms, and knew that this was a virus. He felt foolish even trying to go to work a few days ago. He worked at a local burger joint and had been looking for evidence of infection. He saw his manager, a real prick who never stopped giving people shit, and suspected he was infected. When Cooper saw him smiling and not spewing crap to his employees, he knew he was infected and left immediately. He wondered if the asteroid that hit Ufa had anything to do with what was happening now. But all this hadn't started immediately after the impact. Many speculated that the virus had come on the asteroid, but scientists didn't think so, based on the pattern of infection around the world. The infection didn't have an epicenter, a ground zero. It had started everywhere, all at once. If there had been a point of origin, they could possibly have traced it back to a location, a specific carrier, and halted the spread. Some thought an old military lab had been breached. Of course, there were other theories, from God to aliens to terrorists. There wasn't a spot in the world where the virus wasn't present. Gunshots interrupted Cooper's musings. He instinctively got low and tried to look out the window. Nothing. The number and volume of the shots increased rapidly until it was a constant barrage. It sounded like a battle zone, and he wondered what the hell was going on out there. He made sure the doors were locked and then called the same numbers he'd been dialing incessantly, once again. Mother, father, sister, friends. There was no getting through. He didn't expect there to be, but he had to keep trying. He speed-dialed all the numbers again. He had no intention of leaving the safety and comfort of his home. He had enough food and water for weeks, months, possibly. His mom liked to keep the house stocked in case of an earthquake, and his dad liked buying in bulk. But he was worried about his sister and really wanted to know if she was okay. But for now, all he could do was sit in the darkness and wait. But wait for what? He couldn't stop asking himself that question. A very loud crash shook the house and startled him so badly that he realized he was on his feet and didn't remember standing. The noise of the party going on outside increased tenfold. He ran down the hall to see what had happened and froze. The orgy was pouring into his living room through shattered glass. A car had taken out part of the wall and several of the wall-sized windows. Before him, the orgy filled the house and prevented escape. Behind him were the bedrooms, with their flimsy interior doors. He was no longer safe here, and there was no way out. He was terrified for the first time, because for the first time he knew he was about to die. 2. Sal Lebeggio watched the news and sipped from a bottle of rum. Just a sip. No guzzling. He wasn't planning on getting drunk, but he really needed to calm his nerves. He capped the bottle and placed it on the coffee table with a clunk. His wife wouldn't let him leave the house. She was a dedicated nurse, but absolutely refused to go into work as well. She knew all this happy shit was something bad. He had tried to argue and push past her, but she pushed back and started crying. She was the smart one, practically a doctor, so he backed off and promised her he would stay home. Not just home, indoors, she insisted. He had to look his petite wife in the eyes, bending down to do so, and promise her. He was glad he did. At first, he watched as his friends and family acted happier than ever. He wanted to join in. For days they were unstoppable, full of energy and mental sharpness and abundant joy. They called Sal, invited him out, and banged on the door. Maria steadfastly, violently even, kept Sal and herself sealed inside the house. She pointed out the serious symptoms no normal person could simply ignore. For several days, the world outside Sal's door grew happier and happier without him. The happy ones laughed, hugged, and seemed completely satisfied. Everyone, it seemed, but him and his fanatical wife was happy. The happy ones quickly became a vast majority of the global population. For a few wonderful days, The world was a better place than it had ever been in all of history. Sal had to watch it all from his boring, stuffy house. Then the happy ones began to act too happy. They acted out in extreme ways and indulged in every vice and appetite to excess. Quickly, the world turned into a frenzied, bacchanalian nightmare. No one went to work anymore. No one seemed to sleep anymore. No one spoke, but the world was a constant clamor of laughter, screams of joy, and blaring music. The streets were full of people doing drugs, having sex, gorging themselves, and indulging in every vice. They were fighting, raping, speeding, everything and anything imaginable. Sal watched the news, and it seemed that infected individuals appeared all over the globe at once. They quickly infected those around them, so most of the world became infected at the same time. As he watched the news, he realized what his wife had been telling him for days. This was some serious shit. The infection spread so fast that within hours the world descended into chaos. Despite the fact that civilization was shutting down, many people still thought a good thing was happening. They took no precautions and suffered the consequences. Many times over the next several days, Sal would hear the same things on the news that his wife had already told him days ago. It seemed that the main cause of infection was the exchange of bodily fluids. Apparently, even the sweat from a hug had a significant chance of passing on the infection. As their fever spiked, the infected began to sweat profusely. As they hugged, fought, and fornicated, they infected. As a result of the uncontrolled indulgence, people were dying in great numbers. Serious accidents were ignored. There were overdoses, neglected medications, and injuries resulting from violence. Many people were simply crushed, suffocated, and/or trampled to death. The happy people may have been happy, but not necessarily good. Some people were happy when they were inflicting pain and killing. Sal saw all this and more from his front window. At first, he panicked that he might lose his job. As the days wore on, his panic shifted from concern over his job to concern for his wife, friends, and family. He put his hand on the bottle, withdrew it with a grimace, and slouched back into the easy chair. He didn't drink much and hated getting drunk. It would be too easy to drink himself into oblivion. He had to stay alert. Sal was a solid, tanned ball of natural muscle. His physique wasn't from a gym, but from genetics and manual labor. He was of Italian heritage and had grown up on Spaghetti Hill in Monterey. The hill was so named for the large number of Italian immigrants that had settled there. Scars and burns covered Sal's massive hands. His appearance was deceiving. He was handsome but looked like a lowbrow common laborer, a knuckle-dragging hammer jockey or pipe bender. In reality, he was a gentle and artistic soul. He loved reading and watching old movies with his wife. He took pride in his semi-artistic job at a local body shop. He had made a decent living for most of his life as a carpenter, but made a career change a few years back. He took a low-level job in an auto body shop so he could learn to do custom paint jobs. He got very good at it. Sal was particularly proud of an article featuring his work. He was on the cover of a major trade magazine with the owner of a restored muscle car. He got credit, and the shop got mentioned. The shop's owner was a good guy and used the publicity to increase his business, which allowed him to give Sal a raise. He also gave Sal a small stake in the shop, with the option of first right of refusal if the shop was ever sold. Sal was happy with his life and loved his wife more than life itself. His appearance could be a blessing or a curse. People usually gave him a wide berth and often expressed their fear of him overtly. He couldn't help it if his face looked angry even when he was happy, or that he looked as if he could rip a tree from the ground with his bare hands. People assumed he was a stupid and violent man, a bully who used his fists and intimidation to get his way. This made people afraid of him, and he was often treated better than the average person. But often there were the fight pickers, the men who really were the way many people assumed Sal was. When he went to parties or bars, a drunk almost always started shoving him to provoke a fight. He couldn't fight if he wanted to, so he just put his arms up in a defensive position, covering his face. He turned away from his attacker and asked him to stop. This often emboldened the drunkard to punch harder and faster. Others always stepped in to stop the abuse, but they looked at Sal with pity. Sal was never angry or scared. He was just ashamed. A friend, a fireman and retired Marine, taught Sal the trick to avoiding fights. He explained to him that if he simply looked like a badass, bullies would always back down. A bully, he explained, was a coward, and if they thought there was a possibility they would get hurt, they would back down. He taught Sal how to look at someone like, "I am taking pity on you, poor fool who dares to touch me." Sal was giving the bully a chance to reconsider his actions, and he would back off. Sal practiced the posture, stance, eye contact, and expressions to back anyone down. When he tried it, it worked. In fact, it worked especially well for Sal. The foolish attacks soon stopped altogether. He shifted in his seat. His wife was in the kitchen, talking to someone on her phone. It seemed the entire neighborhood was in the street, screaming and dancing. Some were naked, and at first, he liked watching the pretty females. They almost always danced when they were nude, but within minutes, he saw many neighbors and family members in the crowd. He stopped looking out the window after that first time and sat in the chair. It had been days. There was a loud knock on the door. Sal looked out. It was his cousin, Tony. He was smiling, sweaty, acting a little weird. All the things Sal's wife had told him to look for. She had also told him not to let anyone in, period. But she wasn't from Monterey. She had no family or lifelong friends here. "Sally!" Tony's voice was kind of flat, lifeless. "Hey, sorry, I can't let you in." "Sally!" Tony didn't seem to have heard him. "Hey, Sally, let's play!" Tony and Sal had grown up just houses away from each other. For as long as Sal could remember, Tony had come to his door almost every day, beat on it, and said, "Hey, Sally, let's play." Even to this day, with both men in their 30s, it was still the same. But this time, Tony was off. He looked happy, smiling, knocking and repeating himself. Sal turned and slouched to the floor and started crying. Tony was infected. Tony was his friend, relative, and a giant part of his life, of who he was. Sal sobbed. "Oh my God! Honey, what's wrong?" His wife came to his side to comfort him. "It's Tony," he choked. His wife sat next to him, and they hugged. "I am so sorry." That was all there was to say. Hours later, it was dark. Tony had wandered off. Sal was still sad, but he was all cried out. He was back in his chair, his wife was in the kitchen, and everyone was still outside acting crazy. Suddenly, there was a horrendous roar, and a bright light pulsed from the street. He ran to the window, and the flashes illuminated people as they exploded, their bodies getting torn to bits. Sal watched as arms disappeared, leaving red jagged stumps. Heads exploded into red mist clouds. Bodies were almost cut in half, and entrails streamed out onto the street. And through it all the people laughed and danced. Sal tried to see the source of the flashes from inside his home. Impossible. He saw tree branches and leaves raining down. One tree was hit in the trunk, and a huge gap appeared. Splintered wood filled the air. The thick old tree cracked and fell in the street. Why the hell were they destroying his street? He could see the flashes, but not the source, even when he pressed his face to the glass. Several loud crashes startled him, and he jerked away from the window. The room was filled with dust. There were 3 holes in one wall and 3 holes across the room from them. Pictures, knickknacks, and mementos were scattered all over the floor. Everything went quiet again, dark. The faint rumble of an engine came from the direction of the flashes. A moment later he heard the roar again, not quite as loud. Flashes of light illuminated the underside of the trees on the next block. People were being mowed down. Why? What if there was a cure for this? They were killing his family and friends. He wanted to run out and stop them. He was seriously considering doing so. He went to the kitchen to tell his wife what he had just witnessed, and stopped in the doorway. His mind couldn't process what he saw. For a few long seconds, he just couldn't make sense of it. His wife was sitting at the kitchen table, but her head was gone. Then it hit him like a sledgehammer to the gut, and he let out an agonizing moan. He ran over to her and knelt, not sure what he should do. He held her hand. He saw the wall behind her, covered in red gore, chunks sliding down the wall. He hugged her body and sobbed. Sal held Maria for over an hour, wishing he would wake up from this terrible dream. He didn't want to let go of her, as that would be the moment he formally acknowledged this tragedy, and would then have to face life without her. He had no idea what he would do once that moment came. Would he go kill every soldier he could find? Kill himself? Or do something that hadn't even occurred to him yet? When he finally stood, he walked back to his chair in a daze, snagging a new bottle of rum on the way. He plopped down and dropped the new bottle in his lap. He grabbed the former sipping bottle, tipping it back and thus transforming it into a guzzler. He drained it in one long, painful pull and dropped it on the floor. He twisted off the cap of the new bottle and twisted it back on. He put it on the side table. He didn't need it. The first bottle was flowing quickly through his veins. He was passing out and hoped he never woke up again. 3. Cooper stood for a few seconds, frozen, as he watched the dense crowd of nude bodies forced through the broken windows. Thick, jagged triangles of glass slashed flesh to the bone. Unyielding metal frames scraped skin and muscle away. It was horrible, but he couldn't turn his eyes away. One man lost his penis as it pressed hard against a glass shard, and the crowd surged. Another large shard disemboweled several bodies in a row. Each person stepped into his house, trailing innards. Several bodies had their skin scraped away in large patches, exposing bloodied muscle. They never flinched, and it was literally more painful for Cooper to watch than for them to experience. A few of the first to make it through were coming toward him. He had to make himself move. He didn't want to leave his house, but he knew he had to. There was just no other option. The question now was how. How was he going to escape? He ran back down the hall, ducked into his room, and slammed the door. He knew it wouldn't hold long, but any amount of time would be valuable right now. There were no windows in his room, and he hoped to break through the exterior wall to the outside of the house. He kicked through the sheetrock, breaking it to pieces. That was the easy part. When he reached the exterior wall, he faced thick plywood, and on the other side were 2 layers of stucco-coated wire mesh. He realized how futile his plan was and abandoned it. The door began to bend inward, and he could hear cracking as the wood started to split under the weight of the crowd in the hall. Soon the door would burst open. He pushed his dresser over toward the door, another futile gesture, so he stopped before he made it all the way. He felt panicked, but tried to remain calm. He looked around his room, wondering what else he could do. The ceiling was too high to get to, and the roof on the other side would be as hard to break through as the stucco wall. He was at a loss. The door crashed open and slammed against the wall. He reacted immediately and rammed his body against the dresser, smashing it into the crowd trying to pour in. He couldn't hold it forever, but at least none had gotten into his room. The dresser was sliding bit by bit into the room, and it wasn't going to be long before they spilled in. He had to do something now. He planned to go to the last place available, the closet. He jumped away from the dresser, and bodies spilled in, falling over each other and piling in the doorway. He was in the closet in a single long step, and spun around to pull the door shut. What he saw reminded him of a video he'd seen where a crowd was trying to get out of a burning building. People had been stacked and wedged tightly into the doorway. None of them could move or even be pulled out by the firemen. They were so tightly compressed in the doorway. They were in a full-blown panic, the ones who were still alive. It had been a horrible thing to see, even on a small screen. That was happening now, in his room, but they were all still smiling. Even the ones who had expired, even the ones whose ribs cracked so loudly he could hear them over the clamor. He shut the door and sat in the dark on the floor of his closet, holding it shut. He dared not move for hours. Eventually, he could no longer stand the stale air. His body was cramped and hurting, and things were pretty quiet. Over the hours, the grunts and groans and thumps of the people in the door had slowly subsided as they passed away. All that was left, to his knowledge, were the few people who had made it into the room, but they were being pretty quiet. No one had tried to open the door since he had been in the closet. He was relieved, but he was also still trapped in the house. He let go of the knob and lay on his side to try to look under the door. All he could see were a few feet moving around. It looked like the three people in the room were all together against the far wall. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. He tried to remember what was in his closet. Clothes, sports gear. He couldn't remember much of anything else and didn't want to dig around and make noise. He felt around on the ground around him and felt coarse canvas. It was his backpack and it felt empty, but he slid his hand into several of the pockets. He felt an object he immediately could identify, his buck knife. When opened, the blade was 5 inches long and locked in place. He'd considered breaking through the sheetrock to the next room, but didn't want to make the noise. The people in the room would open the unlocked door well before he would be able to get through the wall, but now he had a chance. Cooper moved slowly into position so he could put his weight behind the knife. He planned to pierce the wall several times until he cut through it. It took a long while, but he finally managed to cut a hole he thought he might be able to squeeze through. There was still the wall on the other side, and he would have to cut through that too. He started to work when the door clicked open. He reached back and pulled it shut. Whoever was trying to open it didn't stop, but they weren't putting a lot of effort into it either. He reached up with his free hand and found a belt. He wrapped the belt around the knob and held it with one hand to keep the door shut as he started kicking in the wall in the back of the closet. Noise wasn't an issue anymore. He broke through easily. He just hoped the next room was still empty. He dropped the belt and dove through the hole. He wasn't sure if the closet door opened, and he didn't care. He was through the wall and in the closet of the guest room. He was relieved to see that the room was empty. The door to the room bulged in the frame from the crowd in the hall, but it looked like it would hold. The room had a window, and he immediately opened it and looked out. Things were clear. It looked like the party had moved on over the last few hours. He climbed out, free of the infected for now, and walked away with no plans and no supplies. He walked among the aftermath of insanity. The orgy of thousands had left a thick, revolting mixture on the ground for as far as he could see. It was a collage of clotted blood pools, torn clothing, shoes, jewelry, body parts, large swaths of vomit, handguns, empty bottles and cans, a sofa, and several corpses. A gelatinous goo, formed by the churning of the various byproducts of the massive orgy, coated the street. He walked carefully between piles of clothes, puddles of blood, and larger pieces of broken glass. He avoided the puke and bodies totally. He thought he recognized a white mound of flesh as an old lady from down the street. Another was some guy he didn't recognize. He was lying on his back in the gutter, staring straight up with a creepy smile on his face. His innards spilled from a rip in his side. It looked like a car had struck him. All the other bodies were unrecognizable for one reason or another. A few houses down the street and the ground cover only worsened. Then things cleared up for many blocks. It seemed most of the city wasn't inhabited at all. He walked many blocks before he came close to downtown. There were suddenly more streets that looked like his did, and there were many more people walking around. He started looking for a house he could get into, where he could plan his next move, and maybe get some supplies. He wanted to avoid having to cross paths with anyone right now. He had noticed over the past few days that as people came out to party in the streets, they tended to wander downhill. The infected sought out other people, food and drink, so they headed downtown, where it was in abundance. Gravity also played a part in their downhill movement. As they partied, they tended to stumble and walk downhill. Most of the neighborhoods emptied of the infected quickly. He couldn't imagine what the downtown area must look like now. He found an empty house. It seemed that the occupants had wandered away from home to party and left the door unlocked. This house had a great view of the bay and most of the city. Fires were scattered about, smoke rose in thick columns, and a haze hung over the entire city. The city seemed empty, quiet, dead. He saw the movement of a few vehicles leaving town in a line. He watched for an hour, but there was nothing more to be seen. After a few hours of unsuccessfully trying to rest, he decided to take a ride down the hill to check out the city. He found the keys to the Range Rover parked out front and drove down steeply sloping streets that wound through tall trees and nice houses. Monterey was covered in a variety of trees, mostly the famous redwoods that grew along the California coast. He drove to downtown, which was at the base of the hill. He was the only one out driving as far as he could tell. There were still several people wandering about the neighborhoods, some nude, some not, arm in arm and smiling. No one was really dancing or acting out anymore. The few standing seemed to be dragging their bodies to the point of absolute physical exhaustion. As he got lower on the hill, there were more bodies on the street. Many looked as if they were dead, while some twitched with what remained of their physical energy. He drove around several fires and through heavy smoke. He tried to use his shirt to filter it out, but with little success. He coughed and his eyes watered, making it hard to drive. As he drew closer to downtown, he came upon the streets that had been bulldozed clear. The sides of the streets were piled high with corpses. Some looked blown to pieces. Every face he saw was smiling. Several of them were still moving. He saw open eyes, turning heads, feeble attempts at movement. It was probably the creepiest thing he had seen yet in his life. He knew with all the shooting that people were probably dying, but the bodies stunned him. On one street, all the bodies were bulldozed into piles at least 10 feet high on both sides. The thousands of bodies formed walls that ran along several of the streets for blocks. A particularly high wall of corpses encircled several blocks of the downtown area. The massive wall had only a few openings, and at each one was a checkpoint with 4 soldiers. He could only think that there had to be many people he knew in the piles. He drove through one of the gaps in the large corpse wall and ran across his first checkpoint. He'd heard on the emergency radio that all law enforcement agencies and military personnel across the country were out in force. From small towns to large cities, the country was blanketed with uniforms. A curfew was put into effect and all travel suspended. Non-critical personnel were asked to stay indoors and keep their radios tuned to the emergency broadcast system. Only emergency responders, medical staff, law enforcement, and government officials were allowed to travel to work. They were halted at numerous checkpoints, shot without question, if they didn't stop when and where they were directed. Many people were detained for ignoring the curfew, and several looters were shot. But even tight martial law wasn't enough. The infected continued to fill the streets in large numbers, doing whatever they pleased. Some roadblocks were overrun, as many soldiers couldn't shoot smiling, laughing people. Others mowed down the smilers in vast numbers. In short, it was insane to be on the streets. So when Cooper pulled up to the soldiers at a checkpoint, like he was ordering a Big Mac, it made sense they would look at him like he was batshit crazy. The soldiers were wearing heavy-duty breathing apparatuses that covered their head and neck, and there were hoses hooked to devices on their chests and backs. Their faces were clearly visible through the clear plastic. They flagged him down. 2 held rifles level at Cooper's head. 1 manned the turret in a Humvee, and a 4th approached his car.
"Where are you going?"
The soldier was shouting through the heavy mask. "Just riding around," Cooper said with a smile.
"Just riding?"
The soldier's eyes could be seen through the mask, and the expression of disbelief completed his half-spoken question.
"Sir, there's some serious shit happening. Sir, you need to get home. We are shooting the Smilers. The only reason we didn't shoot you is because you don't have a big shit-eating grin on your face."
"Oh, okay." Cooper was just staring, thinking.
"Seriously, go straight home. If someone else were on duty, you could have been shot. Technically, I'm supposed to detain you."
"So there's no getting out of the city? What about—"
"No, and you need to leave now, or I will have to detain you. If that happens, you will end up in a federal shelter, and believe me, you will be more comfortable at home."
"I am just worried about my sister. She's up north in—"
"You will never make it through the checkpoints. The roads are blocked by wrecks and massive pileups. Your only option is home."
The soldier was out of patience.
"Now drive, or I will drag you from the car."
Cooper thanked him and took off, but not toward home. He wanted to get out of the city more than ever, but that seemed less likely now. Given all the obstacles and roadblocks, things had gotten so quiet that he was very hopeful that soon all the checkpoints would be disbanded and the wrecks cleared from the roads. Soon he would be able to drive up and check on his sister. Until then, he wasn't sure what to do with himself. Later that night, he was in another house, another home with an unlocked door that seemed to have been abandoned by its owners. He lit a candle, ate food from their kitchen, and then settled down with a book he found. He planned to read to keep his mind busy. After a few hours, there was a soft, persistent knocking on the front door. A very soft knock that dwindled down in intensity, then started up again, only to dwindle down once more. It was as if the person knocking kept forgetting what they were doing and had to restart every few seconds. He peeked out to see who it was. It was a guy about his age just standing there smiling. Looking at the door and knocking, Cooper noticed large silver boils all over the guy's body. He wasn't wearing any clothes and had dried vomit and blood all over him. He never stopped smiling and knocking. After 20 minutes, which felt like 2 hours, He turned and walked off down the street. Those boils disturbed Cooper, but didn't really surprise him. He thought it was foolish to write off anything that had such a powerful effect on the mind and body as harmless. It baffled him that people were so quick to label something as harmless, even beneficial, before all the facts were in. The CDC couldn't even classify the thing, other than to say it was a virus. Yet people were quick to accept it as a good thing, simply because happiness was one of the side effects. Seeing those horrendous boils made him wonder if there was anything new on the emergency broadcast channel. He found a radio and turned it on, but it was silent. He noticed the radio had its own generator. There was a crank on the side that tightened, a large power spring, like the ones that powered old clocks. This spring could turn a small generator and keep the radio going for almost an hour at a time. He cranked up the radio and listened. Apparently, the infection had taken a new turn. In the past day or so, the infected had reached their physical limits. Their bodies were physically exhausted, and they were either passed out or barely moving. And there were new symptoms. Large boils had begun to manifest on their bodies over a period of a few hours. Then they started to burst. It was unlikely that they were consciously aware of the pain, given the degree of brain damage they had suffered as a result of the high fever, but apparently their bodies reacted to the excruciating pain of the erupting boils. For a few hours, they felt the pain of the cuts and tears, broken bones, burns, and other injuries they had sustained. But the pain of the erupting boils clearly eclipsed them all. The pain was apparently so intense it caused some people to pass out, or even die. The streets were filled with thousands of bodies that thrashed and screamed in pain. A few people were still in the earlier stages of the infection and wandered about smiling. They watched the commotion like a child watching a cartoon, but soon their boils started to burst, and then there was no more euphoria, only pain and screaming. After the boils erupted, the infected began to collapse and drift into a comatose state. At this point, the infected were surely on the brink of death. It was only a matter of time before they all passed. So ravaged were their minds and bodies, there was nothing left but a husk. They barely had the brain function required to keep them alive in the most minimal sense of the definition. Later that night, Cooper heard the first of the screams on the wind blowing in from the bay. The screams multiplied. The whole city seemed to shake with the shrieks and howls of the tortured. For each of the bodies stacked up downtown, there were thousands more all around the city, shrieking and screaming. Cooper's attempt to leave the city had failed, and he wasn't sure what he was going to do next. Attempting the trip on foot was out of the question, as walking in the world right now was just insane. He had been a Boy Scout, made the rank of Eagle Scout too, which was no small feat, and he felt unprepared. He'd hiked and camped under many harsh conditions, but never had he done it alone and in such dangerous circumstances. Even under perfect conditions, it would take a day or more of constant walking to get to San Jose. And when he got there, the number of the infected would be immensely more than here in Monterey. For now, he needed to rest, and he couldn't do that hearing the screams of the dying. He found an iPod, put in the earbuds, and turned up the music. He felt comfortable staying in one of the bedrooms with the door closed. He lay on the bed, held a pillow over his face, and fell asleep. 4. Every heartbeat was a hammer to his skull. His stomach was a sack of quivering sickness that threatened to explode from his mouth. Sal was flat on his back. He wished he had died and thought, maybe I did die, and this is hell. His stomach contracted involuntarily, forcefully rejecting the poison from its system in a hot gush that burned his throat. The puddle of sick lay on top of older puddles he didn't remember creating. He snorted, spat, and dropped back to the floor. He felt better briefly, his body momentarily relieved, but the hammering resumed promptly, and so did the desire to die. He regretted the drinking, remembered his wife, and started crying. He reached up to the table, trying to move as little as possible, and grabbed the second bottle of rum. He sucked down a third of it, spilling another third down his face and neck to pool on the floor under his head. He put the bottle down on the hardwood floor and closed his eyes. His stomach turned, flipped, and violently rejected the booze again in another painful spray. Sal might have wanted to die, but he didn't want to suffer. He needed relief in any form, which meant he had to get to the bathroom. Standing would be painful, so he didn't try to go slow. Didn't try to minimize the pain. He just stood up. Once on his feet, the hammers were angry and hit him triple hard. He sweat cold as he walked slowly, as if he were balancing a stack of books on his head. In the bathroom, he dropped to the tiles and grabbed the pain reliever from under the sink. As he fought to open the bottle, he noticed some forgotten prescription pain pills. Years ago, he had broken a finger, and the doc had given him these. He took a handful of the pain relievers and the remaining 4 prescription pills. He drank from the tub, fell back, and waited for the hammering to slow and the drugs to kick in. He was just hoping he would die so his suffering would end. Quickly, the painkillers and booze kicked in, and he let them drag him away into a heaven of numbness and nothingness. Sal woke to the sharp odor of urine, stale and musty. His body was grimed with sweat, his clothes were damp, and there was dried vomit all over him and the floor, as if he had rolled in it. He had no idea what time it was or how long he'd been out. His wife's body was still in the kitchen, and he decided what to do for her during his long stay on the bathroom floor. He also thought a lot about what he should do with himself. He couldn't think of a single reason to live, and could think of about 100 to die, but he couldn't kill himself. He decided to lay his wife to rest and leave the city. Sal dragged himself out of the bathroom and into the kitchen, where he prepared to lay his Maria on the large wooden table she so loved. He remembered the day they found it at a flea market a few years ago. How difficult it was to get to the car and then home. How hard they worked scraping and sanding to refinish it, and how hard they laughed when she sat down at that table for the first time and jokingly said, "I don't like it." It was time to take care of his wife. Her head was gone, her identity, her beauty, and he couldn't bring himself to lift her. He wanted to hug her one last time, but he couldn't even look at her. The discoloration of her skin and the shrinkage of the tissue were horrid. The smell was terrible. He knew when a person died they released their bowels and bladder, and she was a mess. He'd waited too long, and now she was a rotting corpse and not his dead wife anymore. He took the old quilt off their bed and covered her. He lifted her as carefully as possible, but she was stiff and it was like lifting a mannequin. The feeling so unnerved him that he dropped her back into the chair. Her skin brushed his, and it was cold. He shuddered at the touch and felt guilty. He finally got her onto the table. He laid her sideways on the table, under the quilt. He gently wrapped her and made sure she was tucked in. He wondered why it felt so important to do, when he knew it made no difference to her. He wanted to hug her, but he knew it wouldn't be the experience he wanted it to be. When he was done moving the corpse, he could mourn for his wife. He began weeping as he tore their house apart. He ripped the cabinet doors off, broke up chairs, and hauled furniture into the kitchen, and made a huge pile. He stacked the broken furniture under and around the table. He splashed gas over it all and struck a wooden match. He tossed the match onto the quilt, and with an audible whoosh, flames sprung up to lick the ceiling. He left as the pyre quickly grew, and he knew the loud roaring and crackling was the sound of the flames that consumed his love's body. By the time he was on the street, thick smoke was pouring out the windows and the open front door. He headed toward the downtown area with no plan in mind. He barely noticed the damage as he walked the streets of his neighborhood. At first he was worried about seeing someone he knew, but the bodies were so torn up and distorted by death, gunshots, and the infection that recognizing anyone wasn't a possibility. The streets and sidewalks were covered in small craters, cars were riddled with holes, and glass was shattered from frames. He walked through several blocks of this until he came to a checkpoint. 3 soldiers were stationed at a gap in a large wall of stacked bodies. Sal felt nothing as he walked through the gap in this horrifying barricade.
"Stop!"
one of the guards yelled. They all raised their weapons. Sal continued to advance.
"Stop! Stop!"
The young soldier wasn't sure what to do.
"Sir, do you speak English? Can you hear me?"
Sal was hoping they would shoot him if he ignored them long enough. He couldn't do it himself, but he could easily let it happen. The soldiers were backing up and talking to each other, rifles still trained on Sal.
"Damn it, what do we do? This guy doesn't look infected. He's not smiling. I think he's in shock." "We have our orders."
Another soldier raised his rifle and fired, but the young soldier in charge acted quickly. He knocked the soldier's rifle up with the barrel of his rifle, sending the bullet way off target. The shooter looked pissed, but he lowered his rifle.
"Damn it! You don't fucking shoot unless I tell you to! Step aside and let this guy through. The city's gone, and we're just waiting for our orders." "Yeah, it's only a matter of time,"
another soldier added.
"We're guarding nothing here."
Sal walked past them and considered grabbing for a rifle so he would get shot, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He dragged himself through the once safe and quiet small town he'd grown up in, the place where his perfect life had unfolded over a few decades, only to be ripped away in a matter of days. All of his close friends and family were gone. He knew virtually all of them had gotten infected. They didn't have Maria to force them to stay safe. He couldn't remain in Monterey any longer. He walked down the middle of streets and roads and highways for hours on end. 15 hours later, in the middle of the night, Sal was nearing Santa Cruz. He had been walking in darkness for hours, but could see the starry sky and the silhouette of the landscape around him. Even the lines on the road were faintly visible, but once he came to the 17, he decided to take that road into the mountains, and he was now walking in near darkness. The stars were still above him, a sliver between the tall trees that grew to the very edge of the world, but there was little light near the ground, and he couldn't see where he was walking. He managed to stay on the road through the night. Long ago, the pain of his blisters had disappeared, and the deep hunger in his gut had vanished. He was so fatigued he could barely lift his feet, but he pushed himself onward, hoping that when he fell, he would die. 5. The loud music and pitch blackness were alarming to wake to, but feeling smothered caused him to panic. Cooper pulled the pillow from his face and the buds from his ears. The silence was jarring in its completeness. He jumped up and looked out the window. It was a beautiful day. He opened the window and listened. Complete silence. There were no birds, barking dogs, drone of traffic, or distant sirens. It turned the beautiful day to a desolate and depressing existence. He wondered how many people were still alive on Earth. As he peeped from the open door, he saw bodies. The wider he opened it, the more bodies he saw. They were a thick tangle on the street, and the unhealthy smell of feces and putrefaction filled the air. These were ones that died from the infection, not gunshots. Their bodies were a mess, torn to shreds by the erupting boils. The street was wet with blood and other fluids. Cooper felt his stomach flip. He closed the door and fell to his knees to vomit. The smell lingered, even over the stench of his own puke, and his stomach still rocked and flipped. It took the nausea a while to subside. In the Range Rover again, he drove through the city, looking for a way out. While downtown Monterey was only a few blocks across in all directions, the peninsula was a sizable piece of land. There were several small towns on it and forests, too. There were many roads and highways over the hilly terrain, but very few that led off and on the peninsula. They all seemed to be blocked. He drove with the windows up, but the stench still seeped in and gagged him. Piles of bodies blocked the lower floors of the downtown buildings from view. The corpse wall surrounded the downtown area. Once he was inside, the streets were clear. The piles were neatly formed, but the bodies were a mess. Cracked limbs, rib cages, and a jumble of human remains formed the wall, and Cooper had to force himself to not look. He drove past the burger joint where he had worked until recently. There was a pile of bodies in front. The pile was a mess, like the wall, only much smaller. Gray-white limbs poked out, shattered bones, heads and arms, and stretched articles of clothing. A trail of reddish sludge oozed from the pile and filled the gutter. He thought he recognized a face and quickly turned away. He didn't want to see people he knew like that. Cooper sat, engine idling and world stalled. He began to realize just how alone he was. The hundreds, even thousands of people he crossed paths with on a daily basis were almost certainly dead. How many of my friends are rotting in these piles? The thought hit him hard. Cooper gripped the steering wheel, unsure what to do, as panic welled up from deep inside. Everything he'd ever known, family, friends, strangers, even the assholes in his world, the ingredients of his life were gone forever. His throat tightened. He wanted to flee, but had nowhere to go. His parents were in an RV in the desert, far out of reach and out of touch. His concern for his sister was far surpassed by his own desperate desire for the comfort of the familiar. Movement caught his eye, and he turned to see the pile shifting. Bodies rolled off, and his first thought was that there was an animal underneath the pile eating the bodies. Or maybe the gases a corpse produced were inflating and shifting the bodies. But then he saw the limbs of some of the bodies moving, and he was stunned. He couldn't accept that people who were apparently dead were moving. When the first corpse made it to its feet, there was no denying that the dead were rising. He watched the corpse of a nude woman struggle to its feet and stand swaying for a moment. She began to look around, and Cooper couldn't help but notice that she would have been attractive when alive. But now gray skin sagged from her bones, flecks of dirt and trash stuck to her, and half her scalp was torn off and hung from her head in a big flap. She turned, and the skin on her back looked as if it had been cheese grated away. She might have been dragged behind a car. Other corpses were struggling to their feet, many using arms to pull themselves along. Cooper floored the car and caused it to stall. His heart pounded painfully in his chest. He turned the key and nothing happened. Another big scare, but he had simply forgotten to shift into park. He looked back at the rising bodies. Driving through the infected was horrible, but seeing the dead stand up was terrifying. The bodies continued to shift and move around, and among them he saw his manager. His manager was looking right at him, and Cooper was shocked. He didn't think he had done anything to attract attention. He tried the engine again, and this time it roared to life. The large crowd of corpses turned and started moving toward him as one. His manager was in the lead, and when Cooper finally was able to drive off, the dead man was grabbing at the car and got his arm into the partially rolled down passenger window. Cooper dragged the man a few yards before his arm tore off. He stopped, shifted into reverse, and backed over him to make sure he was dead. He knew right then that he needed to get out of the city and far from any populated area. Bodies were rising up right before his eyes, and he seemed to be the only living person left in Monterey. As he drove off, he saw the giant piles of thousands of bodies shifting and moving. Bodies rolled off. Some stood, and some did not. Cooper entered the parking lot of a large chain grocery store and immediately slowed down. Several people were running out of the place with armfuls of goods and carts piled comically high. He was heading toward the rear exit of the parking lot. It was a shortcut to the highway. As he drove across the tree-lined lot, a dirty, blood-soaked man broke from the thick underbrush and attacked a woman, tackling her to the ground and biting her. Cooper was more shocked to see living humans coming out of the store than the attacking dead one. Suddenly, the parking lot was filled with hundreds of corpses. They poured in from the thick underbrush across from Cooper, following like a wave, engulfing the living and moving on. They continued to pour from the underbrush, even as the first of them were halfway across the lot. People screamed as the dead dragged them down. A car screeched off, but crashed into a tree as the dead dove headfirst into the open windows. Then all was quiet, save for the moaning and munching coming from the dead. Cooper was driving slowly toward the rear of the store when a second wave of bodies poured in on his side of the lot. He sped up and went behind the building. A corpse bum-rushed him head-on, and he had to hit it. The man was thrown about 20 feet, but started struggling to his feet instantly. He could barely stand on his fractured bones, and stumbled awkwardly toward Cooper. He was driving along the side of the large building. A tall fence was to his right. He had to go forward and run the man down again to continue on. He gunned his car and hit the dead man so hard that he was thrown over the hood and landed on the windshield. A web of cracks appeared. He rolled over the roof of the vehicle, and in the rearview mirror, Cooper saw him drop off the car. He drove on and eventually came close to the street that would take him past the mall. Above the purr of the engine, he could hear screaming, so he stopped and watched a handful of people farther down the street as they ran from the trees toward the mall. Moments later, another wave of corpses oozed across the street, instantly filling it from end to end. He backed up to find another way out of the city. Speeding down back roads, once cutting across a park, Cooper managed to avoid most of the dead. There were some corpses ambling about, but he wasn't able to pass them and had to hit them on occasion. He hated hitting them, and slowed as best he could when faced with a road-hogging corpse. He really hated hitting a human, dead or not. It felt wrong. It also messed up the car, and he felt guilty thinking that. He was running out of places to drive in his attempt to get out of the city. His last hope to get to the highway was the on-ramp just ahead, but as he came closer, he could see that the street, the on-ramp, and the highway were filled with dead bodies and overturned vehicles. He started turning around, and that was when he heard gunshots. The shots didn't sound too far away. He was cruising slowly back the way he'd come, looking for the possible origin of the shots, and wondering who was shooting and at what, when the rear window exploded and bits of foam burst from the headrest of the passenger seat. It didn't take him more than half a second to realize he was being shot at, and to start driving off as quickly as possible. More shots followed, and he hunkered low as he made his getaway. He looked back, trying to see if he had any pursuers, and when he looked forward again, another car was pulling right in front of him. He didn't even have time to apply the brakes. He T-boned the smaller car, and the impact was jarring. He was grateful his seatbelt was on, and he didn't even remember buckling up. But still he was tossed about, and he hurt all over. He fought the darkness starting to fill his vision. He was beginning to black out. He saw the person in the other car, slumped over the steering wheel. The Land Rover had caved it in, almost folding it in half. He heard the sounds of footsteps running up from behind. Those who were trying to kill him, no doubt. Then he lost consciousness. 6. Sal was able to drag each foot mere inches, moving him at a snail's pace down the road. His body was giving out. He stayed upright by sheer force of will. The sky before him was aglow with colors, and soon he would be blinded as the sun came up over the distant horizon. He'd walked through the night, and now the Santa Cruz Mountains were behind him. He finally tripped and fell forward, passing out in the middle of the highway. He'd reached the place he hoped to die.
He's alive.
Jordan Ling crouched over the big man lying in the middle of the road. He was face down and unconscious. She was concerned he would die if left out here. Sundown wasn't too far off, and when the sun set, it got cold. Already the air was cooling. She looked back at her two brothers, so close in age and appearance that people mistook them for twins all the time.
Help me turn him over.
Jordan was small and would never be able to budge the giant man on her own. Her brothers helped, and even all three of them had a hard time of it.
Thanks,
she said absent-mindedly. She could pass for a teenager, but was in her late 20s. Her brothers looked bored. They were almost 10 years younger than her, and she'd always worried about them. While she held a doctorate in computer science, college didn't even seem to be an option for them. The three siblings were on their way into the mountains, meeting their parents at a weekend house they owned.
Hey!
She lightly slapped the man's face. His eyes fluttered, but didn't open.
What are we gonna do with him, Jord?
One brother whined.
I don't know, but we can't just leave him here.
Her other brother was alarmed.
What if he is infected? He wouldn't be lying here if he was infected. He'd be naked and running down the highway screaming.
Sal was waking up. The world was a colorful blur. He was starving, dehydrated, and extremely fatigued. Mostly, he was disappointed to be alive. He closed his eyes, unaware of the three people standing over him, but he felt something hitting his face, like someone patting it. He thought it was Maria for a brief moment, before the memory of her headless body jabbed his heart. He opened his eyes slightly as the patting continued. His gummy lids barely opened. His heart jumped. It was Maria. He knew she was dead, but it was her ghost, and that was better than nothing. Maybe he was dead after all, and that was okay too. He tried to speak, but only managed a few mumbled words.
I miss you.
And the apparition spoke.
It's okay. You will be okay.
Sal tried to lift his hand to touch the voice, but nothing moved.
I miss you.
He grimaced and started to cry, but his eyes remained dry.
So sorry. You will be okay.
The voice was comforting to Sal, but a reminder of what he lost.
Not without you. Never be okay again. Let me die.
The patting continued.
No, I can't let you do that. Sorry.
No one to care about. No one.
He couldn't speak clearly. His mind was so fuzzy.
Come on, Jordan. The guy wants to die.
She shot a glance back.
Are you serious? You could walk away from someone like this and let them die?
She worried about her brothers. They seemed so unmotivated and selfish.
He said he wanted to,
he mumbled defensively. Jordan turned back to the huge man, not having a clue what to do.
Look at the shape he's in. We don't know if he really wants to die or not. So what do we do?
Jordan looked around.
There,
she pointed.
Let's drag him over there, where it's at least a little safer. We can give him some water until he looks better. We can leave him with a little food and water to help him out.
Yeah, we can do that, one brother sighed. Both walked over, unenthusiastically. It took the three of them a great deal of effort to drag the heavy man off the highway and onto a grassy area. Jordan sat by his head and poured a tiny bit of water in his mouth, using the cap from a water bottle. After only a few capfuls, she realized that he wasn't swallowing, as he coughed up the water. He could have drowned on even that small amount, or so she had heard. She had to turn his head so he could breathe. The boys put a few bottles of water and some cans of soup next to him. Jordan continued to drip small amounts of water in the man's mouth until he drank a little on his own. She wondered who he was, and where he came from, and where he was going. Highway 17 snaked for miles through the mountains, and no one lived close to the road for the most part. So maybe he was coming up here for the same reason they had, to get away from the zombies. At least that's what her brothers were calling them, and it seemed like that's what they were. As she worked to get the man to drink, she couldn't help but replay some of the horrible memories of the past few days. She had gone to work at an IT firm where she was a vice president and locked herself away from the madness to keep her mind busy. Then, after the horrible screaming stopped, after everyone apparently died, she started toward her home on foot. She had been walking down her own street when the dead started to rise. She watched in horror as corpses began to stand up all around her. They were nude, dirty, and horribly injured. One corpse a few yards away made it to his feet and stood facing away from her. As he walked away, she saw a few feet of his lower intestines trailing from his anus like a big red tail. A few neighbors had been outside moving bodies off their lawns, and they were the first victims she witnessed. The dead took hold of them and started biting even before they were standing. She watched as one man had a chunk of meat chewed from his calf by a corpse on the ground next to him. He started screaming, and other corpses swarmed over him. He quickly fell silent. Her stomach had turned at the sight, and her heart hammered from the start of the horrible scream. She wanted to run but was frozen in place. She watched as an old lady tried desperately to get back inside her house. She was grabbed from behind by a large naked man who dragged her to the ground. He took a bite out of her shoulder, and she shrieked. The screaming was the worst. It was almost worse to hear someone getting eaten than to watch them getting eaten. The old lady was pinned to the ground as another corpse, a teenager with long hair, fell on its stomach in a rush to get to the fresh meat. Jordan felt helpless as she watched. The teen-aged corpse bit into her thigh and tore the clothes away, then went back for another bite. The woman shrieked in pain. Jordan put her hands over her ears, but the shrieks were too loud. The old woman shrieked for a long time because the corpses eating her took a while to get to any vital organs. The large black man ate flesh he tore from her back with his teeth. He chewed, then swallowed, prolonging her torture. He ripped another chunk and chewed it thoroughly before taking another bite. She flailed and screamed under his weight, and as she screamed, more of the dead piled on and bit and tore at her flesh. They chewed slowly as they held her in place. She was still screaming when Jordan started to run. She made it to her house and couldn't believe her idiot brothers were alive and well, sitting on her sofa and eating all her food. The last she had talked to her parents, they were safe at the weekend house, so she tried to drive there with her brothers, but they couldn't get through. Now it had been days of trying to sneak past walking corpses, dragging the two idiots along. They seemed clueless to the threats around them. The sun was getting low. They had to get going so they could avoid walking in the blackness of the forest. Even on a moonlit night, the tall trees and their thick canopies made the forest completely black, and it was hard to walk without tripping and running into things. She pulled a blanket from her backpack and started spreading it over the large, unconscious man.
"Really?"
Her brother sounded put out.
"Yes. We're leaving this poor man here on the ground in the middle of nowhere and at night so we can walk to a warm and safe house. You know how cold it gets out here at night. Have a heart."
She tucked the big man in, wishing she could stay to make sure he was safe. She would try to get back here to check on him if possible. Her brothers were walking away. She was still tucking the big, sad man into her blanket.
"I want to die,"
Sal was mumbling again. Jordan patted his face and leaned over him as she tucked the blanket around his body.
"I didn't save you so you could just kill yourself, pal."
Sal was barely conscious of the goings-on around him. He saw Maria, or Ghost Maria. She was moving all around him. Her hair brushed his face and tickled, like it always did. That brought him to the surface a little, and he realized that she was saving him. Then she was patting his face and speaking to him, and just before he slipped back into darkness, he managed to hear what she said. Sal woke up in the dead of night. The darkness around him was deep and complete, but above him the night sky was framed in a circular silhouette of tree branches. The stars were intense. He shivered in the cold night air, so cold it hurt. He lay still for a moment, remembering his dream. Maria had saved him, even spoke to him.
"I didn't save you so you could just kill yourself, Sal."
She said those very words to him. He was sure of it. He was lying on pine needles. He sat up. A blanket rolled off his body. He remembered falling in the road and passing out from exhaustion. He had been lying face down but woke up on his back. He felt the soft blanket. Where did it come from? Did Maria really visit him? He doubled the blanket over and wrapped his upper body in it. He was much warmer and slept until sunrise. He woke right before dawn. The world around him was still dark, but the sky was lightening. It was still cold and everything was wet with dew. He was miserable and tried to stand, but he was too stiff and achy, too weak. His feet were killing him. One of his shoes was gone and the other one was hanging off his foot, the sole coming off. He pushed the shoe off and lay back on the ground, wrapped in the blanket, and waited for the sun to come up fully. He was hungry and thirsty, but mostly he was thirsty. He didn't understand how he'd come to be in the woods, a blanket wrapped around him. And the dream, it felt like it had been real. The sun was finally up enough that the world was warming and soon would be drying too. He could see more and more as light crept into the world. He rolled over so he could get on his hands and knees, then try to stand. When he saw cans of soup and bottles of water, he froze, unsure what to make of it.
"Maria?"
He spoke softly, hoping she would respond, but knowing she wouldn't. He was certain she had saved him, and he wondered if he was insane. He popped the lids off the soup and drained both cans. He drank half a bottle of water. He felt sick at first, not having eaten or drunk anything for so long, but quickly he felt better and better. He started walking again, clutching the bottles, blanket wrapped around his shoulders, with no idea what he was going to do next. Something tickled his neck, and he pulled at it. It was a long, dark hair. He looked at the blanket closely. There were several long, dark hairs, Maria's hairs. He knew she had saved him, no doubt, and he hugged the blanket tighter around his shoulders. He missed her, was still sad and grief-stricken, but she had come to him and saved his life. He needed to survive and find happiness, for her. He was going to honor her memory, her tremendous gift to him. He started walking again on the 17 and into San Jose. 7. Even with his eyes closed, he could tell his head was spinning. He salivated as his body prepared to vomit, but he suppressed it. When he opened his eyes, it was still dark and his head was still spinning. He instantly knew he was somewhere he didn't want to be. Cooper sat up and winced in pain. Every fiber of every muscle in his body felt as if it had been torn. It was like the soreness the day after a brutal workout, only a lot worse. He took a few deep breaths, which made him feel only a little better. Wherever he was smelled musty and old. The air was stale, warm, and thick, like it had been rebreathing it for a long time. On top of all those smells was a sharp odor he couldn't quite place at first. It was so strong it hurt his head and burned his nose. Then it came to him. It was bleach. He ran his hands over his body, kneading his muscles and feeling for injuries. Everything seemed okay except a tight, painful lump on his neck. It had been a spider bite. California was lousy with biting spiders, such as the brown recluse and the black widow. He'd been bitten before, and it hurt like hell and took forever to heal. Cooper felt around in the darkness. He was sitting on a rough, short pile carpet. His head still spun but was dying down, and he was just starting to feel good enough to be concerned about his situation. He was considering what to do next when a loud pop startled him. Soft light streamed in from an open door at his feet. He was in the back of a van. The light emanated from an electric lantern held up at the open door.
"I told you, you fucked it."
It was a male's voice, and he seemed to be speaking to someone else. But then he clearly turned his attention to the interior of the van and to Cooper.
"Hey, man, I thought I heard you moving around."
It was a guy with dreadlocks. He looked like the hermit on a tarot card as he held the lantern above his head. A young woman stepped into view next to him.
Hey, you okay?
She looked to be in her early 20s, but her appearance was rough and earthy and had the effect of aging her. Her eyes were slightly unfocused as she looked at him. Her head was a dirty mop of dreadlocks tied back with old ribbons, and her skin glistened with oil in the light of the lamp. She was wearing a tight white tank top, and he could see the outlines of large rings hanging from each nipple. The guy was much the same in appearance and hygiene. He was taller and stood as if he thought he was a badass, counter to his peace and love attire. His eyes were glassy and dead. He looked very stoned, and sounded it when he spoke.
"Yeah, you okay, man? We were, worried."
He leaned on the van door, blocking the opening, and as Cooper tried to exit, it seemed he wasn't going to step aside. Maybe he was so stoned it didn't occur to him, but the girl pulled him away by the arm.
"Let him out,"
she said in a way that sounded like not letting him out was an option. Cooper thought that maybe he was just being paranoid because of the wreck. Hell, the condition of the whole world would make one paranoid. He stepped out into the night air. It was cold and fresh and made him feel better. He breathed deeply, feeling the dizziness passing, but not the sore muscles and the painful bite. He was on the edge of a wooded clearing ringed by tall fir trees. The van was parked, so the back doors opened onto the edge of the clearing. He could be anywhere along the coast for hundreds of miles. If it weren't for the circumstances, the place would have been beautiful. The glade was a pool of moody light in the otherwise pitch-black woods. There were candles, lanterns, and a fire in the middle that cast an even, soft light all around. "What happened?" he asked. The guy hadn't backed off too far and was standing, arms folded, expression deadpan, as he recounted his version of the events.
You fucking trashed that little car, man. Totally fucked it up.
Yeah, I saw that much. I mean, where did you guys come from? Where are we?
The girl spoke calmly and with a hint of beguilement in her voice.
We were hanging in the park, trying to stay away from the dead people.
Where am I now?
A safe place.
She was close by and reached up to rub his shoulder. The guy just nodded. Cooper realized they were both standing really close and hadn't stepped back to give him any room, but he wrote it off as bad social skills.
Yeah, real safe. No deadheads around, no people, nothing.
Cooper slumped back and sat on the van's bumper. The guy stood there, arms folded. When the girl left to get him some water, Cooper noticed that the guy moved a little closer, as if to block him in. That felt suspicious. The girl returned with his water in an old plastic cup. He didn't drink it. She seemed to take note of that. She pulled a joint from the folds of her dirty multi-patterned skirts. She lit it up and offered it to him. He declined. She looked at him with her head tilted to one side, smiling.
I'm going to figure you out.
She was smiling.
Come on, let's all get cozy in the van.
Cooper hated when people spoke that way. What was there to figure out?
I don't drink dirty water and smoke shit a skank asks me to, and I need figuring out?
He insisted on entering the van last. He sat by the door and left it open, claiming to need the night air and that he was claustrophobic. The girl shot a glance at the guy, a quick glance that seemed to be asking for direction. Cooper sat on the edge of the open door and halfway in the van. Now they were all in closer proximity, and the electric lantern more clearly illuminated the couple's faces. Cooper could see just how ragtag these two really were. They looked as if they had been on the road for a long time. It was a lifestyle for them, and not just a short-lived adventure. They were barefoot, and the bottoms of their feet were black. The girl had more hair on her legs than the guy. She had a nose ring and he a skimpy beard that looked as if he had been growing it out for years, but didn't have the coverage for a full beard. And, of course, they smelled like shit.
I'm Willow,
she smiled.
And that's Ben.
I'm Cooper. How did I get here? He cut to the chase. He had no patience for dirty druggies. They might be trying to be nice, and he shouldn't judge and all that, but he got the strong impression that they were just simply shitbags. He had never met anyone who looked like this who was normal in any sense of the word. Not that he wasn't sympathetic to people in need. He'd spent many hours in school as a scout helping the truly unfortunate. The people who really needed help were usually the unseen ones, and not the ones you saw on the street collecting money all day, every day. He had grown up in the small, safe town of Monterey, but the town was also a stopover point for transients who traveled up and down the coast. There were seasonal travelers, kids on an adventure. Most were on the road for some negative reason such as abuse, neglect, drugs, or mental problems. He grew up seeing and often interacting with many of these people. He had gotten good at reading them, and most were nice, but none were to be trusted because of the desperation of their circumstances. Downtown was especially bad because the passenger bus lines and city buses stopped at a big stop in downtown Monterey. Between Los Angeles and San Francisco, there wasn't much in the way of cities and towns, other than Monterey and Santa Cruz. Here was where a lot of the drifters got off, and then hung out for days, weeks even, panhandling, stealing, and getting into trouble. The citizens tolerated, even encouraged, the homeless, the panhandlers, and the transients. By the time the feel-good citizens got tired of the problem, it would be a huge mess. There were large homeless camps all over the peninsula. There were also churches and shelters that fed and clothed them. And there was no end to the idiots that would hand cash out their car windows, and the real troublemakers were the cash collectors, not the family living in their car or the mentally handicapped vet.
"We saved your ass, bro."
Ben was dead-faced. Willow nodded as she looked at Ben and cracked a small smile. That little smile made Cooper uneasy. But what really made him nervous was what caught his eye just behind Ben in the shadows. He would have never seen it if he were inside the van and if Ben hadn't leaned over to take the joint from Willow. There was a metal loop, a simple cargo hook, welded to the floor of the van next to the wall. It was a common enough thing for a van to have, but there was about an inch of chromed silver chain looped through it that ran under the carpet. It looked like the chains found on handcuffs. He knew he might just be paranoid, but there were too many little red flags, an uneasy feeling about these two. They were off, had a vibe about them he didn't like. Maybe it was waking up in the dark in the woods during an apocalypse, but he knew it wasn't. There was something off about these two.
"We saw you get shot at and then hit that car. We had to help."
"Did you see who shot at me?"
"Nah, but whoever it was had been at it all day. We saw a few people get hit, and we've been laying low until this shit blows over."
"Do you know who I hit?" Ben chuckled.
"Some bitch. We waved her down, but she refused to give us a ride. Said we were too dirty. Can you believe that? End of the fucking world, and she's worried about her interior."
Willow just nodded.
"Where were you headed?"
"North, to San Jose." Cooper answered, but was wondering why they flagged the woman down for a ride when they had a van.
"You won't make it. Everything is blocked for miles."
She was digging in her dreads with one finger.
"We tried to ride out a few times and almost got killed. We're trying to get up to Washington."
Ben lay on the floor of the van. He looked like he had fallen asleep, but then he spoke.
"You're welcome to hang with us for as long as you like."
"Thanks, but I need to get moving. Did you ever see who was shooting people?" Cooper asked again, as he was worried about avoiding them.
"No, but he's been on that overpass for at least a day,"
Ben said, as Willow closed her eyes.
"At least,"
she added.
"I think we are going to crash."
They both seemed to fall asleep.
Weird druggies,
Cooper thought. He wasn't comfortable with them, but he was hurting, and almost as if she could read his mind, Willow opened her eyes.
"You look like you're in pain from the wreck. Do you want something?"
"You have a painkiller?" Even as he asked the question, he realized how stupid it was because there was no way in hell he was going to take some shit these two gave him.
"Oh, yeah."
Her eyes were twinkling.
"Oh, yeah,"
Ben echoed. She stood and grabbed a backpack from the front seat of the van. She pulled a large plastic storage bag out that looked like it was filled with candy. There must have been a few thousand pills in the bag. She started digging through them. "I was thinking more like Tylenol or Advil." She wrinkled her nose.
"That stuff's bad for you. I've got Oxy, Perks, Deads."
"I'm fine, thanks."
"Half a Cody will just mellow you out, let you sleep."
"I'm good." He tried to be gracious, but she wasn't giving up.
"I can see you need it. Why would you suffer like that?"
"Really, I'm fine." He tried to change the subject. "So where you guys from?"
"Come on, pussy."
Ben decided to open his eyes.
"Don't be such a fag."
"Stop it, Ben. Don't mind him. He's just cranky."
Willow scooted over closer to Cooper. She put her arm around him and pushed her breast against his arm. She could have been really hot if she were clean, but she was so ripe and skanky it was beyond a turnoff. It was aggravating.
"Come on, sweetie. Just half. Don't you want to party with me?"
She held a pill pinched between her fingers up to Cooper's face.
"Come on."
And she was waiting for him to open his mouth. Her breath was foul. He could see all the whiteheads across her face. Ben was lying back as he had been, but now he was watching what was happening intently, like a predator. Red flags were going up by the dozens, and Cooper wanted to bolt, but thought they might try to overpower him and pull him back into the van. She was clearly trying to be seductive, and neither one had been more than 3 feet away from him since he awoke. He smiled, relaxed, and said, "Let me go piss first. If I get too relaxed, it's going all over your van." And just for good measure, he put his hand out. "What the hell, half. I am hurting and wouldn't mind getting fucked up right now."
"Good idea."
She smiled and rubbed his shoulder. She broke the pill in half and held it up to his mouth. He smiled and let her put it on his tongue, making a mental note to scrub his tongue later where her bitter-tasting fingertips touched him. He turned away and was amazed because there was a whole pill on his tongue. She somehow had switched the half pill with a whole pill in a split second as they were talking. He held the pill on his tongue, but it started dissolving instantly, and it was bitter. Actually, it wasn't bitter. It was astringent, like a chemical. It was burning his mouth, and he began to salivate immediately and in surprisingly large quantities. He didn't want the two to know that he hadn't swallowed the pill, so he didn't react. He let the pill, along with all his saliva, just ooze out and down his chin. Within a few steps, he was wiping his chin with the back of his hand. He couldn't wait to really work on getting the taste out of his mouth, with something, anything. He walked toward a clump of trees in deep shadow. It was pitch black, and he didn't know where the hell he was. He planned to keep walking straight into the darkness and away from this weirdness. He heard quick footsteps behind him and quickly turned, alarm bells clanging in his head. Ben was a few yards back, walking quickly toward him. Cooper stopped and faced him, smiling. He wasn't going to turn his back to him. "Had to go too," Ben smiled. He'd been heading straight for him, and Cooper noticed that he kept his hands hidden. He didn't want to appear paranoid, but he didn't want to turn his back either, so he improvised. "Are there bears or anything out here? Maybe a mountain lion that might bite my dick off?" Ben chuckled. "Nah, you're safe." He noticed Willow back at the van, just watching, like she was waiting for something to happen. Ben veered off to a tree and faced it, but he didn't look like he was doing anything. Willow started walking over toward Cooper, and it looked like she was trying to flank him. The skank flank, he thought.
"I gotta pee too."
She kept looking over at Ben. It was obvious as hell at this point that something no good was going on.
"Hey, come over here."
She was smiling and motioning to Cooper.
"I want you to protect me."
She was being flirty, beckoning with her hands.
"Come on, Ben's cool with it."
"Fuck this," he thought as he looked back at Ben to keep tabs on him. Ben watched him. His head was turned, but his body still faced the tree. Cooper thought about running, but Ben was hiding his hands, and if he had a gun, he stood a better chance rushing him. If he held a knife, Cooper was better off running away, but the decision wasn't his anymore. He heard quick footsteps and looked back. Willow was charging him, holding a large kitchen knife above her head. Her face was a mask of hate. She was moving fast and would get to him before Ben could, so he dealt with her first. He calmly watched her as she closed the last few feet, wondering what her plan was. Did she think this through? Maybe she assumed I swallowed the pill and would drop soon. In any case, he could see that she clearly planned to stab him. As she closed in, he swept his arm up and blocked her knife-wielding right arm. His right arm was cocked back and ready. It shot forward and hit her square in the face. Normally, he could never hit a female, but with a weirdo behind him doing who knows what and a murderous skank running at him with a knife, he had no regrets and no hesitations. He didn't pull the punch one bit, but committed fully to taking her down. Her head whipped backward as her feet flew forward and out from under her. She hit the dirt hard, landing on her back, and Cooper was facing Ben as she landed. Ben held a gun on him with both hands, arms locked straight out, and Cooper noted that the gun shook, and Ben looked scared as hell. "You should be," he thought as he charged him. "It's called the element of surprise, bitch." The bad feelings Cooper had about these two had grown so strong that he was ready for a fight. He decided he would rather be shot than handcuffed in the back of their van. He covered the distance between him and Ben in 2 large steps. Ben was so freaked that he threw the gun away and tried to raise his hands. He was trying to surrender, but it was too late. Cooper didn't stop. He ducked low at the end of the last step and took Ben in the gut. Ben folded in half, and the breath was knocked out of him as he shot backward. He hit the ground with Cooper on top of him. Cooper knelt on Ben's groin as he tried to stand, aiming to crush a testicle or two. He seemed to have missed both balls, but it kept Ben on the ground. There were twigs and leaves stuck in Ben's dreads, and somehow that made Cooper feel more powerful. He kicked Ben in the ribs before he could gain his feet, sending him on his back. He reached down and grabbed 2 handfuls of his shirt and dragged him to his feet. He threw him against a tree. He knew he should have run. But he was pissed and wanted to get a few good shots at this shitbag's face. He punched Ben in the face as hard as he could, aware that he was messing up his hand. He could feel teeth cutting his flesh, and wouldn't have been surprised if he broke a bone or two. After a few solid hits, Ben was missing teeth and blood flowed down his chin and chest. Both his eyes were already swollen shut, but Cooper hammered him a few more times and was about to stop when a boom startled him. Tree bark hit him in the face. He grabbed Ben by the shirt and lifted him up to his feet, swinging his leg around him and stepping behind him. He held Ben by the neck and used him as a shield. Willow was holding the gun. Blood ran from her smashed nose, down her face, and the front of her body. She staggered and wailed in anguish.
"Why'd you hurt him? Why'd you hurt Ben?"
Ben hissed and burbled.
"Shoot him!"
Willow wailed and pointed the gun, but Ben was blocking any clear shot she had of Cooper.
"Shoot him!"
Ben said again. Cooper pulled his arms tight around Ben's neck in a hold that would kill him with the slightest pressure, or so he had heard. He really didn't know, but it seemed to do the trick. He held Ben mute and incapacitated and squeezed against his struggling. Ben's eyes rolled back, and his face was turning purple as Cooper dragged him backward. "Throw the gun into the woods, and I won't kill Ben." He was dragging Ben out of the clearing and the light.
"I'll fucking shoot you!"
she screamed. "Okay, 3 seconds. 1, 2... Willow flung the gun into the woods and ran toward them. Cooper let Ben go and pushed him back into the clearing at Willow as hard as he could. The two collided and fell to the ground.
"You stupid bitch!"
Ben yelled with the lisp of missing teeth and the splatter of a blood-filled mouth. Willow was trying to hold him, but he pushed her away as he stood. Cooper was several feet into the woods and turned to look at Ben to make sure he wasn't chasing him.
"You're dead!"
Ben yelled. Cooper ignored him and turned to leave. The gunshots and the screaming had attracted the dead. He could hear them closing in. They were close by and seemed to be all around as they thrashed through the woods. From the sound of things, they would be at the clearing very soon. He had to get moving, so he wouldn't run into them. But then he heard a sound that froze his blood. Human voices.
"Ben! Willow! Are you guys okay?"
There were many voices yelling the same or similar questions. Ben threatened Cooper, and Willow screamed directions to the wood-thrashing crowd, trying to catch him. The woods came alive. The thrashing increased in tempo and volume. Flashlights and lanterns were popping on just yards from him. It was dark, and he had no idea where he was. If he ran, he could break an ankle, fall off a cliff, or 100 other things that would lead to great misery or death. A lantern popped on just in front of him. The clearing was behind him. He was surrounded. 8. A rumble, low and distant, stopped Sal in his tracks. The city had been so silent, so empty and still, that the sound was significant to him, but only briefly. At first he wondered if he had even heard anything, but then the rumble got a little louder before fading away. He was still walking aimlessly with no plan, but now he wanted to live, or was closer to it. The place was a ghost town. He wondered where everyone was who lived in this area. There must have been thousands of people living in the apartments in just the few blocks around where he stood. He heard no screaming, fighting, or dancing. He passed a few wrecks, really bad ones. He saw corpses, evidence of the same things that had happened in Monterey, but nowhere near the same number of bodies. Maybe they had all wandered somewhere else. He kept looking for signs of life, but saw none. He stayed on the 17, which turned into the 880, and by noon he was approaching the San Jose airport. Along the way he'd seen several massive clumps of bodies, streets filled with a carpet of dead bodies for miles. Then nothing for a long time. As he got closer to the airport, he started seeing people walking. From the raised highway he could see large groups of people in the distance. He came to a mall and walked to the edge of the elevated freeway to take a look, and he was shocked at what he saw. Below him there was an ocean of people crammed together in every single space available, and the crowd stretched on for miles. He stopped to watch, as there was something clearly wrong with them. He would have thought they had died standing up, but they were all moving, swaying slowly together in an odd ripple effect that crossed the crowd. He walked on and was soon tired after only a few hours. He drank the rest of his water on the elevated freeway. All was quiet. He'd gotten past a large crowd of people that seemed to center on the mall. As he approached the airport, things thinned out as far as dead bodies went. He liked San Jose. It was a vast expanse of strip malls, massive apartment complexes, and office parks. He loved coming up here. It had a lot Monterey didn't. But he could never move here, even after he was offered high-paying jobs at several body shops. It was never a question, no matter how much money he was offered. His entire family, his friends, and all of his memories were in Monterey. Now all of that was converted into one massive source of pain, and the loss of his wife dwarfed all the other losses combined. He came to an off-ramp, where he saw a few people on the street, stumbling and walking around, but not dancing or acting happy. He knew something was wrong and planned to stay away from them, no matter what. He finally left the highway to find food and water. Walking down an off-ramp, he was heading toward a large intersection that looked promising. Big signs and evidence of good landscaping spoke of food and comfort to him. He saw a few slow walkers coming toward him. He had no weapon and no idea what was wrong with these people, so he cut to the right and through some tall grass. He made it to a fast food restaurant off the highway and continued down the street. The slow walkers were following him. More were coming in from every direction. It was creepy, scary, really, to have all these people just quietly shuffling after him like this. He didn't feel comfortable with them, but since they were still a ways off, he wasn't too worried. As he walked, the people grew in number. There must have been close to 100 now, and they were starting to come closer to him, some a little ahead of where he walked. He would be surrounded soon. He walked quicker to pass those ahead of him, to keep from being closed in. He passed several looted stores and crossed another large street. The slow walkers were still behind him, and there were even more of them. Sal felt a little panicked and started a slow jog. He saw bodies on the ground that appeared to have died in a variety of ways. There were crashed cars, trash everywhere, and silence. He was heading toward a large grocery store. The windows had been busted out by looters. A great deal of the looted goods were scattered across the parking lot. He thought he could find something there to eat and drink, and headed straight for the front door. There was a smattering of vehicles in the lot. The slow walkers were still following him, and he worried about going into the massive store with them on his tail. He wasn't sure if they were a threat, and he knew he was going to have to lose them soon. Their behavior was so odd it worried him that he might have to face them, and maybe have to fight them. He walked between a van and a delivery truck. A hand grabbed his shoulder, another his arm, and he felt something sharp and jagged scrape his neck. He almost messed himself, he was so startled. He didn't move for a few seconds, and the hands kept pulling violently. More hands grabbed him and pulled him even harder. Sal wasn't sure what to do. Was that a gun at his neck? He was waiting for someone to talk, to tell him to put his hands up, something. He was just about to ask a question when he heard a male voice.
"Shit, this guy's a fucking boulder!"
"So much for the element of surprise," said another in a flat tone.
"Turn around, hurry!"
All the hands released him. 3 men crouched in the open door of the van. One held a gun and wasn't smiling. The other 2 looked amused.
"Shit, man, what the hell are you made of? Lead?"
a black man asked. He was smiling and held a fireplace poker. Sal noticed the end looked wet.
"Get in, hurry!"
A young white kid was waving him in.
"You're drawing them over here, get in!"
The kid wore a dark trench coat and a woolen cap on his head. Sal crouched and sat-rolled into the van.
"Geez, this van is suddenly way too small."
The older white guy holding the gun kept it aimed at Sal's chest.
"Sorry about the gun. We're actually trying to help you. Sit tight and we'll talk, unless you want to get out. Try anything and I'll blow a hole in you."
The black guy stood and looked out the sliding side door of the van and ducked quickly back in.
"Shit, there's a lot of them out there. We have to move."
He got behind the wheel and started the van. Sal sat on the floor of the van. Old gun guy stayed seated. The kid climbed up front, into the passenger seat. A box of food and a few cases of water next to Sal held his attention.
"Help yourself,"
Old gun guy said. Sal didn't wait for a second invitation. He grabbed a bottle of water and downed it.
"My name's Bill. The kid is Jeff. And the other guy is Ron."
Bill was about Sal's age, but had gone gray. His short hair looked almost military, but with a bit more style.
"Yeah, the 23-year-old kid."
Jeff looked at Ron with a bemused expression.
"Well, a kid relative to me and Bill."
Ron was driving, and occasionally looked in the rearview mirror at them. Jeff turned and stared out the window. Ron continued.
"Better known as Grumpy, Sleepy, and Doc. I'm a dentist, so Doc. Jeff's a thinker, a reader. He can fall asleep anywhere, so Sleepy. And Bill's just an asshole."
Ron laughed out loud at his own joke. Bill cracked a smile.
"I'm not an asshole, until you get to know me."
Bill smirked.
"Look, we're trying to stick together, seeing that none of us have anything better to do. If you like us, we like you. You can join our little group here. Don't worry, we're not really doing that 7 dwarfs thing."
Sal didn't say a word. He ate, drank, and wondered if he should stick with these guys or keep walking.
"Man, are we gonna have to call you Dopey?"
Ron chuckled.
"Why not Bashful?"
Jeff quipped. Sal grunted. "What happens when we reach 7?
"If there's that many people left in the world, we'll figure something out,"
Ron said, looking into the rearview mirror.
"Not so fast," Bill barked. "Let's get to know each other first, and stop with the dwarf names."
After driving clear of the dead, they stopped in a quiet parking lot and opened the van door. They pulled out the food and water and several folding chairs. They all shared their stories, save Jeff, who remained quiet on the subject. Ron and Bill were longtime friends who had grown up together in San Jose and hung out in high school. They lost track of each other for about 10 years and then ended up neighbors. For the last 5 years, they had been socializing a little. They both liked football and bowling, and recently were trying to brew beer in Ron's garage. They had met Jeff just a few days earlier, as he was running from a horde of the dead. He was coming out of a grocery store with an armful of food. Ron laughed.
I never saw someone clutching Cheetos like they were gold, risking their life for junk food.
First of all, Jeff corrected, they were ranch-flavored Doritos. Do you know how hard it is to find ranch Doritos during an apocalypse? It seems to be the first thing all the looters take. And second, they technically are more valuable than gold right now, seeing that gold is pretty much worthless and food a precious commodity. Oh, and I might add, Doritos are not junk food. They are brain food.
So help me here.
Ron looked over at Jeff.
Were you joking just now?
You couldn't tell? Jeff smiled at him.
Okay, later you will have to explain to me the difference between you serious and you joking.
Ron shook his head.
So we picked up Jeff, and here we are.
Sal gave them a quick summation of his life during the asteroid scare and the viral outbreak up to the present.
So you missed the final stage of the virus,
Ron said.
That's a good thing,
Bill said.
You were drunk one full day, hung over the next, and walked for 2 days?
Ron was amazed.
I can't believe you're still alive.
You missed all the running, the screaming, the dying, Jeff said.
Lucky you.
Sal couldn't believe what he was hearing. He'd been lucky that the slow walkers hadn't caught him. As the sun dropped and the world cooled, the men fell quiet. They kept their eyes open for the infected.
Why did you guys try to snatch me?
Sal asked, breaking a long, quiet streak.
So you wouldn't die,
Jeff said in a flat tone. Bill coughed.
We can't leave people to die, but several times in the last few days, when we tried to help someone, they pulled a gun on us and took our food, whatever we had on us. We were trying something new, save you without giving you the chance to rob us.
So what now?
Sal asked. Bill shrugged. That was the most depressing question you could ask a person these days.
Ron has some ideas,
Jeff said, as he stared into the sky.
Some really great ideas.
9. The second Cooper heard the voices calling Ben and Willow by name, it became obvious that there was a group waiting out in the woods for some fucked up reason. Now that group was coming toward him, was in fact surrounding him. He needed 2 things immediately, to get away from these people and a light. He was moving in near complete darkness, trying to make a quick escape. He didn't want to trip or make noise, so he had his arms out, feeling for the trees in front of him. Suddenly, a very bright light came on right in front of him, blinding him. It also blinded the rail-thin kid who was looking right at it when he turned it on. The light wasn't between them. In fact, they were both facing the same general direction. The kid was in front of Cooper, and facing just a little to the left of the lantern. Cooper saw the kid first, and acted immediately. He launched himself at the kid, grabbing the lantern with one hand and throwing his elbow into the kid's jaw as hard as possible. The kid didn't make a sound as he fell backward onto the ground. Cooper thought he might have killed him, because his head snapped so far around. He used the lantern to get a few more yards away, clicked it off, and walked a few more, then put his back against a tree. He didn't want his pursuers to see a light moving away from them in the dark, and he couldn't go on blind. He needed to let his eyes adjust, and he also needed to let his body quiet down. The adrenaline and blood pumping made it hard to hear and see. He tried to steady his breathing. Sweat chilled him. His hand ached from beating Ben, and he still felt dizzy and weak, but he was far from stopping. Not only did he know these people were bad news, the kid was wearing a hooded black robe and a large medallion with a goat's head on it. Many people thought these gatherings were an urban legend, but he knew people who knew people involved in this shit. He had seen pictures, even once saw the groups in person at a distance when on a camping trip, but he had wisely stayed far away. While most of these groups were harmless, it seemed these freaks were going to try their hands at human sacrifice. The scratchy, rough bark against his back felt like safety. His eyes were closed and adjusting to the dark, and he was listening. The people seemed to be moving around the clearing, still thrashing about and blinded by their own lights, yelling to each other. They weren't venturing too far into the trees, so he felt home free. But it would only be a matter of minutes before they noticed the missing member and resumed a more organized search. Cooper opened his eyes. He was a decent distance away. He'd managed to break through the circle they had tried to close around him. He kept the light off and moved as cautiously as he could. For the next 30 minutes, he kept the lantern under his shirt and attempted to hide as much of the light as possible, only letting a small amount out to illuminate his path. At least an hour had passed. There were no signs of pursuit, so he pulled the lantern out and held it high. Now he could move at a much quicker pace. He scaled one of the large hills near him and looked around. All he could see was that he was somewhere far away from Monterey. There was no sign of the bay or the ocean, and since the lights were off all over, he couldn't see any man-made landmarks. At least he had a goal now, the valley on the other side of the hill he had just climbed. Halfway down the hill, he came across a tarmac road and followed it downhill. It was easier and safer walking, and he could probably figure out where he was faster. But this also meant there could be humans about, and right now he didn't want to see anybody, living or dead. A short time later, he came to a larger 2-lane road, and suspected he was on Carmel Valley Road. He was able to quickly verify that with the lantern, but he didn't know where on the long and winding road he was. The road ran almost 50 miles down the entire length of the Carmel Valley. He was able to determine east from west, and headed west, back toward the ocean and Monterey. He walked for a few hours through the night. He was glad he hadn't seen another human in any condition, but it was still slow and stressful moving along the road. He was exhausted. The adrenaline had worn off long ago, and he was gripped by a deep and painful hunger. He still felt vulnerable, even though he was far from the clearing of evil, creepy shit. Chances were good that the group, he estimated their number to be at least 15, had used this road to take him way the fuck out to who knows where. He had to have been somewhere in a remote area north of Big Sur. They might be traveling this road again, so he kept his eyes and ears open. In a short while he passed a clump of buildings he recognized as being about 11 miles from the end of the road. He would have to walk a couple of hours to get back to where he started in Monterey. He still had a long way to go, and this crap had set him back. He had no idea how long he'd been out in that van. Around dawn, he came close to the valley mouth and was nearing a heavily populated area. He decided to find a place to hold up for the day and the next night. He needed food and rest above all. His hand was tender and was starting to throb, but the bite on his neck really hurt. He had to clean his wounds, and wished he could have done it a long time ago. He left the road and climbed a hill. He knew there was a small neighborhood up there, a cluster of about 30 houses around a few cul-de-sacs. He hoped the residents had left, as they did so in many other places. It seemed they had, as the streets were clear. He found a house with an unlocked door. It looked as if the residents had just walked away. Once inside, he checked every room for occupants and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. He fell on an upstairs bed and fell asleep. Only hours later, the sun woke Cooper. He felt better after some sleep, but the swelling on his hand and neck felt hot and tight.
Shit, infected. Should have cleaned them first thing.
He searched the medicine cabinets and drawers in the bathroom and found a tube of antibiotic cream. He pulled out hydrogen peroxide and soap. He tried the water. It worked and was still running hot. He cleaned his hand wounds and covered them with the cream and bandages. It didn't look like he had broken a bone, which was very good news. He started wiping his neck with an alcohol-soaked wad of toilet paper. Something snagged the paper and tugged on his skin, and it hurt. He stopped rubbing, gently touched the welt, and felt something hard and scratchy. He grabbed it with his fingernails and pulled. He rolled a half-inch-long metal tube between his fingers.
Holy shit, it's part of a hypodermic needle. They tried injecting me with some shit.
He flung it in the sink, grateful he had gotten out alive. The needle breaking had probably saved his life. It appeared he didn't get a full dose of whatever it was they used to sedate him, and he had woken sooner than they expected. He ate, took several over-the-counter painkillers, lay back down, and slept till late evening. He woke, changed his bandages, ate again, and slept some more. The next morning he was ready to go. He took a .22 caliber target pistol he found in the top of the closet. It felt like a silly, underpowered weapon. It was a pea-shooter compared to most pistols, but it was better than nothing. He filled the pockets of his jacket and cargo pants with stuff he found around the house. A pocket knife, a couple of small LED reading lights, energy bars, and what first aid supplies he could find. All this was lightweight, but he was tempted to toss it. He was feeling weighed down, even though the supplies he had just pocketed barely registered as extra weight. He decided he should take it all out and repack it. He removed all the packaging from his first aid gear. Mostly, he removed Band-Aids from their plastic cases, and this reduced the bulk of it considerably. He split all the stuff he had between several Ziploc bags. As he was pulling out the bags, he found a large box of wooden matches, put these into several more bags, and pocketed them too. He tried to stay off the roads. He trekked through pine forest, up and down easy hills, and through thick underbrush for an hour. He was coming to the exit ramp, where he had been taken, and wished to avoid it. He left the road and walked up a steep hill to look around. The bodies were still there, packed around the wrecked cars. He was nervous about returning to the location. Don't criminals return to the scene of the crime? What if Ben and Willow are back? What if they brought the whole group? He walked down the hill, away from the exit, and skirted it widely. His next goal was to get to Highway 68, and then walk parallel to it towards his next goal. At times he waited to avoid people, both living and dead, although he didn't see many living people. He spent hours traversing brutal terrain. Right off the edge of most streets in Monterey were steep canyons filled with large firs, dense underbrush, and fallen trees. Wet pine needles hid hazards, such as rocks and holes. There was no straight and easy path. Sliding down a steep slope was a constant threat. Wet pine needles were as slippery as ice, and when, not if, Cooper started sliding, he would go very fast and out of control. The chances of getting injured were high as he slid over sharp sticks and rocks. Colliding with a tree was a possibility, and climbing up one of the steep slopes was infinitely harder than getting down one. If he were lucky, he would walk away with only the unpleasant experience of having wet pine needles inside his clothes. Every year, several drivers ended up down in a canyon and needed to be rescued, or even brought to the morgue. But Cooper would rather traverse the most brutal canyon blindfolded and barefoot than deal with the dead. He came across one canyon filled with the dead and had to cross it by walking over a fallen tree that spanned the bottom. He was but a foot or two above the grasping hands of the hungry corpses. At the end of the treacherous walk, he had to climb a particularly steep slope, which required digging out handholds and footholds in the pine needles. He took a breather at the top and studied the next canyon. This canyon wasn't particularly steep, but it was wide. This would be an easy one, but the thick underbrush at the bottom concerned him. He threw a rock into the bushes at the bottom and heard nothing. He could still hear the dead behind him as they milled around, hissing and groaning. As he made his way to this spot, he had noticed how they were triggered by noises, especially noises that were clearly not ambient. The human voice especially worked them up. He walked a little ways down the slope to prevent working up the crowd behind him and cupped his hands.
"Hello?"
He spoke in an even tone, not too soft, not too loud. The underbrush at the bottom of the canyon came to life. It thrashed and shook as nude and dirty bodies poured out, tripping and rising, stumbling and falling, but always moving forward. They came toward him, able to traverse the slope, and that was very bad news. They emerged growling and moaning, alerting those next to them to the possibility of fresh meat. It was a chain reaction, and Cooper watched, afraid when it started and more terrified every second it continued. In just seconds, he faced a horde of corpses, roughly 5 deep, in a wedge formation that stretched in both directions down the canyon. With the crowd behind him, he was trapped, and panic threatened to overwhelm him. He was desperate for an escape. Climbing the trees was impossible, as the firs were huge, and wrapping his arms around one was impossible. There were no low-hanging branches to grab hold of. Down the slope and to his right, about 30 yards, something caught his eye. A bit of concrete, something man-made, a possible escape or refuge. He realized what it was and ran straight for it. It was a maintenance access to a storm drain. These 5-foot columns of concrete dotted the peninsula. Several of the canyons had large drainage pipes buried beneath them to prevent erosion by collecting the water before it could run down the canyon walls. He rocketed toward it, hoping it wasn't bolted shut, knowing that even if it weren't, opening it would be a challenge. Halfway there, a tall, beer-bellied dead man stepped in front of him, nude and dirt-streaked. There were odd puncture marks all over his body that looked as if he had been beaten with a rake. Cooper paused to plant his foot in the swollen belly, planning to send the corpse backward and on its ass. His kick split the belly, and innards squirted through the hole. The corpse dropped and rolled, taking 3 more down and getting knotted in its own intestines. A middle-aged woman stumbled toward him, large chunks of meat bitten out of her arms, her hair a wet tangle of knots and leaves that hung in her face. But most disturbing was her mouth. Her jaw had been pried open until it cracked and hung down. Her cheeks were ripped, and he could see the tops of her bottom teeth. She came at him with bone-tipped, talon-like fingers that were bloodied and raw. He dodged her and kept running, but she got a grip on his sleeve. She held fast and spun him around. She was pulled face down to the ground, and Cooper stomped on her head, feeling her skull give way. She tried to stand. Others were coming. He turned to run and faced 4 more. There were many more behind them. He needed a weapon immediately, so he squatted down. Acute pain stabbed his injured hand as he worked his fingers beneath a stone and pried it from the dirt. He stood upright, raising it above his head, just in time to bring it down on the first zombie to arrive. The rock smashed the head like a melon, and the dead thing dropped. He hefted the rock again and dropped it on the head of a fat kid.
He couldn't keep this up forever. The rock was heavy, and the dead were getting too close. This was a risky way to drop them, as he had to get within arm's reach. One mistake, and they would have him. He cursed himself for wasting precious seconds and threw the stone with both arms at the chest of a dead man. It hit his chest and caused him to stumble, but didn't stop him. Cooper reached the concrete pillar. A few corpses were just stumbling toward it. He slammed his elbow into the side of one head, bouncing it off the concrete. It seemed to have killed the thing. He grabbed the edge of the pillar and hauled himself up. The top wasn't much larger than the manhole it held. He was on his stomach when the dead on the other side of the pillar arrived. He froze for a split second. He was face to face with a kid he knew from high school. The dead kid's arms came up and his mouth opened as he reached for him. The kid had sweatpants down around his ankles, which shortened his stride, but didn't stop him. During the fleeting moments, Cooper paused. He noticed the kid's injuries that were common on all the bodies. They were sexual in nature, from the crazed orgy they'd all participated in. Lots of bites and chewed-off genitals and breasts. The kid's reproductive parts were gone, and all that was left was a large, bloody hole. Fingers were missing, teeth were cracked, and his eyes were milky with death. He snapped and snarled at Cooper and tried to grab him. Cooper spun around the pillar and kicked the kid in the face. When the kid went down, he stood, put both feet on the concrete lip on either side of the manhole cover, stuck his fingers in the holes, and hoisted the cast-iron disc above his head. It weighed close to 100 pounds, but he was able to easily lift it. Not something he could probably do under normal circumstances. He almost dropped the heavy lid on the dead at his feet. Their hands would take hold of him in just a few feet, but if he left the cover off, they would easily climb into the hole. Instead, he pulled his feet in and dropped down into the darkness, hoping the hole wasn't too deep. He saw cast-iron rungs embedded in the concrete and aimed one foot for the top one, planning to push against the opposite wall to prevent himself from falling. As the lid clanked loudly above his head, he held on briefly, but his fingers slipped through the holes and he let go. His foot slipped through the rung, and he pushed his back against the opposite wall. He was just a few feet from the opening. The lid wasn't closed all the way. A thin crescent moon of light floated above his head. Rotten, damaged fingers squirmed in the gap as the dead tried to get at him. As more dead fingers filled the gap, the heavy lid shifted a little. They would eventually move it if he didn't get it seated in the frame, or maybe they would wander off if he left. He didn't want to chance it. Cooper repositioned himself on the rungs for better leverage and reached up to move the lid. His hands met with slime and lumps that cracked as he pushed up. He frowned in disgust. "It has to be snails, almost worse than the zombies," he thought. He slid the cover over, the moon shrunk, and the lid dropped. He couldn't believe he was alive. He rested for a moment before climbing down into the darkness. About 20 feet down, his foot couldn't find a rung. He used one of the LED reading lights. Below him was a 5-foot drainage pipe with a few inches of slow-flowing water in it. The storm drains all led to the bay, so he followed the water flow upstream. He wasn't sure exactly where he was going, but at least he was alive. He walked, stooped over with the light, worried about coming across the dead in the confined space. After about an hour, he wanted to be in the sun, breathe fresh air, and mostly walk upright again. He decided to climb up the next set of rungs he came to. Within yards, he came to a dark shaft above his head, the bottom rung visible in the small globe of his reading light. He looked up and saw 2 small points of light above him that marked the end of the shaft and the location of the manhole cover.
He guessed it to be about 30 feet. At the top, he braced himself and pushed the cover up and over. It clanged loudly as it hit the street. After being in the dark so long, Cooper was blinded by the sun. He instinctively ducked back into the shaft until his eyes adjusted. When he poked his head back up, he saw he was in the middle of a one-lane tarmac road. There were trees on either side of him. He soon discovered he wasn't too far off course and was getting close to his next goal. He left the road and headed down a smoothly sloping hill, thick with large trees, but little underbrush. All seemed clear, but only minutes later he heard a faint, distant moan and slowed down. He continued forward, walking carefully and trying to be quiet. He heard the moan again. It was louder, and he wondered if he was hearing a living or a dead person. There was an indefinable quality to the sound that made it seem as if it came from a living human. He stopped when he saw a pair of legs. A person wearing muddy jeans and a pair of even muddier tennis shoes was sitting just past the tree Cooper was behind. A faint and raspy voice called out, "Hello?" Cooper walked forward and saw an old man sitting with his back to a tree. His head was a mess of matted, gone, mostly gray hair. He wore threadbare clothes, and an overstuffed backpack sat next to him. But most notably, he held a shotgun pointed straight at Cooper and sneered when he saw him.
"Ha! I thought you might be one of them sick assholes."
He lifted the gun higher and waved it around.
"Now give me all of your shit."
His finger was on the trigger, which made Cooper wince as the old man struggled to stand. It looked as if one of his legs was injured, as his pants were torn and bloody. He grimaced in pain and favored the injured leg. He managed to get upright and lean against the tree. About 10 feet behind the old man was the edge of a large parking lot. There was a giant chain grocery store to the right, and the highway Cooper was looking for to the left. He watched as a few zombies broke from the trees and stumbled onto the far side of the parking lot. There were more behind them, and within seconds, a wave of corpses flowed across the lot. Most of them were nude, which was very disturbing. Even from across the lot, he could see many of their wounds, blemishes, bruises, and deformities. Up close, these injuries were just horrible to look at, especially the eyes. The eyes always shook him up, almost panicked him. They were milky, filmed over, but moved and seemed to watch with some intelligence.
"Come on, idiot! Let's have it! Wallet, watch, everything!"
The oldster snapped, tired of Cooper's delay.
"You fire that, and the dead will swarm us."
Cooper dug in his back pocket with his right hand as he pointed at the wave of dead heads with his left. The old man ignored him. Cooper did have his wallet. He'd pocketed it out of sheer habit. The cash, credit cards, identification were all useless. And by force of habit, he felt as if he were handing over something very valuable.
"I can outrun them. Sides, you look like a damn piñata in that jacket."
"You think you can outrun them?" Cooper wore somewhat colorful clothing and wondered if that would attract the dead. It made sense that brighter colors would make movement easier to detect.
"Course I can. Now stop all your shit."
The old man's shout caught the attention of the dead, and he shouted some more.
"Give me your wallet!"
Cooper tossed it to him, feeling pissed off and even victimized. The old man dropped the gun and laughed as he hopped away. The dead were getting closer. "Hey, you need to get moving!" Cooper tried to warn the old man, but he ignored him and hobbled into the parking lot, rummaging through the wallet. 2 corpses got a hold of him, and he looked surprised as they dragged him to the ground. He started to scream as others piled on. Cooper was frozen in place, torn between wanting to help the old man
and knowing it was futile. The old man stopped yelling, but to Cooper's horror, he was moaning and gurgling. He was being eaten alive, and it made Cooper sick. He debated mercy killing the old man, but the dead were already thick across the lot. The old man had at least 5 corpses kneeling over him, and Cooper heard them ripping the clothes from his body and watched as pieces of cloth flew over their heads. Then a different ripping began, a wet tearing as they pulled the flesh from his body in large patches. As the zombies jostled each other, Cooper got glimpses of them digging cracked nails into soft white flesh and pulling back slow and hard. The noise was disgusting and set his teeth on edge. It appeared they didn't want the skin, but only the meat below. They ate with gusto, opening their jaws wide and biting off hunks of meat so large they could barely close their mouths. Often they took that juicy bite and fell backward, holding it with both hands, and ate. Then another filled the spot and took their pound of flesh. The old man stopped moaning, but the dead continued to rip and tear at his body. Cooper heard a wet cracking, and a zombie stood up, holding a forearm. The flesh was stripped off already, and he held it in both hands, gnawing on it like a fat kid eating a turkey leg at a Renaissance fair. Another zombie stood, holding some swollen pinkish organ, and bit into it. It burst with fluid that ran down its chin and arms. The zombie let the bite fall from its mouth and dropped the soggy organ. It bent down and picked up a discarded hunk of meat and started chewing. As the corpses ate, its eyes met Cooper's, and he felt his bowels loosen. But he managed to keep his pants clean. It furrowed its brow, as if it wanted to attack or sound an alarm, but it was focused on the task at hand. Cooper cursed himself for being so distracted, hypnotized by the gruesome scene and dawdling. There were so many dead in the lot that a few were close enough to notice him. 3 stopped and looked right at him, but didn't moan or attack. He couldn't figure out why, but he didn't stick around to find out. He turned and jogged off. He had no idea if the highway would be a safer place, but now he had no choice. In addition to the dead coming at him from the lot, the thrashing and cracking in the brush told him they were coming from behind as well. A quick look confirmed it. The woods were filled with hundreds of shambling corpses. 10. At the top level of the 5-story parking structure, it was quiet. The wind was cold and stiff, and the view was expansive. Everyone was out of the van and lined up along the edge, looking over the long-term parking lot of the San Jose International Airport. Everyone now included Ron's wife, Donna, and Bill's wife, Mary. After Ron and Bill had spent some time with Sal, they felt comfortable introducing him. The group of 6 stood for a moment and stretched. All was quiet. The scene was beautiful, despite the state of the world, maybe even more so. Just a week or so without thousands of cars, trucks, and airplanes, and the air was fresher for it. No matter what one might believe about global warming and pollution, it was indisputable that things were a lot more pleasant without all the noise and fumes. The world was so still and quiet, the view so incredible, that the group stood for several long minutes, taking it in, almost forgetting the terrible things they had experienced in the last few weeks. Sal spoke first. It was startling in contrast to the quiet of the moment, and his tendency to not speak at all.
The hardest thing to explain is the glaringly obvious, which everybody decided not to see.
Sal's appearance made them nervous, as it had many people in the past, but now he was unshaven, unkempt, and brooding. In the past, he would have attempted to put people at ease by smiling, talking, interacting, but now he didn't care. His countenance was that of a beast, a dark, menacing brute that could easily scare men and horrify women.
What?
Everyone was looking at him, but it was Bill that asked the question with a look of derision. It was Bill's wife, Mary, who responded.
That's Ayn Rand,
she said with a smile. She was an attractive blonde, a lower school teacher, or had been when such jobs existed. She wore a thick turtleneck sweater and looked several years younger than her husband.
Well, a paraphrase,
Sal said flatly, looking out over the city. Mary looked at him and smiled. Bill caught the look and frowned. He and Mary had been drifting apart for years, especially since they discovered she couldn't have children. He was a house painter and wanted to drink beer and watch football, while she was an educator and wanted to read books and watch old movies. And even though it was his wife that was infertile, he felt like it reflected poorly on him as a man. He made sure people knew it was her defect and not his by calling her names like Infertile Myrtle. If ever the subject of children came up, as it often did, his comment was usually that he was firing a cannon, but there was no target to hit. Mary endured all of this when in truth she was simply using birth control. She never wanted to have a child with Bill. Ron's wife, Donna, was an attractive woman with an athletic build. She was a marathon runner and trained virtually every day, or used to.
So this is the place.
She wasn't skeptical. She knew her husband was capable of great things.
I think so,
Ron said.
Given the experiences we've had with our fellow man recently, it seems like the right thing to do.
Bill leaned over the edge to look straight down.
We have our work cut out for us. Sal, you ready to tackle this?
Sal nodded and grunted in the affirmative. He'd heard some of Ron's ideas and was glad he met up with a nice group of people. He was really thrilled to have such a large and positive project to occupy him. Maybe this was why he was saved. He felt needed here, useful. On the way to the parking structure, the van had attracted a group of followers. About 50 slow walkers from the business park nearby were headed over to the structure. And they had to be the first order of business. The 4 men drove down the ramps to meet them in the parking lot, well before they made it to the structure. They left the van a few yards from the approaching dead, and as they walked toward them, Ron was talking to Sal.
We've never fought together, but basically the 3 of us have a few simple rules. Don't split up, don't get cornered, and don't take it personally if you get bit and we bash your skull in, Jeff finished. I was going to say, most importantly, always go for the head.
Bill chimed in with,
don't forget, you can push them down too. Makes them easier to deal with sometimes. Sorry if you know all this already, I still get nervous.
Ron tightened his grip on the poker.
No, that's good stuff.
Sweat made the axe handle slippery, and Sal was worried he might drop it.
I've never done this before. Never? You have to explain that to me later. Oh, and Bill thinks he's playing golf, so give him a lot of room. He almost took my head off once.
Ron wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked angry. With that comment, they met the dead. Bill advanced first with his club, a Callaway Big Bertha.
This was a $500 club. I just got it a few weeks before everything went to shit, and never got to use it.
He took a golfer's stance, as if he were at a driving range. He made a show of spreading his legs, bending over the club, looking at his goal, and even taking a practice swing. He looked foolish. The first of the dead arrived. It was an odd group, as they all came together in one clump from the office park. They were all nude, and of various races and sexes. Some had a few scraps of clothes left, uniforms of some sort, as if they walked in the area or were hiding out here. Each of the men had a unique fighting style that reflected his personality. Ron chose a target by observing the perceived threat level and advanced quickly, delivering a well-placed blow that always dropped a deadhead. Then he'd back off momentarily to choose his next target. Jeff used a crowbar, bashing one-handed to keep his other hand free. He tended to move slowly backward as they dropped, space permitting. This allowed the more formidable zombies to come to the front, where he could dispatch them while he was fresh. The slower ones, the ground crawlers, the armless, and the less formidable ones were easy to take out. It was easy to take care of them after the bigger threats were gone. Sal had an axe, and had yet to brain one of the dead. It was a tense moment for him as he saw humans advancing on him, not monsters. They were dead and scary humans, but they were still humans. He questioned himself.
Can I really hit one with this axe and crush its skull?
Use the back of the axe. The blade tends to get stuck,
Ron said as they closed in. Ron struck first and hit a tall, obese white man in the eye. When he fell, Ron was already stepping back. Another tall man was coming at him, a black man with lips ripped off and teeth exposed. The corpse bit and chomped the air in anticipation of fresh meat. Ron cringed as the man's teeth gnashed together, chipping and cracking enamel, exposing dentin and root. In the back of his mind, Ron, the dentist, was assessing the damage and what might be required to fix it. And the eyes. Ron tried hard not to look in their eyes. It was always disturbing. The color and expression freaked him out and distracted him, scared the crap out of him. He was sizing up a small white woman as the giant black man fell. The woman tripped on her newly fallen pal, and Ron turned his attention to a bald Latino man with almost no skin on his arms and chest. Bill took a wild swing and hit one in the head, but the club glanced off the skull and a large flap of scalp peeled up.
Fat!
He yelled the term for taking a chunk out of the green with a bad swing. The woman was now too close to play golf with. The flap of scalp lay over her ear, white skull exposed. Bill hadn't taken her down, so now he had to face her with the light club. Her hands reached out toward him. Several of the nails were missing. A few jagged nails remained and stood up from the ends of her fingers, only bits of skin holding them on. More of the dead advanced right behind her. Bill had to resort to an ungraceful downward blow in order to drop her. It looked like more swarmed him than the others, but in reality, the others dropped theirs much quicker. They almost always had to help Bill finish up, because he wasted so much time showboating instead of just getting the job done. It all went quicker with Sal there. Bill was still frantically clubbing at a few of the dead, walking quickly backward. Ron and Jeff finished them off. Ron didn't want to start trouble with Bill, but he didn't like his approach. He thought it was dangerous, immature, and disrespectful. Ron, Jeff, and Bill ended up together as the last deadhead fell. Sal was off on his own and had 22 of the total 48 corpses at his feet. He was wide-eyed and breathing hard. He wasn't winded or worn out. He was reacting to the adrenaline in his system. No one relished the job. It was dangerous, messy, and very disturbing to bash a fellow human in the head, no matter what the circumstance. More disturbingly, they were getting used to it. It was Sal's first time, but he would be used to it soon enough. He had to be, if he wanted to survive. As they walked back to the parking structure, Ron gave Sal the quick overview of his idea, his vision. He wanted to turn the parking garage into a highly secure structure, a fortress, a place where they could actually live and not have to flee from hole to hole just to survive. As they all discussed it, their plans evolved, and they were excited to get started. Sal asked the question every person did when first hearing Ron's idea.
Why don't we just take over a building?
A building has limited visibility because of all the buildings around it. We couldn't see a threat coming until it was right on us.
Sal was nodding.
What about...
Ron cut Sal off. He was on a roll. He'd thought a lot about this.
A building would be a miserable place to live long term. Halls and rooms are cramped and closed in, and dark even during the day. One thing I like about a parking garage is that we could turn it into a fortress by removing access to the upper floors.
I like it.
Sal agreed with Ron's points, and didn't know if he would have thought of any of them.
We have to be careful.
Jeff walked behind everyone.
I think we need to keep a low profile, even disguise the place. I don't know if we should attract anyone until the place is secure.
Agreed, Bill said, siding with Jeff to both Ron's and Jeff's surprise.
Ultimately, Ron said, we don't just need a house or a fort. We need a town, a place we can live and not just survive.
The first thing he wanted to do was remove access to the upper floors. Everyone gathered together to discuss the project. Jeff had several ideas, but Bill cut him off. He was immediately dismissive of the younger man before he got a sentence out. Jeff didn't like conflict, so he shut down. Bill's idea was to fetch a large backhoe they'd spotted about a quarter-mile away to do the job. He could drive one, and could see no other way to take the stairs and ramps down from the massive structure. Sal and Ron were to take the van out for supplies, lumber, nails, paint, and anything they could find and fit into the van. Mary and Donna were starting to survey the area from the roof and take notes. They used Ron's binoculars to create a map of the area, taking notes of anything they saw that might be significant, such as a fire, an important store or building, and any activity from the living or dead. Eventually, they would get a real map, so they could improve the process. As Bill was bestowing his opinion upon the group, Jeff got up and left. Ron tried to ask a question, but Bill just threw his hands up and left the discussion.
I don't need your permission, Ronnie.
Bill was defensive and hostile for no apparent reason. Ron sighed.
This isn't going to work if everyone just takes off like this.
Almost 40 minutes later, the backhoe came rumbling up to the parking structure. The structure was very large and located on a broad piece of land, far from the airport. The interior of the parking structure had 2 elevators in the center and 2 ramps, as well as several sets of stairs. In order to accommodate tour buses, shuttles, and mobile homes, the height of the first floor was almost twice as high of the upper floors, being at least 15 feet high. Ron was frustrated. First Jeff had left, then Bill stomped out. He didn't want to make himself a leader or act like he was the one in charge, but this was ridiculous. Someone needed to step in and organize things, direct things. He sighed and turned to Sal.
Do you mind if I take the lead on things, just so there is consistent direction and clear communication?
Sal shrugged.
No, that would be great. I think we need it.
Thanks. I'm worried Bill might be trouble, and it will fall to you and me to deal with him. I want to be on the same page, if that happens. And he should never have treated Jeff that way. I would have stopped it, but it happened so fast.
He was looking out over the lot.
I agree.
Sal didn't like Bill. He thought he was a dick. The noise of the backhoe concerned both Ron and Sal. Ron wished Bill wasn't using it, and he was hesitant to confront him. But suddenly a loud boom vibrated through the structure. The engine started revving louder, and there were several more booms. Ron shot an alarmed glance at Sal.
We have to stop him.
He was already running down the stairs. He and Sal were on the roof of the structure. There was no covering on this level, but cars could drive up to it and park. They called it the roof. Sal followed and told Ron about what he saw right before they took off. A massive number of the dead were already moving toward them from office commercial area opposite the airport side of the structure. When Sal last looked, huge numbers of the dead were swarming from between the buildings. The rumble and roar of the backhoe The crashes as Bill pulled concrete down were terrifyingly loud in this new noiseless world. Sal and Ron had to walk the length of the structure once they were on the bottom floor. Sal asked,
I don't want to be offensive, but has he always been like this? You know, hard-headed and unpleasant?
Not as bad as he is acting now. I think maybe the stress of everything that has happened is really weighing on him.
We might have to physically subdue him, and that could get ugly.
Sal was watching Ron for a reaction. Was he going to worry more about upsetting Bill than endangering their lives? But Ron didn't look offended or angry at the suggestion.
Maybe we can just disable the backhoe. He might be mad at us, but at least we can stop this.
Sal was happy with that reaction. He and Ron jogged the rest of the way. Bill had started by tearing out one of the 2 rear stairwells. The work was quick and easy using the backhoe. It had an attachment called a breaker, basically a large impact hammer that easily broke concrete into small pieces. The stairs were metal and bolted to the structure, so he could use the breaker to hook them and rip them off. The work went fast. He had both rear stairwells out and dragged several yards away by the time Ron and Sal reached him. The work was also noisy. He knew he would attract some of the slow walkers, but the job needed to be done. Talking about it all day would get them nowhere. Besides, he was perfectly safe, as the cab was enclosed, locked, and 8 feet off the ground. In addition, there were massive tank-like treads on both sides of the cab. When Sal and Ron reached the bottom of the structure, the swarm was crossing the distance between the office park and the garage, but was still many minutes away. The 2 men ran, waving their hands to get Bill's attention. He looked pissed as he shut off the engine.
You have to stop!
Ron yelled.
You and your big friend gonna stop me?
Bill said in defiance.
Come on, Bill. You're attracting all of the dead in the city. You have to stop. If you let me finish, it won't be a problem.
Bill bent over to start the backhoe again. Sal stepped forward.
Hey, you think you can possibly finish in time?
He was pointing at the approaching swarm. Bill looked up briefly.
Yes.
He tried to start the backhoe.
Bill, wait!
Ron was pleading.
You can't finish in time, and you know it. If you do, then what? We're in an ocean of the dead. You left the van far away. What do we do if we're trapped in the garage? They can walk up the ramps if they have a reason to.
Bill wasn't moving. He didn't start the backhoe, but he didn't leave the cab either. Ron was worried that he and Sal would have to subdue him. Jeff wasn't mad, but he had no patience for Bill's brand of stupidity. Bill thought he was smart and would go to irrational and dangerous lengths to try to prove it. Jeff knew the type. He'd anticipated Bill's actions and knew the backhoe would draw all the dead for miles around, so he left and raced to a nearby warehouse to set an idea in motion. He was glad he had, because he wasn't even halfway to the giant structure when he saw Bill speed off in the van. By the time he'd heard the backhoe rumbling toward the garage, he was almost ready. He'd only had a few minutes to frantically search the offices in the warehouse to get what he needed and set it all up. Then he waited. He sat in the rear of the warehouse, facing the giant open door. Moments later, a flood of dead bodies flowed past the open door. The swarm thickened as their numbers increased, and they continued to move toward the parking structure. Jeff was waiting for the backhoe to shut off. He was counting on Sal and Ron to stop Bill. He still didn't have a solid escape plan when the backhoe's engine finally cut off. He couldn't waste time, so he just started things in motion. He flipped on an old CD player he'd found. It was at full volume and was playing some really crappy music, but it did the job. It had been harder for him to find batteries that worked than to locate the player. The swarm turned and began filling the large warehouse. A large portion of the swarm packed itself tightly into the building. Ron and Sal heard faint music when the backhoe was turned off. They watched as the dead turned back the way they had come and were soon gone. They used the opportunity to make a run for the van. Ron drove. He was happy, or as happy as he could be under the circumstances.
"That had to be Jeff," Ron smiled. "That kid's very clever. I should never have let Bill shut him down like that."
Sal agreed, and they drove in silence for the most part. Sal still found himself dwelling on Maria, but he was working on being happy where he was at the moment. Ron was looking forward to getting started on making the parking structure a secure and comfortable home, with all the room he wanted to build individual dwellings, store supplies and food, and eventually take in survivors or help others set up their own communities. He was even starting to wonder what they should do about all the dead. Destroy them? Trap them? There were many issues surrounding that, and he was probably getting ahead of himself.
Is that a fire?
Sal rousted him from his thoughts. A column of dark gray smoke rose up from a spot that appeared to be just a few blocks away.
"Looks like it. Want to check it out?"
"Yeah. I'd hate to see the city burned up by a fire we could have doused."
Ron pointed the van toward the dark column of smoke drifting slowly upward.
"Doesn't look too big."
As he drove, he saw that the fire was attracting the dead and wondered how. Was it the smell? Had to be sound, he thought. Maybe there were people trapped, or maybe it was a fire they started to keep warm or cook.
"Here we are."
As they rolled up to the location of the fire and passed the last building hiding it from sight, they saw the most unexpected sight.
"What the fuck?"
Sal sat forward, trying to decipher what was going on in the parking lot. Ron stopped the van. He was silent as he too tried to understand what he saw. The van was in the street at the entrance of a very large parking lot. There was a big box beverage store across the way, and the fire was in front of the doors. The fuel was a huge pile of wooden pallets. But what was disturbing about the scene were the 5 men engulfed in flames walking around the lot. They had to be the dead because they showed no sign of pain or panic. One dropped, and 4 flaming corpses tottered about the parking lot. The fire seemed to confuse them. They walked in slow, serpentine patterns, turning randomly with every few steps. There were 3 men pouring what appeared to be liquor on the corpses and lighting them. 2 more flamed up, and they all laughed and kicked at the flaming corpses. Ron and Sal took in the entire scene in mere moments, and almost as soon as they pulled up to the lot, they were backing away. Ron watched the rearview mirror as they drove slowly back the way they'd come. Sweat beaded his forehead, and his heart pounded so hard he could feel it in his neck.
"I almost raced into the parking lot to see if I could help. I thought those people were alive."
"I'm glad you didn't. You see the vests?"
"Yes."
Ron was focusing on driving smoothly. He wanted to tear out of there, but the bikers would hear the engine race, the tires squeal. Sal looked back.
"I don't think they saw us."
"I'm pretty sure they didn't, but we're going to have to keep an eye open for those guys."
Ron looked in the rearview mirror constantly, until he felt they were indeed safely away. He hated that these kinds of people were still around, and he hoped they would move on. He was especially upset because even from a distance, he could see the motorcycles and the vests marking these men as bikers. Their behavior told him they were probably outlaw bikers, not the kind of folks inclined toward sharing and teamwork. The dead filled every nook and cranny of the giant warehouse. They were so tightly packed in that they couldn't move their arms. They were all looking up at the same point in the air, at Jeff. Jeff stood on a large duct, thankfully a square one. He hoped it would hold his weight as it swung from the metal straps that held it high in the air. He slowly got down on all fours. His hands sunk into an inch of dust. He started crawling slowly along. The metal of the duct sank inward beneath him and creaked as he crawled along it. He had to traverse the entire length of the warehouse in this tedious fashion. Every time a duct popped loudly under his weight, or a strap twanged, his heart went into his mouth. He wasn't sure what he would do if a duct gave way. This was part of the last-minute plan he wished was different, but he saw no other way. He peeked over the edge. A horde of zombies watched him with dead eyes like dogs waiting for a scrap of food to hit the floor. Standing room only, he mused. He made it to the front of the warehouse. Fortunately, the duct ran all the way to the front wall, and he could reach the chain that opened and closed the big door. He reached for it and started pulling it closed, trapping the dead inside. He trapped a large number of the dead inside, but there were still plenty more outside. He was busy for the next couple of hours, leading them into other warehouses and trapping them. There were hundreds he had to deal with, maybe more than 1,000. But fortunately, the number that appeared was relatively small compared to what it easily could have been in the densely populated city of San Jose. The fact that they were in a pocket of office parks, warehouses, undeveloped airport land, and a giant parking lot made that possible. Jeff had to use the thick power cables between buildings to move between them. Normally, he would have been afraid to touch them, worried he would fry to death. But there was no juice flowing through these lines, and they were the only way to the next building. Almost all the dead were trapped or had wandered away. Jeff then took some time to search the local office park. He found an abandoned grocery cart and wheeled it through several offices, shopping. When Jeff returned shortly before sunset, as he didn't want to be out at night, he ran into Bill coming from the rear of the structure. Bill had worked for hours moving rubble by hand away from the structure. It was as if he was trying to prove that without the backhoe, it was going to be hard work.
"What's all that junk?"
Bill asked, acting exasperated, as if Jeff were pushing a cart of actual rotting garbage, and he would personally have to deal with it. Normally, Jeff wouldn't even bother talking to a person like Bill, but he was part of his very small world, and he had to try. Besides, Bill's hot wife was really nice to Jeff, and he felt a strong bond with her. She seemed fairly smart and educated. Not Bill's type at all, except in one respect.
"Just stuff we may need to survive. We need more than just food and water."
Bill said, "Okay," but spoke in the tone of whatever.
"I got stuff I thought everyone would like. Books, snacks, more pencils and pads for Mary. I even got you beef jerky."
Jeff was trying. He had no patience for people like Bill, disliked them a lot. He wasn't even sure how he could be near the man for much longer.
"What makes you think I like that shit?"
"Okay, whatever."
"What's that?"
Bill faced Jeff, but Jeff just kept pushing the cart up the ramp.
"I said you're welcome. I believe what you should have said was thank you, not that shit you came up with."
He knew Bill's type, and he didn't want to provoke him at first. Maybe now he should. Let everyone see what the man was really like.
"Prick,"
Bill said, as he walked up the ramp, leaving Jeff to push the heavy cart by himself. He yelled back,
"You have to do some kind of work, kid. You can't just go gift shopping if you want to survive."
He pulled his shirt off over his head in a dramatic gesture and let it drop to the concrete. Minutes later, Jeff arrived at the upper level. Donna saw him coming and ran down to help him push the cart the rest of the way.
"Thanks."
Jeff handed Donna the pack of beef jerky.
"I hope Sal or Ron like this stuff." "I think every guy likes this stuff. Besides, it's the thought that counts. You are very sweet."
Donna kissed him on the cheek. She called Mary over, and the three dug through Jeff's haul with excitement and gratitude, not only for the usefulness of the items and the sweet thoughts, but for the needed distraction. The stack of paperbacks especially excited Mary. Jeff also got her pads of paper, pens, and pencils.
"You even remembered the sharpener!"
Mary beamed. She hugged the little gifts to her chest.
"Well, Santa Jeff, this is the best Christmas I ever had."
Donna smiled.
"I am serious. This was so sweet and such a nice surprise. Thank you very much." "Yes, thank you, Jeff."
Mary stopped to look over her shoulder for a second, and then turned back to the little party. Donna didn't notice, but Jeff did.
"Fuck him,"
he said, and nodded toward the roof, where Bill had disappeared. Mary looked at him with fear, and her glance shot back to the ramp. When she turned back, she didn't look at Jeff. She looked down. She excused herself and took her treasures over to the cluster of lawn furniture and boxes they had started calling the living room. Donna looked at the odd but useful collection of gifts Jeff had brought her and smiled at how thoughtful he was. He'd actually apologized for not knowing what to get her, as he handed her gifts he'd literally risked his life to get. She held up a scarf he gave her, smiling at how incredibly sweet Jeff was, and because she would have to be 90 years old to wear it anywhere other than an apocalypse, she would never complain. In fact, she would make a point of wearing it. She tied it around her neck. There was a travel pillow, which looked new. She would use that soon, she hoped. There was a giant pack of gum and other things. She was having trouble reading the expiration date on a can of peaches. She couldn't wait to devour them and drink all the juice. The long shadows from the setting sun and the fading light made it difficult to read. Suddenly, she stood up, letting the can drop to the concrete. Ron and Sal had been gone for hours. The fact that she had no way of getting in touch with her husband panicked her. What if he never returned? She ran to the edge of the parking garage and used the binoculars to search for him in the fading light. 11. Cooper jogged through the trees, wanting to run, but he didn't want to trip and fall or wear himself out, should he need to sprint later on. The dead were all around him in the woods, but the way forward appeared clear. They were still many yards away, and had yet to notice him. He was slightly ahead of the pack, and didn't want to rush and risk slipping and falling, but he was too nervous, and his fight-or-flight instinct took over and told him a vigorous flight was needed right now. He didn't want to risk getting ringed in, so he started to jog. When he changed pace, it looked as if 2 zombies noticed him, which fueled his flight with adrenaline. He'd only jogged about 20 steps when an old man stepped out from behind a tree. Before he could think, Cooper lifted and cocked his arm back and elbowed the man in the side of the head hard. He reacted so quickly that he hadn't even considered whether it was a living or dead human he was striking. He would have felt terrible if the old man was alive, but he was dead. The old man hit the ground, snarling as he tried to stand. Fogged glasses fell from his face. Cooper had a lead, but for all he knew, he was headed into a giant swarm. He pumped his legs, putting as much distance as possible between him and the dead. He had a good lead when he broke through the trees and found himself on a 1-lane road. Another thin tarmac strip winding through the hills. Before him was a wall of eroded dirt where the hill was cut away so the road could pass through. He couldn't go that way. He looked left and right, and the road looked clear both ways. He chose the right, and within a few yards he saw a figure coming out of the trees and onto the road, another close behind. He looked back, and the dead were emerging from the trees in large numbers and filling the road. He'd made a good choice going this way, but he still had to run. Putting all of his energy into flight, there were too many to fight. As he ran, he heard branches snapping and an occasional thump as the dead tripped and fell. Their numbers were huge, and most of them were still just shadowy figures deeper in the trees. 2 corpses made the road, and he got the drop on the first one. Without slowing, he planted both hands in the center of her back and pushed. The shove plus the momentum of his body sent the nude female flying into the ditch on the side of the road. She hissed as her head snapped back, and she flew through the air. He didn't want to look at her. She looked to be about his age, and there was a good chance he knew her. A few steps later, he was on the second corpse, an older girl. She turned and raised her arms. Her moaning started a chain reaction that was terrifying, as the woods vibrated with the moans of the dead. This girl was tall, and her arms looked too long for her body. Cooper thought maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. He worried if he got too close, she would get a hold on him and drag him down. She came at him. Both breasts were chewed down to the ribs, her mouth a gaping, jagged hole, revealing cracked teeth, snapping loudly. He ran at her, and at the last minute he veered sharply and avoided her. A hiss came from her throat as she lurched at him. He made it past her, but there were more ahead coming out of the trees and into the shallow ditch. They were just feet from the road, and soon would be on the road. He looked back. The road was already filled with the dead. He had to push forward. He had no other options. To his left was the dirt wall. To his right, the dead-filled woods. And ahead, a gap soon to be closed. He was getting winded. His pumping blood made his hand and neck wounds throb painfully. He was running out of space, and he had no weapon. Then he remembered the gun, the .22 he'd taken from the last house. He pulled it out, and after several yards he was near a zombie. He pushed this one down, another old man with giant black splotches where blood pooled. His feet and hands were black. His eyes looked as if they had been gouged out, and his lower jaw was missing. He was so thin and frail that he was easy to take down with a shove. But the next one was a huge man. This man was filthy. He looked as if he were covered in dried blood. What was most disturbing was the huge hole in his abdomen. Metal clamps held the hole open, and innards hung out. Several thin tubes taped to his arm trailed along behind him. His penis was taped to the side and had a catheter tube coming from it. He turned and hissed, but Cooper shot him in the head. He shot 2 more in rapid succession. His exit was closing. He was panicked, but knew he had to stay calm if he were to survive. He slowed to a jog to catch his breath. He had a precious few moments to do so. It seemed his only option was to make a mad dash through the trees and try to outmaneuver the dead. He picked a spot in the woods that looked thin and took off. He darted through the trees, easily outmaneuvering the dead, and was making good progress until he collided headlong with a zombie. He went down on top of a naked old lady. His hands touched her cold gray skin. His knee was on her bloated belly as they fell, and when they hit the ground he heard a loud squelch as her intestines blew through her ruptured abdomen. As he struggled to get away from her grasping hands and gnashing teeth, he heard muffled snapping as the bones under her skin broke under his weight. None of this slowed her down. She struggled to stand and fell as her own innards knotted around her legs. Cooper was up and running before she could gain her feet. 3 more were coming at him. His fall caused a brief delay. Enough time for the nearest zombies to approach. The nearest was a large man, an orderly or a nurse maybe. Cooper kicked him in the groin and sent him backward, falling into the others behind him. He felt a hand on his arm, turned, and faced another orderly. He hadn't even seen this one, and he was sure he was about to die. He was still holding the gun and wondered if he should use it on himself, but knew he never could. That just wasn't in his nature. He felt long nails dig into him through his sleeve. He shot this one in the head, and it dropped instantly. He took a few more long strides, jumped a fallen tree, and ran on. The tree seemed to be a barrier that foiled pursuit to some significant degree. The corpses were thinning out as he ran. He didn't want to go back to where he'd come from, so he veered left, heading east by his reckoning. He stopped for a moment to breathe. He was drenched, winded, and hurting.
Holy shit, I almost died, he thought.
He saw something on his sleeve. It was a fingernail from the last deadhead. He flicked it off with disgust. He was far more cautious as he moved on, and eventually came out on a green hillside that sloped down to Highway 68. The sun was dropping, and the clouds were a colorful wash on the sky. He stood for a few moments atop the hill, looking at the road below him. It was the main highway in and out of Monterey, and was only 2 lanes. The Monterey airport was across the highway from him. He saw no movement or activity. He was getting farther away from the more populated areas, and hopefully the going would be easier for at least a while. Cooper paralleled the highway for the next hour or so. The terrain was constantly changing from extremely thick vegetation, near impossible to penetrate, to wide open pastures and golf courses. Along the way, he crossed private roads and smaller public roads, and had yet to see anyone, living or dead. He didn't dare sit when he rested. He was exhausted and knew he would fall asleep if he sat for even a few moments. He pushed on, hoping to find a safe place to sleep for the night. He felt lucky to be alive, but for what? To wander alone in a wasteland populated by the dead? He decided to stay focused on his goal, to keep from thinking too much about his situation. He kept walking parallel to the 68 toward the next sizable city, Salinas. He knew he had to eventually break away from this path to not only get to his sister, but to avoid the city. He would have to leave the highway and make his way across more rough terrain, all the way to Highway 101. He thought the 101 might be a nightmare of stopped cars and the dead. He worried about going anywhere near it. Eventually, he worked his way through the most difficult parts of the terrain, and came out of the scrubby hills and into a vast valley. The hills sloped down to the edge of a road, and on the other side of the road was the start of many, many miles of farmland. The land was flat and wide open, all the way to the city and beyond. He planned to leave the road and cross the fields to avoid major thoroughfares and populations. He was happy to have left behind the rough terrain of the Monterey Peninsula, but the fields were wide open, with no cover at all. The valley was a vast, open stretch of farmland that ran hundreds of miles up the center of California. Cooper saw the city of Salinas in the distance, the highway leading to it surprisingly empty. He moved on and down the hill and crossed the highway. Only a few feet off the road, the farmland started. He walked a good 30 minutes across deep rows and over ditches. No one seemed to be following as he made his way to a small, flat-roofed, concrete house surrounded by a tall chain-link fence. It looked to be a pump house for an irrigation system. The fence was locked, so he climbed it and then climbed to the top of the little structure, using the large pipes coming out of it. The sun was down by the time he fell asleep on the little building. The sun woke him up. He lay still for a moment, breathing the fresh morning air before he sat up. The world was still, quiet, and beautiful. No evidence of the events he had witnessed in the last few days. He wished he could stay on top of that little concrete shed for the rest of his life. He slid off the roof onto the pipes and down onto the ground. He was hungry, itchy, and stiff from sleeping on the concrete roof, but he was rested. If he weren't so tired, The cold would have kept him awake all night. His legs and feet were sore from the day before. He sighed and started walking again. After walking a couple of hours, he came across a small clump of buildings, an island in the vast expanse of farmland. He was hungry and thirsty, and although it was still early in the day, he decided to investigate the buildings as a possible place to stop for the night. The previous day had been brutal, and he needed the rest. The night on the concrete roof didn't cut it. Even from a distance, he could see the buildings were businesses, not just barns or private residences. He circled to observe them from a safe distance. Nothing, no movement, and no sounds he could hear. He made his way closer. There were 4 buildings at the crossroads of 2 straight ribbons of tar, country roads. 3 of the buildings looked useless, so he quickly looked those over and spent 30 minutes looking around corners and through windows and trying doors. These 3 were a boarded-up gas station, an empty and partially collapsed building, and a large locked metal warehouse with no windows. The 4th building was a large one with banners and flags strung about, large glass windows, and a large sign that read, "Farm Equipment Sales and Repair." There were also several large farm machines, like tractors, parked in front of the place. He walked about this one more cautiously. It wasn't until he was right in front of the building that he noticed a small sign advertising a gun shop. The smaller business was located in the same building. The door was in the rear. When he felt comfortable that there wasn't a soul in the place, or for miles around from what he could see, he tried to pry open a window or door. Everything looked untouched from the outside, but when he tried the door to the gun shop, it swung open easily. He stepped through the doorway and immediately could see the place had been looted. Glass cracked underfoot as he walked along the aisles. Everything was gone or thrown on the floor. He circled the store once and turned to leave. He saw a few things in the rubble and bent down. A small multi-purpose tool was still in its package. He took it. He almost skipped a small scope, but picked it up to have a look. It was light, weighing less than a pound, and when he looked through, he was surprised at the level of magnification it offered. He took that too. He also found a small black metal tube that fit in his palm. It had a small loop of nylon cord on one end, and on the other, a small metal ball. He thought it might be a flashlight until he lifted it. It was light, and he immediately recognized it. This was a collapsible baton and was perfect for self-defense. He had used one a few times in martial arts class. He had never gotten too far in his training, but the little instruction he had helped him develop an understanding of what a fight really was. A fight wasn't a choreographed dance, but a quick and brutal thing. You were all in or you were all out, his instructor said. Strike first, fast, hard, and dirty if you have to. The goal was to survive. The instructor didn't last long at this school for well-off kids. Parents hovering nearby heard this harsh talk and complained, but the guy knew what he was talking about, and Cooper never forgot that philosophy. He wasn't violent by nature, and never got into fights, but that all in or all out phrase stuck with him. It was how he accomplished all he did. He was about to leave when he remembered something about gun shops having secret rooms. Was that only in the movies? He wasn't sure. He poked around the shelves behind the counter filled with books on survival, bomb making, hand-to-hand combat, sniper training, and every conceivable topic of the sort. He squatted down and looked for any type of latch or knob. That was when he saw the hinges, barely noticeable, painted flat black. The hinges were to a door that was right behind one of the shelves. He pulled, and the shelf rolled toward him with ease. The door and wall were painted flat black, like the hinges. He turned the knob and opened the door. He felt the blood drain from his face. Standing at the door, waiting for him, was a man with a gun pointed at his face, and he looked angry. 12. Ron was thinking of Donna as the noose tightened around his neck. He had been alone when he got caught and hoped Sal would get away safely.
Sal turned out to be a nice guy, but now he's going to die because of me,
Ron thought. He was terrified, even angry that he was being lynched. As a black American, it was sometimes still a remote fear, a lot less than it had been just 50 years ago, but hate still survived. He lived in an accepting and tolerant community, but there was racism there too. Intolerance raised its ugly head, not toward his race, but it was common to hear Mexicans, Asians, Christians, or almost any group maligned very harshly. He had never expected to die like this, and was almost embarrassed, feeling as if he had failed his race somehow. He struggled to breathe as the noose tightened. He was on his tiptoes and fighting for air. The world was going dark. He thought of how much he would miss Donna and felt a deep sadness. Donna was also his dental hygienist at work. They had met when Ron bought the practice of a retiring dentist, where she was already employed. She stayed on, and for a year they fought to keep their behavior professional until a Christmas office party. They both got tipsy and took a long walk, and Donna grabbed his hand. He turned to her and said, "I have to fire you."
What?
She jerked her hand back.
Well, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask you out if I were your boss.
Okay, she said with a smile. I'll go out with you, but you have to give me a job right after our first date. And she negotiated a raise. They had been together ever since. They tended to laugh a lot, and were always holding hands. Ron gasped for air. He came to for a bit, but the world was going dark again. There were points of light swimming in his vision, and his eyes hurt from the pressure. He was in a home improvement store, a vast warehouse as dark as a cave. He remembered being snatched. He'd heard footsteps and thought it was Sal. 2 men grabbed him from behind and bound him. They tossed a rope over a beam and dropped the noose around his neck. He couldn't see them at first, but when they stepped in front of him, he had lost all hope of surviving this ordeal. These men were outlaw bikers, members of Satan's Angels, a notoriously racist and violent gang. The rope finally loosened a little, and he took in a gulp of air. He was crying. He could feel the hot tears running down his cheeks. He was angry these assholes got the satisfaction of seeing him cry.
Looks like we caught us a jungle bunny. A fucking nig... Hey now, bro. You can't use that word. It's racist.
Both men were laughing.
Hey, Jeter, are you telling me I can't say nig...
This time the word was cut off by a punch to the mouth. Jeter was laughing hysterically. He was tall and wore mirrored aviator shades, even in the dark building. He surprisingly had short hair and was clean-shaven.
Banjo, you asshole! Why don't you ever listen to me, man?
He winked at Ron.
I got your back, brother man.
Jeter slurred his speech and stumbled when he walked. Banjo was a very big man. He spat blood to the floor, then pulled a tooth from its socket. He gave Jeter a venomous glare, but remained silent. Jeter was his leader and friend, and just because Jeter had fried his brain on drugs and alcohol didn't mean he should be any less loyal to the man. Banjo effectively ran the gang. Jeter was nothing but a figurehead anymore, but Banjo had no intention of dethroning his friend. He was happy to call Jeter leader. They both wore the same leather vest, emblazoned with the same large patch on the back. They often called their vests cuts, because they were made by cutting the sleeves off a leather jacket. The words Satan's Angels were embroidered on a large arched patch, or rocker, above a skull, and the word California was likewise embroidered on a large rocker below. The 3 separate patches indicated they were outlaw bikers, and the California rocker was a claim that the state was their territory. Banjo's hair and beard were longish. He wore a black German helmet from World War II, with the Nazi insignia on the sides. He claimed it was his grandfather's, and everyone thought he was lying, and of course would never say it to his face, but it really was a family heirloom. His grandfather had been a guard at a death camp during World War II, and Banjo had grown up hearing stories of how much fun that job had been.
Come on, let it go, man.
Jeter started pulling on the rope, forcing Ron to his tiptoes.
We need to tie this one off and go get Fats. He should be here for this.
Yeah, we need his fat ass to haul this bastard up in the air.
Banjo was aggravated he had to change his words or get punched, but it was for Jeter. The leader had been taking issue with random things for a few years now, only to completely forget about it moments later. Banjo had learned to just roll with it. He knew Jeter had more than one screw loose and needed to be protected, not punished. Banjo was loyal to Fats, too. He was a member of the gang and got no less loyalty than Jeter, despite the fact that he was a fat retard. He was more of a pet than a friend, but he was a patched-in member. The 2 bikers tied the rope to a heavy metal support beam and walked off. Ron started struggling. He felt someone grab his wrists.
Hold still,
Sal whispered.
I don't want to cut you.
There was a loud snap as the zip ties were cut. Ron pulled the noose from over his head and threw it down violently. He wiped his face with his sleeve. He had been so sure he was going to die. He was happy to be alive, but his anger surprised him. He wanted to kill those bastards.
Come on, we have to get out of here.
Sal was walking away, but checking to make sure Ron was following. They made it to the back of the giant store, and all was still quiet. Fortunately, the giant, noisy roll-up door had been closed already, and hid the fully packed van outside. They had been ready to go and used the small door to re-enter the store. Ron pulled Sal back by the sleeve.
We can't leave. The only way out of here is to drive past the front of the store. I don't know where they are now or how many of them there are. They went to get another guy. Fats, they called him. Maybe there's more of them out there.
We can't stay here.
We can hide until they leave,
Ron offered. Sal thought for a moment.
Let's jump the fence, then circle all the way around, across the street, and watch them. When they leave, we'll come back and get the van.
Good idea.
It took the 2 almost an hour to work through the streets in a large circle, making sure they didn't run into any of the dead or the bikers. They found a spot on the roof of a restaurant to watch. There were 4 lanes, a large median, and a parking lot between them and the bikers. They could see them clearly but felt safe. The 3 bikers and their motorcycles were in front of the home improvement store's front doors. Ron wondered if they had discovered that he had escaped. Did they search the store and give up? Ron noticed they had left several of the front doors wide open. He couldn't tell what their plans or intentions might be. They were sitting in the parking lot on folding chairs, drinking what appeared to be beer. They had a large fire burning right on the ground. Their bikes were lined up together, backed in so they faced out, right by the front doors. They seemed to be settling in, as if this might be their new home for a while. During all this time, Jeter and Banjo sat and drank, and every once in a while a third man, he had to be fat by process of elimination and the fact that he was very fat, jumped up and clubbed a few slow walkers. He bashed their heads in, dragged their bodies away, and threw more wood on the fire. After a couple of hours, Ron whispered to Sal,
It's dark, and I don't think these guys are going anywhere. Maybe we should get the van and make a run for it.
No, They would just chase us down. We could never lose them in the van, even if it were empty.
Ron was quiet for a moment. Then,
"Hey, what if they didn't have their bikes? They're sitting far enough away that I think we can do something to their bikes, so they can't use them."
Sal was thinking, trying to come up with an idea, but it was Ron who started up again.
"I got it. We're going to circle back around. I will go in the store and find what I need, and you wait with the van. When I come out the back of the store, you start the van and we drive off." "What are you going to do to their bikes?"
Sal was whispering, nervous they could hear him, even though it was a physical impossibility.
"Trust me, you are going to love it, but I am going to really love it."
They started the trip back in the dark, moving slower and even more cautiously. An hour later, they were at the back of the store. Sal took the wheel of the van as Ron cautiously opened the back door and entered. After what had happened before, Sal was nervous about letting Ron enter the store alone. He knew the next time they got a noose around Ron's neck, he wouldn't get away. But Ron had insisted, the desire for revenge burning bright in his eyes. He was smiling, not showing a shred of the fear he should be feeling in this situation. Sal reluctantly agreed that he would give Ron 10 minutes, and then he would come in after him. After the 10 longest minutes of his life, Sal stepped out of the van. He was petrified at the thought of entering the large dark store with the bikers around, but he was much more afraid of what he might find inside, swinging from the rafters. He waited an additional, excruciating 90 seconds, because the store was so quiet. There were no signs of a struggle. As he stepped into the darkened doorway, Ron appeared, finger to his lips. Sal was so uptight that he almost wet himself. His heart raced painfully in his chest. They closed the door carefully and left. Ron couldn't believe he had pulled it off. He had never been so scared in his life, but the burning skin on his neck and his bruised and tender throat were a constant reminder that the bastards deserved what they had coming to them.
"Gonna fucking love it, man,"
he chuckled to himself. Sal had no idea what was coming, and was more than a little bit nervous. 13. Cooper froze. He froze for exactly 2 seconds, which was how long it took for him to realize the man holding a gun in the dimly lit room was printed on a paper target pinned to the wall opposite the door. The room appeared to have been a bathroom at one time. The door would have opened into the main room, but now the room was a workshop. There was a rough door-size hole cut into the wall to his left. This led to another bathroom, which seemed to still function as a bathroom as well as a kitchen and storage area. The original door to this bathroom was closed and had a small refrigerator in front of it. He recognized a stack of boxes labeled MRE, Meals Ready to Eat. He opened one and started to eat as he continued looking around. Never had something tasted so good as he spooned the goop from a plastic pouch into his mouth with a plastic fork. He remembered outside this door in the shop was a large glass case that would completely block this door from use. He stepped back through the crude door hole and examined the workshop. Shelves of manuals for various guns lined the walls. Boxes and bins of gun parts were stacked high, and there were crates of ammunition. A half-finished project was spread out on the bench, and the plans were taped above the work area. It looked like someone was making a silencer for a handgun, much like his. He closed the door and found a set of wooden handles attached to wires that ran under the door. After the door was shut, the handles could pull the shelf back in front of the door from inside the room. He pulled the shelf back and relaxed. He ate and started reading over the plans for making a silencer. Later, when the sun was going down, He rummaged through the store and found some candles and some clothes that fit. The homeless guy was right. He dressed like a piñata. He grabbed some dry socks, black pants, an olive green t-shirt, and a black hoodie. The hoodie was way too big for him. He couldn't find a black hoodie that fit, so he settled for a dark gray one. He caught a glimpse of himself in the glass and thought the wide hood made him look like the shrouded figure of death. Underneath all this was death. He had 2 guns along with ammo belts and pouches, as well as a long, sharp knife strapped to one leg and a collapsible baton up his right sleeve. With the cord around his wrist, he could slide it out, extend it with a flip of his wrist, and be armed in seconds. He still had more work to do in the shop and went back in, closing the door behind him. He worked for a few more hours before going to sleep. In the morning, Cooper was ready to go when the sun rose. He grabbed another MRE and opened it. This time he looked through the package and found something called a fameless ration heater. He followed the instructions and was surprised at how hot the food got. He looked around the shop and found nothing more of use. He was ready to go. He went outside, climbed to the roof of the building, and looked around. Nothing. He'd been thinking about what to do with the secret room. He couldn't take it with him, but he didn't want to leave it exposed. He might want to come back to it one day. He considered burying some of the MREs, but thought that the secret room in the gun shop might go undiscovered if he closed it back up. So that's what he did. He still had a long way to go and wasn't making great time. Under his hoodie were 2 silenced .22 pistols. He tested them, and all that could be heard was the faint click of the hammer going down. He felt better having them available. He hung them from tethers that looped around his shoulders, so he could pull them up and put them away easily. He barely noticed them as he walked. He managed a few more miles across the vast stretch of farmland. Here, many dirt roads cut across and between the fields, so the walking was much easier. Occasionally he would see a house or large structure and avoid it. Once he saw the dust cloud of a vehicle and crouched down to keep an eye on it until it was long gone. He hiked across the fields to avoid the city of Salinas and the other major roads and highways in the area. He didn't walk too fast, didn't push himself, as he realized that energy was best saved for when he really needed it. In the afternoon he came to where a 2-lane road, the 156, connected to the coastal highway to the 101. He needed to cross the road and head over to Prunedale. He had to try to stick close to the 101 going north. A true northern route would take him into rough and hilly terrain with lots of towns and subdivisions. Then soon after, the land would get wild and mountainous. He would make better time going the longer way around the Santa Cruz Mountains. The mountains could take him weeks to cross, and he could easily get lost or hurt in them. His best option was to stick to the valley and the highway that ran down its center. At the 156 and 101, he stopped to cautiously survey the area. There seemed to be no one about, dead or alive. He thought how unbelievable it was that in a car he would have made it here in about 20 minutes, depending on traffic. Having to avoid the dead, it took him days to pick his way this far on foot. He crossed the 156 cautiously and walked through some light woods to a parking lot. Through the trees, he saw a strip mall across the 101. He had decided to avoid it. His eye caught movement, but he couldn't tell what he was seeing. He was still too far away. People, living or dead, he couldn't yet tell, were milling about. He was about 100 yards and used the scope to see what was happening. He saw a man and woman kneeling on the ground. 2 men, each holding a shotgun, stood behind them. The guns boomed loudly in the quiet, and the heads of each person disappeared in a cloud of red mist, their bodies dropping lifeless to the ground. Several men stood around laughing. One held a young girl by the arms. She was sobbing. He pulled the scope away, not sure of what to do. He couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. Even as he stood frozen, his rational mind a blank, his subconscious was already making a few quick connections for him.
You know you can't leave this girl, so what are your options?
His body was moving as he was thinking this. The rational part of his mind was screaming,
"Stop! Think about this! Go back! You're going to die!"
But he knew he only had one choice he could live with anyway. He ran low across the lanes of the 101, between stopped cars. As he got closer to the parking lot, he could see 8 men standing around, drinking heavily. Many bodies covered the lot. Cars and debris seemed to be piled by the entrances to keep people out. They had the grocery store and other retail stores to themselves.
The poor family probably came asking for food,
he thought. The girl screamed, but one of the men cut her off with a slap. Cooper worked his way closer, more scared than he had ever been and more angry too. The girl couldn't have been more than 16 years old. What man could hit a girl? He didn't even want to think about what the men were about to do to her. These men were scary, and he was afraid to die, but a new fear was what scared him the most. He knew that in the next 2 minutes, he would probably have to kill someone. The man holding the girl dragged her across the parking lot and behind a fast food restaurant, away from the others. Cooper paralleled him on his side of the building by the highway. Both of Cooper's gun barrels were inches from the man's head, and he was oblivious. The sweaty redneck still fumbled with his belt, trying vigorously to pull his pants down with one hand while holding the girl down with the other. She was wide-eyed and afraid, not moving a muscle. The redneck was chuckling under his breath, his white ass exposed. He started pulling on the girl's jeans, trying to rip them off. She was about to be brutally raped, but was so terrified she didn't move an inch. Cooper couldn't move either. Icy sweat drenched his body, and his hands shook as enormous forces battled in his head. The large silencers were inches from greasy hair. A girl was moments from having a horrible experience made infinitely more so, and he was seconds from discovery and death. There was only one thing to do. Only one action made sense. There was only one way this was going to end, with he and the girl still in one piece. Yet he was frozen. This piece of worthless shit deserved to die. But Cooper couldn't pull the trigger. It had never occurred to him that this might happen. So much for video games desensitizing him to violence. And he couldn't think. His mind was blank. A deep part of him registered that this was a new sensation, and he hated it. He couldn't formulate another option and couldn't continue down his current path. He just looked at the tip of both barrels shaking and felt the sweat running down his back and legs. He realized he wasn't breathing, and his vision was beginning to fade. He forced himself to draw a breath. The redneck heard this and quickly turned his head. He saw a black-shrouded figure holding 2 guns inches from his face. With his pants around his ankles, he couldn't make any sudden moves. He held up one hand while supporting himself with the other. He began to speak. The turning of the head, the cold eyes, the smile, filled with broken teeth, snapped the world back into focus for Cooper. But he still hadn't acted. 14. Jeter was half asleep and mumbling. Fats was snoring like a drunk fat chick. Banjo was on his feet and enjoying the fire. But he was tired and wanted to move indoors. At this point, he was on guard duty, needlessly when all 3 of them could be sleeping. He'd suggested they move indoors once already, but Jeter said he wasn't finished partying, and he was the prez, so they partied until he said stop, even if partying meant watching people sleep. A handful of the fucking zonked bastards had wandered into his domain in the last hour, but a tap from Old Crow dropped them quick. Old Crow was a very large crowbar, technically a wrecking bar, that he had lifted from the store. He carried it over his right shoulder when he wasn't using it, but when he started swinging the 10-pound, 36-inch steel weapon, skulls cracked like eggshells. He walked a circle around their little encampment, grabbed 2 boxes of firewood off the large display by the front doors, and threw them on the fire. He plopped down into his chair and grabbed a beer. He drained it, threw the can on the fire, and stood again to walk around so he could stay awake. Banjo was a loyal henchman to Jeter, and wouldn't complain. He could have technically ordered Fats to take over the guard duty, technically, but Fats on guard duty wasn't even a remote consideration. Fats was retarded, or damn close to it, and would fuck it up somehow. Then Banjo would be in the shit for ordering Fats to do something he was most certainly incapable of doing. Fats was great to have at your back in a fight, even better for a good laugh, but he was useless otherwise. He could barely keep his bike upright, and it took a lot of babysitting to have Fats around, but he was a brother angel, so Banjo didn't mind. He had his flaws and times of need too, and these two were always there for him. No matter, in a few minutes Jeter would pass out, and Banjo could kick Fats in the dick and get him to help carry Jeter and roll the bikes inside. He wondered if the black dude was still in the store or if he had escaped out the back way. He and Fats had watched the front and back as Jeter searched the store for close to an hour. The spook must have gotten away. Suddenly, Banjo froze, all thoughts flying from his mind. Was that an engine he heard start? It was somewhere in the darkness, but he couldn't tell where. He heard what sounded like a vehicle accelerating, the noise getting louder as it drew closer. Suddenly, the engine noise exploded to a roar as a big van came from the rear of the store. It turned and came right for the bikers, passing within a few feet of them. By then, Banjo was yelling and straddling his bike and trying to start it. It roared to life. Sal heard the engine, saw the bikers scrambling, and almost took off.
"I thought you said you did something to the bikes."
Ron smiled.
"I did. Slow down. We're okay."
Jeter stumbled to his feet, but Fats was still snoring, so he gave him a kick to his head to wake him. Fats started rolling around on the ground in an attempt to stand, and Jeter stopped to help him up. They both ran to their bikes. Actually, Jeter ran. Fats kind of jogged, which didn't make him go any faster. It just made his fat jump up and down under his giant vest and stained undershirt. The van passed them, but slowed a bit. The black guy was in the passenger seat, yelling out the window.
"Massa, I is sure enough sorry I done 'scaped your lynching."
Ron held his middle finger up high and proud. Ron had anger to fuel his courage, but Sal was just scared shitless, and driving away as quickly as possible in the overloaded van, hoping that whatever Ron had done worked. Ron was still looking back, head far out of the window.
"Sal, stop! Stop! We have to see if it worked."
"What if it doesn't?"
"Well, we're screwed if it doesn't work, whether we wait or not. Besides, it will work and you don't want to miss this."
Sal didn't stop the van. He was far too terrified, but let it slowly roll forward in gear. The bikers were only a few storefronts away, and they could overtake the van in seconds. The 3 bikes roared to life. Banjo's bike was already running, but he waited for Jeter to take the lead. Fats would wait and go last. Jeter revved the engine, released the clutch, and took off like a rocket. Banjo was right behind him. Jeter's bike stopped, suddenly, as if it hit an invisible wall, and he was launched over the handlebars and into the air. Banjo reacted instantly by braking hard and sliding his bike sideways. It was then that he saw the thin metal cable looped through the frame of his bike, leading back into the darkness, no doubt attached to one of the many concrete posts along the front of the store. His quick action saved him from the same fate, but the slow-witted Fats was right behind him and didn't brake, take evasive action, or even understand what was happening until it was way too late. He was accelerating when he broadsided Banjo's bike. A split second before the two machines collided, Banjo managed to jump clear. As Fat's bike slammed into his, it continued right over it, suddenly stopping, as Jeter's had. Fats went over his handlebars and hit the street like a sack of wet crap. Jeter was several feet in front of his bike, face down on the pavement, and not moving. Banjo jumped to his feet. The van was already far down the street, the red taillights getting smaller in the darkness. He thought he saw it turn, but it could have just driven behind a building. He watched for a few moments to see if he could ascertain any more information as to where it was going. Jeter lay silent, and Fats was wailing and screaming in pain. Banjo ran over to Jeter and slapped him awake. Jeter had some bad bruises and abrasions, but dragged himself to his feet. He was very drunk and not feeling much pain. Banjo slapped Fats to get him quiet. Fats had a possible broken leg, and his wrist was sprained, swollen, and hurting. Their bikes had suffered the greatest injuries. Each bike was bent, broken, or somehow rendered inoperable by the force of the cable, yanking the frame or the resulting crashes. The final straw, after all damage and insult was accounted for, was Banjo's helmet. Knocked from his head, it had a sizable dent in it. He picked it up, brushed it off, and examined the dent. Jeter was mumbling. Fats was whimpering and rocking back and forth. Banjo just looked into the darkness in the direction the van had gone and saw nothing but red. His rage was boiling. The next day, after Jeter sobered up, his rage would boil too, catching up to and surpassing Banjo's. Fats would become enraged simply because they were. The occupants of the van were as good as dead. 15. Cooper dropped the guns and let them swing on their tethers. In one quick motion, he snapped the combat baton open and brought it down on the redneck's skull. The big bastard hit the ground, out cold. The girl lay there wide-eyed, disheveled, but dressed. He hoped she wouldn't start screaming as he collapsed the baton. He bent to help her up. He grabbed her hands and pulled her to her feet, and was startled to see that the redneck was holding a gun. If Cooper had hesitated a second longer to act, he would have been shot. He took the gun and led the girl away. He heard the men on the other side of the building shouting and laughing. The redneck at his feet was beginning to moan. He had to get out of there. He whispered to her, "Follow me," but she just stood there staring at him, probably in shock. He took her hand and she followed along. He led them back the way he'd come, stooping low as he moved between cars. He was trying to move quickly, but refraining from breaking into a full run. Every step away was a relief, but he couldn't be far enough away fast enough. He glanced back as he tried to keep the building between him and the men, terrified he would see them coming around the corner and running at him. He was still nauseated from the internal conflict he'd just experienced. Based on movies, TV, and thousands of video game kills, he'd always assumed if he had to, he could shoot a man with no problem. And although he really wanted to shoot this man, a part of his brain just wouldn't let him do it. He wondered how he would feel right now if he had managed to pull the trigger. Reaching the other side of the highway was a goal that felt substantial. They were into a stand of pine trees soon after, and Cooper felt safe pausing to look and listen. So far, no sign of pursuers, and no sounds of alarm. He let go of the girl's hand as they stood, and when they started walking again, she took his hand again. He led her farther away from the men who had just murdered her parents. Just through the trees, and he was back in the fields. After walking several hundred yards into the rows, he stopped and let go of her hand and used the scope. Things looked all clear. They sat between rows of spinach. He looked at the top of her head as she hugged her knees and looked at her feet. She appeared to be 16, but could have been older. Her long black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Her brown skin and Latina features made Cooper think she was probably Mexican. He wondered if she could even speak English. She was thin as a rail, but looked healthy. Her body looked muscular and not gaunt. He didn't know what to do with her. He had to step in and help her, but he needed to be moving north. It had taken him days to get this far on his own, and with her in tow, things would go a lot slower. He looked at his feet for a few moments. He was still letting the adrenaline pass through his system, still catching his breath, and still reeling with the dilemma he had just faced. He couldn't let it go, as he was sure he would face it again. What would he do next time? Die? The certainty of losing your life or knowing you had to take one was a heavy burden. He decided he'd have to take the girl with him, at least for a while. They walked a bit longer, putting more distance between them and the strip mall. So far she didn't speak, didn't hesitate to follow him, and he wasn't sure what was to become of her. The rows of spinach were on an angle that took them back to the 101 across from the strip mall. The trees lining the fields were thinner, so he approached with caution and watched as a large number of the dead came from the surrounding areas and converged on the mall. They were no doubt attracted by the gunshots. Cooper could see 6 of the men, one the brute he had clubbed, rubbing his head, gathering in the center of the parking lot. The brute was looking around, past the immediate threat of the dead, probably looking for the dark figure that had bashed his skull in. Cooper felt very vulnerable with the girl, although she was quiet and simply followed behind him. After 20 minutes of walking, when he was sure he wasn't being followed and they were safe, they once again sat between the rows of spinach. He offered her food from an MRE, but she shook her head no. He offered her water. No response. "I saw what happened. I am sorry about that." That seemed so weak, so stupid a thing to say, but there was nothing else to say. All he could do now was get her to a safe place. "Is there any family around?" He winced at the mention of family to her. "Are there any friends you want me to take you to?" He knew that the chances anyone would be alive when they got there were slim to none. The girl remained silent. Cooper sat silently too for a long while. He was thinking that she might not speak English. He was worried the men would be out looking for him and the girl. Finally he stood. "We have to get going." There was no response from the girl. He put his hand out. "Come on, we have to go." She shook her head and didn't look up. He knelt down. "I can't leave you here. Come on." No reply. Cooper was at a loss. Then she put her hand up, and he took it. He pulled her to her feet, and they walked on. They walked between rows of spinach. The soil was rich and loamy. It stuck to their feet and made walking difficult. Before this, Cooper hadn't even been sure exactly where he was going. Now that he had a girl in tow, he was at a loss. He took them across the rows, fighting between the spinach and climbing soft, crumbling mounds of soil until they reached a dirt road that led north. He took them back to the 101, but farther north by a mile. He took a look through his scope. The dead were milling around the strip mall, trying to get past the barriers. Streams of them came from the surrounding areas and headed toward the parking lot, where the men had been partying. He could see 4 of the men on the roof of the grocery store, but he couldn't tell if the would-be rapist was among them. He dropped the scope. This was one time he didn't feel bad leaving someone behind. He hoped they died a slow, miserable death. The highway was clear and stretched on for a few miles before disappearing around a hill. A few errant scraps of paper rolled on a stiff breeze. The trees stirred slightly. A sense of desolation fouled an otherwise beautiful scene. They were on a 1-lane road that basically paralleled the highway, but it was narrow and curvy, so Cooper couldn't see down it nearly as far as he could the highway. He would have liked to cut through the trees and back to the fields while he still could, but the girls struggled to keep up even on the smooth road. He stopped more often than he normally would, have to listen and observe to let the girl catch up. She had to be falling behind because she was in shock or, understandably, despondent, because she looked to be in great shape. He was worried that she might get them both killed because she didn't seem alert or concerned about her surroundings. He was stressed over what might happen if they had to move quickly. He might have to pick her up and carry her, but so far he'd seen no living, no dead, and few corpses. They strolled along for over an hour, not getting very far. He kept a constant watch on the highway, which was clear so far, but he also kept a sharp eye on the trees to the left. Ahead he saw the tail end of what appeared to be a vehicle pileup. The pace felt slower as they drew closer. Suddenly, the girl spoke.
"Can we stop?"
she asked in flawless English as she walked over to a green patch of grass on the side of the road. She sat down and pulled her shoes off.
"Sure."
Cooper stood and watched her rub her feet. She stretched her legs out straight and wiggled her toes. Cooper dropped to the grass a few feet from her, in the shade, debating whether he should kick his boots off.
"I can't walk anymore."
She sounded frustrated.
"That's okay, but we do need to go a little farther today to find a safe place for the night."
He wondered if he was going to have to piggyback her for the rest of the day.
"No, it's not okay. I'm on the track team, was on the track team, cross country. This is nothing to me. It's my shoes. They're new and rubbing blisters."
She looked away, back down the road, and it dawned on Cooper that she might have been moving so slowly because she wasn't ready to leave the area. He wondered if she were crying.
"Me too. Well, not for long. I got bored. Tried a few sports."
He remembered his first aid kit, or pockets full of Band-Aids, and pulled a few out.
"Here."
He handed her a handful of assorted sizes. Her eyes lit up as she smiled, and Cooper was a little taken aback. She was beautiful. For a brief moment, when she smiled, he wasn't thinking of her as a burden, but a cute girl he'd just met.
"Oh my God, thank you."
She opened several and covered the spots where her feet were rubbed raw. Cooper noticed that she kept all the waste and stuffed it in her pocket. He liked that. She jumped up and jogged in place.
"This is so much better."
She kept jogging in place. She was one of those rare people who actually liked running. "Okay, now that we know you can talk, what's the plan?" She stopped running and looked at her feet.
"I've been thinking about that. I was also waiting to see what you would do, how you would act. I guess I'm going with you if that's what you're offering."
"Sure, I just have to move at a faster pace. I'm on my way to check on my sister up north.
How far north?
She sounded a little alarmed.
I want to stay away from people, the sick ones too.
San Jose. He assumed she was talking about the dead people. My name's Cooper. What's yours?
Anna. You want to jog to make up time?
No, he chuckled. Let's just walk a little quicker. He felt much better that she could go faster and spoke English, but he was still worried about her, as she had just seen her parents murdered. She was also going to get hungry. And what if she got scared and screamed? What if he had to lift her and run? This was how so many people died. He had to plan his moves more carefully. She looked up at him and probably could see the pity in his face.
Those weren't my parents,
she said, but broke down crying. She sobbed and couldn't talk for a minute. Cooper wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know her well enough. She sniffed and wiped her eyes on her sleeve.
I was a foster kid. They were nice.
Okay. Cooper thought that had to be better, but she had still witnessed a brutal murder. He looked at her with concern and wondered if she was okay.
I'll be okay, I think. I've been moved around so many times. You learn not to get attached.
She sighed and changed the subject.
So what now?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. We have to find you a safe place to stay with a nice group of people. She looked annoyed when she responded,
Of course. I'm used to it.
Used to what? Cooper was genuinely clueless.
Being sent away to a better place.
She said better place with bitter sarcasm. It hadn't occurred to him that he could make her feel unwanted, as she probably had felt with every move. He felt like an asshole, another person in her life to reject her. I'm not dumping you anywhere. You can stay with me until you find a place you like. I won't make you go anywhere you don't want to. She shrugged. She had probably heard lies and excuses all her life.
I want to go home with Gil and Marie. I liked them.
She was crying again, not racking sobs, just a short burst of emotion that twisted on her face. He assumed she was referring to her foster parents. I understand. I wish I could go back.
Let's keep moving,
she said, and started walking north, knowing as Cooper did that moving forward was the only option now. They made better time, walking at a faster pace in silence. She jogged to keep up with Cooper's longer stride. When the land surrounding the 101 started to flatten out, the walking was all downhill. The hills around them were dotted with scrubby trees and the occasional building. The highway was empty, save a clump of 30 or so vehicles that looked to have been involved in a pileup. Cooper almost missed the hand waving from the sunroof. He pulled out the scope, and his heart sank. Another needy person he couldn't walk away from, and this one would be far worse than the girl. 16. It was dark and quiet. A breeze moved the air. Sal could feel it, but he did little else. He decided he'd waited long enough and started the engine. The roar made him grit his teeth. He felt as if he'd just sent a flare-up announcing their location. He rolled forward, nervous the bikers had somehow found transportation and were following them. When he'd driven away from the bikers, he saw one of them standing up, apparently unhurt. It was then that the remote chance of pursuit became a terrifying possibility. He insisted they take a long route back to the parking structure, stopping every so often to watch and listen. It took a lot of additional time, and they had to deal with a few pockets of the dead. In addition, he knew everyone back at the structure was probably worried about how long they were taking, especially Ron's wife, Donna. But Sal felt it had to be done. After they drove off, Ron explained what he'd done to the motorcycles. They both chuckled, but the surviving biker and the threat of being hunted to death took the fun out of the moment.
Seriously, I wish I'd known what you were going to do. I might have stopped you. Probably not, though.
Sal was scared and wished he could go back in time and stop Ron.
Sorry, man. It seemed like a great idea at the time, you know? Really funny.
Ron was looking out the window.
God knows they deserved it, but yeah, now I feel like a real asshole. Those shitbags are gonna hunt us down and kill us because of me.
Sal was pissed at Ron at first, but being honest with himself, he wouldn't have stopped him, so he had to let it go.
I'm just worried that we hit a hornet's nest. They're going to want us dead.
Ron looked worried. He put the back of his hand to his mouth and looked apprehensive.
I know. I'm so sorry. Man, I thought you were going to let the air out of their tires or disconnect their batteries.
Then Sal laughed.
Fuck, we may die because of this, so forgive me, but that was some funny shit. You crazy bastard.
Ron cracked a smile, then laughed. Then they both laughed hard for a while. After they settled down, Sal wanted to talk about all that had happened before they returned to the structure.
I saw what they did. I mean, obviously I did, but I am sorry.
On behalf of all white people,
Ron tried to joke, but his heart wasn't in it.
No, I am just, well, okay, the world's too fucked up for time-wasting tact. They were going to lynch you. That's pretty shitty no matter who you are, and scary too. It made me physically sick to see you like that. I mean literally. Did you ever try to puke silently? I was scared enough already, but that image, it really upset me. A couple of assholes doing that kind of shit can ruin things that thousands of people have spent decades building.
Holy shit!
Ron startled Sal, and he was worried he'd offended him or it was too soon to bring things up.
You just spoke more in the last 5 seconds than the entire time I've known you.
Well, I'm upset. A lot of shit happened tonight, and I thought we should talk before we return. I mean, what happened back there? That wasn't just scary, it was... I don't know. For you it had to have a deeper level of something. I don't know. Sorry, man.
No, it's cool. And yes, it was upsetting, enraging, but it was also depressing and very sad to me. I'm not ready to talk about it just yet.
There were a few moments of silence, but Sal had more to say.
Look, just so you know, some of my best friends are, you know.
He looked over at Ron before finishing his sentence.
Dentists.
Ron smiled.
Good one. I'll laugh harder at it later.
A half hour later, the van was halfway across the vast parking lot when Sal cut the engine to listen. It was the dead of night, and the garage structure was a dark silhouette against the night sky. It was eerily quiet. Ron had a small LED flashlight out and aimed it at the structure. He flashed it 3 times. From the 4th floor, right below the roofless 5th level, a small red light flashed 4 times, 2 times, a pause, then 2 times more.
All's safe,
Sal said as he drove forward, not wanting to finish his thought.
Unless the bikers are up there with a knife to Donna's throat.
Do we have a signal yet for "we are being hunted by bikers"?
Ron asked with no humor in his voice. In the dark of the night, Sal drove with all lights off. The group had had discussions about the safety of their new home, and one of the main ideas for the place, to remain safe, was to remain uninteresting to anyone who saw it. That included hiding lights, activity, and valuables of all kinds. He and Ron had wanted to go in the van to a home improvement store and gather some supplies to implement some of the precautions right away. As they approached the structure, they saw a massive group of the dead. There must have been hundreds of them. Ron and Sal were confused. The signal had said all was clear. Many of the infected were coming toward them.
Looks like they were attracted here but haven't yet walked up the ramp. Maybe no one upstairs even knows they're here."
Ron was leaning forward in his seat. They'd rolled all the windows up, but the smell hit them. The bodies started slamming against the van, and the metal panels boomed on the inside. The noise was loud and upsetting, even if the dead had no way of getting in the vehicle. Sal fought the urge to panic and started backing the van away slowly, drawing the dead away from the structure. The dead rarely hit hard, but the slapping and weight of the bodies made the van rock. Some of the dead still wore jewelry, and the loud pop and clack of it made both men scared that the glass would shatter and the dead would have them. They both tried to lean away from the windows as best as they could. In the darkness, the wide-open lot looked devoid of obstacles. There were a handful of cars near the entrance, several hundred being a handful in a lot designed to hold many thousands of cars, and those cars were far away from where the van was now. But not all obstacles protruded above ground. The van was inching backward, drawing the dead away. Sal had no idea where he was going to take the dead, and where he might leave them. The rear of the van suddenly dropped with a bone-shuddering boom, and came to a complete stop. The rear wheels seemed to be suspended in the air as they were spinning unhindered, and the van moved not one iota. There was no way the two could think of to free the van by sitting in it. They sat in silence, racking their brains for an idea. Without knowing exactly what happened, it was impossible to come up with anything, not to mention the distraction of hundreds of corpses, bumping and thumping on the sides of the van. Neither one had much room, as the van was stuffed full. Ron even had large boxes of nails and screws at his feet. They couldn't roll down the windows to throw anything out, but Ron thought he could shift things around and crawl over the cargo to look out the rear doors to see what was happening. Having all the windows up made the van stuffy and warm. Both men were already sweating. Ron pulled the objects from the rear of the van and handed them off to Sal, who tried to fit them in Ron's abandoned seat. The van was tight and dark and thrummed with the hammering of the dead. Ron was between the seats and working his way back, but Sal was right next to the driver's window. The faces of the dead smacked and smeared the glass next to him. He tried not to look, but the fear of the glass shattering made him check every so often. As he packed objects into the passenger seat and floor well, he couldn't help but see the faces pressed against the window across from him. "Oh, shit," Sal whispered, as he watched a white finger worming its way up, worming its way into a small gap where the window hadn't rolled all the way up. Another white worm slid in, and then 3 more. The fingers pulled on the window, but it stayed up. Sal jumped from his seat, reached over a large power drill still in its box, grabbed the crank, and pulled. His heart jumped as the window dropped a half-inch. 100 dead fingers appeared in the gap, grasping and pulling. He tried to turn the crank the other way, but the fingers jammed it open. "What the hell?" Ron stuck his head back up front. "Got their fingers in a crack." Sal fell back into his seat, sweating. "I'm scared as shit they're going to get it open." Ron looked nervously at the row of wiggling dead fingers. "It looks like it's holding. Let's hurry." With Sal's help, Ron managed to clear a space across the top of all the cargo in the rear of the van. Ron squirmed into the gap. As he struggled to get to the rear of the van, Sal could only wait and watch the fingers in the gap, trying to open the window. The glass was now smeared with foulness. Nothing could be seen but the smear trails of hands and faces. The fresher, stronger corpses tended to knock the weaker ones aside. The stronger ones pounded the glass, sometimes smashing their faces in frustration against it, mouths opened in anticipation of a bite of flesh, a squirt of blood, only to meet the hard, smooth surface with exposed teeth. The teeth cracked, were pushed back or even out, sometimes through lips, and Sal couldn't stop watching, with morbid curiosity. It sickened him. He knew it would give him nightmares and make eating any time soon impossible, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. Ron pushed a board forward to get it out of his way, and it hit the windshield hard. Sal jumped. "Watch it!" Sal waited as Ron grunted and struggled. The pounding was starting to get to him. He just wanted it to stop. He pressed his hands over his ears, but that didn't help. He needed to listen for Ron. The fingers still wiggled and pulled. Ron reached the rear door, and the glass was black. The thought that there might be a ditch behind them, because there were no deadheads pounding on the back door, plus the wheels seemed to be suspended in the air. "Sal, I have to open the door to see what's going on back there." "No, no!" Sal screamed, not knowing the situation. He had no time to reason through any of it, other than to know that Ron would die if he opened the rear door. "There's no dead back here. I think it will be safe. We seem to be suspended over a ditch or something." "A ditch? I don't remember seeing a ditch anywhere near here." Sal relaxed. Of course Ron wouldn't open the door if the dead were outside pounding on it. Ron felt around in the dark until he found the handle and pulled it. The latch popped and the door flew open. The dead moaned in response. Ron and the van hung over a black void. Across the wide hole behind the van, the dead surged forward in a thick wall and rained over the edge. And despite the incredible stench of rotting corpses, the cold night air was wonderful. Among the haul from the home improvement store were several flashlights, and Ron flicked one on. He could see the edge of a very deep sinkhole or something like it. It must have been deep. Even as he shone the light straight down into it, all he could see were the bodies dropping into darkness. He wondered if all the bodies of the dead that pounded and pushed on the van could push it into this very large, very deep hole. He watched the spectacle in the beam of his light for a few moments. He finally felt like they had hope of getting out of the jam they were in, when the van lurched. The cargo shifted and slid backward, pushing Ron out the back of the van. If the fall didn't kill him, or a ton of construction supplies landing on him, the ravenous dead surely would. 17. Cooper lowered his scope. He was at a loss. In one of those tiny, gas-efficient, world-saving, two-door, two-seat little cars was a woman so fat he had no idea how she managed to close the door. He dropped the scope in his pocket. Anna was looking around as she waited for Cooper, and she pointed across the highway.
"Look, a house."
He looked up and saw the edge of a walled housing development high on a steep hill. There was probably a gatehouse somewhere along the base of the hill, with cameras and a guard who screened the people who went in and out of the place. From the look of it, the homes were nice ones with a decent space between them. He lifted the scope again and looked along the wall. He saw the tops of luxury homes, but no signs of life.
"It would be a hard climb, but maybe that would be a place to stay the night."
Cooper looked back at the woman in the car, who was still waving and looking more desperate. "Do you see the lady in the car?" he asked, pointing towards the highway. Anna shielded her eyes with her hands and looked at the highway.
"I see her, I think."
He gave her the scope. She looked around, then suddenly she giggled. "You know she can't help the way she is, so no laughing at her when we get to her." He looked at her again through the scope, studying the situation. The tiny car was wedged between a flatbed truck and another car. He was going to have to move the truck, which was on the driver's side. She would never be able to get out of the passenger side door.
"Sorry, but you have to admit that's a funny picture."
"Yeah, I know." He was grinning like a fool. "Let's go. Stay close behind me." In a few minutes they were on the highway. Some of the dead were in the cars, moaning and slapping at the glass to get out. Some of the glass was smeared with a thick, nasty goop, so all he could see were the streaks moving and changing as the dead on the inside beat and rubbed the glass. He worked his way toward the woman in the car, Anna right behind him. She was staying very close to him. She stepped on the back of his boots and bumped into him a few times. He turned to tell her to back off a little, but saw how freaked out she was at the dead faces, slapping and leering at them from the cars. Since he had met her, she had held a practiced mask of indifference, no doubt playing the part of a tough, unflappable character as a form of protection. But now she was hugging herself and trying not to touch anything. He'd been trying not to touch anything either. He noticed that the dead left a lot of evidence when they passed. It was as if a giant turd squeezed between the cars, he thought with a chuckle. Telltale streaks of grime and fluid coated every surface. Bits of cloth, hair, flesh, and other tatters clung to every protrusion. He looked at the ground and saw teeth, fingernails, jewelry, watches, wallets, etc. He stopped looking at the ground but winced when he stepped on a tooth. He could always tell when he stepped on a tooth. They had a certain screechy quality that he could feel in his own teeth. He reached back and offered Anna his hand. She grabbed it and held on tight. They made it to the car quickly, and the woman was trying to smile as she waved at them. But her eyes were saying, "For God's sake, get me the hell out of this car!" He lifted Anna to the flatbed, surprised at how light she was, and then jumped up and walked over to the lady. He lay on the flatbed and spoke to her through the partially opened sunroof. "I need to move the truck, so hold tight." He jumped into the cab of the truck and found no keys. He put the truck in neutral and felt it start to roll. He cut the wheel away from the car and jumped out to push a little. "Sit tight, Anna," he told her, but she wasn't going anywhere. She waved at him with a smile. There was a loud screech of metal as the truck rolled away from the car. He went over to help the lady out. She fumbled around and then the door popped open. She leaned halfway out of the car and groaned. A very ripe smell filled the air. It was still not as bad as the smell of the rotting flesh all around the highway, but it was pretty bad. "Oh my God!" The woman rolled from the car and landed on all fours. She alternated between sobbing and laughing. Cooper went to help her and touched her skin. It was cold and dry. She was clearly dehydrated and delirious. "I just need a moment," she said. "I've been in that car for almost 3 weeks. No, 3 months, with no food and no water. I can't feel my legs, my head. Ah!" She was clearly out of it. She couldn't have survived in the car for more than a few days. Cooper was worried about her volume. She was loudly rambling, laughing, crying, holding her head. Cooper had no idea what to do with her. Her shoes were off and her feet were dark blue. She was young, blonde, and pretty despite the excess weight. "You should roll over and lie down. You need to let the blood flow back into your legs." He put his hand on her shoulder and helped her onto her back. Cooper stood as she grunted and groaned. She was complaining about nausea and having eaten too much. He was worried she might already be too far gone. He looked around, and all was clear. Anna was just standing there on the flatbed looking around. Cooper pulled one of the 2 MREs he was able to carry with him from his jacket. He had a bottle of water, too. "You ready for this now?" He handed Anna the MRE after removing the powdered energy drink. She sat and dug through it. He sat on the ground next to the lady and opened the water bottle. He held her head up and drizzled some water into her mouth. He was talking to her. "I'm Cooper, and this is Anna." The lady murmured, "Lisa." "Okay, nice to meet you." He stood to check on Anna, who was eating the bread and jelly that came in the MRE and looking at the pouch of spaghetti dubiously. The candy was already gone, no wrapper in sight. She must have put it in her pocket. "The food is actually really good," he said to Anna. Lisa piped up,
"I bet it is. I haven't eaten."
She was quiet again, as her head lolled back. Cooper poured some of the powdered energy drink into the water and shook it. He sat next to Lisa and held up her head. He started feeding her a little of the liquid at a time. She seemed to be drinking on her own, and the color was returning to her feet. He stood and looked around nervously for a few minutes as Anna ate and Lisa rested. He wasn't sure what to do. Lisa looked like she might not be able to walk. He went over to see if she was ready to eat. He opened the pouch of pasta and gave her a little. "Here." He gave her some more. "You feeling better? You're kind of quiet."
"Sorry, I'm just enjoying our date."
She winked at him. Her attitude was good, but he could see she was still hurting. "I'm too young for you." Cooper smiled as he moved down to her feet. He was rubbing them to get the blood flowing.
"How old do you think I am?"
she asked, feigning offense. "How old do you think I am?" he shot back.
25.
Cooper smiled. "I'm 19.
"Bullshit."
She smiled. "No, really." He did look old for his age. He was tall, confident, and had a full 5 o'clock shadow. He was always mistaken for being much older than he was.
"Well, I'm 29. Tough luck for you, huh?"
She smiled. He was thinking of something clever to say when Anna's head appeared over the edge of the truck bed.
Cooper? People are coming."
He jumped up on the truck and used the scope to look down the 101 back toward Salinas. There was a swarm of the dead moving down the road, probably thousands of them. At the rate they were moving, it could be an hour before they got to them. They must have been following us since Prunedale. He jumped down and spent another 30 minutes letting Lisa recover, watching the slow approach of the dead, and talking. Anna was 17, it turned out. They also discussed where they were from and other inane points of conversation. Lisa asked how they met, and Anna looked at her hands. Cooper told the story up until the point he had to go get Anna, but didn't offer much more. Lisa knew what that meant, could see the pain in his face. All was quiet for a few moments. "We need to move soon," Cooper finally said.
"Because of the sick people,"
Anna stated flatly.
"Yes, and there are a lot of them, too."
She looked scared but tried not to as she walked over to stand by Cooper. He could tell she was about to hold his hand as her hand brushed his. She folded her arms tightly instead. "We'll be okay," he said. "They are slow and very far away right now." He jumped down and knelt by Lisa. "Are you okay to walk?"
"If by sick people she means dead people, then shit yes."
It took all of Cooper's strength to help her to her feet. Anna tried to help by pushing hard on Lisa's rear, and she ended up grunting loudly. She was of no real help, but Cooper couldn't stop his face from cracking into a very big smile. He was trying hard not to laugh, and his face was beet red. Lisa stood and turned and looked him in the eye with a smile.
"Because you saved my life, I won't kill you."
"What?" He was laughing hard. "I didn't do anything." Anna chided.
"You said I couldn't laugh at her because she's fat."
"Now you're talking? And smiling?" He was still laughing. Lisa feigned shock but smiled.
"You think I'm fat? Is it these pants? These pants make me look fat, right?"
Both girls were looking at him. Cooper was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. He had trouble catching his breath. "Not fair, not fair. I never used the word fat," he gasped. "You two are terrible. I wasn't laughing at you." He pointed at Lisa. "I was laughing at her." He pointed at Anna.
Okay, we tortured him enough," Lisa said. "Let's go, kid."
She took Anna's hand. 18. Ron hung by one arm, his legs dangling below him, swinging in thin air. Straining to keep himself from falling, he looked from the gaping hole beneath him back to the cargo that blocked his way back into the van. He only had one choice.
Shit, I have to try and climb up to the roof.
He was holding on to the rear door with one hand. The sharp metal of the uncovered door panel hurt like hell. He reached up with his other hand and grabbed the metal and pulled himself up. But there was nowhere to put his feet. He lowered himself gently so the metal edge wouldn't slice into his hand. He had to let go with the hand closest to the inside of the van and reach over to another handhold on the door. He was able to get his foot onto the bumper and get a better grip on the top of the door. The dead were close to the rear of the van and were reaching for him. He grabbed hold of a stack of lumber strapped to the roof and prayed it didn't break free as he hung on it to climb up and onto the roof. Once on the roof, he could see that the cargo was caught on the metal lip of the van's door. He rubbed his bruised neck, confused about his feelings. As loathsome as the bastards were that tried to hang him, he was feeling guilty over what he had done.
Nonsense, he told himself. They had it coming.
Donna, he didn't even want her to know. It would just upset her. But how to explain his neck? But worst of all, they were still out there. He was worried about that more than anything. No chance they would just let it go and move on. He would never be at peace with those three out there. He would have to tell the others when he had the chance. He would talk it over with Sal first.
Hey, you okay up there?
Sal shouted, worried about Ron, as he had no way of checking on him, and he'd been quiet for some time.
Yeah!
Ron wanted to save the precious cargo if possible, especially after what they had gone through to get it. He watched as the number of the dead raining into the hole decreased. The sky was lighter in the east. Dawn was only moments away. In the faint but growing light, he could see that the lot was thinning out. There was still a handful of the dead around the van, reaching for Ron, slapping to get at Sal through the glass. Ron cautiously moved about on the roof, staying toward the middle of the van, never taking his eyes off the dead that were within inches of him. If not for the added cargo lashed to the roof, they would have gotten to him. He stuck his head down from the roof in the center of the rear door so he could talk to Sal.
Hey, they're thinning out. I think we can make a run for it.
Where will we run to?
Ron pulled his head back up and stood on the roof. He looked around the large lot. The closest place to run would be the parking structure, but he didn't want to lead the dead there. The next closest thing was the office park. The dead seemed to be coming mostly from the nearby highway. He stuck his head back into the van.
It looks like the safest place to go would be the office park, over there. We'll have to fight through a little bit, but I think we'll be okay.
Sal agreed.
You ready?
Ron was looking around, planning his exit strategy.
We need weapons,
he said, assuming Sal could hear him.
Ahead of you.
Ron heard the door pop open and saw Sal's head. The growls and hisses of the dead intensified as they attacked Sal. Ron heard what could only be a head splitting open, a sound he'd heard too many times already, and then he was dropping to the ground. He landed right in front of a corpse that saw him coming. The corpse grabbed at him, and Ron kicked it in the groin. He was aiming for the gut, but his stiff legs stopped short of his goal. The dead fell back, and Ron took the spare moment to reach for the hammer Sal held out to him. He took it by the handle and immediately used it to brain a shambling corpse that was upon him. It reached for him, arms stripped of flesh, the head red and raw as if it too were stripped of flesh. The hands, almost skeletal, had a hold of his shoulders. It was a disturbing sight, and he made an awkward swing that cracked the pate, but didn't drop the corpse. There were more behind it. Ron lashed out with both hands to get it away, but it held on. One of the arms tore loose, and dropped to the ground. The other held on to Ron. The corpse was clacking its teeth, straining to get its mouth closer to Ron's neck. Suddenly, it dropped. Sal had brained it from behind. There were two more to take its place, but this time Ron was ready, and quickly dropped a nude man with a blow to the head, and then a woman, probably attractive when alive, who had innards hanging from between her legs. Her breasts were slashed open, flaps of skin hanging, and her ribs visible, and her eyes were very wide open. It looked as if her lids had been torn off. Ron dropped her quickly too, and then there were more. Sal had several corpses at his feet. He slipped in black brain matter that oozed from large holes and split skulls. He had wet and nasty gore all over him, and his lips were pressed tightly shut. Something wet hit him across the face almost every time he struck. He was pulverizing corpses, and the gore flew everywhere. He was smashing skulls two at a time. In one hand he held a small sledgehammer, and in the other, a standard construction hammer that matched Ron's. When Sal hit a deadhead with the small sledge, it was usually straight down, and the head exploded like a melon, bursting filth and juices from every crack and opening. Teeth rattled to the ground and eyes popped from sockets. He kicked out at one corpse of a heavy man to slow the onslaught of the dead, and used the small hammer to bash a child on top of the head. Sal winced. He hated doing this, but it was life or death. He held the small hammer sideways, so it wouldn't get stuck in the skull. He almost lost it, the first few whacks, when he drove it into a skull too deep. An obese woman came at him and tripped. She was trying to bite his legs. He stomped her head almost flat. He hit an old man coming at him on top of the head. He'd had his tongue out, and when Sal hit him, he bit it off and it landed on Sal's arm. He turned to see Ron getting swarmed by more zombies than he could handle, and cracked a few heads. It was much easier when they were facing away. "We need to stop making our way to the park," Ron said as he cracked the skull of a young man. He hated this, looking at the dead faces and smashing them with a hammer or fireplace poker or baseball bat. The worst was the kids. Cracking the head of a small child open just didn't sit right with him. It had made him choke up at first. Now he just hated it. He thought of this because a little boy, no more than 6, was coming at him, hands out. He was filthy and was wearing Batman underwear. Half his head looked cheese-grated, as if he'd been dragged down the street on his head. Without saying a word, Sal started pushing forward at a quick pace, sometimes giving the dead a kick to the gut that sent them flying backward, knocking one or more down in the process. Or he would smash a skull and use his thick arm to launch the body backward to the same effect. Ron was more methodical, quickly sizing up the greatest threat and taking it out. He was behind Sal and had an easier time of dropping the dead. He was watching the big man's back, he told himself to feel better about hiding behind him. They easily outpaced the dead that followed, and there were fewer and fewer threats coming at them. Soon Ron was walking next to Sal, taking out the ones on his left. "Over there!" Sal motioned with a hammer covered in wet slaughter. His arm was just as covered, and made hammer and arm look as one. He was pointing at a loading dock. There were several objects they could use to get onto the roof. A quick climb up a dumpster, and with help from a windowsill, the roof was easy to access. Once in a safe place, they could feel their bodies letting go. With the fear of death by mastication no longer a threat, they could barely stand. They checked the roof quickly, and then sat on a low metal box that crumpled a little under their weight. In the growing morning light, they sat in silence for a few moments. "What a night," Ron said low and flat, flicking bits from his arms. He was covered and gave up the futile pursuit. Sal saw a fingernail in Ron's hair, but didn't say a word. He probably had the same or worse in his. "Yeah," was his only response. He was looking at the trees that grew in the park. They had a smell he loved, but some hated it. He was thinking about his wife, his family and friends, his home, all the things he had lost. He wondered why he was still here on Earth, why he didn't just end it all. Ron was looking at the ground in front of him. "Man, I don't want to tell Donna about what happened, but I have to." Sal was silent. He heard Ron but was lost in his own thoughts. They were both exhausted and probably hungry, but being covered in pulverized corpse made eating a less urgent goal. "I'm feeling bad about what I did to those bikers, too." "I understand. I'll drive you back so you can apologize," Sal said flatly, as he attempted humor. Ron smiled a little. "I need to apologize to the group, not to them. I'm worried that all I did was put those psycho scumbags on our trail. I can't rest knowing they're out there." He pulled what appeared to be a ligament from Sal's shoulder. "Sorry, that was bothering me." "In that case, hold still." Sal picked the fingernail off Ron's head. "There's no more justice system or police force. Are we supposed to take matters into our own hands?" Ron was thinking out loud, as much as talking to Sal. "I don't want to look over my shoulder, worry about Donna and our people, wait for them to find us or for us to run into them somewhere." "You saying we hunt them down? Kill them first?" Sal asked, non-judgmental, sounding as if he would support Ron either way. "I don't know, but we have to deal with them sooner or later. We have to tell everyone everything. I want to tell Donna first, alone. Then we can tell the group." Sal nodded. "We should get going then." He stood and they left the way they had come. Climbing down to the dumpster was easy, and once on the ground, they walked unchallenged by the dead. The office park was quiet. They made it back to the structure quickly and headed up the ramp. They were met halfway to the top by the others. Donna wanted to hug Ron, but despite her joy and relief at seeing him, she couldn't bring herself to touch him. Sal stood apart from them until Ron pulled him over. "I owe this guy my life." He patted Sal on the shoulder. Bill and Mary stood next to each other and apart from the group. Mary went over to join the group, getting between Ron and Sal. Bill's face was a mask of contempt for the display of emotion. The sun was still high in the sky. It was not yet noon. Ron and Sal got cleaned up first thing, and then Ron took Donna off to the side. The floor was empty, and they could be seen a good distance away, talking, but could not be heard. Donna hugged Ron at several points in the story, and when he showed her his injuries, she held her hand over her mouth. They talked for over an hour, and during that time Sal had eaten and fell asleep. Mary sat and sketched on a pad with a pencil. Later that afternoon, Ron and Sal woke from their naps. Jeff was taking off on another of his solo journeys. Bill was in and out a few times, coming down from the roof level, then going back up. No one paid him much attention. He seemed to be pacing off some stress or worry. He finally stopped and stood, barefoot, by Mary, and folded his arms. He scowled at each member of the group. Weird, most thought. Ron was the only one not paying attention to him. Jeff liked going out alone and so far had been away from the structure most of the time the group had been there. Of the 48 hours the group had occupied the structure, Jeff had been there for about 4 hours total. He returned with bags and boxes of stuff the others didn't have a clue what he planned to do with. When asked, he showed them an assortment of seemingly random objects and said it was a surprise. As he was leaving this time, he asked Sal and Ron to help him. He was only going over to the business park and needed help carrying some heavy stuff, and he wanted to use the van to bring it back.
I'm going to get the van. I'll be back to unload it.
Jeff was walking down the ramp. He had a duffel bag over his shoulder.
Hey, man, that thing is stuck where it is. I don't think the three of us can pull it out.
I didn't say the three of us. I said I, as in me, by myself.
What?
Bill spoke rather loudly, sneering. Jeff didn't like Bill. The dude was stupid. Most people were stupid compared to Jeff, but most people knew it, and either complimented him or challenged him and got their asses handed to them. He didn't mind less intelligent people. He didn't mind uneducated people. He just hated mean people who were cynical and negative, always trashing someone else's ideas or vision in an attempt to look smarter than they were. They were quick to condemn someone else's ideas, but never had any of their own. Bill was one of these people, and he was particularly critical of his wife. Jeff knew what Bill was really like.
Kid, you're dreaming,
Bill yelled, even though everyone was close at hand. Bill was really pissing Jeff off, and he had only been around the man a few hours.
Of course I am.
Jeff didn't turn around all the way, but the tone of his voice and the half expression told everyone the kid obviously had a plan.
I'm going to do it myself. Just wait here. I'll be back.
I gotta see this.
Ron was following Jeff.
Me too.
Sal followed Ron.
Careful, guys,
Mary said, genuine fear in her eyes. She was looking at Sal, who was oblivious to her, but Bill noticed and headed back up to the roof with an expression of rage on his face. At the van, Jeff pulled a steel cable from the bag with a hook on the end and looped it around a lamp pole and hooked the cable to itself. He walked to the van and pulled another cable and hook from his bag and attached it to one of the van's towing hooks. He popped the hood and clamped a red and black wire to the battery. He reached in the bag and an electric whirring started. A small winch rose from the bag as it pulled the two steel cables taut. In seconds, the van was pulled from the edge of the hole. Sal and Ron were smiling, impressed.
Okay, let's get the van emptied so we can get going.
Jeff started packing his gear.
Looks like you have been busy,
Sal said, giving Jeff a pat on the back.
You are awesome, kid.
Ron smiled.
That was nothing.
Jeff smiled. It was nice to be appreciated.
Oh, and be sure to ask Bill about the giant hole that almost killed the two of you.
Ron looked at Jeff in confusion.
What are you talking about?
Jeff shrugged.
You have to ask Bill. Bill had something to do with that hole? Does he know how it got there? Yeah, he sure does, but you have to ask him. We aren't on speaking terms.
Ron wondered where the giant hole had come from. Maybe Bill had seen what happened, how it got there. Sal looked at Ron and raised an eyebrow. Sal suspected Bill had more to do with it than seeing how it happened. They drove the van back up the ramp. Bill was nowhere in sight. They unloaded all the construction supplies on the top floor. The very top they called the roof, and to them the top floor was the highest floor that was covered. Soon they were cruising across the mammoth parking lot.
Why did you tell us to ask Bill about the hole?
It was 20 minutes later, and Ron was in the driver's seat, and Jeff in the rear. Jeff looked out the window, a look of disgust on his face.
He had some idea about digging out the storm drain to create an underground road for cars. I tried to explain to him how sewer systems worked, but I'm a kid. What do I know? I looked at the drain, and it's a feeder for a large cistern under the lot. I tried to explain that the sewer grate he wanted to dig out was right on top of that cistern, a very large chamber that allowed a massive amount of water to be taken in by the system in case of a flash flood or heavy rain. The cistern probably holds runoff from the highways, parking lots, and the airport tarmac too. But again, what do I know?
I just grew up around here and explored half the sewers in San Jose with my UE group." "UE?" Ron asked. "Urban explorers. We used to go into all these abandoned places and walk through miles of sewer tunnels, whatever we could think of." "So Bill tried to dig the drain out to make an underground road?" Sal looked a bit confused. "He really thought that was a good idea?" "Apparently. I thought he should wait until you two returned to talk about it, but he said he didn't need anyone's permission." Neither Ron nor Sal liked the sound of this. Ron knew Bill could be cynical and cranky, but it had never been a problem. He hoped it wouldn't be one now. He would have to talk to him later. "The worst thing was that he almost lost the backhoe in the hole. It all started collapsing, and the backhoe was sliding down. He barely got out." "The worst thing," Sal said, "is that we still have 2 big ramps leading right up to our living space. Why didn't he take care of that first?" "Ah, shit!" Ron said. The van screeched as it made a tight, fast U-turn. "I think I know what's wrong with Bill. We have to get back there right now."
19. Fats could barely walk, and Jeter was hung over. Bad. The two dragged themselves into the home improvement store, pulled the cushions off several pieces of lawn furniture, took too many sleeping pills, washed them down with a few large gulps of burning good booze, and dropped into a deep, unhealthy sleep. Banjo and his brothers always partied hard, but lately Jeter seemed to have a death wish. He'd been so fucked up since the world up and died that he was barely functional. He was crapping himself, forgetting everything, and was just out of it. Well, all of those symptoms were Banjo's fault, to be true, but it was a necessity just now. Jeter had been a whack job since he and Banjo met almost 20 years earlier, when they were 15, and back then that made him fun. He was prone to fits of darkness, crazy highs, and rage. He had a hair-trigger temper, except when it came to Banjo and Fats, until very recently, when he had socked Banjo hard in the mouth. Jeter started fights for no reason, and with anyone. A group of soldiers, a defenseless nerd, even the cops. Banjo was the only one who could ever talk him down. He was impossible to be around for most folks, and would be dead or in an institution, if not for Banjo. And Jeter was superstitious. Super superstitious. He had all these crazy notions and habits. Some things he'd done since forever, and some lasted only a day or two. He always tapped his bottle 3 times on the table before every sip. He refused to sleep without his boots on. He had to have his aviator shades on all the time, always. Several times he'd lost them, and couldn't relax until he got another pair. He never wore a helmet to ride, but insisted that Banjo did. Jeter was the reason he wore his helmet. If Banjo took it off, Jeter wouldn't leave him alone, so he just got used to wearing it all the time. Jeter insisted Fats needed pills, and was constantly giving him different colors and sizes of pills at odd times of the day. Many times Banjo could swear the pills were just Mentos and Tic Tacs. Banjo had always been the even one, the caretaker. Jeter, when he was stable, was a great leader and decision-maker. But those days had been dwindling, and when the world hit the skids, they ended altogether. But no matter. Banjo knew the notion of leaders was out the window now, but out of respect, he would call his friend leader for the remainder of their time together. So the caretaker, Banjo, had to protect Jeter and Fats from themselves. His solution was to keep them doped up. If he didn't, Jeter would get all amped up and get himself, and anyone around him, killed. This last time, in addition to the regular doping, Banjo had given his brothers a little extra dash to make them sleep a little longer, just until he got the new digs sorted out. His 2 brothers were in deep slumber, and would be out for days most likely, which was good. He had shit to do,
and until his brothers were up and kicking rocks, he had to put vengeance on hold. With his brothers safely tucked away, Banjo started on his plan to build his version of a post-apocalyptic utopia, or as he called it, Titty City. He started by walking, in search of a new set of wheels. After that, he would gather other staples of existence. He swung Old Crow as he walked down the street, every so often putting him to use and smashing some deadheads. He walked for hours, dodging the dead when there were too many to take down. He found food and took note of several liquor stores. Once he saw a small group of people, 8 of them, a family maybe. They were across the street and walking into a space between buildings. He didn't bother with them. He was on a mission. He saw the silhouettes of several people on a roof. It looked like they were watching him. Behind them, a puffy column of thick gray smoke rose upward, getting wider and thinner, disappearing into the clear blue of the empty sky. He smelled wood smoke and roasting meat. His stomach was rattling and cursing him. "Give me food, asshole!" It jabbed him a few times, but he kept on walking. "Fuck you, stomach." He saw many faces in the thousands of windows he passed, some living, most dead. Walking down the street like a civilian, he was able to hear and see much, but he could give a shit about what he heard and saw. He preferred to roar down the big slab on his iron mule, blowing thunder from cut-down pipes, rattling windows and scaring all who were witness. Those days would return, but now he was walking, feet burning, stomach twisting, and his mood going from bad to worse, but not stopping. The stakes were too high. He was searching for the essentials of a good time, the ingredients for fun, and for Banjo, fun was tit fun. He missed the dancers, strippers, naughty waitresses, and just plain old whores. Surely some of them survived somewhere, and he knew the first somewhere he was going to check after he found a bus or truck or shuttle van, something that could hold a lot of bitches. He didn't need to pay strippers or whores anymore, or wrestle an unwilling woman down. He was going to build his own harem. 3 hours later, the sun was low in the sky, and Banjo was beyond hungry, but not close to stopping his quest for pussy. He found a tour bus parked on the street. It was locked, but that wasn't a problem. Old Crow popped the door open with barely a twitch from Banjo. He hot-wired the bus and drove it into the courtyard of a large apartment building. The bus blocked the entrance to the courtyard as it scraped the walls on both sides. The other entrances to this complex were all locked gates. No deadheads would be coming in here. He pulled the bus up far enough so that he could open the door. He started kicking in doors and quickly sweeping apartments, leaving the empty ones, killing the dead inside some of them, until he hit his first apartment with living occupants inside. A brown man charged Banjo with a kitchen knife. "Is this a Mexican? Fuck if he ain't black or white. He's Mexican," Banjo thought, and chuckled at himself as he brought Old Crow down on the man's upheld arm. The fool was trying to block the blow, but only succeeded in getting his arm snapped in two. He went down screaming. Banjo heard female screams coming from farther in the apartment. He silenced the brown guy with a firm tap from Old Crow, right on his noggin. The female screams intensified. Banjo was getting excited. He walked into a small living room. "Shut up!" he barked. A woman sat on a sofa, clutching 2 children. Banjo looked disgusted. "Fat Mexican bitch," he rumbled. He turned to walk away when one of the kids, a little boy no more than 8, rushed him. He smiled as the mother screamed and lunged for him. He put a boot to the kid's gut and walked out thinking, "Shit, I ain't no kid killer, unless I have to be. I ain't evil." 8 more doors until he finished, the first building. There were several more buildings, each full of apartments. Banjo had to rest. He leaned on the balcony of the third floor of building number 1. This shit could take forever. Oh well, he had no place better to be. Jeter and Fats were still in a deep slumber. He continued on. In the third building, when the sun was dropping low and the shadows were starting to make his work difficult, he found an open door. The people there must have run when they heard him coming. He walked into the apartment. It smelled like shit Indians were always putting in their food. He walked down a hallway that led to a small living room, same as the others he had walked for what seemed 100 times in the past few hours. He found an old man slumped over in a chair, a hammer embedded in the top of his head, fresh blood still running down his face and pooling in his lap. Apparently, the family knew they had to leave but couldn't take the old man with them, and didn't want to leave him to the stranger kicking in doors and bashing in heads. It looked like it had happened quickly and from behind. Banjo stomped out of the apartment, disappointed. All this work and shit to show for it. He stopped on the balcony. It was too dark to continue on, so he stepped back in and flipped the deadbolt on the door. He laid Old Crow on the kitchen counter and lit a smoke. He opened the balcony door all the way to air the place out. He dragged the old man to the balcony and tossed him over the edge, along with some of the shit that seemed to be the source of the Indian smell. He plopped on the sofa, put his dented helmet to his face, and slept like a babe. Banjo woke with a cold metal pressed against his throat. It felt like the blade of a knife, so he didn't move. After a few moments, he realized it was the edge of his helmet, still over his face. He pulled it away, blinking at the light. He went out the front door and looked around. So many more apartment buildings. It seemed futile to keep checking them like this. He could spend days doing this, only to come up with fat Mexicans and smelly Indians. He walked back through the courtyard of the apartment building, swinging Old Crow, itching to use him on something. He started the bus and backed it out of the tight space, crushing several of the dead in the process. Banjo swung the bus wide, taking out mailboxes, plants, and several more corpses. He pulled forward and aimed the behemoth in the direction of his favorite strip club. Pop's was a huge building, visible for miles. It was set back from the highway on a large plot of land, accessible by the service road. There was plenty of parking all the way around it, and there were always a few cars in the lot at any given time of the day. It was evident that there had been an attempt to class up the giant cinder block building, but even with the deep red paint job, small trees and massive concrete planters, and a set of multi-paneled double doors, it was still a giant cinder block monstrosity, with all the class of a whore in a cheap rabbit fur jacket. The windows and doors all had bars on them, as much to keep people in as out. It was dark, dirty, remote building, the perfect strip club for the man who wanted pretty women, cheap drinks, and a dark hole to enjoy them in. Banjo pulled the bus into the parking lot, which was empty, and drove around to the back of the building. The employees, bouncers, bartenders, and dancers all parked in the rear. There were almost 20 cars here now that ranged from new luxury cars to rusted and ancient hatchbacks. That was an excellent sign. While Banjo had never met Pop and wasn't sure he even existed, he knew everyone else here. He was a regular and an outlaw, so he was treated as a VIP. The club was huge and had rooms for dancers to live and work in. There were nicer suite-type rooms upstairs for celebrity dancers and special guests. There was a loud hiss as the air-powered brakes stopped the bus. The engine cut off, and the door opened with the squeal of metal on metal where a particularly large mailbox had met its end. Banjo walked quickly to the rear door of the club, with the intention of letting Crow have his way with the iron bars and the wooden door behind it. But before he arrived, the door opened inward, the bolt clacked, and the barred door swung wide.
"Banjo, what the hell are you doing here? And the boss?"
It was Slick, a bouncer who was thin and wiry, but could kick anyone's ass, and he did, several times a night, whether they needed it or not. He was called Slick on account of his long, oily hair. It was literally dripping with some oily substance. He smiled. A chipped and stained row of teeth appeared from between thin lips, and a field of dark stubble.
"Get your ass in here, man. We have food if you're hungry."
"Starved."
Banjo smiled as he walked through the back door. Old Crow his +1.
"So where are the guys? How have you fared with all this shit?"
Slick was looking back occasionally as he worked his way through a maze of cheap paneling, dirty carpets, and faded marquee posters of strippers. The building was a dark and gloomy place even when it had power, but now it was pitch black. Only the electric lanterns Slick held high illuminated their path.
"We're okay. Holed up in a big-ass store across town. Thought I would take a ride and check on folks."
"Mighty decent of you, man,"
Slick said, and then he made two fatal mistakes. First, he said,
"It's just me, Dar, and some of the girls."
And second, he turned his back on Banjo. Old Crow dropped on Slick's shiny head. Banjo was a little miffed he had to touch Old Crow to Slick's hair. He picked up the light and walked to the office, where Dar no doubt was. Dar was a fat cripple who kept the books, did the ordering, answered phones, and got blowjobs from beautiful women. Women who would turn their lips up in disgust and tell him to fuck off if he didn't sign their paychecks and gave them large cash bonuses. The office was empty. Banjo walked down the hall that led through the kitchen and into the main room. The main room was large. Across the front of it ran a stage with 3 poles. There were also several satellite stages around the edge of the room, smaller and each with 1 pole in the center. There were usually tables and chairs filling the room, but they were all pushed to the side. 8 girls and Dar were in the middle of the room, surrounded by several lanterns like the one Banjo held. Dar was naked in his wheelchair. He was more disgusting naked. His legs were just bones covered in white flesh, sticking out from under a massive, rash-covered belly. The girls were all dressed in sweats, running shoes, and tank tops, and were lying or sitting on sleeping bags.
"Ah, Banjo! Welcome to the throne room of my kingdom."
Dar was holding a bottle of something that got him most of the way to drunk, and was waving his free hand in the air. No one asked about Slick, and the girls looked bored, even pissed.
"Come, Sir Banjo, and kneel so thou shalt be knighted."
"You're the king?"
Banjo asked.
"The one and only, of all the lands."
"And you want me to kneel before you?"
A sober man might have caught the note of disbelief in the steady voice, a hint of pending murder in the stare.
"Yes, so you shall be knighted."
Dar waved his hand around in the air, took a pull from the bottle, and raised his arm again. Banjo raised and lowered Old Crow in one fluid motion. Dar was still smiling when his head caved in. One girl gave a little squeal. The rest looked at the man in the wheelchair with the red hole in his head as if they were watching a salt shaker sit on a table. A couple of the girls looked scared when Banjo turned toward them.
"Guess I am the king now,"
he smiled.
"Let's go. Get all your shit and help me move the liquor out back."
"The fuck we will!"
It was a buxom blonde, as most of the ladies were, and she held a gun leveled at Banjo.
I ain't going anywhere with you. You just murdered Dar for no reason, and where's Slick?
Are you really sorry I killed them?
Old Crow rested on his right shoulder, dripping gore on the ground behind him.
No, of course not, but you're a fucking murderer. I don't trust you.
Banjo walked toward her. She raised the gun and pulled the hammer back, ready to shoot. He stopped and looked her in the eye. He was about to lunge at her when suddenly the blonde screamed, dropped the gun, and clawed at her face. Another girl had pulled a can of pepper spray and sprayed the woman. Banjo let Crow land on the blonde's head to quiet her and snatched up the gun. He smiled at the pepper sprayer.
What's your name?
I'm Tawny, Milky Way on stage.
She was blonde, a bit younger and more buxom than the dead gunslinger.
Well, thanks for the help,
Banjo said. Now, ladies, no more shit. Get your acts together. Tawny, come with me. They all complied. Each girl gathered up as much liquor as she could carry and took it to the waiting bus. Banjo heard an engine start and saw two of the dancers driving off. He fired at the car and took out the rear window. The car swerved, but kept on going. He was down to 5 in his harem, and couldn't let the numbers dip any lower. On the bus now! No more fucking around or I kill everyone! The remaining 4 plus Tawny walked toward the bus. Wait, Banjo said. Strip first. Once again, they all complied without batting a lash. Tawny gave him a questioning look. You two, off. All of it. 5 nude girls got on the bus. Banjo came in last and shut the door. He started the engine and headed back to the home improvement store. The big bus was slowly creeping toward the highway. The 2 escaped dancers were in an old convertible that had seen better days. A brunette named Wendy in the driver's seat, and a blonde named Sally, the passenger. Wendy and Sally had been close from day 1 when Sally took her under her wing. Wendy watched the bus, intending to follow it from a distance. Sally was slumped over, blood coming from a wound high up on her shoulder. She was moaning. The bleeding stopped, but not the pain. She was very fortunate the bullet had passed completely through her flesh, not stopping inside her body, and it hadn't hit bone. She needed attention, or it would get infected. The bus was heading up the highway. Wendy didn't care for the bitches she had danced with just a few weeks ago, but in the last few days they hadn't been strippers anymore. They had become people, sisters, and a family of sorts. She knew even Tawny was acting out of fear, but why didn't she just spray Banjo in the face? Maybe, like a lot of these women, she had been so abused that it clouded her decision-making when it came to abusive men. Still, Tawny was a stupid bitch who needed to be watched closely.
Hold on, Sally. You'll be okay,
Wendy said, hoping her words were true. Banjo was getting the bus up to speed. He made the bitches all sit far away from each other so they couldn't cause trouble. He could see them through a set of massive rear-view mirrors above his head. They were all just staring out the window closest to them. As he pulled the bus onto the highway, he did a double take.
Was that the van? No fucking way. That bike-killing coon is back on the dance card.
He had given up hope of getting revenge. He had been planning to keep looking, but didn't think he had a chance of ever finding the men in the van. But the van was in the middle of the long-term parking lot of the airport next to some big-ass hole in the ground. He was elated. What a great day! He'd gotten his harem and a location of the van he sought. He already had his evening planned. Reunite with his brothers, party, and then go kill the bastards who had fucked up their bikes. 20. Lisa was really struggling. The sun was low in the sky. They walked about a quarter-mile before she had to stop. She pointed to the housing development on the hill.
"We have to. My house."
She was out of breath and covered in sweat. Cooper looked back. They still had time. He started searching the cars until he found one with the keys in it, no zombies, and large enough for Lisa. He started the pickup truck and slowly pushed the car in front of it, out of the way. He backed down the road and jumped out. He went around, but Lisa was already dropping the tailgate.
"Let me lie back here."
Cooper helped her sit on the tailgate, and she kind of lay back and shimmied as far as she could get. Anna was already in the cab, waiting to go. He started driving up the highway and watched as the dead receded a little farther from view. Cooper followed the highway for about 2 miles. The cars thinned out and the road cleared. Apparently, all the cars that were stopped for miles were stopped because of a wreck. He came to the gatehouse and took the truck across the grassy shoulder, across the access road, and up the windy road that led past the gatehouse and to a secondary gate at the top of the hill. At the top, 3 armed gunmen met him. Lisa came from around the back of the truck.
"It's me, guys."
An older man ran over and hugged her. They were all smiling. The other 2 men were still holding their guns, but were more relaxed.
"I thought you were dead."
The old man hugged her again.
"We couldn't find you anywhere."
"It's a long and embarrassing story,"
she said. She introduced him to Cooper.
"This is my neighbor, Mr. Alfred."
"Thank you for bringing Lisa back to us, but you also brought all of the dead people for 10 miles around."
He pointed, and sure enough, the dead, thousands of them, were moving like a slow river of dark filth off the highway and across the gate. "Don't worry," Cooper said. "I will lead them away from you. Can my friend Anna stay with you?"
"No," Anna snapped. "I want to go with you."
Lisa faced him.
"Can you come back after you lead the dead away?"
"I don't know. I can try. I need to get to my sister. Maybe I will pass this way again." Anna was tearing up.
"I knew you were lying, just like all the others. You told me I didn't have to go anywhere I didn't want to."
Cooper didn't know what to say or do.
"I guess."
Lisa stepped in.
"Come with me. I have a house here and you can stay with me."
She led Anna away, talking low. Anna stopped and looked back at Cooper after a few moments and waved. Then she ran back to him and hugged him.
"Thanks,"
she said. "It may be a while, but I will return to visit you."
"Okay,"
she said, and kissed him on the cheek. Lisa had walked back over, and she hugged him too.
"I can't thank you enough. I hope you do get back here."
She and Anna held hands as he waved goodbye. He felt a little choked up. He barely knew the 2, but in this new world, they were his family and best friends. Back at the highway, Cooper started blowing the pickup's horn and yelled out the window a few times for good measure. He stood on the door jamb to look at the dead, and they were all flowing back toward him and away from the houses. He blew the horn a few more times and yelled a little for several minutes until they were closer. He had no idea what he was going to do next. The sun was almost down, and he had trouble seeing the dead behind him. The truck rumbled along at a snail's pace. He still had to periodically stop and wait for the dead to catch up. He used the scope to watch, but it was so dark he couldn't see them until they were really close. He had no idea how many were behind him. The dead were almost endless when he last saw them, a long line that stretched back miles behind him. He had to start planning to ditch them in some way. Best if he could trap them somewhere. After almost 2 hours, he had to trust that the dead had passed the housing development. They all seemed to be following him. He took the truck off the main highway and across a large, open, grassy field in the dark until he came across a large cement drainage ditch. He knew he would find one of these ditches, as he'd seen them out here 1,000,000 times. He planned to lure the dead into it, knowing they couldn't get out again easily, if at all. When he reached the ditch, it was perfect, wide and deep. He needed to lure them into it, not just next to it, which meant getting the truck down in it. It would be impossible to drive the truck in without destroying it. The edges dropped about 5 feet straight down before the bottom started to slant toward the center. He found a sizable rock and put it on the floor by the gas pedal. He shifted the truck into drive, and it started to roll forward. He pushed the stone down. It fell on the pedal, and the truck shot forward and flew into the ditch. It made a crashing sound when it hit the bottom that made Cooper glad he wasn't in it. Cooper jumped into the ditch, worried because the truck had stalled, but it started right up again. He blew the horn several times and waited. It felt like it was taking a long time for the dead to arrive. He jumped out and stood on the roof, but couldn't see. It was pitch black. He had a choice: kill the engine and listen, or climb out of the ditch in the dark and see if he could get an idea where they were. He killed the engine and listened. Nothing. He turned on the radio and found the emergency station. A human voice droning on seemed good for his purposes. He turned up the volume. He climbed out of the ditch on the opposite side, away from the dead. It was dark, so dark he couldn't see a thing, and the wind made hearing impossible. He felt safe waiting, so he waited for what seemed a very long time. He was tempted to cross the ditch and see what was taking them so long, but he continued to listen. Nothing. Suddenly, a wave of moaning came in the wind, hardly audible, but it grew rapidly. The sound grew in the darkness until it broke with a roar as thousands of bodies crashed onto concrete. As the dead fell, their bodies compressed, sending any air in their lungs rushing out. Bones popped and snapped, jaws cracked as skulls struck concrete, and all this created a sound so loud and unnerving that Cooper turned and ran into the darkness. He fell. He stood, realizing his panic would get him killed, and walked quickly and calmly away. The wind carried the smell to him. It made him gag, and he pulled his shirt over his face. The smell was worse than anything, even looking at the dead. He knew they couldn't get out of the ditch. He'd observed them many times struggling to get over barriers, and anything higher than their chest halted them. He walked until he was stumbling over rougher ground, not sure where to go. It was so dark he could be walking in circles, but he had no choice but to keep walking. The stars started to peek from behind the clouds, just enough for him to see where he was. He worked his way back to the highway. All was quiet. There were no cars on this stretch and no dead. He felt better. He could move faster on the hard surface. He had the white stripes on the road to guide his path. He moved farther north until he came across a cement monolith and recognized it immediately. It was the base of a highway sign. Cooper knew those green and white signs were large. They spanned the length of the highway, held up by steel girders, but once he was right under it, on foot, it seemed massive. There were rungs that led to a walkway that stretched across the front of the signs, but they didn't go all the way to the ground. The column was too wide to wrap his arms around. He had to climb the first 20 feet by holding one end of his belt and whipping it around the column. He caught the buckle and used the belt to climb up. He could use the edges of the holes where temporary rungs could be inserted to make the climb up to the permanent rungs. The protrusions were enough to climb up with the belt, but impossible without it. He would be safe high and out of sight in the dark. A zombie couldn't climb like that, and neither could most humans. He threaded his belt through the catwalk so he wouldn't fall off while he slept. In the deep dark of night, as Cooper slept soundly high above the 101, a pickup truck miles south started a journey north. It rumbled through the night, slow and steady, as the driver rubbed the large, painful knot on the back of his head. He cursed every time he touched it, but couldn't stop himself. 21.
I can't believe you would forget something like that.
Jeff was looking out the window, his brow furrowed.
Well, we haven't been friends for a long time. He told me about it once back in high school, and it never came up again.
Ron felt bad about the oversight.
So he's what now?
Sal wasn't clear on what Ron had just spit out as he raced back to the parking structure.
He's schizophrenic? Bill told me our senior year that he had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and started taking meds. I remember we were pretty tight and he just disappeared for like 3 months during the fall, and when he returned he told me what had happened. Anyway, it never came up again.
So he's crazy? Fucking awesome, Jeff said. That's fucking awesome.
You sure that's what's happening?
Sal was leaning forward, between the driver and passenger seat.
Well, I don't think it's the kind of thing that you just get over. I'm sure he needs pills or something, and hasn't been able to get to them. We need to ask Mary about this. Yeah, she would know, Sal said.
Well, why the hell didn't she say anything? You think his wife might think it's important?
Not necessarily, said Ron. He might not have told her. Or maybe he's lying about taking his meds. In any case, we'll be there in a few minutes, and I don't want Bill or Mary to know that you guys know about his condition. I'll take Bill aside first and talk to him. Then Mary if I have to. Besides, most paranoid schizophrenics aren't violent.
This one is, Jeff said to the window. Sal and Ron both looked surprised. Jeff was aggravating them with his show of anger, but he was young and maybe scared. Jeff finally turned from the window.
You've been friends with this guy for how long? You've been to his house how many times and you didn't sense the violence?
Ron looked confused.
Violence? No, he's cranky and... Cranky? Are you fucking stupid? He beats his wife! What?
Both Sal and Ron were startled. Ron got defensive.
Man, you don't even know him. Don't start saying shit about someone. I know him all right. All I needed was a few minutes to know everything I needed to know about him. He's a bully and abuser. Believe me, I know him well.
Jeff pulled his coat sleeve up, and his arm was covered in what appeared to be healed cigarette burns and other scars. He jerked his sleeve back down and turned to look out the window again. I know him very well. They rode in silence for a few minutes. Jeff had more to say. He was calmer now.
Don't ask her if she's abused. She'll just say no. Get her alone and ask her to show you her arms or neck. She wears a turtleneck for a reason. Yeah, I suspected he was a bully when I met him, but I knew he was an abuser the second I met his wife.
Ron felt like an idiot.
How had he not seen that?
Or maybe Jeff was just quick to see an abuser in everyone, given the treatment he had apparently suffered in his past. At the structure, no one replied to their signal, but the others weren't expecting them to return so soon. They drove up the ramps quickly, tires squealing on the turns. Ron slowed the van when they reached the topmost level. They saw no one. They continued to the roof and were alarmed at what they saw. Bill was naked and walking around the roof of the parking structure, screaming. The van stopped, and they were out and by Mary and Donna in seconds. Mary was sobbing, and Donna was trying to comfort her. Mary turned to Ron.
What's wrong with him? What's wrong?
Ron came to her and spoke low.
Are you aware of his condition?
She turned and looked at Ron with complete confusion.
What condition? He has paranoid schizophrenia. He never told you? What? He's schizophrenic? No, he told me he was depressed was all.
And he was taking meds and stopped very recently?
Yes, we had to run. He wasn't able to get his pills.
We need to get him calm, figure out what he needs, and get to a pharmacy.
Ron was watching Bill with concern. Mary was scared. She wrung her hands, not sure what to do. She'd never seen Bill act this way before. She opened her mouth to speak to Ron, but before she could, Bill screamed and charged Sal. Bill was punching at Sal in wild, wide swings, cursing and screaming at him. He kicked out at him awkwardly and almost fell. Sal didn't know what to do and was about to turn his back like he used to in a fight, but he stopped himself. Instead, he lunged at Bill and wrapped his arms around his upper body, pinning Bill's arms to his sides, and he lifted him off his feet and held him tightly. Bill struggled for a few moments, then went limp and started sobbing.
"You bastard!"
He was talking to Sal.
"You big bastard! You stole her from me! She's mine, you fucker!"
Sal let Bill go, and he slid to the concrete in a ball. Mary rushed to his side.
Bill, are you all right?
As she knelt by him, he jumped up, grabbed her by the throat, and was squeezing the life out of her in seconds. She didn't even have time to scream. Sal jumped to her aid, but Bill's grip was strong, and he couldn't break it. Mary was turning blue, her eyes bulging. He punched Bill in the face to no effect. Mary was probably moments from death or brain damage. Sal didn't know what he was going to do as he frantically pried at Bill's fingers, unable to remove even one of them from her neck. His fingers were gripping her neck so tightly that Sal was worried he would hurt her if he dug too hard at them. Suddenly, Bill began to seize and his grasp loosened. Then he dropped to the ground. A pool of blood was spreading on the concrete beneath him. Mary fell back, gasping for air in loud, ragged breaths. She held a blood-smeared pencil in her right hand. Bill had 3 holes punched into his ribcage. One of her blows, apparently, had found his heart. Sal knelt by Mary and patted her hand.
"What can I do? What can I do for you?"
She was still gasping. He noticed that she was holding the pencil in a way his wife Maria had showed him after he learned it in a self-defense class. Mary's hand was in a tight fist, and the pencil was between her middle and ring finger. The eraser was against her palm, so when she punched, the pencil was driven deep into his body. Ron and Donna came to Sal's side. Jeff stood apart from everyone for a moment, then turned and walked off.
"I'm taking the van."
Ron took Mary and Donna down a level, while Sal wrapped Bill's body in a sleeping bag. He used duct tape to seal the seams and placed him in a stairwell until they decided what to do with him. When Sal came down, everyone was sitting around on some lawn furniture and not doing much of anything. Their home so far was a handful of lawn furniture, some sleeping bags, a few boxes of supplies, and now a large pile of construction supplies. A little farther back on the same level, Jeff had set up a few tables and had piles of electronic equipment all around. Ron approached Sal.
"Thanks for taking care of that."
Sal just nodded.
"We need to figure out what we're going to do. Maybe one of us can learn to use the backhoe. I really wanted to get those ramps down. Maybe it's too much for us."
"I got that."
It was Jeff again. He apparently had used the stairwell to get between floors.
"The first ramp is coming down now."
Ron and Sal looked at each other and were about to ask Jeff some questions when they heard a loud shuddering moan, a metallic squeak, and then silence. Jeff was already walking back down the stairs. Ron and Sal were on his heels.
"Wait!"
Ron was running.
"What did you do? What the hell did you do?"
22. Jeter walked around the giant store, trying to figure out what day it was and where the fuck Banjo was. He remembered something had happened that involved a spook, but whether it was last night or many days ago, he had no idea. Banjo had been pissed. They all got on their ride. Some shit happened. They wrecked? Jeter rubbed a big scab on his forehead. His ribs were sore, and he had bumps and scrapes all over him. He briefly wondered what happened, but let it go. Many times he'd woken up with injuries, and Banjo was always there to tell him what happened, what day it was, and things of that nature. Whenever Banjo was gone, he always returned, except that time he landed in jail. Jeter was feeling better and better, but not great. He grabbed an open bottle of some dark liquor and sucked down a few swallows to settle his nerves as he searched the building. The store had plenty of bottled water and sodas, as well as chips, crackers, and candy. He scooped up a bunch of the crap and walked back to the cushions in the center of the store. Fats was laid out, snoring and lying in a puddle of his own piss. He still wet himself when he slept, but that was Fats, and no one knew this but Jeter and Banjo. They didn't care what Fats did or didn't do. He was just a big retard. But Fats was a handy retard to have around. He had no fear of most things and could fight like a gorilla. He wasn't a trained and graceful fighter by any stretch, but most people would rather face a human they could possibly reason with than an angry gorilla. Jeter threw most of the stuff he gathered in front of Fats, so he would find it when he woke up. His own cushions were next to a few piles of vomit, near where his head had been. He might have pissed himself in his sleep. He was sure he did. He was still groggy from the pills. He kicked the cushions a few feet away from the puke and lay back down. The world blurred, then went dark for Jeter in a matter of minutes. No one was witness as a dark circle appeared in the crotch of Fat's jeans and spread wide across his lower body. Jeter sat up from a deep sleep, holding a large knife in his hand that he didn't remember pulling from its sheath. Something had woken him, and he hadn't even processed it yet. He sat blinking. Fats was sound asleep, all the candy, crackers, and chips where he'd left them. Jeter stood and kicked Fats in the side of his enormous belly to wake him. He noted that Fats was stinking again. It was time for him and Banjo to strip and hose Fats down and find him some new clothes. As he walked to the front door, the rumble that woke him got louder, and he recognized it. It was a large diesel engine. He debated what he should do. Banjo wasn't here to back him up if some shit went down, and Fats was still on the floor moaning. Jeter could smell the diesel as he stood by the front doors. The engine cut off. A hiss of air brakes. Then he heard pounding.
"Hey, it's me. Open up. Open up, man."
It was Banjo. Jeter unlocked the metal door and swung it open wide. Banjo was standing there with a line of beautiful naked women.
"You ready to party, brother?"
Banjo was smiling like the devil. Across the street and almost a quarter of a mile away, Wendy's car sat behind a row of palm trees, engine off but still clicking and creaking from the heat. The driver's door popped open, and the buxom brunette emerged and looked around cautiously. She walked away from the car toward a looted CVS, hoping to find some supplies to clean Sally's wound and maybe reduce her pain. She still wasn't sure what to do to help her sisters, but she was going to do what she could for now. An hour later, Sally was sitting up and talking a bit. She drank some juice as Wendy did her best to clean her wound. She was loaded with over-the-counter painkillers and seemed to be doing okay. The bus was still parked in front of the store. Wendy wasn't any closer to a solution.
"Wendy, I'm scared." "I think it will be okay. The wound is clean and patched up." No, I'm scared of the crash. I can feel it coming.
Sally looked genuinely scared, as if she had experienced what was coming already. Being forced to go cold turkey was sometimes used as a punishment for the girls, but the threat of it was usually enough to keep them in line. Sally looked far more scared than Wendy had ever seen her, and she had seen Sally face some scary shit. Wendy worried about her friend. She might have to take Sally somewhere away from where they were to scream and sweat and cry. Already she could see that a good number of the dead were coming. She'd seen firsthand what they would do to a living creature. Somehow she thought, if given the choice, Sally would rather be torn apart and eaten by other humans than suffer cold turkey.
Hey, honey, how much stuff was left in that CVS?
Sally was looking older than her 26 years. She'd started dancing at 16 and started doing heroin shortly after.
I've been using the tar, the Mexican shit.
Black tar heroin was an especially potent form of heroin from Mexico.
I'm really afraid. I'll stay with you. I will help you. The eaters are coming. We need to find another store and a safe place to chill. Well, not chill. I know what you mean, girl.
Wendy drove them away, scared for her friend. She couldn't imagine what the captured girls had coming. At least Sally had her to help her through.
We need to hurry,
Sally said.
We need to be settled soon, somewhere really safe, and before that I need to get a bunch of shit. It's been almost 10 hours since I last used.
23. Cooper woke with a start and was glad he used his belt as a safety harness. It stopped him from rolling off the platform. From 25 feet up, he could see far. The ditch was filled with the dead, and none seemed to have escaped. They completely filled the ditch for as far as he could see. He climbed down and headed north. He covered many miles non-stop in the day, making it all the way to where the 101 met the 85. He was tired, but today was actually an easy one. He was just south of the most populated area, and from here on, it would be hard to move safely. There were likely very large groups of the dead just north of where he was. He wanted to rest as best he could tonight, in preparation for the coming challenges. Find food and water as well. The sun was almost down as he headed to a housing development off the highway. It looked new, as it wasn't too large and was surrounded by a vast open area. As the population grew, new houses were built on the edges of the city, and this was the southernmost edge of the city. He had just walked through miles of nothing to get to this point. It felt like the edge of civilization. He left the highway, cautiously looking around. The wall that should close off the subdivision was unfinished and stopped a few houses from where he was. The houses were mostly unfinished, and there were no lights on in them or on the streets. As the sun dropped lower, he could see just how dark this area would become. Already the deepening shadows made it hard not to stumble and trip at every step. As Cooper walked, the sun continued to fall. The wind picked up, and the world began to cool down. By the time he made it to the edge of the development, the sun was behind the distant mountains, and the cold night was upon him. He cautiously walked between houses, the darkness making it very hard to move. Construction sites were always littered with trash and debris. He pictured boards with rusty nails protruding underfoot, or worse, tripping on the uneven ground and falling on one. Who knew what else lay in the darkness just waiting to injure him? He tried the doors, and the first one opened, and in fact, had no doorknob. He wanted to find a house that had a knob, one that was locked, with windows, and was unoccupied. Toward the center of the development, the houses were more complete. Windows were open on the second floors, but not the lower, and the doors were shut. He continued on to the northern end of the street and stopped suddenly to listen. It wasn't sight or sound that stopped him in his tracks. It was the smell that hit him like a rock in the face. The stench of decay and putrid rot filled his nose, almost as if it were a solid wall. He slowly took a few steps backward, silently turned, and went back down the street to the center of the development. He knew what he would likely find in the stench-filled dark. Moving or not, there were a lot of dead people around, and that meant there was nothing for him there. He found a house that was still under construction, but had all its doors and windows locked. He found a ladder on the side of one of the other houses, and carried it over as quietly as possible. He pulled the ladder in after himself, the slight clanking setting his teeth on edge. He listened for a bit with his head out the window, but all was quiet. He made his way to the bathroom and tried the faucet, and water gushed from it. He drank deeply, stuck his head in the basin, and rinsed off all the sweat and dust. He splashed his face as he drank more water. It felt great and relaxed him. He stretched out on the floor of what was to be the master bathroom of the house and fell asleep. Cooper thought it was rain that woke him, but the soft clatter, thumping and moaning built to a roar. He was halfway to the window when he realized it was the dead. He walked slowly and peeked out. The dead packed the space between houses and surrounded him. Other windows showed much the same picture, the dead as far as the eye could see. Even the large space between the highway and the house was filling up with shambling corpses. There had to be thousands of them. He heard glass break downstairs as the press of bodies pushed against the panes. A zombie would eventually get pushed into the house, and the others would follow. He thought that maybe he could wait it out. He had water, and he felt semi-safe because he could get to the attic, and the door was heavy and lockable. There wasn't room in front of the attic door for enough of the dead to gather and push it down. But if he stayed, he would be trapped. He heard more glass breaking. He ducked down the stairs quickly, and it looked like they weren't on the verge of falling into a window, but it was still a possibility given all the windows and the number of the dead milling around outside. But the smell was overpowering, and that was really the deciding factor for him. He never got used to it. It clung to him, invaded his body. It made him feel as if he were breathing in physical particles of rotting flesh. Even in the closed house, the smell was unbearable. He backed up the stairs and quietly closed and locked the bedroom door. He must have attracted the dead when he moved the ladder. All it took was a few to attract a few more. The gathering crowd would get louder and attract even more in a chain reaction. This was a massive crowd, and for all he knew, it was getting bigger. He wanted to leave but didn't see any way out other than waiting for the dead to wander off. Then he remembered the whole reason they were here to begin with. Noise. He just had to make a noise at a distance and draw them away. He could do that with his silenced pistols. He pulled one out. The silencer reduced the power of the bullets, but they would still travel a good distance and with enough force to make some noise. He had 4 bricks of ammo. Each held 500 bullets, but still he didn't want to waste them. He stepped back from the window and knelt down. Being farther back from the window helped further suppress noise. He'd read about how real snipers operated, and the first thing he remembered was that they didn't hang out of windows and off the edges of buildings. He lined up a shot at the house farthest away and fired. Click. Nothing. He knew he would have to experiment, but he had no idea how far the bullet had gone. The throngs of the dead masked all sound and made it impossible to see any signs of where the bullet had landed. Without that knowledge, he could fire all his ammo and never know where the bullets were going. He knew that bullets could travel a mile or two, depending on many factors, so these were probably making it to the end of the street, which was maybe a quarter of a mile away. He arched the pistol up a bit and fired. Nothing again. He fired again, but a little to the right of the house, compensating for a stiff breeze that almost always blew through the valley. This time he thought he saw a small movement on the roof. Was that where the bullet hit? He aimed again, a little more to the right. He had used 4 bullets, and even though he had several thousand, he knew how fast things like ammo ran out. He fired again. The chain of events was spectacular. The bullet struck a large plate glass window above the front door of a house, and it shattered. The glass fell, shattering more and making noise loud enough to attract most of the zombies close to it. They all surged toward the house, and things began to thin out around Cooper's temporary residence. He fired again and hit the frame of the window. He couldn't hear it, couldn't see it until he pulled out his scope and looked. But it must have made some noise. The dead were more riled up. After about 10 minutes, a few drifters were still milling around. He reloaded as he waited. He decided he could make the highway and went downstairs while the dead were mostly preoccupied. He held both pistols at his sides. He opened the back door and raised his arms. Click, click. A neat hole appeared in a woman's forehead, and she dropped to the ground. Less than a second later, a man in a suit missing his lower jaw dropped, his left eye gone. Cooper was at the grass that bordered the highway, guns still up. Click. A kid dressed in filthy rags that looked to be a sports uniform fell. Click, click, click. A large, naked, fat man startled him by moving quickly. He put 3 shots in his head. A waste of ammo. He had to watch that in the future. Click. Another man in a suit with his shirt open and untucked fell. Click. A woman in a suit blouse, with no dress or pants on, fell. They must have wandered over from a nearby business park. Cooper was almost to the highway. He looked back and saw he had a few fans, not too many. He kept moving across the grass and down the highway. He was free from the dead, for now. 24.
Those were gunshots.
Lisa shushed Anna and squeezed her arm. In the dark closet, the noise was muffled but unmistakable.
Shotgun, I believe. We have to be quiet. We may be in here for a long time. Okay,
Anna whispered. It was less than a day after Cooper left when both girls were sitting in Lisa's house, talking and eating from cans by candlelight. Anna had slept a long time, but not quite as long as Lisa, who had fallen asleep shortly after Cooper left and had woken up only a few hours earlier. Anna was less guarded with Lisa, and they chatted about their lives prior to the breakout of Euphoria Z. Basic background stuff. They had just finished eating when they heard the first screams. Lisa ran out and came back quickly. They were under attack and had to hide.
You know they are going to find us in here if they look,
Anna whispered.
We really need to get out of here.
The closet was almost completely dark. Lisa was silent for a moment.
I know. You should get out of here. Not without you. Come on.
Anna stood and opened the door to the closet and crawled around the room.
Is there a way to sneak out of here?
Lisa was pulling herself up off the ground, using the bed for support.
Yes, it's how I got stuck in a car and almost died. I will get you caught. You should go.
Anna ignored her, took her hand, and pulled her out of the room. The girls went out the back of the house and heard the sounds of shouting coming from the street. Male voices were cursing, telling everyone to come out or die like their friends. The wall was 8 feet high. It seemed excessive for a development way up on the hill. Anna had already run up the ladder, leaning against the wall, and straddled it. She was reaching down for Lisa, feeling very exposed on top of the wall.
"Give me your hand."
She looked around nervously.
"I don't know about this. The last time I tried this, I rolled down that hill all the way to the bottom and had to hide in a car."
Anna looked briefly down the steep hill. It was a long way to the bottom. She tried so hard not to picture Lisa rolling down it. Her face twisted in an involuntary smile. She just hoped it was dark enough to hide it.
"Come on. We don't have time to screw around."
She waved her hand at Lisa. Lisa took hold of her hand and carefully climbed up the ladder. It squeaked and rattled, and Anna was sure everyone for a mile could hear it. She held on to Lisa's hand, worried she was going to get pulled off the wall. Lisa made it to the top of the ladder and sat on the wall. Anna caught her breath. A loud crash startled them, but they sat still. The flicker of flashlights in the house came to the back door, and both girls held their breaths, hoping whoever it was didn't see the ladder leaning against the wall. The light paused for a moment, then whipped around and was gone. They heard crashing from the next house, as the door was kicked in there too. How many people were here? Were they taking prisoners or just supplies? The girls sat on the wall in the dark, waiting for the people to get far enough away so any sound or motion wouldn't give them away. Finally, they moved. Anna had to lie down and hold Lisa's hand to get the ladder. It was heavy for her to lift with one hand, but she got it, and together the girls pulled the ladder the rest of the way up and over the wall. They lowered it on the other side and noticed that the wall dropped an additional 2 feet on the outer side. That distance was huge, given the circumstances. When it was lowered, the ladder threatened to fall over completely. Anna went down, made sure it was stable, and then climbed back up.
"You have to go down first. I will hold your hands and help you down."
Lisa looked scared. She started shaking her head no.
"Look, you already fell off this wall and rolled to the high—"
Anna stifled an involuntary laugh. Lisa was too scared to react.
"I can't. You have to. I am staying until you're safe. Do you want me to get caught?"
Just then the sound of the shotgun tore through the air, and Anna jumped and yelped involuntarily. They heard screams from down the street coming from the direction of the main gate. Even though this was a sizable development, the 30 or so people remaining in it had all moved to the houses close by each other and near the gate. They heard a male shouting, "We know you're here! Come out!" It was a man's voice, loud and confident. This made no sense to either of the girls. Another voice yelled out, "I know you're here! All I want is the Mexican bitch and the asshole with her!" This voice was weaker, less full and far less powerful. It took a moment for the words to register. Anna's eyes went wide.
"We have to go now. Those are the guys who tried to rape me and killed—"
She was pushing Lisa over the edge of the wall. They heard another voice, faintly yelling a warning, an old man's voice. Then the roar of the shotgun silenced it. "We got more to kill! We got you surrounded!" Lisa was fighting back, tears in her eyes.
"We have to go save them. And what? Let them rape us? Do you think they're going to leave any of us alive? We have to do something,"
Lisa said, with pure anguish in her eyes.
"What? What can we do? I saw what these men would do to us."
"All right!" the voice yelled, and then a cacophony of booms and flashes disturbed the night. The girls were certain there were no survivors.
"Quick! We should go while they're still blind and deaf from the gunshots."
Anna was once again pushing Lisa. This time she went over, tried to hang from the edge, but slipped and dropped to the ladder. Anna was still holding her wrists and fought to keep the heavy woman from falling. Lisa struggled down the ladder, Anna right behind her. The two slid down the steep hill in the dark toward the highway, unsure what they were to do next, but the highway was dark, and they figured they could get away. This was a very large area with deceptively high grasses and dips in the land. They heard a car start, and light came from the main gate behind them and to their right. A pickup truck was speeding down the road toward the highway. It went right and up the highway in the direction Cooper had gone.
"They're going after Cooper. We have to warn him,"
Anna said.
"We're going to have to drive, and that means light, noise, attracting the dead. And we won't get there before they do. How are we going to warn him?"
They both walked in silence, watching the truck recede slowly north. They heard the moans of the dead coming from all around them. They had only minutes to decide what to do.
"We have to get to a car."
Anna spoke as she looked around, eyes wide. There were only a few on the highway here, and out of those cars, only a handful weren't already occupied by the dead. The problem was that neither of them could hot-wire a car, and the cars with keys in them were also the ones with the dead in them. Anna stayed clear of the cars as Lisa looked until she found one that had only one flailing corpse in it. A smallish woman in a minivan was still strapped into the driver's seat. The inside of the minivan wasn't as befouled as the others seemed to be. She waved Anna over.
"I need your help,"
she whispered. Anna came over, arms folded tight to her body. She looked at Lisa, waiting for instructions.
"We need to get her out of there."
Anna's eyes shot open.
"What? Let her out? Then what?" "Well, I have an idea on how to deal with her. She has a seat cover, so hopefully the seat will be okay."
Anna hadn't even considered the fact that they were about to sit in a van where a corpse had sat for days or even weeks.
"Come on, Anna. You need to learn not to react this way. You need to be more aware and take action quicker, or you will die." "Sorry."
She shook off her daze, heeding the words of her new friend.
"What do I need to do?"
Moments later, Anna opened the door and the noise of the moaning dead woman increased. She waved a leather boot from the highway in her face, and the woman grabbed at it. She heard a faint click, and the woman toppled toward her and out of the car. She was already running around the van. The woman was standing and starting to pursue her. More of the dead were shambling in from the surrounding darkness. Anna came around the van quickly. Lisa was already in the passenger seat. She was trying to close the door but couldn't. Anna threw her weight against it, but it didn't even come close to closing. Anna stopped. They hadn't made an alternate plan, should this happen. She couldn't get Lisa in the van but couldn't leave her like this either.
"Oh well,"
Anna mumbled. She took off around the van as the dead woman was coming around the front. She ran around the back of the vehicle and could see at least 3 more of the dead coming at her. She grabbed the seat cover with both hands at the top near the headrest, hoping there wasn't anything gross on it, and pulled with all her might. She almost fell backward as the cover pulled free easily. She dropped it and jumped into the van. Thankfully, the seat felt dry, even though the stench was overpowering. Even with the impending threat of a horrible death, she almost jumped back out of the van in reaction to the smell. She pulled the door shut and tried to start the van. Lisa was holding on to the dashboard with tears in her eyes.
"I almost got you killed! I am so fat, so fucking fat!"
She let go of the dashboard and started to slide backward.
"No!"
Anna screamed, and grabbed her by the hair and started trying to pull her in. It was futile, but Lisa couldn't slide out now.
"Let me go!"
Lisa was crying.
"No! I can't start the van if I have to hold you, and I'm not letting you go!"
The dead woman arrived at Anna's side of the van and started slapping on the glass. Anna saw 2 of the dead coming at Lisa from the darkness. She let go and twisted the keys again, and the van started.
"What do I do now?" "What?"
Lisa screamed. The answer so obvious, she didn't know what to say.
"Drive!"
Anna screamed even louder.
How do I make it go?
Lisa realized Anna didn't know how to drive. She reached up and pulled the shifter to drive, and the van lurched forward. She started yelling instructions. Turn the wheel! Harder! Push down with your right foot! A little lighter! Keep it on the road! Moments later, Lisa still half out the van, they pulled over, and she rolled out. She found the latch and let the seat slide all the way back. Anna was busy rolling all the windows down. Thankfully, there was a sunroof too, and she opened that. Lisa was able to squeeze into the van and close the door. The dead were still a ways behind them. They both sat quietly for a few moments in the dark van, door closed, windows open. Anna let the brake up and slowly drove forward.
So, as I was formulating this brilliant plan, it didn't occur to you to tell me that you couldn't drive?
Anna looked at her sideways.
And you can't tell when a space is too small for your body to fit into? How long have you been fat?
Anna was smiling, trying to relax and lighten the mood with a joke, but she still was shaking badly from the close call. Lisa smiled. Her weight pained her, and jokes about it usually hurt her deeply. But those jokes were from mean-spirited people. Anna had almost died because of her, and the girl still saved her, refused to let her die. She could comment on her weight as much as she liked. Lisa had another thought and slid back out of the van.
We need to cover the running lights, the brake lights. They can't be turned off and are visible for miles.
She was gone for several minutes. The dead had to be close by now. Anna was getting worried when Lisa hopped back in.
I had to find something to cover them with. I found some of that silver tape in a truck and cut up a jacket and covered all the lights. Good thinking.
Anna turned to her.
Now what? Now what? Again, now what?
Lisa shook her head and smiled.
I'm hungry. Let's look for a drive-thru.
Old Monterey Road paralleled the 101 for miles and was close enough at spots to be seen from the highway, while at other places it was a mile or more away. It was dark and dangerous, and it was here where Anna learned to drive. She had to drive rather fast, too, with no lights. They watched the truck on the 101 as it moved north, and eventually they got ahead of it. They still wondered how they would find and warn Cooper. They watched the lights of the truck on the highway cruising slowly along. It stopped and started up again on occasion. The girls had a substantial lead.
If you can drive under these circumstances, I would say you can drive anywhere, anytime.
Lisa broke the silence. Anna didn't respond. The lights were out and it was dark. The windows were all up and the sunroof mostly closed. The smell wasn't as bad since the van had aired out. As they drove, they passed several clumps of cars and a few of the dead and almost hit a dog. A few times, as they slowed for some of the larger obstacles, the dead would slap at the car. It was always a completely horrifying event. Even if they saw it coming, the face of a corpse smashed against their windows in the dark of night was scary. The girls managed to stay on the road, despite all the dangers. Lisa turned and looked back out the window. She couldn't see, but didn't want to roll the window down either.
Maybe we should slow down? Stay with these guys.
What? Anna asked, as if it were the stupidest idea she had ever heard. But she didn't take her eyes off the road.
We need to get to Cooper first. If we pass him and these guys find him first, we might be more of a help to him if we can be there when they find him. I don't know.
Anna sounded dubious.
I guess we can try that for a while, but eventually something is going to happen. They might spot us. We can run out of gas. Well, if you think of something better, let me know.
They drove for almost an hour until the truck stopped and turned its lights off. This time the truck seemed to be taking longer than before to turn its lights back on. The girls waited for several long minutes with the windows open. The night was dark and cold.
What do you think they're doing?
Lisa was looking into the dark, but saw nothing.
Don't know. Maybe they found him.
Anna looked around before opening her door. They hadn't seen dead or living for quite some time, so both got out of the van. It felt good to stand in the fresh night air.
I can't see them.
Lisa turned, and her stomach dropped. Part of the covering over the running lights had come loose, a bright red beacon that could be seen for miles. Just then, the low idle of an engine and the crunch of gravel alerted them that the truck was close. They saw it pulling on the road a few hundred yards behind them. Lisa pressed the tape back in place.
We have to get going,
she hissed.
Won't they just chase us down?
Anna asked as she jumped behind the wheel.
Probably, but there's nowhere to hide out here. Maybe we can get to a building or something where we stand a chance.
They drove off, and the truck seemed to follow. Its lights were back on, which made it easy for them to see it, and hard for whoever was driving to see beyond the range of his own headlights. 25. On the bottom level of the parking structure, Jeff stood several yards away from the first of the two up-down ramps. He was silent for a few minutes, and Ron and Sal watched him dubiously. He was just standing there doing nothing. Suddenly, he turned.
Oh, crap! Here, you will need these. These babies coming down soon.
Jeff pulled 2 pairs of clear safety glasses out of his pockets and handed them to Ron and Sal. He was seemingly as crazy as Bill. There was nothing in view that Ron or Sal could see.
What is this?
Sal asked.
Wait for it.
Jeff was standing cross-armed and smiling, looking right at the ramp. Jeff looked like he was trying to pull the ramp down with his mind. Just then, there was a loud creaking moan, and dust spewed from the seams of the ramp.
Holy shit, he is doing this with his mind,
Ron thought. Sal got nervous and backed up a step. There was another loud moan, a loud crack, and an explosion of dust that billowed across the structure. Something stung Ron's cheek, drawing blood.
What the hell is happening, Jeff?
Ron yelled louder than he wanted to.
Ye of little faith and all that, Jeff smirked. Should be soon.
There was a long, loud, shuddering moan, the screech of steel on steel. Then a loud, clanging pop followed, instantly, by a thunderous roar, as the ramp dropped to the ground right in front of them. The ground shook like an earthquake, and both Ron and Sal retreated from the ramp. Sal tripped and fell backward on the ground. The air was thick with white dust that choked and blinded them. The wind quickly carried the dust away. Lying on the ground behind Jeff was a very large slab of broken concrete where the ramp once ascended, and above it, a neat rectangular hole 15 feet up. Jeff was whooping and hollering. The undemonstrative youth had never displayed near this level of emotion. He was dancing around and yelling, "Did you see that? Did you see that shit? Yeah, I am the man! I am the man! Hey, fellas, who's the man?" The dust was coming off Jeff in clouds. He stopped to cough.
Man, that was great, huh?
His face was split by a smile.
Next time we need to wear a mask. You know, those full-faced air filter masks? The expensive ones? Well, they're free now, right?
Sal and Ron were standing and brushing themselves off. Ron looked a little perturbed.
You should have given us a heads up. And ruined the show? Come on, man. You know this was the most awesome thing you have ever seen.
Ron smiled.
Yeah, it was. Sorry. Maybe this whole friend dying thing has got me down. You guys didn't know Bill like I did. He wasn't a bad guy. Well, shit. He was, wasn't he? I never knew he hit Mary. Had I known. Well, he wasn't my friend. He was an asshole. So forgive me if I ask you not to ruin my moment here.
Jeff was pulling stuff from the rubble. Aren't you guys curious as to how the great Jeffini took this ramp down without touching it? Of course, they echoed. Jeff held up one of 4 hydraulic jacks he had set under the ramp. They were surprisingly small for what they could do. These jacks gradually lifted the bottom of the ramp and caused the top to slip from its moorings. Then it just crashed down.
Amazing.
Sal was shaking his head.
I feel safer already.
Ron and Sal started helping him move all the gear from the rubble. So if we take the other ramp and the stairs down, how do we get back up? We'll go up before we start the jacks. Then I'll show you the new elevator system. Ron and Sal looked at each other and smiled. You mind sharing your grand plan with us? Ron asked. Maybe we can help. And seriously, that was dangerous. We should know what's coming next time. Jeff didn't reply. He was still smiling. Panicked female screams came from above, and Ron winced. Oh, crap! They think we're dead, I bet. Sal chuckled as Ron yelled reassurances up to his wife. He leaned toward Jeff.
I think you might be too young to understand this, but the ladies aren't going to think this is nearly as cool as we did.
And then he addressed Ron.
We can't let them know he almost killed us, or they will hate him. Sorry, kid. We have to tell them we knew what was coming, and take the heat for not telling them.
You're right, Ron sighed. I'm gonna get hell for this. I don't understand. Jeff looked amused. Are you guys messing with me? I don't understand it. I just know how it works. Ron winked. Sal chuckled, but he also wished Maria was here to be mad at him. Donna's voice echoed down. What the hell is this? She was standing on the edge of the hole on the floor above. She looked pissed, and was looking right at Ron. Mary was next to her. She was feigning anger and looking at Sal, and he was happy there was someone in the world to be mad at him. Sal smiled at her, and she smiled back. Ron looked at Jeff as if to say, pay attention. We just took this ramp down like we discussed. We did it in seconds without touching it. Do you want to know how? Hell no! What I want to know, before the fact, is the next time something is going to make me pee my pants and think my husband's dead. Donna turned and walked off. Mary followed. Jeff nodded. I think I'm beginning to understand. Sal smiled and patted him on his back.
For a genius, you sure are dumb. You'll never understand. That's what you need to understand.
A crowd of the infected arrived after the first ramp came down, so they led them away in the van and circled back. They set the jacks and brought the other ramp down same as the first. The stairs proved easy to bring down. They had to lead the infected away a few times, and were done as the sun was dropping. They were on the second floor when the last stairway fell. Now to the new elevator. Jeff walked off. He took them to a spot where nothing seemed to be, and stopped. This is very rough. I think it will need to be rebuilt, added to, etc. Anyway, here it goes. He reached behind one of the exterior columns and produced a large plastic box with buttons on it. It was hanging by a thick black cord. The buttons were large. There was a red one and a green one, and a few smaller ones. He pressed the green button, and a soft whirring came from above. Slowly, a large chunk of concrete lowered into sight. Jeff pushed the red button, and it stopped. Okay, like I said, rough, but you see the potential here, right? Of course. Sal was smiling, already thinking of ways to attach a platform and stabilize it. Oh, this is going to be great. Thanks, Jeff. Ron patted Jeff on the back as they all walked together up the ramps to their home, chatting about other things they wanted to accomplish. Ron and Sal hadn't forgotten about the bikers, and the threat of them lingered in the back of their minds constantly. Ron was reminded of the physical and emotional damage done to him. Sal could see the bruises on Ron's neck. the abrasions on his wrists, and, during unguarded moments, the expression on his face that was a mix of sadness, anger, and fear. 26. Costco was the shit. The shit in the best sense of the word. Everyone loved the giant, brightly lit land of plenty. If they didn't, they were either lying or stupid. Banjo was an avid fan of the place and was even a card-carrying executive member. There was no better place to be during an apocalypse than Costco. So it made sense that there would already be people there. No matter. Banjo had expected it. He had already stopped the bus and dipped his wick, then discussed what the plan would be for dealing with any occupants of their new home. Jeter and Fats were already sated and nodding off, so he had to rouse them. Some of the girls were starting to come down and were a bit jittery and moaning lightly. Banjo had what they needed. In fact, Jeter had 2 saddlebags stuffed with enough drugs to send him away for 10 life stints, had it been a few weeks earlier. Banjo had personally stuffed the bags himself after killing the dealer. Once the shit had started going down, he knew it was every man for himself, and got a head start on the looting. He knew what commodities would be hard to find in a zonked-up world. He now had 2 of them. He rolled up to the Costco and cut the engine. 3 men with rifles were on the roof. According to plan, Banjo walked out, alone. Jeter and Fats had already left the bus. Jeter was all lit up on a full baseball, and the cocaine would fuel him for his mission. Fats was given a few hits to help him keep up, but all he really needed was for one of his brothers to take the lead, and he would act accordingly. Banjo walked up to the 2 large metal roll-up doors and looked at the roof.
"Hello, hey!"
The small man-sized metal door to the right of the giant roll-ups opened a few inches, just enough to let a douche wearing wireframe glasses and a polo shirt pop up. The 3 men on the roof were all looking over the edge, guns on the biker. Banjo made no sudden moves and stopped a few yards from the door.
"Hey, friend, I'm traveling with some ladies that need medical attention."
We have no doctors here. What's wrong with them?
The douche was squinting at the sun. Apparently it was dark in there, even with all the skylights.
"Withdrawal. Really harsh shit. We have no drugs. A good thing, I guess. So we're all starting to crash. We need lots of OTC, over-the-counter drugs to help ride it out."
Banjo was relaxed, standing with his arms loose at his sides.
Make a list and I will see what I can do.
"Very kind of you, sir."
Banjo smiled a friendly smile, but not at the kindness of the man, at what he was going to do to him.
"In the meantime, I want you to meet the girls. You will see they are no threat, and maybe let them in to freshen up."
The douche looked up, eyes wide, as 5 completely naked strippers walked off the bus. They smiled and vamped, spun, stuck their chests out, and gave little waves to the men.
Now there was a commodity not stacked on pallets within the walls of Costco,
Banjo thought. Straight or gay, male or female, a completely naked blonde was something that drew attention. 5 completely naked blondes demanded attention. In fact, for a straight man, 5 completely naked hot blondes woke up old Mr. Dick, and he was a bastard. Mr. Dick was a monster, and when he was hit with a jolt of energy, powerful enough to raise Frankenstein, even angry villagers couldn't bring him down. He didn't give a shit about safety, logic, right or wrong, promises made, and least of all did he care about his host organism, said straight male. When old Mr. Dick started talking, there was no shutting him up. Banjo could tell the douche was straight, based on the smile that broke his head in half. Mr. Dick was at the wheel now, and only cared about one thing. Douche relaxed and let his guard down. He was as good as dead. Banjo covered the distance to the door in a flash, and hit the douche square in the face. The guy never saw him coming. Banjo busted through the door, grabbing the stunned man with an arm around his neck, and the door banged shut. The men on the roof were powerless to do anything. Seconds after the attack, as they were processing what had happened, they heard the sound of crunching gravel behind them. They were too slow to react once again. Fats tackled one man and threw him to the ground, landing on top of him. He grabbed the man's face with both hands and started squeezing. It wasn't clear from the way Fats held the man's head whether he was trying to blind him, strangle him, or rip his face off. In any case, the result of Fats' attack was the man's death by suffocation. Jeter was on his target at the same time, but made quicker work of him. He went for a man clearly frozen in confusion, kicked out with his steel-toed boot, and hit him in the gut. Then he shoved him backward over the edge of the building. The 30-foot drop and head-first landing was a sure kill. Jeter spun and saw the other man was trying to surrender, but Jeter would have none of that. He rushed him, bent low, hit him in the gut with his shoulder, and heard the air rush from his lungs. The two flew a couple of yards, landing on a skylight, which made a loud pop as it split. They both dropped through, into darkness. Jeter landed on top of the man, about 15 feet below the skylight on the top of a high shelf. They landed on a huge cube of plastic-wrapped canned goods. The victim was hurting, but Jeter was so amped he didn't miss a beat. He started kicking the guy hard until he rolled off the high shelves and landed on the shiny concrete floor. Jeter jumped down and landed next to him. This time his fried and amped brain did note that the hard surface caused some discomfort as he landed on it, but nothing to worry about. He jumped to his feet and kept on kicking the guy. He noticed there was a can in his hand he must have picked up at some point. The short-lived and temporary high was fading. He looked at the gory mess on the floor, dropped the bloody can, and started stumbling through the dark building. He walked right into a well-lit circle. About 30 people were staring at him. Most screamed and ran off into the darkness. 2 men came at him and grabbed his arms. Jeter just waited, knowing Banjo and Fats would soon appear. Sure enough, there was Banjo at the edge of the light, a gun pressed to the douche's head. The douche was bleeding from a cut to his forehead. Fats soon showed up, all sweaty and panting. There were 10 or so people left in the circle, staring at them. "Now listen up," Banjo shouted to the dark store. "All of you have 30 seconds to leave peacefully. If there's anyone left after that, I will shoot this douche in the head, and then we will hunt you down and kill you too." For a moment, there were voices yelling in the dark from every height, angle, and distance. "Fuck you!" and okay, we are leaving," and "Everybody, we have to go," and "I need my medication," and "Please don't hurt us," and "There's enough here for us all to share," and on and on. "Enough!" Banjo roared. "Everyone leave the building and start running. Now!" There was a cacophony of jumping, squeaking of shoes, thumps, running, and falling objects, and the light from the door jumped and danced with the shadows of a desperate exodus. The folks at the bikers' feet stood and left as quickly as possible. A moment later, an old man walked into the light. "I need my meds or I will die." He had his hands up and was walking sideways toward a spot in the circle of cots and boxes. He never took his eyes off Banjo as he picked up a tan duffel and backed away quickly. "Thank you," he said as he stepped into the darkness. Fats made a move to brain the old man. "Fats, no!" Banjo stopped him. "It'll be another body we have to move out of here. Let him go." Fats nodded and backed down, and Banjo released the douche.
Take off, man.
The douche ran like he'd never run before. He flew through the door and out into the daylight, squinting. He held his arms up over his eyes as they adjusted, and what he saw froze him in place. Fanned across the parking lot were the dead, squatting over the bodies of his group. It looked like no one got away. The closest body was a young man, not more than 20 years old, and a corpse was busy pulling the flesh off in patches to get to the meat. The wet tearing was only slightly less grisly than the sight of the corpse pulling the innards out of the chest cavity until it found the heart. It sat back and started chewing. As it moved away, he saw another corpse, a very young girl no more than 10. She sat on the ground next to the young man, wearing a dirty party dress, her hair matted with blood. She held one of the young man's forearms, her feet against his ribcage, and pulled and twisted. The sound was the same as that of raw chicken being torn apart, only louder, and the visuals making it infinitely more horrifying. She twisted and pulled, the joints popping and cracking, until the arm came out of the socket. She pulled, stretching and ripping the muscle and tendons, until the arm separated from the body. She held it to her mouth with both hands and started tearing large hunks of red meat from the limb with small, cracked teeth. She barely chewed, swallowed the hunk, and ravenously attacked the arm again, tearing off another large hunk of meat. By the time he tore his attention from the horrible sight and looked up, many corpses were coming for him. He turned around, but the door was already closed. He was on his own. The dancers were all on the bus. Given the choice of running naked into the dead city or staying at Costco and screwing for food, they chose the Costco. Life would be pretty much the same. Besides, Banjo had showed them the saddlebags full of what they needed to motivate their loyalty and performance for the douche and his friends. A couple of the girls were starting to sweat and vomit. Banjo led them all to a caged area where the expensive Costco shit was kept and locked them in. He had each one stick her arm out and gave each a big dose of the black tar. Banjo, Fats, and Jeter got to work on their new home. Soon a fire was roaring in the middle of the large building. There was food and booze aplenty. 1 or 2 girls were brought out at a time. Fats had held a giant plastic jug of cheese balls for over an hour, and now it was empty. His hands and face were orange as well as the front of his shirt. Banjo shook his head. Good old Fats, he thought. It occurred to him that he didn't know anything about the fat bastard. He knew a good bit about Jeter, and Jeter him, as they had ridden for years. But Fats, he had been with the both of them almost as long, and Banjo knew next to nothing about him. He shrugged. Probably nothing to know about a guy who does nothing but eat and shit. Fats never talked. Banjo had heard a few words from his mouth over the years, but very few, and what he said was more retarded than even he expected. Hell, Fats had never even asked to be in the gang. Jeter just showed up with him one day, gave him a cut, and started teaching him how to ride. The fat bastard never really learned, either. Banjo smirked to himself. A second of random thoughts, and then Banjo was on to more important things. He walked around the darkened store, the skylights allowing in enough light to see fairly well. Banjo checked for any entrances or exits, and made sure everything was closed up tight. He had to leave to run an errand, and needed Jeter and Fats out cold during his absence. He was sure the Costco was a magnet for survivors, and didn't want anyone getting into his home while he was away, but there was nothing more he could think to do. Banjo was just itching to get his ass over to the van and reap unholy vengeance, but he decided he needed to make a few preparations first. He was already planning the attack in his head. He would amp up Jeter and Fats with some white wonder and take a hit himself, and then they would all three come down like ancient gods from above. No one would stop them. There would be no mercy, and the only directive from Banjo was that the coon was his.
All in good time,
he thought.
all in good time. Back to the business at hand, bro,
he scolded himself. The glorious assault is for later. He had much to do this day and needed to get moving. These plans, should they pan out, would make delivering payback to the spook and his friends swift, savage, and sweet.
Savage,
he thought, and chuckled at his word choice. 27. The highway was clear, even though Cooper was moving through a densely populated area, because it was separated from the large neighborhoods by a 20-foot-high concrete wall. The thoroughfare was enormous, the largest Cooper had been on yet. It had multiple lanes, commuter lanes, shoulders, a wide median, and 2 tree-filled buffer zones. It had been a long while since he'd seen a soul, living or dead. At the peak of an overpass, he stopped to look around. In contrast to the quiet and desolate highway, he saw several areas where massive hordes of the dead, numbering in the thousands, packed every available space. He hoped to avoid ever having to deal with such a large crowd. He pulled out the scope to have a closer look. They seemed to be swarming one central target, and while tightly packed in the center, they thinned out toward the edges. There was evidence of a few major fires, but they seemed to have burned out. The commercial districts and business parks were clear. There were signs of survivors on a few of the roofs. Sheets painted with "Help" were most common. As he scanned the area, he saw thousands of faces, but one made him backtrack, as it stood out from all the rest. It seemed to be the face of a living person, and it was. Cooper lowered the scope, and his head with it. He looked at his feet and exhaled in frustration. This time he knew the name of the person in need of rescue. Lisa sat in a minivan about a quarter of a mile from the highway, surrounded by thousands and thousands of deadheads.
This could be a funny story to tell later, if we both live,
he thought. He jogged down the overpass, almost a quarter of a mile just to get to street level. At the bottom, right off the highway, was a large fenced-in parking lot with about a dozen medical emergency vehicles parked in it. He decided one of them would make a perfect rescue vehicle. He found a large piece of cardboard first. He needed it to climb the high fence that was topped with a coil of barbed wire. Laying the cardboard over the top of the fence prevented him from getting seriously injured, but a few of the barbs poked through the cardboard, snagging his clothes and scratching him. Once in the yard, he started checking to see if the vehicles were locked. These vehicles were massive trucks, more like armored trucks, converted for the job of emergency rescue. He had checked about 10 of them, and they were all locked, when he noticed one parked away from the others. One of the vehicles was closer to the building, a white piece of paper taped to the inside of the driver's side window. It was a maintenance checklist. The door was locked too. He tried the building, locked. So he used his baton to take out the glass, or tried to. It was thick, tempered glass with wire mesh embedded in it. He pulled a pistol to shoot out the glass. He stood at an angle so the bullet wouldn't ricochet straight back into him, pulled on his hood, turned his head, and closed his eyes. He fired 3 shots until he heard the glass hitting the concrete. He stepped back and kicked at the glass, sending chunks of it clattering to the ground. But the embedded wire security mesh remained intact. He kicked harder, but the mesh did its job and held fast. He was momentarily frustrated, but remembered the multi-tool he had picked up at the gun shop. It clipped through the wire in seconds, and he was inside. The keys for all the vehicles were on hooks behind a counter. "Oh, crap," Cooper thought, as he stepped out of the office and was confronted by a corpse in a security guard uniform. It was tottering up the steps, but Cooper wasn't worried. He had time to snap out the baton and brain it. It toppled back, and two more came from around the side of the vehicle. He raced to meet them. He had a feeling there were more on the way. The baton sliced into the skulls of two more security guards like they were butter. He heard the dragging of feet from the other side of the vehicle, and was in the driver's seat before he saw a fat security guard in the passenger window. He started the ambulance. The beast of a vehicle had an engine to match. It was called a Triton V10, or so the chrome badge on the front fender said. He could feel the power when he pressed the gas and heard the throaty rumble. The fat security guard heard the engine roar when he was right in front of the vehicle, and turned to look into the windshield. "Sorry, bud," Cooper said, as he dropped the vehicle into gear and jabbed the pedal. The vehicle shot forward, and Fatty dropped from view as he went under it. Cooper drove to the main street that ran under the overpass and took a right. Soon he was plowing through bodies. The thunk, thunk, thunk of skulls hitting the hood was almost relaxing at this point. The heavy vehicle barely registered the bumps as it drove over bodies. He had to slow down after a bit as the bodies thickened. Rolling over too many of them at once caused the ambulance to buck uncomfortably and the wheels to spin. As they thickened, he was worried he wouldn't make it to Lisa and would only succeed in getting himself trapped in the same predicament she was in. He kept pushing on, slowly as possible, as this allowed the bodies to get pushed to the side by the bumper, instead of having all of them go under the ambulance. He pushed on until he came up to the intersection. Lisa's face was shocked and happy as she waved at Cooper. Anna was leaning over and waving too. He pulled up as close as he could next to the minivan and rolled down the window. The dead couldn't squeeze between the two vehicles, but they were trying, and the vehicles were rocking. Lisa rolled down the window halfway. "We're here to rescue you," she smiled. Cooper just smiled. After he took a look at the minivan, he knew he couldn't get the girls out safely in the intersection. "Look, I'm going to push your vehicle out of here. Look for a place where you can pull in and get out safely. I have no idea what that might look like." "I have an idea," Anna said. "Start pushing us." Cooper backed the ambulance and positioned it right behind the van. A few of the dead wouldn't get out of the way, so he had to push with them in between vehicles. They didn't seem to notice that they were getting smashed and ground to pieces. The powerful engine had no trouble pushing the smaller vehicle forward. Anna steered as Cooper pushed for a few long blocks. Then suddenly, she cut the wheel. The minivan coasted into a gas station, and she aimed for the car wash. She coasted into the tunnel as Cooper raced to the other side before the dead could get there. The girls came out of the tunnel at the same time, just as Cooper was opening one of the rear doors. Anna was at the vehicle in a flash, grabbing Cooper's hand as she placed a foot on the bumper, and hopped lightly up and inside. Lisa was only about halfway. The second door opened, and both he and Anna were waiting with arms ready to pull Lisa in. A moan came from nearby and startled them. Cooper thought the area was clear, but a corpse was coming from around the corner of the car wash. It was covered with thick black mud, as if it had been lying in a puddle. It came at Lisa. Cooper hopped down to help, but Lisa saw it coming. She turned to face the zombie, not sure what she was going to do. She needed to learn to deal with these things. An arm shot past her, and the zombie's head split in the middle. A chunk of putrid flesh hit her cheek. "That was too close," she said as she turned. Yeah, almost got you. Cooper held his baton at the ready. He thought he heard more coming.
No, I mean that was too close.
Lisa pointed at the gore on her cheek.
To my mouth.
Anna was there with a large piece of torn sheet from the vehicle. She gave it to Lisa to wipe her face. Cooper grabbed an edge and wiped his baton clean and collapsed it. 2 more mud-covered zombies came from around the car wash.
Crap, man, I just cleaned this thing.
He snapped it open and went at the large black figure and split its head. It dropped like a sack. He whipped the baton over at the smaller of the 2 mud-covered figures. The baton made a loud clack and didn't penetrate the skull. The zombie kept coming. Cooper was so certain he would drop it, he was totally unprepared for the attack. The deadhead grabbed his shoulder and latched on. They had amazing strength, and it hurt as its dead fingers dug into his shoulders. He was too close to use the baton or kick the zombie away. He pushed it with both hands against its ribcage. He heard a cracking as the zombie pulled harder, straining to get its mouth on the food before it. Suddenly, the corpse's ribs cracked and gave way. Cooper's hands went into the chest cavity. He could feel the jagged edges of broken bone, the organs slipping over his fingers, and black fluid running down his arms. The corpse was in his face, inches away, hissing and clicking its teeth. Cooper kept pushing as the zombie pulled. With great alarm, he felt the ribs in the rear of the corpse giving way. Cooper was about to drop to the ground on top of it and tried to get away, when suddenly it stopped moving. The corpse went limp and dropped to the ground. Cooper backed up. Lisa held one of his guns and let it drop back on its tether.
There's more coming. We have to go.
Cooper looked over and saw a lot more coming. The zombies were all crawling from a large pipe that opened into a deep ditch. The ditch was filling with them, and they had a difficult time getting out of the slippery mud. A few had escaped already, and as the ditch filled, it looked like more would follow, using their fellow corpses as stepping stones. Back in the vehicle, Cooper took the wheel.
Thanks for saving my life, by the way,
he said to Lisa, as he maneuvered the large vehicle back onto a path for the 101.
I kind of owed you. I still owe you.
He and the girls got caught up, and a few minutes later, he was rolling toward an overpass. He was going slowly because the dead were getting much thicker. He was slowly pushing them away, rolling many over. He suddenly stopped and turned off the engine.
What are you doing?
Anna asked from the rear of the van. Neither girl wanted to be in the passenger seat, so close to the window where the dead beat and slapped the glass.
I thought I heard something. An engine, maybe motorcycles.
They sat quietly, and he heard the sound a time or two more. Loud sounds could bounce off the large glass buildings and seemed to come from somewhere else. But as they listened, the dead started moving as one, away from them and toward the highway. A few moments later, they could hear rumbling in the distance. As it grew louder, the dead grew more agitated. They were streaming away from the vehicle and toward the sound. Quickly, the rumbling turned to a loud roar that continued to grow louder every second. There were several motorcycles racing down the highway. The dead weren't heading straight for the overpass, but toward the noise, which was coming from the right. As they poured between buildings and all but disappeared, Cooper waited for things to clear, then started the ambulance. A few of the dead turned toward him, but the deafening roar was still the main attraction for a vast majority of them. He used the opportunity to drive off. The dead were dispersing, and he could rapidly get a few miles away. He stopped at a large, quiet business park. No dead were around. The roar of bikes was gone. He cut the engine, and they sat and listened for a while. All was quiet.
What now?
Anna was in the front seat, looking around, still not trusting that they were safe. Cooper rubbed his chin.
I think we should hole up here for the night. Rest and think about what we do next.
The girls agreed.
But you aren't going to like what I want to do. It will be brutal, but I think necessary.
28. Abel Tuggerson, Tug to everyone and anyone since he could remember, stood in the bed of a beat-to-shit pickup truck as it rolled slowly down the 101. It was covered in rotten flesh and putrid streaks of gore. Tug wasn't alone. His asshole cousin Jim rode in the bed with him, and an army of corpses followed them in a long line down the highway. They were going after the dude that had knocked him out. Jim kept rubbing it in his face, how the dude got the drop on him because he was fat and slow, how the only way he could have sex with any girl was to take a little Mexican girl prisoner, and on and on. Tug was sick of it. His other cousin, Jim's brother, Mike, was driving the truck. Tug and Jim used a pool cue and a baseball bat to bash heads and drank beer from a stack of cases. Jim wanted the cue and snatched it from Tug's hands. This was what Jim always did. He took whatever he wanted from Tug. What really pissed Tug off was that earlier he had tried to tell Jim that the baseball bat wasn't as good as a cue. They could both have cues right now. The cue was longer, and if you held it at the skinny end, the thick end could do some real damage. Tug knew the damage a cue could do from experience. He couldn't wait to cut the skinny end down a little, drill a hole for a strap so the cue wouldn't slip from his sweaty hands, maybe even wrap some tape around the end as a handle. Jim was standing at the rear of the truck, right up against the gate, laughing as he alternately took swigs from a beer can in his left hand and practiced his cueing skulls with his right. Tug had given up trying to have fun because the bat he was forced to use couldn't reach, and Jim was hogging the entire truck bed. He kept telling Tug to get out of the way. Tug watched as he hooted and hollered and had all the fun. Tug finally got so sick of his cousin, he just shoved him with both hands, hard. He smiled as he watched Jim fly from the truck and land face first on the rough highway. Jim was stunned for a second, but jumped right up. He looked so afraid and confused that Tug had to laugh out loud. Jim's teeth were broken and his face gashed up. Blood ran down the front of the stupid Western shirt he always wore, the one with all the gay stitches and girly patterns. He wore it all the time, like he thought he was some kind of cowboy instead of the fucking stock boy at Walmart, when they would give him any hours. Jim tried to run for the truck. The dead hadn't gotten him. Tug was scared he might make it back to the truck, but he couldn't stop laughing. He heard Mike yelling from the truck, "Tug! Tug, you fucking retard! What's happening?" "Nothing. It's all cool," Tug yelled, but the truck stopped and the door popped open. "Bullshit! Tug, you asshole, what did you do?" Mike ran back to help Jim, who had managed to find the cue on the road and was trying to hit the deadheads. Mike punched one in the face. The dead were surrounding the two. "Tug! Help us, you fuck!" Mike yelled. Jim screamed through shattered teeth and blood. "What? He pushed you?" Mike shrieked. "I am going to fucking kill you, Tug! You fat shit! You fucking retard! You are dead!" Tug watched, totally amused, as the contest between his asshole cousins and the swarm of corpses raged on. The two men were dropping them left and right. Jim and Mike were used to fighting back to back, as they were always getting into fights. They were strong and wiry and fought dirty. They were retreating to the truck and would probably make it back to Tug soon. He jumped out of the truck bed and into the cab. He put the truck in reverse and pushed down on the accelerator. That was another thing. The cousins never let him drive. and it was his damn truck. He hit Jim hard and sent him to the ground. Mike jumped aside and then into the truck bed. Tug floored the truck, and Mike held on. Cases of warm beer flew out and exploded on the tarmac. Mike looked back, screaming his brother's name with such agony that Tug knew the dead got him. Then he turned his attention to the cab. He was cursing, and Tug could see his face. He was very pissed. This just made Tug giggle. He jerked the wheel back and forth, but Mike held on. Then he had an idea. Tug stopped, put the truck in reverse, and started driving backward, right into the crowd of the dead. Mike beat on the roof of the cab. He tried kicking in the rear window, but by then, the dead were reaching into the bed and grabbing his legs. He rolled onto the roof, and Tug could hear him yelling and pleading with him. "Tug, it's cool. Everything is cool. Drive slowly out of here and let me in. I know it was an accident. Let me in." Tug didn't move and didn't respond. "Tug, you fucker! Please, please! Tug, please don't do this!" Tug remembered how he had pleaded with Mike and Jim millions of times not to do something mean to him. Ever since he could remember, he was always pleading with them, and they never once were nice to him. He would beg them to let him go along on a date or a ride to the mall or a party. They never let him go. They would tell him how girls hated him, and that no one would hang around with them if he were along. But the worst time had been in their teens, when the brothers promised to take him camping. With that memory, he made sure the stick was on the R, and then he floored the truck. Through the windshield, he saw a tornado of dirt in the headlights, and the body of his cousin fly off the roof and in front of the truck. Tug stopped. The dust was clearing away, and then he saw his cousin down the road, trying to run by hopping on one leg. He pulled the stick to D and gave the truck gas. Mike tried to get off the road but fell. As he struggled to stand, Tug hit him, but not too hard. He didn't want to kill him, just fuck him up so the dead could catch up. Tug backed the truck up, and a couple of thumps on the tailgate told him they had. He stopped to watch. Some of the dead were looking in the windows at him, but the truck was kind of high up, and he could see over their heads and had a clear view over the hood. Several kept walking toward Mike, who was struggling to get to a standing position, using only one arm. He got part of the way up, but collapsed. As a handful of corpses shambled into the light from Tug's truck, Mike started screaming. His screams turned to shrieks as the dead put their cold, rough hands on him and sunk their cracked and jagged teeth into his flesh. Then all was quiet. After sunup, Tug held a pool cue across his shoulders. His arms were up, his wrists resting on the cue, and he looked as if he had been crucified on the slim wooden pole. He stood spread-legged on the hood of his truck, watching the army of dead following behind him. His standard T-shirt rode up, exposing a pale belly that hung over his belt by several inches. His pocked and unshaven face was a twist of odd mirth. Cruelty was behind virtually every one of Tug's thoughts and actions, and Tug loved cruelty. Therefore, he almost always had a look of odd mirth on his face. "Fuckers don't quit," he mused. He wasn't bright enough to figure out what made the dead follow. He'd figured out how they died pretty quickly, but that was only because he spent a lot of time and energy wailing away on them with the cue. Even his molasses-slow mind, dull as a lead pipe, picked up on the fact that a smashed skull made them stop trying to bite you. He rubbed the knot on the back of his head, the dull pain reminding him how much he hated the asshole who'd stolen his bitch. He was going to rip that little Mexican apart. He smiled at the thought. smiled at the prospect of beating that hooded prick down and making him watch when he celebrated the Day of the Dead with the spick whore. He slid off the roof of the truck and walked back to the advancing horde. He loved this part of the apocalypse. He couldn't get enough of it. He had to stop his truck every so often and have some fun. He hadn't been able to release all of his black hatred before now. He was used to letting little bits of the black hate seep out when no one was looking. He had to live in the shadows and come out to play at safe moments, like when he was able to clip a hitchhiker with his big truck bumper, sending them crumpled and rolling into a ditch, or when he could sideswipe a bike rider and send them into a tree or over a drop, or walk a drunk chick to his truck and drive her into the woods. He swung hard at the first shitbag, a suit-wearing prick who probably stole money for a living. His aim was off, and his mighty cue connected with the dude's jaw instead of the side of his head. The jaw went spinning into the air, and the guy's tongue dropped out of his mouth hole. Tug guffawed.
"Whoa! Ha ha! You bastard! Get over here!"
He swung again. The head caved in, and the guy dropped. He took a few steps over to some old bitch, shuffling along in her bathrobe. Her long, nasty titties made Tug shudder. She looked like his granny when he used to watch her bathe from the bathroom closet. Oh, how he got beat when she found him. She didn't even get dressed. Just pulled Tug's pants down and pushed him over her knee. He remembered how aroused he was. His little Tug pressed on Granny's short and curlies as she beat his ass to a pulp. Then there was a black woman, a big welfare hog. He hoped his cue could get through her thick skull. He always hit the black ones a little harder, scared his cue might not crack their heads. His grandpa used to tell him stories of how thick the darkies' skulls were. There were several brown ones, Mexicans who took any job Tug could do, women who rebuffed his advances even though they were only spicks, and drug dealers and thieves. There were Asians, he hated them too. He didn't have his list of reasons as fleshed out as he did for the blacks and browns, but he enjoyed cue-hammering their heads just as much. There were lots of white folks too, men in suits who thought they were better than him, fancy women who wouldn't even look at Tug on the street.
"Look at me now, bitch!"
Tug yelled, as he came straight down on the head of a woman in a dress that looked like a man's suit. Her skull caved in. She dropped. A few teeth clicked on the pavement. That was hard to do. Get the teeth to leave the skull and click on the ground. Sometimes, when he had a second, he would step down on their heads to feel the bones snap and pop under his foot. And on and on. He must have taken down almost 100 before his arms got tired. For a minute, he tried to have fun with his feet. He kicked a fat lady in the gut and watched as she fell and tried to get back up. God, he loved the apocalypse. Then he saw a kid, a little skinny brown kid. He had enough for one more swing.
"Go home!"
he yelled with a sneer and a chuckle as he brought the cue down on top of the kid's head. He was tired of the skull game and walked back to his truck. The dead fuckers were getting too thick to deal with. Oh well. He also loved backing over them, running them down. There were 1,000,000 toys in the world, and 1,000,000 things he could do with them. He started his truck and took a long swig of warm beer from a can. He had several cases stacked in the passenger seat. He belched and drove on. He wanted to find that prick. He had to keep going. The old man had told him his name was Cooper, and he was heading to San Jose, right before Tug blew his head clean off his shoulders. Well, not clean. There was about half of it left, the bottom half. His truck seemed to eat gas. He found himself stopping at stations often. He had to drive across fields of dirt and golf courses sometimes, just to get to them. The nighttime was the worst. He had to drive across rough terrain in the dark to get to another road. But he kept on moving. It was only a matter of time before he caught the dude, and when he did, he would beat his arms and legs till the bones were shattered like glass. He drove on and on, stopping to play when he felt like it. He was starting to feel like he wanted to stop looking for the guy who'd hit him and do something else. But then a short time later, he spotted the guy as he was walking into a neighborhood right off the highway. Tug would have missed him if he'd come even a few seconds later. He couldn't see where he went, but the dude was on foot. So Tug drove farther down the highway and hid his truck behind the brick wall that surrounded the houses. He went into the development at the far end, planning to either head him off or find where he was holed up for the night. He thought he caught the prick when he saw someone walk past a window in one of the houses. He opened the door and snuck in after him, but was confronted by 3 dead fucks. He used the cue and took them out. He went to the door, and there were a ton of the bastards coming for him. He closed the door and went upstairs. He looked around. There was nothing to steal, so he looked out the windows. Shitbags everywhere, and it was dark. He was tired, so he lay on a bed and fell asleep. The sound of glass shattering woke Tug. As slow as molasses, his mind turned on, coming back from the dark place he went when he slept. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, and then remembered. He'd heard glass breaking and rolled off the bed. He shuffled to the window. There were hundreds of the dead bastards out there surrounding him. More than last night, and even more walking toward him. As he looked around, wondering how he was going to get out of the house, he saw the dude walking down the highway, on his way. It must have been him that shattered that glass to draw the dead and trap him. Tug hated people who outsmarted him, which was why he hated most people. He had to wait for the dead to leave, and they just wouldn't. Hours later, and Tug was past anger. He was scared. He hadn't a clue what he should do. He didn't want to die in the house. He worried about his truck. He was sure the dude would find it and take it. As the sun dropped, he felt like crying, but didn't. He'd spent the day pacing, checking on the dead to see if they'd left, and trying to sleep. He didn't fully understand the dead things, so every time he clumped around the house looking for food, opening and closing doors and cabinets, he attracted their attention. He didn't like being in the house alone in the dark. He would have been fine in his truck or walking down a road, but the house was terrifying. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep without help. He found a bottle of pills with a moon on it and took 2. After he dug in the upstairs bathroom of a big bedroom, he was walking out when he noticed what looked like a bottle of wine sitting on a shelf full of books. He took it down and looked at it. Probably shitty tasting, he thought, because it didn't have a pretty label on it. It looked like homemade stuff to Tug. Someone had just painted on the bottle. They'd put the numbers 1787, the words Lafitte, and what looked like THJ. None of it made sense to him. He found a pen and pushed the stopper into the bottle and took a sip. Fuck! He threw the bottle on the bed. Worst shit I ever tasted, he thought. He went downstairs to look in the kitchen and found a decent box of wine. He chugged a good portion of it. He lay down on a pink frilly bed in an upstairs room full of wine and sleeping pills. He slept like a log. He slept half the next day, but it was still a long bad day for Tug. He was so frustrated. The dead were almost as far as he could see in every direction. He yelled out the upstairs window for them to get the fuck out of here! But that didn't help. If anything, they seemed more worked up. He lay on the pink bed, sniffing a handful of silky underwear and racking his brain for an answer. Now he wished he hadn't pushed his cousin off the back of the truck, just to watch the look on his face as the dead surrounded him. He'd never liked his skinny cousin Jim. It was always Jim this and Jim that growing up. Jim got good grades, Jim won a ribbon, Jim joined the army. He could really use his help now. Jim was always thinking up stuff. Tug never could. He blamed Jim for his current predicament, of course, and didn't have to think much beyond that to be convinced of his own victimhood. Jim was always mean to Tug, and he had it coming. Tug was so deep in thought that the rumble didn't register at first. Then the rumble became a roar, and he snapped back to the present. He knew that sound. He ran to the window and saw an 18-wheeler driving down the highway. The best part was that all the dead were now flowing out of the development and toward the highway. He ran downstairs and out the back door. He made it to his truck in minutes and was on the road once again.
29. The clubhouse of the Wild Savages Motorcycle Club was a dirty old cinder-block box, squatting on a corner in Oakland, California. Its two-story hulk was buffered from the surrounding neighborhood by 3 empty lots. All of this was surrounded by a high chain-link fence, topped with coils of barbed wire. Surveillance cameras covered every inch of the exterior. At one time, at least 5 vicious dogs had lived in the yard, their kennels against the rear of the building. But it was the giant sign displaying the gang's colors above the front door that had been the real security in days past. Now the building looked as if it had almost burned down. Above all the windows, doors, and vents were black soot triangles. Part of the roof was charred. The front door was a piece of plywood. The imposing fence had a sizable section torn from it, and a motorcycle lay twisted inside. Farther in, a corpse wearing a leather vest lay at the end of a long red smear. 2 of the dogs lay dead in the yard. The aftermath of the Bacchanalian phase of the virus left Oakland a wreck, and the dead were thick on the streets. The once powerful biker gang was ravaged, and only 4 members remained: Acid, Jack, Weed, and Muscle. Each member of the Savages took his name from something he personally considered a defining moment, thing, or quality, or anything that was important or meaningful to him. The primary reason for this was to reduce the use of proper names, thus making it much harder on law enforcement, theoretically, when wiretaps were used or documents seized. All club documents and correspondence featured only a member's club name, with no reference to real names or actual identity of any kind. It was also cooler to be called Muscle because of your success as a bodybuilder, no matter how many years or pounds ago that had been, than to be called Marvin because that was the name on your birth certificate. They had been holed up in the clubhouse for many days. They were starving and demoralized. When they heard the loud rumble of a bike somewhere in the distance, they were heartened. One of their brother bikers was coming to save them. Every attempt they had made so far to escape the clubhouse, surrounded by the dead, had failed. The streets around the clubhouse were filled as far as the eye could see. Many of the corpses, both moving and not, were wild savages, their prospects, hang-arounds, and old ladies. They heard the bike revving its loud engine, but it continued on, the roar slowly fading into the distance. One thing that did happen was that the dead began to go away. They moved as one in a massive push that lasted for over an hour. The streets were clearing out, and the bikers were considering a run for it. Suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. They looked out and saw an enemy gang member, a Satan's angel. They knew the gang of 3 and hated them. The angels refused to come under the Savages' colors
and rode the highways of California with their rockers, laying claim to the state as their territory. Some savages laughed the three off. Others hated them, and the insult they represented. It made the savages look weak to have the Satan's angels riding around with their statewide claim. These four were of mixed feelings currently. Some wanted the help that arrived. Others suspected the rival was here to steal or deface some savage treasure. But the angel had apparently led the dead away, and was here at the door, knocking and holding his vest open. He was unarmed. The leader of the four was now Jack, so named for his love of the beverage. He opened the door.
Banjo, an enemy at the door. What has this world come to?
Jack was a muscle-bound man with tattoos galore and a head of short brown hair that tended to stick straight up.
It has come to a fucking end.
Banjo smiled.
Want a piss-warm beer?
It was acid. He was creatively named for his extensive use of the drug.
Nah, we got cold ones an hour south. I came to seek you guys out, see how many of you were left. It seems awfully silly to remain enemies, given the shit state of the world.
They all nodded, but not all seemed convinced. There were suspicious glances between the men.
Look, I know we have this long history of bad blood, but we all know this bad blood shit was between Jeter and Bud. Now, I don't see Bud here, and Jeter is so burnt, he doesn't care about shit. Now, don't get me wrong, I am loyal to Jeet. I'd kill for him still, but he's going to go along with me on this. Look, what I'm saying is this MC shit doesn't mean anything anymore. All that's left in this world to do now is party. You fuckers gonna pull the state rocker off your cuts?
It was Muscle. Jack waved him down.
Muscle, he speaks true. Ain't no more California to lay claim to, so fuck the cuts. Look, Banjo, I appreciate you reaching out like this. I know it must have been a hell of a ride up here. Let us have a church, and we will let you know. Sit. Anything you find is yours.
Banjo looked around. There was obviously nothing useful here, but the invitation and the unsupervised time in the clubhouse was a sure sign he was welcome and trusted. A half-hour later, the four emerged.
It's unanimous. We will gear up and follow you down. One thing. We decided to dissolve the MC officially, just so we're all clear.
Jack quickly scanned the men present as an all-inclusive gesture, so there was no mistaking that this applied to each of his three guys.
We aren't a club no more. I would like to hear the same from the angels. I say we dispense with all rules and regs and live as a happy group of fucking party-till-you-die bikers. If we get down there and Jeter and Fats don't like it, we'll have to, each one of us, decide what we do individually. I personally will not stick around as a second-class citizen if the angels don't disband. Also, I say we all keep our cuts as respect and in memoriam.
Muscle stepped up, a big bald man with thick arms and a huge belly.
I am taking off while I can. I appreciate the offer, but I got family out there I have to track down.
He grabbed Banjo in a full-body hug, a sign of acceptance, loyalty, and trust among bikers. Banjo slapped his back as he returned the hug and stepped back.
Thanks for that, brother.
Weed, so named for the probably hundreds of pounds of the stuff he had smoked in his life, likewise hugged Banjo before he spoke. He was old for a biker, in his 60s, and rail-thin. He was covered in ink and scars that told of a long, tough life, some of it spent behind bars. He had a long gray beard and hair and very few teeth.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, but it don't seem right to leave a brother to fend for himself out there. I'm gonna go with Mus, and maybe one day we'll ride your way."
"I hope that's the case, brother," Banjo said.
Weed pulled a large joint from his cut and a butane fire starter. He'd stopped using regular lighters years ago when he discovered the fire sticks. He was still talking as he lit up.
"I've been around a long time, seen a lot of shit. I always thought war between the 1% was a stupid thing. Thanks for reaching out, Brother Banjo."
He took a deep hit to get the glowing going at the end of the blunt and held it out to Banjo. Banjo was reaching for the joint when Jack raised his hand slightly to halt the gesture.
"Banano!"
He was telling Banjo the joint was laced with cocaine. Weed exhaled as little as possible as he spoke.
"Sorry, man. Forgot."
And he kept holding his breath in an attempt to save the hit. Banjo took a big hit anyway.
"No problem. I need this. Thanks."
Banjo sucked on the joint. The tip glowed red, and the blunt visibly shortened by a 1/4 inch. Weed smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Weed spoke of the 1%, referring to the 1% of all bikers who were outlaws. Some would call them criminals. Others would say they were a rare breed, a brotherhood of dedicated riders who put their club before anyone or anything. After a long moment, Banjo exhaled, smoke coming out of his mouth and nostrils as he spoke.
"I'm glad you guys are coming along. There's strength in numbers, and there's still a lot of assholes out there. Wait till you see what we have going. You'll understand why I want to share it and protect it."
Banjo had hot-wired a truck when he dumped the noisy bike, so he could backtrack to the Savages' clubhouse. He offered to help his new brothers get up and running before he hit the road. They were ready to go in under an hour. Muscle and Weed left first, heading north.
"Where's your bike, Banjo?"
Jack asked, as he came out of the clubhouse with a black duffel and tossed it in the truck bed.
"There's a million bikes out there now. Let's ride down together in the truck, and we'll all get new bikes after we visit the fort."
Acid didn't want to leave his bike behind, and Banjo could see why. It was a vintage Indian in perfect condition from the 50s. They rolled it into the bed of the truck and started to lash it down.
"This looks like it's never been ridden."
Banjo was cranking the ratchet on a heavy-duty nylon strap to hold the bike in place.
"It hasn't been much. I inherited it from my uncle, and he never rode it. He says he won it in a card game, but he more likely stole it. I never had the heart to ride it much. I've been through I don't know how many bikes in my time, but I could never get on this one. Too pretty, I guess." "We'll make a shrine for it at the fort,"
Banjo offered. Acid smiled. He liked the idea.
"Okay, let's hit it."
Banjo looked around the lot and saw several of the dead coming from down the street.
"I hope that's everything. Their bikes attracted the eaters, so we have to get going." "Eaters?"
Acid grinned.
"Creative. What do you guys call them?"
Banjo asked.
"Assholes, man. Fucking assholes."
Banjo headed back to the fort with 2 new brothers, 2 new death dealers for anyone who crossed their path. His first order of business: get the ghetto monkey who trashed their bikes. That was unforgivable, even if he had been white. Banjo started by telling the story to his new brothers and fanning the flames of hate. He knew the suggestion of revenge would come up within seconds, probably before he finished the story, and he was right. Their hate was glowing so red-hot, you would have thought it was their bikes that got wrecked. 30. At sunup, Mary asked Ron and Sal to get rid of Bill's body. She didn't care how. They wanted to be respectful, and didn't want to just dump the body on the street, but they weren't too concerned with the disposal of his body. Ron felt betrayed by Bill, and Sal didn't like him. They ended up taking him in the van a few miles away to an industrial section that was clear of the dead. They found a giant pile of wooden pallets, made a large stack of them, and placed Bill on it. They lit the wood and let his body burn. They watched the fire for over an hour as it grew in intensity and then diminished. They hung around to make sure the fire didn't get out of control. Then they returned to the garage and got to work. In a full day of work, Ron and Sal were able to frame up walls around the holes where the ramps used to be. It was decided that building a floor across the holes would be far more difficult and use more materials. Instead, they painted plywood flat black and nailed it to pre-built frames they erected on the edge of the holes. It was solid, and when you looked up at the holes you saw nothing, especially at night. They did the same to the stairwells and, at Jeff's insistence, the elevator shafts. It was a long day. Every person worked hard, and they had their fortress a lot more secure for it. They hadn't seen Jeff all day, but they had learned to trust him and looked forward to whatever he had to unveil. Right before dark, Jeff showed up. Everyone was eating and drinking. They were looking for dry clothes, as they had been sweating all day and were drying their bodies off with their dirty clothes. Mary and Donna ducked behind a large pillar to change. Mary was reticent to remove her turtleneck.
"May as well get it over with," she said. "Wearing this turtleneck is grueling, and I have no more reason to hide."
She pulled it off, and Donna gasped. Ron heard the gasp and called to her, "Don, you okay?" Sal found a dry t-shirt and pulled it over his head. When his face emerged, he was smiling.
"You call your wife Don?"
"Oh, hush." Ron threw his dirty shirt at Sal. Donna had her hand to her mouth and looked horrified. She was crying. Mary's body was covered in bruises. Handprints were visible on her forearms. Her stomach and ribs had bruising. Her neck was a mess of bruises and red marks from what appeared to be a belt. She spread her arms and turned around.
"At least there's no scarring, right? Well, not physically anyway. But these marks and bruises will be gone soon, and then all traces of that bastard will be out of my life. I am so sorry."
Donna was offering her a clean shirt.
"No," Mary said. "I want the guys to see this too. I want them to understand why I don't care what happened to his body, why I killed him."
She pulled her pants off too, and her legs were likewise bruised. She stepped out from behind the thick pillar in her bra and panties.
"Forgive me for making you uncomfortable, but I wanted you to see this."
She spread her arms and spun.
"I don't want to have to hide it. It will be gone soon, and I want you to understand why I killed Bill. I don't want you to think less of me."
The men were silent, pained looks on their faces. They nodded and looked away. She stepped back behind the pillar. They both felt a great deal of guilt too. She had a remarkable body, despite the ugly bruises, and their evolved human minds had to fight desperately to keep the grunting cavemen from coming out.
"Well, that's out of the way. I did not want to wear that damned turtleneck a minute more. Give me that tube top."
Mary turned around, popped her bra off, and slid the tube top on. It was too small, stained, and a very ugly shade of lime green.
"I love it!"
She was beaming as she modeled the tube top for Donna. She picked up a pair of cut-off jeans and pulled them on.
"I will have to change soon, but this feels so nice."
Ron was looking down, talking to his feet, knowing Sal could hear.
"I feel like shit. Had I known, I would have killed him myself."
Tears were running down his face.
"No one knew, apparently. How could you have?"
Jeff came from around a wall he had erected using PVC pipes and a black plastic tarp. His work area was about 40 feet away from the living room and was starting to be called Jeff's room. The booth was about halfway between his room and the living room. Donna saw him first, as she was coming from around the pillar with Mary.
Jeff?
Everyone looked up. He was approaching them in shower shoes and a bathrobe, and his head was wrapped in a towel. He had a huge smile plastered across his face. They were all so hot, sweaty, and dirty that a freshly showered person grabbed their interest. Sal stopped, looking for more clean clothes, and straightened up.
Did you find a water tap?
Mary passed him, and he kept his eyes straight ahead. Hot blonde? What hot blonde? The caveman was going crazy, trying to communicate how vitally important it was that Sal look at the pretty thing. As Donna passed Ron, she whispered to him sideways,
Mister, you better keep your damn eyes on me.
Ron was a little too enthusiastic when he replied,
Hey, gorgeous, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Not looking back, Donna raised her right arm and extended her middle finger. She turned and smiled. That was how they played. He was smiling too. Ron's caveman was very happy with the pretty thing already in his cave, and a little afraid of her too. The cave could become a terrible place if the cave woman wasn't happy.
A tap? No way. This is much better.
Jeff smiled but said no more.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about this.
Ron started walking toward him.
Come on, tell us what you did this time. Okay, follow me.
Jeff took them to the other side of the black plastic wall, which was actually a booth. Duct tape held the plastic on tightly. Several plastic hoses led into the top of the booth from the roof of the garage.
Who would like a hot shower?
Did you say a hot shower?
Donna pushed past him and into the booth. Jeff stopped her.
Wait, sorry. Let me show you around. The water gets really hot, so be careful. How is this possible?
Ron was looking at the booth with awe.
Easy, really.
Jeff showed them the propane tanks and water heater heat carted up to the roof.
By my calculations, this setup will heat a shitload of water. This is a 75-gallon tank, and I even got a tank blanket for it. I also have some water filtration stuff, so we can drink the water. This will last until the waterworks fail. I have no idea how long that will take.
There was an actual shower head. Jeff had even erected a shelf with towels, soap, and shampoo. Donna squealed, and both she and Mary hugged him tight. Mary went first, demurring until Donna made it clear the offer was good for 5 seconds. They all took showers, one after the other. It was the best evening they'd had in a long while. With the added security and the hot showers, they slept much sounder. Ron couldn't help but worry about the bikers. For all he knew, they were hundreds of miles away, but then maybe they were watching him right now. That was the problem with doing things like that. You made enemies and ended up looking over your shoulder all the time. That was no way to live. In addition, these weren't people he wanted as enemies. He still had no solution for the problem. He had good reason to be nervous. Although Banjo wasn't watching him, he wasn't hundreds of miles away either. But he was close and thinking about Ron. There was not much else in the world to entertain a badass racist biker these days, so the nameless coon who trashed their rides was a top priority. He'd seen the van, how it was stuck at the hole, filled with supplies from the home improvement store. Later, he passed in the truck with his new brothers, and the van was gone. He slowed and could see the van parked in the garage on the bottom floor. He swore he saw silhouettes of people, too. Once Titty City was officially up and running, Banjo would come back with his 4 brothers. The 5 of them would swoop in like death itself, tearing whatever citizens were there, limb from limb. 31.
I don't think you're ever leaving this roof.
Cooper said, head back and eyes closed.
You said it would be brutal.
Anna was flat on her back, catching her breath.
You guys suck.
Lisa was flat out too, panting.
Way to make a girl feel good about herself.
Cooper, Anna, and Lisa were all covered in sweat. It had taken a tremendous effort to get Lisa on the roof, starting with a cinder block, stepping up onto a bench, then to the hood of the ambulance, up to the roof of the cab, then onto the vehicle itself. A rest. Then from the roof of the vehicle to the cinder block again, and the bench, and finally to the hardest part, up the remaining few feet, and onto the roof of the building. They had decided that they needed to get the girls to a very safe place, so Cooper could move quicker and find his sister. He'd decided the roof was to be the place, since he might be gone for a while, and it was the only place he could think of that was safe from humans, dead and alive. Anna demonstrated that she could get through a vent and into the secure building below if she needed to. They also decided that the girls would wait 10 days, and if Cooper didn't return, they would be on their own and would have to decide what to do at that point. He spent a few hours picking through nearby office buildings, mostly to find supplies, but also to look for any inhabitants. There were no corpses around, given the state the world had been in when everything ended. It made sense no one would be around workplaces. He found food, water, and canned beverages, and went back to get Anna to help him carry stuff. They collected an assortment of things like sofa cushions, blankets, toilet paper, a stack of magazines, and more. He was going to leave the girls here for days, maybe a week or more, and wanted them to be comfortable. He stayed with them one more day, so he could rest and make sure they had what they needed. He hated leaving them, was worried about them, but he had to get to his sister. He grew increasingly worried about her. That night, they were all quiet as they ate and tried to go to sleep early. Later, after Lisa was softly snoring, Anna came over to Cooper and lay down in front of him. She faced away so they could spoon and went to sleep. The next morning she was up and trying to act like nothing had happened, but he saw how she kept looking over at him and smiling. Finally, he was ready to go. He kissed both girls goodbye on the cheeks. As he was climbing off the roof, Anna grabbed him and gave him a long, passionate kiss. Lisa giggled and walked away. Anna was tearing up when she whispered to him,
I didn't want to let you know how I felt. I was scared you wouldn't feel the same way. But I am terrified I may never see you again.
I feel the same, and I will come back. He smiled and looked at her face for a moment. Bye. He dropped onto the roof of the ambulance and to the ground. He drove the beast over to a warehouse and backed it in. He latched the warehouse door from the inside and crawled out a high window. It was still cold and dewy from the previous night, but the sun was coming up over the trees. He hoped he made good time today. Even though he was passing through more populated areas, he was moving freely down the medians of wide streets. He was able to avoid the apartment complexes and housing developments, where he knew most of the dead to be. Many times he saw large clumps of the dead well before he reached them. They always clumped together, often getting themselves jammed by the hundreds into spaces with only one way in or out. They stunk, which sometimes announced their presence. They were pretty quiet individually, but in groups they made a racket. It was easy to get too comfortable just walking along, as there would be long stretches of silence, streets free of the dead. Cooper had to remind himself that it was easy to turn a corner and find himself looking at hundreds or thousands of the dead, packed into a hidden spot. When they were packed in, they tended to sway together and create a rippling wave pattern like wind over a field of long grass. Moving cautiously was tiring. Cooper had to constantly look around, pause to look and listen, and often take the long way around instead of the direct path. He hadn't eaten or slept as much as he would have liked. Food was scarce, and Anna had surprised him last night. He thought she was beautiful, but didn't want to make a move on her, as that would appear totally douchey, given the circumstances. He was glad she'd moved on him, and he'd been up most of the night just enjoying how it felt to hold her small, curvaceous body against his. He came to another overpass. The street he was on crossed over a wide highway, not the 101, but one of the many others that crisscrossed and cut through the city. The highway was filled with cars stretching as far as the eye could see. Thousands of bodies covered the ground around the cars and were in the vehicles and even on them. Every surface was pocked or punctured by thousands of bullet holes. The vehicles were hunks of shredded metal, jagged teeth of glass in dark window holes, and mostly blackened by fires long burnt out. Using the scope, Cooper examined the scene for a while and didn't see any movement. As the sun dropped lower to the west, he came to an office park. He loved office parks because they tended to be empty. No one had been at work in the last few days, especially if they were infected, and now it seemed the living didn't think the buildings offered anything useful for survival. But Cooper knew that in the offices were tons of sealed snack foods, drinks, toilet paper, and first aid kits. He kept walking until he came out the other side of the park to another highway, and on the other side, another office park. He walked on, using the control tower of the airport to navigate. 32. By the time Cooper was looking at the control tower, Tug was back on the road and driving. He was drinking, running down the dead for fun, and using back streets as best he could to avoid the larger, thicker groups of corpses. The way was pretty clear, as the bikers drew the dead away from the side streets and to the highway. He wasn't sure what he was doing anymore. He thought of giving up and going home, but he didn't have a home anymore. Maybe he would find a mansion and move in. He stopped at one point, broke into a gas station, and filled a few bags with candy and snack foods, and he took more beer. He ate, felt sick to his stomach, and ate some more. Tug hadn't played Q skills since before he got trapped in the house. He was tired and lonely. He was happy his shitty cousins were dead, but he was used to having people around. Maybe he would make some friends. Maybe it was Mike and Jim that had kept him from making friends all along. He rolled smoothly around San Jose aimlessly until it got dark. Eventually, he parked his truck and fell asleep. The next morning, a violent pounding on his window startled him awake. He was groggy and disoriented, and not too swift to begin with, so he just stared at the panicked face for a few moments. He rolled the window down an inch. "Help! Let me in!" The guy was already running around the truck to the passenger side. Tug looked around with dull eyes, not planning to do much until the face was at the side window, screaming again. "Buddy, unlock the door! Let me in!" Tug reached over and unlocked the passenger door, and the guy jumped in. "Thanks, man." The guy was young, a hippie maybe. He had long hair and a beard and wore a weird colored shirt. "Thanks," he panted. "I was trapped for days in that building." He pointed, but Tug didn't care. He was looking at this shitbag, thinking how much he wanted company. But this guy? No way. "My name's Dale." He put his hand out. Tug just stared at him with blank eyes for a few long moments, and then he grunted. "Tug." He ignored the guy's hand. "Tug? Is that short for something?" Tug was still waking up and trying to think. This guy was pissing him off already. The dead he had been running from were all getting closer to the truck. Soon a few were slapping at the windows and truck panels.
Where are you headed? Tug looked away. Don't know. Nowhere to go. He started the truck, rolling forward. Me too. Dale slouched in his seat. An hour later and still Tug hadn't said a word. He didn't feel awkward. Didn't feel anything. He just didn't know how to act in normal company. So it didn't dawn on him that being completely silent for an hour would be viewed as odd. He was driving around, looking for the dude that hit him, but he was drifting away from that bit by bit. He couldn't even remember what the guy looked like, really. He was looking for booze, food, and a place to hang out, maybe even a date. He was worried this Dale guy might mess things up for him if he saw a hot babe walking down the street. Dale thought this guy was weird, to say the least. He didn't want to judge someone who might not have had the best upbringing, but my God, the smell! The cab of the truck was filled with old beer cans, food wrappers, and cigarette butts, and crumbs and stains were everywhere. And his breath was the worst. It took Dale's breath away whenever he smelled it, which was almost all the time, as the guy breathed through his mouth. He noticed what looked like several pairs of panties wadded into a ball in the seat next to him. That was a red flag. This guy seemed really odd, maybe dazed from being woken up so abruptly. But as time wore on, things didn't get any better. Dale became more and more uncomfortable with him in every way. Certainly this was the type who hated cops, so Dale would keep his badge hidden, and his profession a secret. Not that he was a cop for real anymore, anyway. He had his small backup pistol in a pancake holster strapped to the side of his ribcage. The holster was named for its shape, and was designed to be hard to detect under a jacket. He was thin enough, and the shirt baggy enough, that he could use it effectively. Plus, the tie-dyed pattern was perfect for camouflaging any bumps or shadows that the holster might create. He was posing as an illegal pot farmer. He'd infiltrated a group that distributed marijuana, specifically to high schools all over California. Dale had sized this guy up pretty quickly, even before he spoke. He was probably a criminal, and the worst kind of criminal, mean and stupid. Dale wanted to watch him until he was sure he wasn't a threat to anyone else. He was still a cop at heart, a protector. He had to get this guy to like him. With occasional glances, he took in details that spoke of low intellect, no hygiene, and a violent past. Tug had cigarette burns and scars, probably from struggling to get out of metal restraints and rope bindings. That was only on his hands and forearms. Fuck! Dale pulled at his collar. You have a shirt I can borrow? I hate this hippie shirt. It's what I grabbed on the run. Nah, Tug said. This one wasn't a talker, but Dale couldn't just launch into a tirade for no good reason, or it would appear forced. There was also a danger that if you misread a person, you would succeed in making the target mistrust, or even hate you. Dale saw a hardware store. Hey, pull over. This place has those flannel shirts I like. You know the ones? Nothing. Well, I like them. And it was true. Dale loved the cheap, soft shirts you could get at the hardware store. He also loved short hair and a clean shave. He planned to see to that as soon as possible, the minute he made a decision about Tug. The truck pulled over, and Dale hopped out. The fresh air was delightful. A big part of him wanted Tug to just drive off. He kicked in the window of the store after a couple of tries, and went through the hole. He heard the truck shut off and the door open and close. Although the front of the store was locked up tight, the store had been looted. The rear door was most likely busted open. In the darkened store, he found the shirts he liked and quickly changed, so Tug wouldn't spot the holster. He started looking for other useful items, but the looters had not only grabbed most of them, they had trashed the place in the process.
It was hard to find anything valuable under all the discarded items that weren't essential to survival. Water filters were gone, but he could get a buttload of spandex pants or ski goggles. He gathered up some random items that might prove useful, but he was considering ditching them. He almost collided with Tug at the end of the aisle. For a large, smelly, fat man, he was very quiet, and it was creepy. He looked at Dale, kind of down and sideways, as they stood face to face. "You ready to go?" he mumbled.
Yep.
Dale followed Tug through the store, not wanting to turn his back to him. Dale had been planning to travel on foot to a friend's cabin, far in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and had almost got cornered by the dead on many occasions. He had been running from a large group when he spotted the truck with the body slumped in the front seat. He followed Tug past all the storefronts in the mall and slowed when they walked past the large plate glass windows to look himself over. The flannel shirt with the jeans made his long hair and beard look more like they belonged to a redneck than a hippie. He was glad he wasn't wearing his hippie sandals, but instead was wearing some nondescript hiking boots. That was all good. But what he was really looking at was his posture, his bearing, and how his persona was affecting him physically. So much of undercover work was attitude and bearing. He relaxed. He had gone undercover in a variety of situations and felt comfortable playing redneck. Tug was walking toward a liquor store. He passed a stationery store with menorahs taped to the window as well as other religious symbols. He sneered as he walked past, but didn't spit on them or even kick the glass, which indicated to Dale that he might have been taught to hate Jews. But that wasn't what really fired him up. The liquor store was busted open and looted, but Tug walked in, and all the way to the back of the store. He was grabbing handfuls of porn magazines, flipping through them, and dropping them as he walked. He passed a counter toward the back, where an open curtain showed a room full of magazines. That was clearly where they kept the hardcore stuff. Dale watched Tug pick up and sneer at almost everything. It was comical in its perfect repetition. Tug sneered at the Asians, the blacks, the Latinas, the fatties, and seemed angered by the gay stuff. He looked over the lesbian porn and took a few magazines. Then he came to the BDSM stuff. He smiled, creepily, and took all he could carry. This was something Dale could use as a common basis for bonding. BDSM wasn't Dale's thing, but then 99% of what he had to pretend to be wasn't his thing. He'd played the part of white supremacist, pedophile, meth head, whatever despicable human he was required to be at the moment. Now he had to play a BDSM freak, a guy who got his rocks off on that shit. Easy. "You going to share?" "Get your own." "You took all the best ones." "Don't worry, the mags are yours. I just want to borrow them. And don't worry, I won't stick the pages together." Dale laughed. Tug smirked and handed half of them over to Dale. "Thanks, man." Dale turned and walked out, stopping in the light outside and dropping the stack of magazines on top of a covered trash can. He held one of the magazines open and looked at a woman tied up so tight her skin was purple, where it stuck out from between the ropes. What he was thinking was, "Oh my God, is all this nipple and safety pin shit real?" And, "This is some sick shit." And, "It takes a real sick bastard to get turned on by this crap." But what he was saying was, "Oh man, jackpot! Look at all these bitches!" He was smiling like he'd just won the lottery, but he wanted to punch this guy in the face. Dale would give him another 2 days and leave him be, if he was harmless. If not, he wasn't sure what to do. Most likely he was going to have to kill him. They drove all day. Hour after tedious hour, they just drove around. Dale tried to figure out what Tug was up to. what he was looking for, but got nothing. They passed slowly by the airport. Crowds of the dead moved like water across the wide lanes of the arrival and departing gates. They made their way around the office parks nearby, and finally onto the highway, past the parking garage. Dale spotted the people in the structure walking around, only a few, and turned to look at Tug. Tug hadn't seen them, but when he did, his face changed. His eyes narrowed. The truck slowed. He watched for a while until the slow-rolling truck passed the structure completely. He turned to look back at it. Clearly, he was interested in the people there. While Dale was trying to figure Tug out, Tug had his left hand on the snub-nosed revolver under the driver's seat, waiting for the opportunity to kill Dale so he could go back to the parking garage. Dale was looking forward to the cabin and the solitude and safety of the mountains. If his friend had made it there, all the better. 2 days with Tug the pervert? He had done a lot worse. 33. God, he was tired. He was having trouble waking up and was worried there might be a gas leak somewhere. He was so tired. Maybe he had a bug. His stomach was feeling incredibly queasy, and he felt awfully filthy, sticky, and oily, like he had sweat out a fever in his sleep. He probably did have a bug. Henry Dawson was in the dark, lying on a cold, hard floor. He woke up thinking of his grandfather and the summers he'd spent at his orchard. He and his father would make the 3-hour drive together. He loved those drives. His father was a wealthy man, as was his grandfather, and he worked long and hard but always made time for his son. But it was those drives, that time at the orchard, when Henry really bonded with his father, when he felt the greatest share of what he had to learn from his father and grandfather was imparted to him. His sick stomach distracted him from his reminiscences. It flipped, and he felt the back of his tongue go numb. He didn't like to vomit, so he held it down. Hopefully he would feel better, because he really wanted to drink a hot cup of coffee right now, maybe eat some plain oatmeal to settle his stomach. Henry Dawson had started life as a cute, intelligent child, a rosy-cheeked cherub. That was what everyone told him, and his baby pictures backed that up. There was so much good in his life, so much good and love. Never any doubt he was loved. He was popular, successful, and smart. But his father and grandfather had taught him to be sincerely humble. Never rub your good fortune in others' faces, and don't think you're better than anyone because of any assets you may possess. Fight to win, but be a good sport. Excel at your studies, but help your struggling classmates. Don't gloat, and always remember, there but for the grace of God go I. Henry was smart, and had earned a full scholarship to college. He was taught from day one that his family's money wasn't his, at least not automatically. He had to earn his own money, build his career, and only then would he deserve the right to the family fortune when the time came to pass it on. If he wasn't deemed fit, then it all went to charity. He was more than fine with that. He loved college, and loved the feelings of independence, empowerment, and just good old self-worth that he was building day by day. He was pre-med and worked hard, very hard, so he loved his breaks. His grandfather would drive to his father's house, and they would be waiting for him when he came home. When he came home? He came home, yes. He came home. He was stuck there. He repeated that phrase many times but remained stuck. He came home to what? The sickness hit him too fast to resist it. His only options were to turn his head or not. He turned his head and spewed forth an incredibly large amount of vomit. It was startling. How did so much come out of him? And why did it look so bizarre? Was this because of the bug? He puked twice more in amounts almost as copious. The exertions tired him. He laid his head back down, feeling better for the purge, and dozed off. The smell. He came home to that smell. The smell woke Henry with a horrifying jolt. Tears were already running down his face when he opened his eyes. He woke with a full memory of that horrible day. The day he came home from college, opened the front door, and instantly knew something was wrong. He knew the smell of fresh blood, that coppery smell. It was filling his nostrils right now, as it had then. He tried to sit up, but couldn't. Something was holding him down. He turned his head and saw the source of the coppery smell. There was a large puddle of blood next to him. A man with his face caved in was lying next to him. It was gruesome. He'd come home to a wonderful life completely shattered. His father and grandfather had been tied up, murdered, the house ransacked. It wasn't expected. He wasn't prepared. Who could be? He remembered sitting down and not being able to move. He remembered being carried, the sting of a needle, and that was all. He tried to sit up again. He had to tend to the funeral arrangements, the wake, contact relatives, and make sure everything was as his dad and granddad would have wanted them to be. He couldn't sit up. What the hell? He thought, as he touched a huge belly. His belly. He was husky, but never fat. Now he felt morbidly obese. Maybe this was a prank, a fat suit? He rolled on his side. Long hair fell in his face, and he was suddenly aware of facial hair. He reached up and touched a thick, long beard. What the hell? When he tried to speak, his tongue brushed against jagged teeth. There were several gaps where teeth had gone missing. He grew panicked, confused. He rolled on his stomach and tried to stand. His hair blocked everything from view, except the floor below him. He heard footsteps quickly coming toward him. A strong hand grabbed his arm. The other hand followed. He was able to stand after much effort, even with the added assistance. His helper wore a pair of mirrored aviator shades, even in the low light of the gloomy building. Time for your pills, bro. And the guy took off, coming back quickly with a large plastic bottle. He was fighting to get the cap off. I got you, man. Come on, brother. Here's your pills. He was reaching for Henry. Henry didn't like to use profanity, so he refrained, but on this occasion he came very close. Who the flip are you? It's me, Jeter. He was floored. Fats was talking? All clear-like? Henry was confused and looked it. He was very upset, but he composed himself. The only way out of a jam is a cool head, his dad would say. He spoke calmly, even a bit gently. Jeter? Jeter? No, I am sorry, sir. I can't say I know a Jeter. Jeter's eyes weren't visible behind the shades, but his stiff posture, eyebrows an inch above his mirrored eyes, and tight lips indicated that he was freaking out. He dropped the bottle of pills. Well, I hope you aren't offended. Henry said. Is Jeter your first name or surname? I've been through a terrible shock. I don't remember much. Hopefully this Jeter fellow will have some answers, he thought. What the fuck was happening? Fats was talking like the Prince of England, but without the gay accent. I am sorry about my earlier outburst. Henry was worried his unruly hair and beard might be scaring this fellow, but he seemed to already know him. Jeter was starting to shake. What's happening, man? Oh, did I upset you? I'm so very sorry. I have been through a shock myself. Quite a few, actually. Shut up! Just shut up! Jeter was backing away from Henry. He was holding his hands up, as if to ward off an evil spirit. He was sobbing. What the fuck is happening? Henry started forward. He was shocked at his size. He knew he must have been sedated and taken away after the shock of the murders, but it would have taken months, even years, to gain this much weight. He also seemed to be injured. His arm was stiff and swollen, and one of his shins really hurt, causing him to limp.
I am desperately in need of some answers, sir.
He held his arms up in a placating gesture.
Mr. Jeter, can you tell me where I am?
Henry was slowly stepping forward. Jeter lost it, his voice high and manic.
Shut up, Fats! Just shut up! I am sorry I upset you. I assure you, I am as distraught as you. Maybe we can put our heads together and figure out what's going on.
Jeter was backing up.
I am tripping, man. This is all a bad trip.
He stopped and held his hands over his face, mumbling to himself. Henry's foot kicked the bottle of pills, and it rattled across the concrete floor a few feet. He held onto a shelf and managed to bend far enough to pick up the bottle. He read the label. It was Klonopin. This was a powerful and highly addictive drug for anxiety, seizures, and a host of other ailments. It was part of the benzodiazepine family of drugs. He knew a lot about drugs. When he'd reached high school, many of his chums were starting to experiment with substances, primarily pills they stole from their family's medicine cabinets. He tried educating them on what they were taking so they would stop stealing and abusing, but to little or no avail. This was also when his interest in medicine started. Henry looked at this Jeter fellow, standing in front of him with his hands over his face.
You mentioned pills, my pills. Are these the ones I have been taking?
He held the bottle out to Jeter. Jeter remained still, hands on face, and didn't respond.
Answer me. Have you been feeding me these pills?
Henry was growing more intense.
You're not real,
Jeter replied.
Correct. I am not real. So talk to me. Why would I come to you in a dream if it weren't important we speak? Now answer my question.
Jeter inched forward, took the bottle, and backed away. He looked at the label carefully, then put his finger on a word and showed it to Henry.
Yeah, see? Benzopine.
He was pointing at the word benzodiazepine.
As long as it says benzopine on the bottle, you're good. How long have you been giving me these pills?
Jeter just shook his head.
I don't know, a long time. How long is that? What is today's date?
Henry was growing weary of talking with Jeter, but he seemed to be the only source of information presently. Jeter just shook his head and backed away. He found an open bottle of Jack and started sucking on it hard. He plopped to the ground, mumbling,
A dream? A fucking weird dream.
Henry looked at Jeter. He was clearly suffering from any number of ailments, induced by physical abuse, mental problems, poor upbringing, and serious abuse of drugs and alcohol. He was trying to be gentle, compassionate.
Jeter, I need you to answer my questions, so you can answer your questions. That's how these dreams work. I am here, or what appears to be me, because you trust me. Do you trust me? Yeah, sure. Of course, man. You and I have been through a lot together.
Jeter was lying back on the floor, holding his hands over his face, but talking much calmer.
I don't remember a lot of it, but it has been a lot.
Now, let's start from the very first time we met. Henry was feeling like he might finally get some answers, and he did.
Now that I remember.
Jeter was smiling and started talking. Henry remembered the discovery of the bodies of his father and grandfather. The condition they were in was what pushed him over the edge and caused his mental shutdown. He had been conscious, but in a deep catatonic state that might have only lasted a few hours had he not been a ward of the state. He remembered the ride to the state facility, the horrible main recreational room. He was given meds to calm down, and there his memories stopped. With the expectation that a family member would soon come for him, Henry was placed in the rec room to wait. He was also administered a dose of Klonopin. that was much larger than he should have received, a common practice to keep inmates under control by less than competent, state-employed healthcare workers. 12 hours later, and no one had come for Henry. He hadn't moved the entire time. He was given a cot on the ward. Again, the expectation that a family member would soon come for him was the reasoning behind the decision. No one behind the desk wanted to go through the tedious process of admitting Henry if he was just going to walk out before they were even halfway through the stack of required forms. In addition, they would then be obligated to go through the entire discharge process the second they put his name on a form. It wasn't rare for a person to go missing in the state psychiatric hospitals, which were large, underfunded, and poorly run. In this case, had Henry been formally admitted, he could have been released immediately to someone with the right paperwork. If he were lucid, he could have walked out on his own in 72 hours. But the informal admission, a note between administrators, and he was lost in the system. His initial dose of Klonopin was carried over as a daily medication, and he was dosed again the next day. He remained in what appeared to be a catatonic state, but he'd slipped into a fugue. The cops and the lawyers were looking for Henry in earnest. A large fortune was at stake, and a brutal double murder had to be solved. The two groups were very motivated. Had he remained but a few days more, after the mess had been sorted out, he would have been home free. And this was where Jeter came in. Jeter had been in and out of mental institutions, hospitals, and juvenile detention facilities all his life. Now he was an adult, and the next stop was prison. His attorney was able to secure him a brief stay at this facility as punishment for one of his many crimes, the one he got caught committing. He was at the institution for a few months and was awaiting his discharge in the rec room when Henry arrived. Jeter went over to talk to the hulking guy. He'd asked Henry what he was in for, and Henry only said one word: murder. Jeter assumed it was a murder Henry committed. A short time later, Jeter did something all too common for him. He got into a fight. He was overpowered by the patient and pinned beneath him. He was being strangled, fighting for air, when suddenly his attacker fell to the floor. Henry was standing over him, holding an ancient radio, an old-fashioned wooden monstrosity that had sat broken in the rec room for decades. He turned around, placed it right back where it had been, and sat back down. Jeter was in his debt. He knew this fellow was on the hook for murder, and decided to spring him. Jeter was still waiting with Fats when the med cart came by. Nothing for him anymore. He was leaving. But the orderly gave Fats a small paper cup of pills. Fats took them and drank some water. Jeter waited until the orderly was distracted to snatch the clipboard. On it was the name of Henry's medication and notes pertaining to it. From what Jeter read, he inferred that Fats must always take these meds, or he would die. Jeter would never let that happen to a guy who had killed for him. Breaking into the understaffed hospital was a breeze for a full-time felon like Jeter. The ward doors were all locked from the outside, designed to keep inmates in. He had free access to the wards once he was within the walls of the institution. He planned to break into the pharmacy. It should have been locked, but someone had taped the spring-operated latch open for convenience. He walked out the back way with an armful of meds and his new friend in tow. Henry remembered not one bit of it.
"I shall leave you now, Jeter."
Fats began walking.
"Lie down. The dream is over. Lie down until you awake."
Jeter closed his eyes.
"Fall asleep, and when you awake, the dream will be over."
Henry walked in the gloom, looking for a door, a phone, something. Looking around, he realized he was in a big box store, a discount warehouse. Why did he wake up here? Had this Jeter managed to fill him with dangerous psychotropic drugs for an extended period? What had happened to his body? He was distraught and wanted answers. He knew that a psychotropic like Klonopin, coupled with severe trauma, could induce a fugue state. Had he been in a fugue state? And for how many months? He found a door and opened it. Sunlight streamed in and blinded him. He shielded his eyes. He could see there were people walking around out here. "Hello? Hello? Can one of you help me?" They were all coming to help. A few of the folks were closer than the others. His eyes were adjusting, and he could see more clearly. He smiled at the person closest to him, a lady, but before he could speak, he saw her face. A nightmare of ripped flesh, milky eyes, broken teeth. She was coming at him, hands out. A man came up on the right. His eyes were likewise milky, his lower jaw missing. One arm bent at a very unnatural angle. Henry's first thought was that they had been in an accident and needed help. They were getting closer. Henry gagged. He almost vomited. These people smelled rotten, literally like rotting meat. He looked left, and there was a man with his innards hanging out. His eyes were gone, his cheeks chewed away. He wasn't sure how to help these poor souls. He was startled as hands latched onto him. Nails scratched him as they pulled him hard down to the ground. 34. Cooper found himself thinking about how beautiful the world was again. He wondered if it were a good thing or a bad thing that even in light of all the tragedy he couldn't help but notice just how beautiful things were in the early morning. It was a typical day in California. The sky was clear blue, the temperature in the high 60s, and there was a nice breeze. He was walking across the long-term parking lot of the San Jose International Airport, a vast flat field road with light poles and shuttle stops, and neatly divided into thousands of car-sized spaces. He entered from the southern side of the parking lot, coming from the office park surrounding it. The control tower was also located here, and was easily visible for several miles, allowing him to navigate by sight. He was, however, still a good distance from the airport, as the long-term parking lot was located across a major highway from the tarmac and the airport itself. As he got closer to the airport, he came upon the street that led to the tower. A large sign reading Air Traffic Control Tower at the corner. He went halfway down the street and turned off just before reaching the structure, stepping through a large hole in the fence and into the long-term parking lot. To his right was the highway, and across that, the vast expanse of the airport runways, and to his left, the industrial area that dropped off into a large flat area, airport land bulldozed for future projects. Straight ahead was a seemingly endless number of long-term parking spaces. If it weren't for the shambling corpse about 30 feet in front of him, Cooper would be walking alone. He followed the corpse, keeping pace with it. He tried to do this, study the dead when he could, partly to learn about them, but also because he usually chose stealth over any other tactic. He'd learned to stay downwind, so they couldn't smell him, even though that meant smelling them. He'd learned to walk quietly by watching where he placed his feet. He made sure everything on his body was silent. He tried to learn what triggered them and what confused them. And he had a few ideas and tactics that seemed to work. He sounded like an expert, but it had only been a few days since he'd left his home and walked among the dead. Maybe he was the expert on the dead, given the state of the world. In any case, the dead seemed to have several ways of detecting the living. A lot had to do with the condition of the corpse, it seemed, but many other factors appeared to affect them as well, such as light and dark, whether they had eaten or not, and sound. Sometimes they didn't react when he thought they should. Cooper had noticed that on several occasions, panicked survivors rushed to attack the dead without reason. He always watched and waited, avoiding a noisy, dangerous fight if he could. On a couple of occasions, He could have sworn the dead saw him from a distance, but didn't move on him. They seemed to watch him as he moved on. They tilted their heads side to side, as a dog might, when confused by something. Maybe they weren't sure if he was living, since he moved so cautiously. Maybe they weren't sure he was there, since he was so quiet. Cooper thought they seemed to need more stimulation to act if they were freshly fed. But for all of his caution when dealing with the dead, it was still the living he was most concerned with. The living were always the greater threat. Always. The dead were dangerous, sure, but they were slow-moving and consistent. He knew where he stood with the dead, but the living, they were tricky. To the dead, he was food. They would mindlessly attack until he dropped them. The living were full of deception and deceit. In these desperate times, when the living should be banding together and cooperating, many people used the situation completely to their own advantage. He had already seen looting, rape, and murder. He had been robbed already and almost killed a few times. Grateful he hadn't died yet, he continued his ever-evolving routine of vigilance and caution. He habitually scanned his surroundings as he followed the corpse, listening to the rhythm of the dragging foot, the hushed shuffle of the other foot, the faint clink, clink, clink of the belt buckle dragging along the rough blacktop. He actually felt sorry for the dead, or more accurately, the former person and their loved ones. He could imagine the horror of seeing someone he loved in this condition. Lucky for him, everyone he loved was gone. Well, almost everyone. The indignity of the situation was often why he took the trouble to put down the dead at all. This corpse seemed to have been a middle-aged man in life, but now his hair hung limp, and his pants were all but gone, shredded and mud-soaked. The belt caught around his ankle, his body a mess of hanging flesh and grime. The wind shifted, and the corpse stopped. Cooper thought they could smell. It let out a low, rattling moan as it slowly turned. He didn't panic and run, nor did he attack. He put his right hand on his pistol and simply walked silently around the corpse, staying out of its range of sight. It stopped turning when it lost the scent of human and stood still. The dead seemed to operate like machines on some level. Sometimes, after they were triggered, they kept moving, and sometimes they stopped altogether. Once he was downwind, the corpse stopped pursuing and stood slowly swaying. Cooper waited for a while, deciding what to do. He watched the shock of gray-brown hair flutter in the breeze. He could see the teeth, cracked and stained, as the cheeks were torn away. It had the look of a leering jackal. He noticed something else as he pondered his options. The muscles, as thin and dead gray as they were, seemed wet in an odd fashion. Somewhere between this observation and weighing his options, which were to quietly walk off and leave it be, or to put it down, he was distracted by a high-pitched whine that rapidly grew louder. The dead heard it too, and started after it. A small dark shape raced into view. A radio-controlled car sped right up to the corpse, turned, and slowly drove in another direction, leading the corpse toward the airport and its long runways. Cooper stopped and looked around, trying to see who could be controlling the car. He kept a wary eye on the corpse as it was led away, and noticed the car heading toward a large hole dug right into the blacktop. Large chunks of asphalt and dirt were piled next to it. The hole was at least 20 feet wide. A wide aluminum extension ladder spanned the hole. On top of the ladder was a flat, 8-foot-long board. The car slowly drove across the board as the unseen operator carefully navigated the obstacle. The corpse took a step onto the bridge, dragged its other foot forward, and only found air. It disappeared into the hole with a thud and a growl that went silent. The car backed up and came back at Cooper. It stopped in front of him and drove back and forth a few inches, as if to acknowledge his presence. Then it fishtailed and sped off toward the large parking garage at the far end of the lot. With the immediate threat gone, Cooper studied the 6-story structure, still a ways off, and could see the small silhouettes of a handful of people atop the roof. He looked around the lot and noticed nothing else of significance. There was no seeming threat. He didn't feel the people atop the garage were a threat either, as they announced their presence in the course of helping him. He looked into the hole. It was black and seemed bottomless. There was no sign of the corpse. He thought about giving the structure a wide berth or visiting the people. He decided to stick with his plan and move on. The sun was still low in the morning sky. He'd just started his day and planned to make his way into the northern end of San Jose. He only had a few miles to go and could reach his destination before sundown, with time to spare for scouting and then setting up for the night, depending on his findings. The figures atop the parking structure seemed to be waiting and watching as he pressed on. He walked across the open development space and toward the highway, always wary of deadheads. He learned the hard way it was easy to get boxed in by both the living and the dead. He was making good time and expected to reach his sister's place well before sundown. He started walking through neighborhoods, amazed at how clear they were. He saw a few of the dead, and the couple of living people he saw were looking from windows with madness and fear in their eyes. There was so far no evidence of the orgies and madness that had happened in the course of the virus. He got comfortable, too comfortable, and ended up taking a few steps into a schoolyard filled with swaying corpses. Many clumped around the back door of the school. Some were only yards from him. He stopped short. None seemed to have noticed him. So he walked backward, very slowly and cautiously. He tried another route, and as he walked quietly between two houses, he heard the rumble of an engine. He took a few steps back to the street so he could see who and what was coming. A pickup truck rumbled past, 2 people in the cab. It turned right at the end of the street. Cooper knew the truck must have attracted some of the dead, and walked to the street to check it out. It seemed to have attracted all of the dead. Down the street, still a few blocks away, he saw an enormous crowd that stretched back as far as the eye could see. He would get stuck in this massive swarm the idiot had created if he didn't get moving quick. As he walked, he realized the dead were being attracted, not only after he passed, but also before he arrived. They were slow-moving, so they came out after the truck passed, but on foot and staying in one location for a few moments. Cooper could see the dead were starting to come out from all around and would soon surround him. He sprinted to clear the area. He came to the end of the street and looked right. The slowly cruising truck was about 2 blocks away and pulling off the street. He started to run at an easy pace, still trying to keep relatively quiet. He made it to the truck and got ahead of a majority of the dead. He stopped behind a large shrub. Several corpses were teetering from between houses. The massive swarm was still a few blocks back. He peeked around the shrub and saw the truck parked in front of a liquor store. The truck was empty, but he heard crashing from inside the store. Its door was hanging open. The place looked like it had already been looted. Suddenly, a guy appeared in the doorway and locked eyes with Cooper. It was a redneck. Cooper didn't have time to duck away unseen, so he came from around the shrub. He was reaching for his pistols, but before he got his hands around the grips, the guy was waving him off, his eyes wide. Cooper ducked back behind the shrub, confused. A corpse was only yards from him. He silently extended his baton. He took a few steps and dropped the corpse with a quick crack to the head. He looked back, and a second man was emerging from the store behind the first. He literally almost wet himself. It was the redneck he had knocked out to save Anna. He didn't know why, but the first redneck had probably just saved his life. He heard the two talking.
So now what?
Dale was glad the guy he'd just seen was quick enough to heed his warning and duck away. He wondered if he were still in earshot. Tug shrugged.
Hey man, if I'm gonna be your partner in crime, you have to tell me what's going on. We have to coordinate our attack. Talk about Plan B and all that.
Dale was speaking a bit louder. He was hoping the guy he waved off was listening and would pick up on his message. At a glance, he seemed like a decent guy.
Huh?
Tug was somewhere else.
I mean the parking garage, back there. You saw the folks in it. I could see your wheels turning. I know you were dreaming of a real party. I want to help make that party happen.
Dunno. Tug had a way of looking at people without facing them directly. He kind of faced away from them, but looked sideways with his eyes. He always had that faint smile on his face, as if he'd just heard something mildly amusing.
Guess we can go back and check it out, see how many there are. Then what? I don't know.
Tug was sounding bothered.
Sorry, I thought you had a plan. I hoped you had a plan. I really wanted to see you in action, you know, to learn from a master.
Dale was building him up.
I get the feeling you've done this before, thrown a party. I tried a time or two, and it didn't work out. No plan, really. Sure, I get it. You're like an artist who follows his inspiration.
Dale cursed himself for bad word choices. He spoke a little too fancy for Tug. Tug looked confused.
Okay, say you had all the people from the parking structure in front of you right now. What would you do?
Tug cut his eyes to the side, kind of smiled.
I'd blow the guys' heads off. Get 'em out of the way. Whoever's left, page 82.
Page 82 of...
Tighter. Ah, nice. See, I knew you were planning a party.
Dale went to the stack of magazines on the bench seat of the truck. The magazine Tighter was on the top of the stack.
Page 82. Let's see what's on page 82.
He was turning pages slowly, but stopped. He could use this opportunity to reach him.
Wait, let me see if I know what my friend Tug would do. Start with a harsh strip down, restrain them while they cry and beg, then go straight to the good old hog tie. Then the fun really begins. Am I close?
Tug's smile was a little wider. His eyes sparkled a bit.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to know old Tug's tastes. Okay, I bet on page 82 there's some bitch tied up tight. She's hurting, she's swinging from a rafter tied like a hog, and she looks scared. Her eyes are just pleading with you. Tug, let me go! Let me go!
Tug was nodding, his smile growing. Dale flipped to page 82.
Ah, close enough, huh? I get credit for this for sure. Sure.
Tug was smiling and nodding. He was blushing. Dale knew he had just started forging a bond with Tug, who enjoyed the exchange and would crave more. Dale looked at the magazine again. Page 82 was almost exactly as he described it, because this was the hog-tied issue of Tighter magazine, as was prominently announced on the cover, and virtually every picture in the 6th stack of paper was the same.
Page 82!
Dale slapped Tug on the back, and instantly regretted the intensity of the physical contact. Tug winced a little, but seemed to like the show of affection.
Page 82.
Tug smiled and nodded. He decided not to kill Dale.
So, my friend, we are in a world where we can go anywhere, eat and sleep, when and where we want, and do anything we want to anybody. What's next for Tug and Dale, the hog-tie team?
Tug was smiling and nodding constantly, and after a few seconds, Dale thought he was stuck that way, or having a seizure of some sort. Then Tug stopped and looked up at nothing in particular.
Not sure. I had thoughts about mansions and such. Just finding a big old house and doing nothing. Maybe have parties. Well, let me know what you want to do and when. I am on board, Master Tug. Until then, warm beer. Want one? Yup.
Tug nodded in the affirmative, smiling. Tug seemed so empty, so devoid of any ability for forethought or planning, that Dale didn't expect a response.
There is one thing. The reason I'm all the way up here.
Now that Tug was opening up to Dale, he would probably start telling him everything he was thinking. All Dale needed to do now was sit back and listen. But Tug could be infuriatingly slow. Finally, he spoke.
There's this asshole. Hit me in the head for nothing. Snuck up on me like a fucking coward and hit me.
Tug was angry, convinced he was the victim. Dale knew there was a lot more to the story. Cooper listened. He'd known since he rescued the girls from the intersection that Tug was following him. He debated whether he should step out and face him. But even though the second man had waved him off, Cooper didn't know how the man would react if he stepped out. He might have to take Tug's side of things for some reason.
What do you plan to do to him when you catch him?
Dale leaned against the truck, appearing relaxed, even uninterested. But he was all ears. Tug was talking.
I thought about it lots. I know I want him to hurt before he dies. I want to take that stick he hit me with and beat his body to nothing. You know, just work on the bones until his arms and legs flap like empty sacks. Or maybe I'll use my cue. I never showed you my cue.
Tug went to the rear of the truck, fished out his cue stick, and held it up to Dale, smiling. What does this guy look like? I can help hunt him down. That would be a lot of fun. Dale smiled, wanting to keep Tug talking about his plans and take his attention off his pool cue. Oh, crap, Cooper thought, prepared to run his ass off. If Tug described him and the other guy realized who he'd waved off, they both might come for him.
He's an asshole,
was all Tug said quickly, not taking his attention off his cue.
Man, we have to get you one of these.
He started walking out to the street. Cooper was on the sidewalk, right behind the shrubs at the end of the liquor store's drive, watching the approaching swarm as it drew closer. He'd already had to take out a few early arrivals with his baton. He'd walked out to meet them so he could crack their heads at a distance to lessen the chance of being heard. He was buying himself time to listen, but the dead were getting closer and soon would force his hand. Dale didn't know if the young guy he saw was gone or not, but he tried to slow Tug down.
Hey, man, wait! Give me the cue!
Tug stopped and turned.
You trying to steal my cue?
He stood his ground, fist balled tightly at his sides. Cooper heard the commotion and turned his attention back to the men. He could see the back half of Tug as he stopped near the street, and Cooper inched a little farther back to conceal himself. The dead were too close to wait much longer. His only options now were to expose himself to the men, or expose himself by trying to fight the horde alone with his back to the men. Crap, he thought. His only option now was a direct approach. He stepped from around the shrub with both guns up. He was only a few feet behind Tug. Dale saw him and his eyes went wide. He put his hands up as if to surrender. Tug stood angry and tense, facing Dale. He didn't pick up on any of the signs that might have made him turn around. Dale's wide-eyed stare at something or someone over his shoulder being the primary one.
Huh? Tell me.
Tug was tense, focused on Dale. Dale relaxed. Cooper relaxed and turned his attention to the horde when he realized Tug was unaware of him. He motioned to the horde, hoping Dale would understand. Tug advanced on Dale.
I knew it. Just like everybody else taking any shit they want. You can't have it.
Dale spoke firmly and calmly, with hands raised. Now, Dale,
You know I ain't gonna take your cue. It's yours, of course. I just wanted to see how it felt in my hands, seeing as you were so damn excited about it. Well, you can't use it. You might just forget it's mine and keep it. Hey, page 82, right, man? Come on. I don't need to try your cue. Let's find a pool hall and get 100 fucking cues. We can fill the truck with them.
Dale was relaxed, convincing. Tug relaxed and smiled.
I was always saying that. There's enough cues for everybody. Everybody! No need to take mine.
He walked toward the truck.
I can hear them dead coming. Let's go.
He jumped in and started the engine.
Truck full of cues!
He yelled out the window. Cooper stood ready, both pistols aimed at 2 approaching zombies. They shuffled closer and closer and were just inches away when he heard the engine turn over. He fired, and by the time both corpses hit the ground, he'd spun around. He bent over and walked quickly behind the truck. During the several seconds it took for the engine to start and Tug to gulp some warm beer and then find reverse, Cooper positioned himself on the extended off-road bumper of the truck. He had a firm hold on the tailgate and solid footing on the thick, curved tubes that encased the rear of the truck. As the truck backed into the street, Cooper came within a few feet of several corpses. The first was a naked man with a head that appeared to have been burnt black. His jaw hung open, unmoving, and his eyes were gone. But he seemed to know where Cooper was. The bullet entered below his left eye, and he dropped. The next corpse was a tall man, and Cooper was at eye level with his genitals, or the gaping hole where his junk used to be. He could see part of the pelvis in the hole, and looking up he saw teeth marks around the red holes where his nipples used to be. Cooper put a bullet between his eyes. The next few corpses took his attention fully. The truck came to a stop, and 4 deadheads were lined up side by side. This was the head of a massive swarm, and the bodies were quickly getting thicker. In a second, he would be moving forward, and everything would be okay. But that wasn't what happened. Suddenly, the truck took off in reverse, tires squealing. Cooper dropped his tethered gun and held on to the tailgate with both hands. He tucked his head down between the tailgate and his outer arm. Bodies smashed into him. He was terrified of being bitten or dragged from the truck, but the truck was moving so fast, the zombies probably didn't even know he was there. But the buffeting was brutal. As the truck sped backward through hundreds of corpses, Cooper felt skulls, ribs, and bones smashing into him. It was painful. The pummeling made it hard to hold on to the truck. The smell was worse than the beating. It was awful and overpowering, and made 1,000 times more revolting as many of the bodies burst upon impact. They expelled rancid fluids and juices from their noses and mouths, even their eye sockets. They ripped open, and innards and fluids splashed over him. He was holding his breath, but still wanted to vomit. An arm got caught in the crook of his elbow and tore away from its owner. He shook it loose. He felt his feet slipping from the bumper. His eyes had been shut tight since the truck started braking. When the truck stopped and then shifted into drive and shot forward, he allowed himself a peek. The only thing that had saved him from death was the speed at which it all happened. Cooper held on, not sure what was going to happen next. Well, he knew one thing that was going to happen. He puked all over the tailgate of Tug's truck. Dale got into the truck and looked for the guy. He had no idea where he'd gone. He hoped he could get away from the dead. The swarm was upon them, and his outlook was grim. Dale was debating whether he should try to help the guy, when suddenly the pickup shot backward. With roaring engine and squealing tires, it went straight into the swarm. "What the fuck?" Dale yelled as his head almost hit the dash. At first he thought Tug was trying to knock him out, but Tug was smiling and looking behind them through the rear window of the cab. A low chuckle, barely audible over the noise of the engine, rattled from his throat. Dale was looking back too, wondering what the hell Tug was doing. Was he trying to get them killed? Was he going to try to push Dale out of the cab and into the midst of the swarm? The truck sat high enough on its off-road suspension that the corpses were about mid-chest to neck height. Dale's stomach rose into his throat, and he fought sickness as he watched human heads rapidly whipping forward and back as the corpses were plowed over. They were pulled under the truck, and the next few got the same treatment. It was like driving through a cornfield, only 1,000,000 times more disgusting. Tug seemed to be doing this for fun, which made Dale relax a little, but he was still concerned about the outcome of this insane action. He watched the bed of the truck, unable to take his eyes off the grisly scene before him. As the truck sped backward, not all of the bodies remained intact. A few of the corpses were decapitated when the tailgate hit them at neck level
and tore their heads off.
The bed of the truck had several heads rolling around in it already, and they weren't all clean breaks. Some of the heads had a length of spine still attached, or a few ribs. Dale noticed white pebbles bouncing around the bed and realized they were teeth. The bodies were almost exploding. He could see liquids and fluids shooting and splashing about. Big drops and sprays of the stuff were collecting on the rear window and running down it. But he almost puked when the truck slammed into a fat corpse that exploded on impact. The head detached, but didn't roll into the truck bed. The head shot skyward on a fountain of innards that spewed from the gaping neck hole. The innards squirted from the body in a large mass that seemed to float in the air for a split second until it met the rear window of the truck on its way back down to earth. Dale closed his eyes and turned away.
Woo-hoo! Shit! Did you see that last one?
Tug was genuinely impressed with his own work, and suddenly, just as it had all started moments before, Tug hit the brakes, dropped the gear shift into drive, and shot forward. The decision to leave the guy behind wasn't his anymore, and Dale hoped he would be okay. He watched an ocean of rotting corpses flow into the street behind the truck, filling in the path it made through them like water.
I love that part of this,
Tug said, looking at Dale with a huge grin. Dale smiled weakly, nodded, and wondered, where the hell are we off to now?
35. Henry stumbled backward and tripped. He hit the concrete floor hard and bumped his head. With a bang, the sunlight was gone as the door slammed shut. He was temporarily blind in the darkness, but as his eyes adjusted, he expected to see that Jeter fellow. Instead, an old man knelt over him, looking about nervously.
Come on, son,
he whispered.
We have to move now.
He helped Henry stand as loud footfalls coming from the center of the massive store grew louder.
Fats! Fats! Wait! Don't go out there, Fats!
Jeter ran to the door to stop Henry from stepping out among the dead. Henry and the old man melted into the dark maze of shelves. They saw the light grow as the door opened and heard Jeter screaming and cursing as he fought to close the door. The light winked out with a boom as the door slammed shut. Shortly thereafter, they heard Jeter weeping and mumbling in the dark. Henry couldn't hear what Jeter was saying, but his tone was of utter sadness. The old man took Henry to a nondescript door on the edge of the warehouse and opened it. There was only darkness beyond. They entered and quietly closed the door, and then the darkness was complete.
Wait here, son. I'll go open the door.
Henry heard the soft dragging of the old man's hand over the walls and his soft footfalls. With a faint click, a vertical ribbon of light appeared and widened. Henry could now see well enough to safely walk down the hall that had 4 other doors in it. The old man was standing in a door that opened onto a stairwell. The stairs led to a large, open office space.
The large area was hidden from below by clever placement of service counters and shelves. When inside the office, one could see the entire warehouse through large windows, spaced every 15 feet or so on 3 of the walls. The 4th wall was just cinder blocks, as it was also the wall of the warehouse. There was a door on either side of the room, close to the warehouse wall. These doors led to a catwalk that circled the entire inside of the building. From the main catwalk branched several narrow catwalks that crossed over the large space. These were for maintenance, as they paralleled pipes, ran close to large lights, and passed large air ducts. The old man led Henry to the rear of the office near the cinder block wall. They sat in wide, cushy chairs that surrounded a large conference table. The old man whispered,
"I am quite sure the office is soundproof, but I would rather exercise extreme caution, given the circumstances."
He extended his hand.
"My name's Ralph."
"Henry." He took Ralph's hand. He noticed that it was very hushed in the room, a quiet so complete that it made him feel as if he were deaf. Ralph leaned toward him.
"He probably can't hear us at all, but we need to be careful. I don't know when the other one gets back."
"Other one?" Henry asked. Ralph mopped his brow as he calmed down.
"Yes, he seemed the more lucid of the two. He took off quite some time ago. I was only able to catch the last bit of what was said down there. But you mentioned benzodiazepine. Klonopin, specifically?"
"Yes, apparently I have been given large doses of a psychoactive drug for some time." Henry took a bottle of water off the table.
"Given the potent drugs and whatever else those two gave you, a long-term fugue state is quite possible."
"Fugue states are rare, extremely so." Henry looked dubious.
"Yes, but there are several documented cases of fugue lasting months, even years, during which time the individual functioned normally, often taking on new identities. Frankly, I'm surprised you aren't dead, given the drugs and the alcohol abuse."
Ralph sighed and continued.
"Good thing the other one dosed the 2 of you with sleeping pills before he left. That gave the drugs time to leave your system. Unfortunately, now there's withdrawal to contend with."
"What's today's date?" Henry, the pre-med student, had to get back to classes. As it was, he might have to skip a semester to handle the burial, the reading of the will, and other aspects of the estate. How he was able to put his grief on the back burner was a bit curious. It was probably an effect of the drugs and alcohol. Ralph gave Henry the date, and he had to repeat it a few times. It took a while for Henry to accept that he heard it correctly. It had been almost 11 years since his last memory, and his mind was awhirl with questions, sorrows, and some anger. He must have looked as stunned as he felt.
"What date did you think it was?"
Ralph asked. Henry told him the last day he remembered in great detail, and all he had just heard from Jeter. Ralph looked at him with a concerned expression.
"We have a lot to talk about, and I'm afraid much of it will be hard for you to hear, and even harder to believe than an 11-year fugue state."
Ralph was Dr. Ralph Fowles, an ear, nose, and throat specialist. The two spoke for several hours, and Ralph tried to explain the past 10 years, then the asteroid, the Euphoria Z virus, and everything he knew up to the present moment. Ralph had trouble explaining the horrible things he'd witnessed when the virus first started to spread, watching loved ones do things he'd never thought possible. One image he couldn't shake was a fat kid eating and vomiting and eating again until he was gagging on the food that filled his throat. Finally, Ralph stopped talking, and Henry stopped asking questions. Henry found it hard enough to come to terms with a decade-long fugue state, the effect it had on his body, and the deaths of his father and grandfather that, to him, had happened only yesterday. But now the end of the world was added to the list. So, in less than a month, the population of the world is almost entirely gone, replaced by zombies? Henry said in a flat, matter-of-fact tone.
Well, I'm not sure they're dead.
Ralph was tired of talking about it, but this young fellow deserved answers.
I didn't see anyone die, and haven't been able to give one of them a physical exam. I don't know if they're dead, or if their hearts are still beating. I haven't had much of a chance to observe them, but their behaviors don't match up at all with any logical answer I can come up with.
What about the government?
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. They've always been good at taking care of themselves.
Ralph smirked.
The emergency broadcast system was still running last time I checked, so apparently there is some form of government still intact. But a few hundred people living in a bunker below the earth with no population to govern isn't a government. It's a group of cowards hiding in a hole.
What's being said on the emergency broadcast?
It's a repeating message of crap we already know, better than the people broadcasting it. They're telling us that we're on our own. The infected are everywhere. Stay safe, and we will rebuild one day. Horseshit. I'll be damned if I help rebuild a system that tells me I'm on my own. When I really need them, they hide in a bunker our tax dollars built and expect us to help them rebuild the system so they can tax us again.
Do you think if we knocked on the front door of that bunker,
they would let us in?
They both fell quiet. After a rest, Ralph told him what the bikers, Fats being one of them, had done to the people in the warehouse. Ralph hadn't witnessed Fats do anything other than come into the building, but still Henry wondered what he had been doing for 11 years that allowed him to survive in a biker gang. Henry was hot. The office was stuffy. He was thinking of the biker Jeter and the vest he wore. It occurred to him he must be wearing one too. He pulled off the thick leather vest and dropped it on the table. It was well worn, scuffed, and old. It looked to have been made from a light-colored leather jacket, with the sleeves cut off. It had several patches on it. A Nazi flag jumped out at him. There was a small arched patch with the word "Original" embroidered on it. There were a few other patches that made no sense to him, various letters and numbers. He turned the vest over, and sewn to the back, in the dead center, was a large embroidered patch. This patch depicted a very curvaceous nude woman with devil horns, a tail, and a pitchfork. She also had a large set of angel's wings that created a circular shape to the large patch, as they arched above and down and around her body. She was doing something clearly pornographic. It was then that Henry noticed the tattoos on his arms. It just kept getting worse. Ralph wanted to retell the story of what had happened at the warehouse, what the one they called Banjo did, and just how evil it was, given the state of the world, how Jeter killed a good man and continued to pulverize his corpse with a can of dog food. He wanted Henry to know who and what these men were and why he'd stayed behind in the warehouse, not so he wouldn't die outside, but because he wanted to exact revenge on the bikers when he was able.
It makes me wonder what sorts of things I have done over the years, Henry said. You cannot think of it that way, Henry. You have effectively been in a coma of sorts for years. This Fats was a creation of Jeter's sick mind and bears no relation to you. Fats was a mimic, a puppet that mirrored Jeter. It's as if he stole your car and ran someone down with it. He hijacked your body.
Henry raised his eyebrows and nodded. That does put it into a different perspective, thanks. He picked up the vest and looked at it. He couldn't believe he had absolutely no memory of the past 11 years of his life. He dropped the vest on the table. Ralph stood.
That thing stinks, and no offense, so do you.
He picked up the vest carefully, like it was a dead rat.
I'm going to get rid of this.
No, wait. Henry took the vest back. They still think I'm part of the gang. I can use that to help you.
It seems dangerous.
No, I don't think it will be. I can just lie back down and listen to what they have to say. It will help you, and me for that matter, with revenge. He put the vest back on and walked as quietly as possible, down the stairs. 36. Cooper rode Tug's tailgate, looking for a place where he could drop off undetected. He was also hoping to find a giant pot of boiling water he could throw himself into. Even with all the dangers around, he had trouble thinking of anything but a very hot bath, with a case of soap and a gallon of shampoo. Tug crept slowly through neighborhoods. The dead were close, but none came close to Cooper. After what felt like forever, but was probably 20 minutes, Tug drove through the giant parking lot of a huge strip mall. When Tug passed one of the landscaped islands in the lot, Cooper dropped off the bumper, but he didn't roll. He didn't want to make any movement that might draw the eye of the driver. He lay on the ground face down, right next to an oil stain that smelled like gas and grease. It was the best smell ever. He inhaled the fragrant beauty of used motor oil in concrete. The truck's brakes squeaked. He looked up, but only moved his eyes to do so. He kept his head perfectly still, hoping he hadn't been seen.
What the hell?
Tug had seen something drop off the back of his truck and stopped. Dale stuck his head out the window and looked back. It was the guy. Holy crap! Had he been back there the entire time? The guy was looking at him, but not moving. Dale pulled his head back in.
Nothing but garbage. Onward to page 82.
Dale tried to get him going, but Tug squinted his eyes at the rearview mirror.
Nah, that's not garbage. It's a body, looks like.
That's just a dead head that was stuck to your bumper. You plowed through about 1 million of them. He smiled.
Seems like.
Tug put the truck in drive. Wait! Dale stopped him. Tug was going to drive off just as he wanted, but Dale had changed his mind. He already knew what he had to do to Tug, and he wanted to talk to the guy on the ground behind them. There were so few people in the world. He would either be a decent person or another Tug. Either way, Dale needed to know. The truck sat idling, and for 2 extremely long seconds, Dale didn't move, knowing his next move would upset the apple cart. He was taking a chance on the guy behind the truck, and he didn't really know how Tug would react. In addition, the dead were seeping between buildings and coming from the street behind them. They had limited time to leave free and clear.
Back in a sec.
Dale got out of the truck and left the door open. Tug sat, passively staring straight ahead. The truck was sitting too long, and Cooper was getting ready to run when the passenger side door opened. The one called Dale came out, looking right at him and signaling for him to stay down with his hands. Cooper stayed put, but nervously. Dale squatted and motioned for Cooper to stay down.
I'm Dale.
Now that he was close, he could see that this guy was still mostly a kid. He had to be about 20. Dale couldn't believe this kid had held on to the back of the truck, and how quickly he'd read the situation and then acted. He would have been great on the force.
Cooper.
He poked one index finger toward the truck.
That guy's a murderer. He was raping a girl, and I stopped him. You must be the asshole that hit him in the head.
Dale smiled.
That's me. He left out the part about rape and murder.
Dale shot a glance back at Tug.
Why are you with him? I couldn't kill him on a hunch, but I couldn't let him run free. I've been keeping an eye on him. Now what?
Cooper tried looking up.
I'm going to call him out and pull my weapon. Don't move until after I draw on him. Then, we'll be improvising.
But before Dale could stand, Tug opened his door and slid out.
"What's going on, Dale?"
He was walking toward the back of the truck. Dale thrust his hand down the front of his shirt, popping a button, and pulled his hidden revolver. He spun and faced Tug. "Don't move." Cooper stood up, expecting some sort of reaction from Tug. Tug stopped short and put his hands up. He had that creepy smile on his face, and he was staring off into nothing. He seemed frozen in place. He didn't look at Cooper, didn't seem to recognize him. "Come on, hands higher. Turn around and put your hands behind your head." Tug complied. No dirty look, no resistance, no spitting or cursing, no questions, bargaining, or proclamations of innocence.
"Knew it was too good to be true,"
Tug said as he turned around. Cooper held both pistols on Tug as Dale patted him down. He found a buck knife and a piece of folded paper. He unfolded the paper. It was page 82. "What's too good to be true?" Dale asked, but thought he knew the answer.
"A friend. They were right. I can't have a friend."
He smiled and looked on.
"I know what comes next."
Dale felt a pang of sympathy for Tug. Even though he was a sociopath, and probably had not a shred of sympathy for his victims, Dale thought it sad that the poor man had probably spent his entire life without a friend. He'd probably never heard a word of kindness, encouragement, approval, or affection. It sucked, but in Dale's experience, most criminals had similar stories, and they were almost always beyond change. He still had no other option.
"I want it."
Tug was staring off into space.
"I want to go."
Cooper relaxed and lowered his pistols. Dale looked Tug in the face.
"It will be quick, painless. Can I ask something of you?"
For the first time, Tug made eye contact with him.
"Sure, Tug,"
Dale said, addressing him as a friend might. Knowing these were Tug's last moments on Earth, he saw no reason to be mean to the guy.
"Can I go out with my Q over there, fighting them?"
He motioned with his head to the spot between stores where the dead were thickly pouring into the parking lot.
"Sure, but you know I will shoot you if you try anything."
Tug nodded.
"For a while you were my friend."
He smiled.
Page 82.
Dale backed up, retrieved the Q from the truck bed, and handed it to Tug. Tug took it and walked toward the mob of advancing corpses, looking relaxed. His motion drew all their focus, and they came for him. It occurred to Dale that Tug probably thought he was simply being robbed. Dale had never explained any of it to him. He and Cooper watched as Tug fought the dead. He was smooth, graceful even, as he rapidly dropped one after another. He lasted an unbelievably long time. As Dale watched, he felt something he'd never felt before for any criminal, especially one as cruel as Tug. He felt sorry for him. Despite all the terrible things he knew about Tug, he saw the kid who was beaten, molested, made fun of, and never given a shred of kindness from which he could produce his own. Tug began to tire. His blows grew weaker and less accurate, until he was simply overwhelmed. He sank down in the writhing mass of rotten flesh, without a sound they could hear, and was gone. Dale put the truck in drive, and they were gone too. 37. The parking structure looked the same from the outside, boring and empty, but the last day or so had been productive for the small group. Sal and Ron had built a platform for Jeff's elevator mechanism. They cut a door in the wall surrounding one of the ramp openings, and remounted Jeff's winch-powered elevator on the second level. The elevator could carry a good deal of weight, They painted the bottom of the platform black, so it would blend in with the surrounding walls, and when it was brought all the way up, it was virtually invisible from below. In the past few days they had managed to cart a fairly impressive amount of supplies to their new home. They built several basic rooms and painted the outer walls flat black to disguise them. They still used the area in the front corner, near the door to the stairwell, as sort of a living room. It was sheltered by 2 sections of cement wall that were each about 20 feet long. They occupied very little of the space the structure had to offer, but they had big plans for the use of it. Jeff had built a wind turbine, hooked to a lot of car batteries. The batteries held a charge and allowed him to run his computer. He was working on many projects and had several tables covered with boxes and computers, but most recently he had finished a radio-controlled car with a boosted antenna. He could drive it very far from the structure and was working on mounting a camera to it so they could use it to scout. He'd used the car a couple of times already, once to lead a zombie away from a guy who was walking across the lot. The elevator was the thing the others understood and found the most useful. The elevator car was a 10x10 wooden platform with 4 cables attached to it, 1 on each corner. These cables ran straight up about 8 feet and attached to a frame the size of the platform. This held the platform flat and the cables vertical. Presently, the platform spun in the air, but that was easy to work with, and they had ideas to fix that too. They were, bit by bit, building a house and a home. The work served to keep them positive and productive, and the labor made sleep come easy. Except to Ron, who found that, even when he was exhausted to the bone, sleep was fitful and scarce. The bikers were still out there, somewhere, and he couldn't rest easy knowing that. Even though the bottom level was 16 feet off the ground, the garage was far from secure. The adults each took a 2-hour shift, walking about the level and keeping watch. Sal and Jeff laid out a warning system of wires, thin and black and all but invisible, that were stretched tight and hung with noisemakers, such as chimes and bells, taken from the home store. Ron decided to go in search of the bikers and asked Sal to join him. He wanted to know where they were, or at least make sure they weren't in the area. They left at dawn. They cruised slowly down the wide and once well-manicured streets. Neither of them spoke. Ron remembered disliking how thick the traffic was in San Jose, how many people there were, and now he missed them. They had been replaced by trash, abandoned vehicles, and corpses. Sal interrupted his thoughts.
Do you see it?
What?
Ron looked around.
The car back there. There was a woman in it.
Well, go back.
I'm trying.
Sal was turning the van around. When he got back to the spot where he'd seen the car, it was gone.
Too bad we missed her. She looked like she was alone. Should we try and find her?
Yeah.
They looked around the area, but couldn't find her. Sally looked bad. She was pale and non-responsive. There was something wrong with her in addition to withdrawal, and Wendy had no clue what it could be, or what she should do for her. Wendy had trouble finding a safe place for them to rest. Every time she stopped, the dead showed up. Twice already she had tried to take Sally inside a building, and had close calls when the dead arrived. Once they'd arrived when she was inside a building, and surrounded the car. It took her forever to get them away so she could retrieve Sally. Now a van had driven by. It looked like it could be that psycho Banjo looking for her. She had to make a quick getaway and then park the car behind a dumpster and hope she wasn't found. She was too scared to move and waited to leave until it was dark. Sally was dying, from the looks of her. Sal and Ron cruised the streets of San Jose slowly and carefully, avoiding the dead when they could. When they entered a building, they pulled up as close as possible to the entrance. The dead had a way of getting to you. Sometimes they would crawl under or over the vehicle, or they might already be in the building, just waiting to be rousted. The dead could stand perfectly still, not moving for a few seconds after something triggered them. You could walk yourself into a dead end, and when you turned to leave, be blocked by corpses. They went through a few stores and found a lot of supplies. They quickly filled the van to capacity with needed staples of all kinds, but their focus was still on locating the bikers. At first, Ron was hoping to find them just to keep an eye on them. He was hoping to avoid a confrontation, but more and more he felt that taking them out might be the only way they would ever be safe. Ironically, as they searched the city for the bikers were headed toward the parking garage. Among the assorted weapons they carried was a very long coil of rope, one end fashioned into a hangman's noose. 38. Banjo pulled the pickup into the Costco lot. The dead were thick around the building. He blew the horn several times to let Jeter know he was there and to lure the dead away from the door. He drove slowly away, and it took him nearly 30 minutes to get rid of the dead. Finally, he was able to loop back and pull right up to the door. Jeter was there, holding it open. He saw the two wild savages, Jack and Acid, and looked at Banjo, but didn't move out of the doorway. Banjo stepped up to him.
"Hey, Jeet, meet Jack and Acid." Yeah, sure."
Jeter nodded, but didn't step aside.
"Everything cool, Jeter? Sorry I didn't run it by you first, but I was out and these guys—"
Jeter waved him down.
"Nah, glad you're here."
He turned and walked into the store. Acid and Jack followed Banjo into the darkness. The stink of rotting fruit, vegetables, and meat had grown stronger since Banjo left. Soon the stuff in the long freezers on the other side of the store would turn. The power had been off for days. The hundreds of gallons of milk and other dairy products and the baked goods were already attracting flies, and soon they would be a problem. Then the maggots would hatch. If Banjo didn't do something soon, they would lose this place and the food that kept for years. So far, he couldn't think of a solution that didn't involve a huge amount of effort. But his brain was churning, and he was sure he'd soon find a solution. Jeter led all the men to the rear of the store, where they each grabbed a bottle of their choice from giant stacks of alcoholic beverages. These were some of the goods that could last forever and were worth saving. There were 4-foot-high, 10-foot-wide, and 40-foot-long stacks of liquor bottles, a king's ransom, and more valuable than gold in this new world. They walked to the center of the giant warehouse, where there were chairs, a few sofas, mattresses, and a fire pit. They all got comfortable. Jack spoke first.
"Hey, Jeter, you cool with this man?"
He leaned forward, eager to get serious business out of the way. Jeter seemed distracted, out of it.
Yeah, sorry, man. I've been really messed up. No more world, no more gangs, no more nothing. There are only 4 of us left, and we officially disbanded as a gesture. The cuts are for our own personal memories. They hold no claim. That cool? Yeah, it's all cool.
Jeter seemed to come into focus, back from wherever he was.
Yeah, Banjo, you cool with this? Yeah, sure. These guys have been true so far. I say, just for the sake of comfort, we disband the Angels and get down to some easy living.
Banjo watched Jeter. If he were going to lose it, it would be right now.
Okay then, the vote to disband is on the table. I say yay.
Yay, Banjo nodded.
Okay, there's a majority. We are officially disbanded.
Jeter bro-hugged the two men. Henry lay perfectly still on the couch, thinking with bemusement. Hey, I didn't get a vote. It sounded to him like they planned to do nothing but party. Banjo went and got the girls, 3 of them anyway, as 2 had overdosed and died in the cage. The bikers drank, partied, and eventually fell asleep. Jack and Banjo were awake last, but even they succumbed to sex, junk food, and lots of hard liquor. Henry got up a time or two and went to the bathroom, ate, took a bottle to pretend he was drinking, and checked in on Ralph. Ralph was never in the office initially, but he always showed up shortly after Henry. Ralph spent a lot of time comfortably walking around the warehouse. The bikers were so high, noisy, and sedentary that he was never afraid of getting caught. Henry found he could sit in a chair and, as long as he stared into nothingness, was left alone. He concentrated on not looking alert or too focused on anything. He could close his eyes and just relax. He got used to it and drifted off to sleep. A pain woke Henry. He was kicked in the groin, but fortunately, it wasn't a dead-on shot to his scrotum. He woke with Banjo trying to pull him from the floor. There was a pounding on the door, and Jeter and the Savages were already standing. They approached the door as one. When they got to the door, Banjo made sure they were ready, and opened it quickly. It was Muscle and Weed. Weed was in front. Muscle filled the space behind him. Muscle turned and clubbed 2 zombies with a large wrench. "What's this?" Banjo looked suspicious. He backed off so his back was to no one. "Well," Weed held his hands up, "I could lie and tell you some tale about why we're here, but we followed behind. We hung back, wanted to make sure you were legit. The brothers knew nothing of it." Muscle stood behind him, arms folded over his thick belly. "True." He turned on occasion to check on the progress of the slow-walking zombies. Banjo looked at Jack. Jack spoke up. "I knew nothing. Besides, you invited all of us, so what's it matter if they show up a little late?" "Yeah, suppose it's okay." Banjo backed off. "Come on in, fellas." They all hugged, and with that, their trust was cemented, and all past wrongs forgiven. The party grew. Now, with 3 dancers and 7 bikers, things were getting fun. Everyone was in good spirits, telling stories, passing apologies, and explanations for the past feuding, and dishing out harsh insults and jibes they all enjoyed. Acid rolled his Indian over, and there was much admiration. "We need more pussy." It was Muscle. "How do we go about finding it?" Banjo was drunk, but not too far gone. He was waiting for the right time to go looking for Coon and company, and he was tired of waiting. "I know where there might be some, but I don't think it's likely, and I do have reason for checking the place out." Jack said, "Oh yeah, the spook." He told his 2 newly arrived brothers the tale. Even Weed, as mellow as he was still a biker. He was pissed and ready to swoop in with his brothers and lay out some justice. Banjo told him his suspicions about the parking structure. They all agreed to go over there that night, all quiet-like, and get up in their shit. Among them were knives, chains, and guns, all the tools they needed to do the job. Muscle had a long-barreled, silver .357 Magnum he was particularly fond of, and carried in a holster on his hip. It was loaded with hollow-point ammo, bullets designed to break apart upon impact and do more damage than a regular bullet. The gun was intimidating to see, scary to hear, and brutally destructive when fired. It was a cannon that belched forth a ball of fire that lit up the night. Banjo had a noose he'd fashioned from a long piece of rope. He carried it wrapped around his waist and was just itching to use it. The plan was to park nearby, make their way on foot to the rear of the structure, and surprise them in the dark. They didn't know that the ramps and stairs had been removed, but these were determined men, bent on revenge. Nothing so trivial as 15 or so feet was going to stop them. They pulled Henry/Fats to his feet. Henry was panicked. They were taking him to kill people, and he didn't ride a motorcycle either. Outside, they piled into a large pickup, a minor relief to Henry. He was helped into the back of the truck and sat in the middle of the floor. Weed drove, and Jeter was the passenger. Henry, Banjo, Muscle, Jack, and Acid were in the bed. They drove fast through the dark, and from the feel of it, hit several things. Henry had no idea what he was going to do, not just in the immediate future, but long term. He had no one and nothing, and his body was ravished by years of abuse and neglect. He could feel many problems, too many to dwell on, that scared him. He didn't think he would have lasted another 6 months, even if there were functioning hospitals in the world. Ralph waited in the dark, behind a giant stack of cereal boxes, until the door shut. He watched to be sure all the bikers had left, worried about Henry, when he saw that he was going with them. He listened at the door for the sound of the engine to fade away. He rushed over to the caged girls and found the cage locked. One conscious girl pointed Ralph to the keys behind him. He opened the door, and she came out alone. 2 dancers were unconscious, and 2 were dead. The dead girls were starting to smell. Their evacuated bowels and bladders the main culprits. Ralph managed to rouse the 2 girls. He helped them to the bathroom, where they could clean up and put on clothing. He retrieved for them. Their outfits were composed of gray and black sweats, cheap running shoes, and hoodies. They seemed grateful for them. Ralph gave them all a juice box and some crackers to nibble on. He wanted to give them over-the-counter medications he thought might help them. Later, if he could break into the pharmacy, he could give them more effective medicines. He debated whether they should leave. He didn't want to give up the bounty of the Costco. The shitbag bikers would probably end up burning it all down, and it had to be preserved for any survivors that might need it. But he and the girls weren't safe in the place. They risked discovery. Ralph saw how the bikers treated women, how the 2 dead girls weren't moved, but just left there to rot. In any case, they weren't ready to go running into the night. The girls needed to rest and heal up as best they could. He wanted to wait at least long enough for the meds to take effect, and he wanted to wait for Henry. His hope was that Henry could slip away from the bikers, and they could all leave together. While the girls were getting comfortable in the office on blankets and pillows he brought them, Ralph was heading for the door. He wanted to be ready to leave as soon as he could. His hope was that the bikers would be gone long enough for the girls to feel better before he tried to move them. He didn't want the bikers to return while they were still in the building, but his biggest fear was having them return while he was trying to move the girls to a vehicle. He had a list of things he wanted to do, but first he needed to obtain a vehicle and have it waiting by the door for a quick getaway. Occupied in thought, Ralph did the most mundane human actions mechanically, such as breathing, walking, and opening doors. Ralph had taken only 2 steps out the door when in one horrifying split second, between the end of his 2nd step and the door snapping shut, he realized what he'd done. He had no weapon and no way back into the building. He hadn't even told the girls where he was going. He heard moans and the shuffling of feet in the darkness. He tried to open the door just in case, by some miracle, it was unlocked. It wasn't. 38. The dark figure moved quickly, but nonchalantly, down wide cement walkways, occasionally considering the surroundings. At one point it stopped to listen, and after a moment It cut across the grassy area to the right and melted into the shadows. Jeff spent a lot of time exploring the office parks in the area. He had a map in his mind and took note of dead ends, desirable items, and other details. His long-term plan included a host of projects for the structure. He walked the parks, as he called them, checking on his detection systems. He'd rigged up some simple devices to determine if anything passed through a certain area. Although some of these had been disturbed, he didn't see any evidence of the buildings having been breached. All the doors, warehouse doors, and plate glass windows were still intact. He entered several of the buildings through the roof vents, or by a door he could jimmy open. He even thought to look on the ground for any signs of passage. The area was important to him, and he didn't want anyone taking anything he already had his eye on. He moved, hid, or disguised many things he couldn't take with him. But seemingly, there weren't many survivors, and when the world was in orgy mode, the last place they wanted to go were the office parks. The area was so well landscaped and neatly maintained that deep ruts from a set of large tires were glaringly obvious and easy to follow. The tracks entered the park, drove around a few buildings, and pulled close to one building before moving on. The tracks left the grass and drove over the smooth tarmac streets, leaving an equally obvious path to follow, as large chunks of mud and grass marked their passage. The tracks disappeared under a warehouse door. There was a window on the side of the warehouse, and climbing up to it was easy. It was unlocked, and inside was an ambulance. Jeff cautiously entered and examined the ambulance. It looked as if it had plowed through 1,000 corpses. The smell was horrific, even from a distance. There was a general tannish sludge smeared all over the front and sides of the vehicle, and in it could be found strands of cloth and hair. He looked inside, and it was empty. So he proceeded, with caution, through the building, assuming that there might be people inside. He found no one. He was confused by the presence of the ambulance. Someone had gone to some trouble to hide it. Maybe they wanted to come back for it. He left through the window and followed the tracks back, hoping to see something new. He didn't see anything, but he heard something. In the supreme quiet of the new world, sound drew the attention. It was so quiet it took getting used to, and Jeff had been used to it. The sound of a cough, slight as it was, delicate and low, was clearly a cough. There was a human around, or maybe not. Years ago, he'd heard his dog cough, and he was sure other animals might cough too, or maybe it was his imagination. But no, he heard it again. He had no idea where it was coming from, and spent almost 30 minutes listening and quietly moving until he was sure of the origin of the noise. The cough led him to the spot where the ambulance had pulled close to the building. He circled the building, one of the buildings, hell, they were all his buildings, and found a large set of pipes. He knew the pipes contained electrical wiring. He used the pipes and their brackets to make his way to the roof, and when he drew closer, he could hear low chatter. He peeked over the edge and saw 2 females under a tarp fashioned into a tent. The edge of this building extended about 4 feet past the roof, so they were shielded from view. One of the females was fat, and he wondered how she'd managed to get on the roof. And then the ambulance pulling so close to the building made sense to him. The other girl was hot, really nice looking. Boxes, blankets, cushions, and more surrounded them. It looked like they were living up here. He watched them for a while and listened. They seemed to be decent individuals, people he could invite back to the garage. He didn't know how to announce his presence without startling them, so he just pulled himself up on the ledge and did it. "Hi!" He was smiling even before the girls reacted. They both let out little screams. The skinny one looked scared. The fat one looked like she was passively watching. But he got the feeling she was sizing up her options. "Don't be scared." He slid off the ledge and walked closer to the ladies. "That's far enough," the heavy one said, so he stopped. "My name's Jeff. I'm with a group of people, nice people, and we're setting up a nice place. Are you interested in maybe joining us?" "Lisa, and this is Anna." Lisa was looking at the young guy in the baggy coat with hidden hands and a large backpack. "We're waiting for someone. They'll be back soon." "Let me guess. Your 2 Navy SEAL husbands are cleaning their machine guns just minutes from here." He tried a smile. "Okay, I just wanted to extend the invitation. We're in the parking garage by the airport, the long-term one across the highway." Lisa piped up. "We really are waiting for someone. Besides, I need some serious help getting off this roof." "No way I am leaving her," Anna said nervously, eyes wide and her voice a pitch higher than normal. "Okay, later." Jeff turned and left the roof the way he had come. Anna ran to the edge and watched him walk away. Then she ran back to Lisa. "I don't trust him." "Well, he's gone now." Lisa was dismissive. "What if he comes back when we're sleeping? What if he brings others with him?" Anna looked frantic. "Now you have me worried." Lisa was trying to look Anna in the eyes, but she was looking around like a scared bird. "What do you want to do?" "I have to follow him. I want to see what he does, and if that parking garage story is true." "You'll be by yourself, and you'll be leaving me here alone." Lisa was frightened. "What are we going to do? Wait until he returns? Never sleep again if he doesn't? I need to get going." Anna took nothing with her. She hung off the roof and slid-climbed down the pipes. She took off after Jeff. She could see him walking in the distance and ran to get closer to him. She slowed as she came to where he turned off the concrete path. She saw him enter a building. The door snapped shut behind him, and she slowly walked toward the door, debating whether she should enter the building or wait for him to leave. She was concerned he might leave through another exit. Anna was staring at the door, deep in thought, when a hand grasped her arm. She expected it to be this guy Jeff for some reason, but when she turned, a mouthful of cracked teeth was snapping at her face. She let out a scream and reflexively pushed the zombie away. It flew backward, toppling 2 more behind it. She only saw 4, but it was 4 too many. She turned and ran in the only available direction, toward the door Jeff had just entered. She reached the door and frantically pulled on the hardened steel handle. It didn't budge. The door was so secure it felt welded to the building. She kept pulling on it irrationally, hoping it would open. She gave up after a few pulls and turned as all 4 zombies came at her. The one in the lead looked to be a large man, nude when he died, with chunks of his flesh just gouged out of his body. He was wearing 1 shoe. She was trapped between the door, the zombies, and a 3-foot-high wall on either side where the landscaped garden butted against the building. The shrubs looked thick and impenetrable, but maybe she could step up on the wall and throw herself on top of the shrubs. All these thoughts raced through her brain. She stepped up on the wall and was pulling her other foot up so she could jump when a hand grabbed her leg. She fell back and onto her back. Her breath was knocked from her chest, and she was struggling to breathe as 2 of the zombies dropped to their knees, grabbed her, and started tearing at her. Suddenly, both zombies fell back. Jeff was bashing their heads in with a hammer. When he was done, he put his hand out to her. "Sorry, it took a while. I had to run around the building. I didn't want to open the door and push you into them." He was still holding his hand out. Anna was getting her breath back. She took his hand and stood. He turned and walked off. "Thank you," she called after him. "No problem." He was getting farther away. "Hey, wait!" She was walking after him. You're just going to leave me here?" He stopped to face her. "You want to come with me?" "No," Anna began. "Do you want me to wait here with you?" Jeff asked with all seriousness. "No, I'm alone. Can you walk me back to my place?" Jeff kind of shrugged and started walking toward the building. Lisa was perched on. "Wait, are you mad at me?" "No." And he wasn't. "You seem mad." Jeff stopped and faced her. "You're going to attract more of the dead by talking. I don't understand why you think I would be mad at you." He looked serious. Anna realized he was probably like the nerdy guy she'd met, who didn't really have great social skills. "What do you want? I already invited you to the garage, and I just saved your life. Are you following me for a reason? Or is this a coincidence that you're here?" He figured she was following him, but there was a chance they'd just ended up at the same place. Now she felt awkward. "I just wanted to see if you were for real." Jeff looked confused. "Why would I lie?" "Any number of reasons," she said, but he looked disinterested. "I'm going in here." He was fumbling through a large ring of keys. After breaking into a building the hard way, usually through the roof, he would almost always find the keys to the building in an obvious place, like the front desk. He collected them all. Jeff unlocked the door. "Is there something you want from me?" Yeah, I guess. I would like to check out the garage you mentioned. I'm not sure what my friend thinks, so I need to talk to her." "Okay." He turned to go inside. "Wait." Anna looked around nervously. The dead had snuck up on her so quickly, she was extra cautious. "I'm scared to be alone." "Weren't you just following me?" Jeff often didn't understand people. They never made sense, saying one thing, doing another. "Never mind. Come in and we'll talk to your friend on the way back." Back at the building, Anna told Lisa how Jeff had saved her, and Lisa had many questions for Jeff. After a lengthy discussion, they agreed to go check out the garage. Jeff got the ambulance from the warehouse, while Lisa wrote a note for Cooper. Getting Lisa off the roof was easier, but still a challenge. She fell off the bench, landed on the roof of the vehicle, and dented it in. She was lying in a 2-foot-deep crater and was rolling back and forth like a turtle on its back as she tried to stand. She would have fallen off if Jeff and Anna hadn't been there to help her. She looked pained and aggravated at the whole experience. The drive to the garage was quick. Jeff gave the signal for all's clear and got the same back. By the time he rolled up to the structure, the elevator was slowly descending. He pulled the ambulance next to it. Jeff and Anna opened the rear doors to let Lisa out, but she had lain down and was flat on her back. All that could be seen were her legs and stomach. Jeff turned to Anna, who was holding her mouth shut so as not to laugh. "Wow, she looks bigger from this angle," Jeff said to himself. Anna snorted loudly. A hand shot up from behind the belly. "A little help here?" Lisa said. Anna squeaked as she attempted not to laugh. Jeff just watched as Anna jumped up on the bumper and attempted to straddle Lisa. Her petite legs didn't touch the ground. She was sitting on her. She slid off to one side and looked up at Jeff. "I need a little help." "Looks like you need a lot of help," Jeff said as he joined her. Lisa looked miffed. "I don't know you very well, but that was just shitty." "I'm sorry." And Jeff was serious. "I just meant that you are very heavy, and she will need a lot of help getting you up." Lisa looked Jeff in the face, and he seemed to genuinely not know that what he'd said was offensive. "Oh, okay. That's what you meant? Sorry," she said, as if she'd misunderstood him. And in a way she had. Jeff wondered what else he could have meant as he grabbed an arm. "Okay, now for the hard part." "You really don't hear it, do you?" Lisa said. "Hear what?" Jeff looked startled. "Oh, that's just the electric motor that moves the elevator up and down. It's very strong, so it'll even lift you." Lisa let it go. He really seemed clueless. Couldn't be mad at him for that. He was like those kids that pointed in public and asked her point blank why she was fat. They just didn't know any better. But it did still hurt.
Okay, let's do this,
Lisa said, looking at Anna.
He really doesn't hear it.
Jeff just looked at the two of them as if they were both crazy. With the two of them, they got Lisa up. She slid out and saw the elevator and got nervous. She had no idea what they were walking into, and the elevator was nothing more than a platform on a cable. But it ascended slowly, and she felt better about it. She also quickly felt good about the people she met. They all seemed to be very nice. She thought she could stay here, hoped it worked out, because she knew she wouldn't last much longer out in the world. She was thinking of how much Cooper and Anna had risked to help her. She was smiling and tearing up when Anna approached her.
Hey, you okay?
Anna put her arm around Lisa.
You look like you're crying. No, these are tears of joy. I was just thinking how blessed I am that you and Cooper found me. Not just that he saved my life, but that I got to know the both of you. Yeah, he's cool, isn't he?
Anna was beaming, staring off across the city.
What do you think he's doing right now?
Lisa jabbed.
Probably thinking of kissing you. Shut up!
Anna smiled and hugged Lisa.
You heard they have a shower here? Yes, and I can't wait to use it.
Lisa was very touched by Anna's gesture. Anna stepped back.
I'll race you.
And she ran all the way to the shower, but when Lisa got there, she was holding the curtain open for her.
Sorry I cheated. I had a head start. Yes, that is exactly why you beat me,
Lisa retorted with a smile. The shower was incredible. She too missed Cooper, a kid she barely knew. As the sun dropped, it turned the clouds a bright orange. The sky was a deep blue. The world was so quiet, so peaceful. But soon the dark would bring noise and terror to the residents of the parking structure. None of them was prepared for what was to happen to their happy little group. 40. After driving aimlessly for a very long time, Wendy found a place where she and Sally could rest. It was a fancy office building, and she hadn't seen evidence of the dead for several blocks. She felt comfortable pulling up to the front and leaving Sally in the car as she checked out the building. The front doors were unlocked, which was both good and bad. Good because she could more easily check it out, but bad because anything could have entered the building unimpeded. She hesitated before opening the door fully.
Please be empty, please be empty,
she repeated over and over. The emergency lights were on.
At least it still has power.
Even though she prayed it would be empty, she found it odd and disturbing that there were never any people in these sorts of buildings. She walked over floors of highly polished marble. The lobby was beautiful and well tended. The best part was that the ceiling was all glass, and she could see perfectly. Most importantly, the place was clear of the living and the dead, and she could lock it from the inside. A quick search told her there was a lot of packaged food and bottled water to be had. It had been a grueling few days not being able to sleep, eat, or get comfortable. No matter where she went, the dead were there, making it impossible to get from the car to a safe location. She hadn't forgotten about the other girls. She'd followed Banjo to the Costco, but didn't dare get too close. After she was settled, she planned to drive out and see if she could do anything for the others. It occurred to her that they might not want to leave. Pre-apocalypse, they'd danced and screwed for food and shelter, so they might already be in the best place for them. Wendy found a bathroom behind one of the large downstairs offices, an executive bathroom, a private bathroom with a shower. It was well stocked, and when she turned the water on, it was hot.
"Oh my God!"
she said, eyes wide. It was hard to tear herself away from the bathroom to go get Sally. Wendy opened the doors and looked up and down the street as she walked to the car. It was clear as far as she could see. When she opened the passenger door, she could immediately tell Sally was dead. Wendy didn't want to accept it. Tears filled her eyes as she took Sally's hand. It was already getting cold.
No, no, no,
she repeated to herself as she fell to her knees. She wanted to hug her friend, and she bent forward to hold her. She cried. The only person she had in the world was gone. She was utterly alone. Thoughts of the dead, the living, or any threat far from her grief-stricken mind. Finally, she began to calm down, and as she wiped the tears from her eyes, she suddenly froze. She was completely surrounded by corpses. Her heart raced, and she felt the blood leave her face. She was about to be eaten alive. She was on her knees facing her car, and the dead were all within arm's reach of her. She had nowhere to go. To stand would only put her in their hands that much quicker. 41. First order of business, you need to scrub yourself with a wire brush and some turpentine. Dale had the window down and his head out. You're telling me? Cooper had his head out his window. I would puke if I hadn't already emptied my body. Dale suddenly took a sharp turn. The truck bounced over a curb and was in the parking lot of a hotel. He drove right up to the fenced-in pool and cursed. Crap! The pool's full of eaters. He drove around the hotel and back to the main road. Cooper was feeling more miserable by the second. The stench of the fluids from 100 corpses was indescribable. He was trying not to move. The liquid was getting cold, and some of it was gelatinous. He didn't look down either. When he had, he saw clumps of hair, a tooth, a flap of skin. He tried to stifle his gag reflex. He finally had enough. Just pull over at that gas station. He opened the door before the truck came to a complete stop, jumped out, and pulled every scrap of clothing off his body, down to his underwear. He went down on all fours and prayed the water was still on in this section of the city. He twisted the knob and freezing cold water spewed out of the nozzle forcefully. He spent several long minutes letting ice-cold water beat his skin red, spending a lot of that time on his head and face. He even lay on the rough concrete, cold as it was, and rinsed his body. He looked up to see Dale standing over him. He realized, lying there on the ground, as vulnerable as he could be, that he didn't know anything about this Dale. He kept an eye on him as he rinsed off. Dale had gotten out to watch Cooper's back. The fresh air was nice, too. He smiled as he watched the young man rolling on the ground. Cooper stood. That's much better, but I still need a few hours with hot water and a bucket of soap. He pulled everything he owned out of his fouled clothing and stood there, wet, cold, and smiling. Dale was now inspecting the truck from a distance. We need new wheels. This truck is nasty. And that was an understatement. What looked like an eye slid down the rear window. Loops of intestine were knotted around the roll bar behind the cab, and several lengths draped from the roof like sick, slimy bunting. Virtually every inch of the exterior was covered with a coating of gore and fluids. It still ran down the panels. The truck sat high for off-road use, and torn flesh and clothing hung from every part of the undercarriage. And of course the sizable bed was filled with many heads and a few torsos. Most disturbingly, the heads were still alive, and the eyes and mouths moved. That was so disturbing. A sight that Dale started walking away the minute he saw it. Tug ruined the interior long ago, but the exterior... Dale walked away. Cooper followed. Let's find a place to rest up. Maybe get you some clothes and get cleaned up better. I need to find us some new wheels. Cooper hadn't forgotten his main mission. I have to keep moving on.
Checking on family, huh? They found a laundromat nearby. It wasn't looted, and the door was unlocked. They entered. Dale went first, cautiously searching the place. Cooper closed the door and flipped the deadbolt when Dale gave him the OK sign. Cooper still felt very vulnerable, walking around barefoot and holding all of his stuff with both arms, wearing nothing but underwear. He dropped his stuff on a large table where laundry was folded and grabbed a lone sock that was left behind. He still stank. On a normal scale of 1 to 10, he was a 10, but compared to his smell before, he was down to a 3. He grabbed a bottle of liquid detergent, went to the rear of the place, and turned on the spigot of a large sink. He started scrubbing his body with the sock and the harsh detergent. His skin began to sting, then burn. He tried to rinse it off and it felt better, but he'd already irritated his skin terribly. He smelled a lot cleaner, but he was starting to regret the use of the detergent. He used a very little bit to wash his hair. It felt like straw when he was done, but it was almost smell-free. He was considering getting in the sink when Dale walked up. "Here, try this." He held out a small bar of hand soap. "Better wash all that detergent off your skin. It'll eat into you, literally." "It already has." There were a few spots on Cooper's skin where the redness was starting to swell and almost blister. The soap did make a big difference. His skin was almost normal after a while. He still had a faint scent of putrescence about him, but he was tolerable. They left the laundry and walked down to a sporting goods store. This place had been looted, but there were plenty of clothes, shoes, and socks. Cooper grabbed a few items, replicating his previous outfit. His new outfit was darker, dull, tight where it needed to be, and loose in other places. He took extra clothes, too. The smell was still there. He would need to change again. Dale picked up a black-handled, black-sheathed survival knife. He pulled it out and held it up. To him, the quality of the blade was obvious. "This is one badass knife." He grinned as he looked at Cooper. "This may come in handy." They entered a trashed grocery store, looking for food. Dale went in first, and then Cooper. Dale was trying to be quiet, but Cooper bent over and picked up a stray can of food. He threw it across the store from where they were. Smart, Dale thought. Cooper stood still and quiet. They heard moaning, shuffling. A few items hit the floor. "Come on, help me." He and Dale closed 3 of the 4 doors and made sure they were latched. Cooper ducked outside through the one open door, and Dale followed. In a few moments, the first corpse came out the door. Cooper snapped his baton open. "Dale, draw their attention. Get back from the door a few yards." Dale watched as the zombies shambled out no more than 2 at a time. Cooper split their skulls with ease. When he was done, there were 16 corpses at his feet. Dale was impressed. Cooper never seemed to panic, never made noise unless it was intentional, and avoided a confrontation, but wasn't afraid of one. It was impressive how he dealt with the dead. Once inside, Cooper didn't assume there were no more zombies. Dale watched him enter, and Cooper even looked up. Most people never looked up when they kicked in a door. That could also be learned from playing a lot of video games. They gathered food, and 20 minutes later, they were in an SUV. "So, I'm headed to a cabin in the mountains." Dale broke the silence quickly. "Do you have anywhere you would like me to drop you?" If he knew the kid better, he would invite him along. "Seems we're going in opposite directions. You can let me out up here." It was just past noon, and Cooper still had a lot of daylight. "Where are you headed?" "North of here. I'm going to check on my sister." Cooper was exhausted, but had to push on. Dale felt the same. "I want to get rolling too, but I'm exhausted from dealing with Tug. I think I'm going to find a place to rest up a day or so." I've been delayed too many times already. Can I take the SUV while you rest?"
Cooper didn't relish being alone, but he couldn't delay any longer.
"Okay then. If you don't mind, I will just go with you."
It felt creepy as Dale said it. He sensed Cooper's instant discomfort. He raised his hand.
"Sorry. Don't worry about it."
Cooper didn't know Dale and didn't want to take him to his sister's place without really knowing him. He was relieved when Dale withdrew his offer immediately.
"Let's find another vehicle before you take off. I'll find a place to hang out and wait for 2 days, in case you decide to come back. If not, I'll take off. I'll leave a map to the cabin just in case."
They found a place for Dale, near the airport, and not too far from where Cooper had left the girls. Dale boosted Cooper up until he could reach the edge of the roof and pull himself up. Cooper opened the AC unit and bent a fan blade so he could drop down on the vent, push it out of its frame, then drop to the floor. Then he just needed to open the front door. They talked for a few minutes as they ate, then shook hands, and Cooper left. He was so close to his sisters, and he had a vehicle. He would be there in minutes. Dale knew once he got to the cabin, it was going to be pretty boring. And he wouldn't be able to stay put. He would get restless, bored. It would be nice to have people to visit and check on. So he decided he would go meet the folks at the parking structure some time before he left. Cooper was finally getting close to his goal, really close. He couldn't believe how long it had taken to get here. The streets were clear, and he was only minutes away. He was both excited and scared. He was trying not to think of what he might or might not find. As he approached the apartment complex, he could see the beginnings of an orgy site. This was the most massive he'd ever seen. It dwarfed the first one he'd seen on his own street. The smell was terrible. Very, very terrible. He drove with extreme caution through it all, trying to decide the best way in. The complex was huge and entirely walled in. He stopped at the entrance. The dead were packed tightly into the place. They were smashed against the steel gates, and very few were moving. The apartments were spaced out in buildings of 8 units each. There was no way into the place. He backed up, intending to circle the entire complex. Thousands of fluttering pieces of paper were attached to the wall. He had seen this before. People left notes for loved ones in a variety of places. He wondered if his sister might have left a note. He got out to look. He walked along, looking over the notes. His sister would have left something identifiable. He didn't see anything, and realized that his sister would have left something obnoxiously identifiable, not a mere scrap of paper on a wall. He circled the complex slowly until he saw it. A large piece of white plastic was duct-taped, top and bottom, to a telephone pole. It was a garbage bag, and what made it so obviously from his sister was the drawing on the bag. In black permanent marker was a sketch of him, a version she'd first drawn many years ago on a paper placemat in a restaurant. He was 6, and it upset him so much she drew it many more times, each version less flattering than the last. He got more upset each time she drew it, and she laughed harder. It had ceased to be upsetting a long time ago, but was now a joke between them. He went to examine the sign. It was taped tight, and he discovered the roll of tape hanging off the rear of the pole, as if whoever was taping it up had to take off fast. He started ripping it down and found a folded-up piece of plastic inside the bag. Not only was there an artistic flair to her work, there was also practicality in sealing the note in plastic and writing it on plastic as well, not to mention the care she'd taken to make sure it was easy for him to find. He read the note and dropped it. He was a mixture of aggravated, relieved, and amused.
Cooper, I am safe, with friends. We have to go get people. Not sure when I will be in Monterey. They say weeks. I will try to make it home to look for you, or for a message. If you are reading this, you are stupid. I told you not to come up here. Love, Ellen.
This just sucks,
he said aloud. He was sure she'd never told him that, but maybe she had. He started driving back to where he'd left Dale. His big sister would never let him get hurt. She would protect him fiercely, but the minute she knew he was safe, she would make fun of him to no end. She would make him feel like an idiot for caring about her and coming all the way up here. Oh well, if the tables were turned, he would act like he was unaware of what she did to save him, and not say thank you. That would drive her nuts to no end. He would have loved to find her safe and sound, but he was relieved he didn't find her dead, or find no trace of her at all. There was a good chance she was okay, so to keep his spirits up, he spent the ride back thinking of how he could turn the tables on her when he found her safe and sound. Maybe he could deny having come all the way up here, and tell her he was at a friend's house playing computer games the entire time. He also thought about Anna, and what he should do now. He had some time on his hands. It was late afternoon when Dale heard the door slam. He ran to the window with his gun. It was the kid, Cooper, and he was back quickly. Did he forget something? He was concerned until Cooper told his amusing story. Well, I'm in no rush now. I think I'm going to the parking garage for a while before heading to Monterey. I was going to meet the folks at the parking structure when you got back, but it's almost dark now. You want to wait till morning? Yes, I'm exhausted, and I stink, so I'm going to clean up and change clothes. Again. Later, Cooper was sound asleep on a sofa when something woke him. It was Dale, walking past the windows of the main office. Cooper sat up and watched him as he paced back and forth. He would stop to look out the window every so often, then pace some more. You okay? Yeah, I thought I'd sleep like a rock. Sorry I woke you. The moon was bright tonight, and the city was visible in black and dark grays. Less than half a mile away, Dale saw a series of flashes illuminating the face of a building. It looked like gunfire. He didn't think much of it at first, but it kept bothering him, piquing his interest. Who was that? Was someone in trouble? He tried to shake it off and turned from the window. There any food around here? Dale was hungry, trying to take his mind off the flashes. He didn't need to investigate. He wasn't a cop anymore. It was probably a transformer shorting, or someone shooting the dead. It could be anything. Here. Cooper handed him some warm soda and cheese crackers. Dale went back to staring out the window. You okay? It was obvious something was on Dale's mind. Yeah, he answered absently. He wasn't a cop anymore, he kept telling himself. Leave it alone. He ate some crackers and drank half a warm diet soda. If the zombies didn't kill him, eating shit like this would. He turned from the window. I need to go do something. Sit tight until I get back. Dale checked his pistol, out of habit. He started for the door, just one quick look. Hey, where are you going? Cooper was more than a little curious. I mean, if you don't mind me asking. I saw flashes over across the highway. I was just going to take a look. Make sure things are okay. I'll be back. Make sure things are okay? You're going to walk out there in the middle of the night to see if things are okay? Cooper let it drop. He remembered it was none of his business. He realized he just didn't want to be left alone. He enjoyed having the company. Once a cop, always a cop, I guess. Dale turned to open the door. Wait,
Would you mind if I came with you?" "I can't ask you to do that." "You're not asking me. I'm asking you." Cooper was already pulling his boots on and pulling his gear together. "We should stick together." Minutes dragged in the dark silence. Cooper kept a vigilant watch on all sides while moving as cautiously and as silently as possible. He could hear Dale clumping loudly as he walked. He also cut too close to the edges of buildings when he turned a corner. Cooper found himself hanging back from Dale. He was sure the guy would get surprised by a deadhead. "Man, he's gonna get one or both of us killed at this rate." He tapped Dale on the shoulder. Dale stopped and leaned in to listen. Cooper whispered, "No offense, but we need to walk as quietly as possible. Don't cut the corners so close. Yeah, sorry, I just picked up a few things on the way here. Moving slower will get us there quicker, if that makes sense." Dale agreed and asked Cooper to take the lead. He wanted to watch how he operated. He seemed to have a natural instinct for covert movement. As they drew closer to the spot, Cooper recognized the street and the fencing. He sniffed the air. There was a slight breeze, and he detected no dead. Upwind, at least. He crossed the street and entered the long-term parking lot of the airport. Once inside the fencing, he felt a little safer. He stopped. "This is the area where you saw the flashes?" "Yeah," Dale whispered. "It must have come from the structure at the other end of the lot." "Makes sense. This is where I saw the people I told you about, and the giant hole," Cooper said. Dale nodded in the affirmative. As they proceeded with slow caution across the massive lot, the wind shifted a bit, and suddenly they were gagging on the smell of rotting flesh. Cooper struggled not to retch, as the smell was beyond disgusting. The strength of the smell told Cooper there were a lot of rotting dead bodies out there, but he had no idea if they were a mile away or just yards from them in the dark.
42. Wendy sprang into the car over the body of her dead friend and landed in the driver's seat on her hands. As she pulled her legs in, she felt her friend's body beneath her, sliding out of the car. She hated that they got Sally's body, what they would do with it, were doing with it, as they dragged it from the vehicle. But Wendy would have wanted that to happen to her body, if it would save a friend's life, and she suspected Sally would have wanted that too. She squeezed into the tight bucket seat, started the car, and took off quickly, leaving the dead behind, busy with Sally. She watched them as she drove off, hunched over her friend and tearing her to pieces. Fortunately, she couldn't see Sally, just the swarm of activity around her. But surely the red chunks they pulled back and gnawed on were part of her, as were the pieces of clothing and hair that flew over their shoulders. She saw a strand of innards stretched far as a feasting zombie stumbled backward with his precious handful and fell on his back. Strands of flesh were pulled in all directions, and she could stand no more. She looked away and headed to the Costco. She decided to ram her car through the big rolling doors and let an army of dead into the place. If she died, that was okay. She had nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, and no one to do it with. But by the time she made it to the Costco, it was dark. She slowed down. In her headlights, she could see the dead massing around the building. Specifically, they were thick around the entrance. She headed over. The lights and the sound of her engine drew their attention. They approached her car as she drove slowly to meet them. Several were still hunched over an object by the door she was sure used to be a human. They were still eating handfuls of gore pulled from the hollowed-out corpse. One blood-smeared corpse sat chewing on what looked like a femur. She let the dead approach her to clear them from the door. Then she started to back away slowly, pulling them away from the Costco. She wasn't sure what she was going to do now. How could she tell if anyone was inside? Could she get inside undetected? Once the dead were across the parking lot, she drove a few blocks away before turning. She was going to come up behind the building and didn't want the dead following her. The streets were dark and quiet. She sped up a little and left the dead behind, hoping she could find some way to help the girls. On the drive over, Wendy had time to think things through and had decided not to ram the door. She didn't want to hit the girls or simply get herself killed. She decided to see what she could see first. Being patient was hard, but first she needed to try to determine who was in the Costco. Then the hard part, how to deal with them. Banjo and the 6 other bikers walked silently to the parking structure and entered the ground floor. It was dark and quiet, and they had trouble seeing where they were. They quickly discovered that the ramps and stairs had been removed.
Fuck this.
Banjo was stomping back to the front of the structure.
Come on. Man, we can find a way up there.
Acid was following Banjo. The others were all coming together after having searched the ground floor.
Nah, I ain't climbing up there like a monkey. Those fuckers are coming down here. Muscle, you got that fucking cannon of yours handy?
Sure do.
Muscle pulled the chrome cannon from its holster and held it up. They came from beneath the garage and walked several yards out from the structure. They stopped, turned, and Banjo gestured upward, as if to say, now get their attention. Muscle raised the gun and fired 3 shots at the upper floors of the structure. The flashes lit up the area around the men and blinded them. The boom left them partially deaf, with ringing ears. Banjo was yelling,
Do I have your attention?
It was quiet for a few minutes. Henry felt a slap on his back. He turned, vision slowly returning, ears still numb and ringing. It was Weed.
Follow me, brother. We should be back a ways from all this.
The old biker walked off. Henry followed Weed into the darkness, farther from the garage. He was at the point, past the point really, when he needed to take action to help the folks in the garage. He didn't want to walk off into the dark with this old stoned biker while innocent people were murdered. But he followed anyway, cursing himself for his indecision and hesitation. Everyone heard the gunshots and sprang up to look for each other. Ron immediately took action. As he was sitting on the sofa with Donna, one of the bullets struck the ceiling above his head, blowing concrete chips and dust on them. He was trying to remain calm, but he was frantic. He heard a voice shouting but focused on getting the group together. He was sure it was the biker that had tried to kill him.
Everyone follow me.
He was walking hurriedly backward toward the ramp that led to the roof.
Hurry, hurry!
He was beckoning them to follow. Lisa tried to ask what was going on. Anna was glued to her side, but all they got from Donna was that they were in danger and had to follow them.
I kind of figured that one out after the gunshots and yelling,
Lisa thought. In the center of the parking structure's roof was a cinder block building about 8 feet tall. It was considerably larger than the 2 shafts below it. It contained, among other things, the pulleys and mechanisms for the 2 elevators. The group had previously discussed safety and the possibility of having to hide in the structure. The door to the cement structure locked from the inside and was a solid metal exterior door. It had what appeared to be a heavy-duty locking knob keeping it closed, and it wasn't easily opened without a key. The elevator doors on every floor were similarly heavy-duty, and when closed, a latch fell in place that made opening them, without the proper tools, almost impossible. In order to get the roof door open, Jeff first had to find something that could open the elevator doors. The door locks were mechanical, not electrical, which meant he could lift the bar with a stiff wire. It took a while, but he got it open. He entered the shaft on the floor below and climbed the narrow ladder between elevators to a catwalk at the very top of the shafts. The catwalk was inside the building on the roof. He opened the door, then propped it open. Within minutes, Mary, Donna, Anna, and Lisa were crowded into the small room. Several minutes went by. The man screamed a few times, but no one understood what he was saying. Ron and Sal went to the edge of the garage and looked into the dark. They thought they could see several figures standing on the ground below and planned to speak with them. The gun boomed, and Sal fell on the ground next to Ron. Ron ducked to hide from the next bullet and went to Sal's side to help him. A light flared up, and Weed's face danced in the darkness. He looked like an old wizard sucking on a giant joint by the firelight. He got it glowing and offered it to Fats. They were several yards away from the others.
Hit,
Weed quickly added.
Banano.
Fats waved him off.
Oh, right. You're some kind of retard. Well, bless the simple and the sage.
Weed, true to his namesake, pulled a mighty drag on his blunt, making it glow like a demon's eye in the dark, and held it in. Fats was wondering what he should do. The other bikers were eventually going to murder those people. Weed exhaled.
Say, Fats, you understand me when I speak?
Henry nodded in the affirmative, watching Weed's eyes faintly visible in the dark.
Good. You understand me if I tell you we need to move off even farther? We'll need a head start in case this shit gets nasty. I don't think you or I could make a run for it, should the need arise.
Henry nodded. He debated talking, but decided against it.
Good, let's go. The others will do what they have to do and meet up with us.
Weed started walking, still dragging on his joint. He stopped to relight the joint with his fire stick. It flamed up bright, and Henry noticed that a few feet in front of them was a huge hole. He had no idea how deep it was. He motioned for Weed to hand him the fire stick.
You want my flame?
Weed asked, as Henry shook his head and motioned his hands as if to say, "Give it here." Weed handed it to him.
Careful with that, son. Fire. Hot.
Henry sparked up the flame and walked to the edge of the hole. He could only see black past the edge and had no idea how deep it was. Weed stepped up next to him.
Well, how'll be? Good job spotting that hole, man.
Henry ripped a piece off his tattered t-shirt and lit it. It flared up, and he dropped it down the hole. It fell for quite some distance before he lost it. It could have gone out, hit the bottom, or dropped behind something, but one thing was for certain. The hole was plenty deep. The flaming scrap of shirt fell at least 25 feet before disappearing. He stepped back, a little nervous, so close to the crumbly edge.
Shit, that's a deep one. Maybe that's where they can toss the bodies when the boys are done. I got to remember to suggest that. No sense attracting none of them dead.
Weed was standing on the edge, looking down into the darkness. The hole was barely visible in the night, and had Fats not pointed it out, Weed might have just stepped right into it. Even the aluminum ladder spanning the hole, clearly visible in the darkness, served to disguise the hole by drawing the eye. The hole and black tarmac around it appeared to be the same color in contrast to the metal ladder. Henry was conflicted. He could easily push the biker into the hole and have one less evil killer to deal with, but he hadn't witnessed the man commit a crime, and he seemed pretty mellow. Henry didn't like the idea of killing. He believed in God and the afterlife. He was really torn between the two options, and pretty much decided he couldn't commit a cold-blooded murder.
I tell you, Fats, I wish I was up there right now. Sucks getting old. Don't do it.
He chuckled, a rasping, hoarse sound.
But don't worry, I know my brothers. Even though we disbanded, they'll still want to honor me as an original member. They'll save us any pussy they find and give me slaying rights to any prisoners. But I know your brother Banjo wants to string up the coon something awful. And I won't deny him that. Shit, I'll cheer him on.
Henry had heard enough. With one hard shove, it was done. Weed was so startled, he didn't start yelling until he was deep in the darkness. His yell was cut short several seconds later. That was a hell of a deep hole, Henry thought. He didn't feel bad. He knew it had to be done. The old man was gone, and Alanis was alone with the other girls. He'd been nice to them, but what they really needed was a fix, and not some soup and crackers. She went down the stairs and opened the door. It was quiet and dark. She entered the store and, although it was very dark, she could feel that she was in a huge cavernous space. She walked forward, almost blind. The skylights overhead glowed, but offered no useful illumination. She felt her way along shelves and plastic-covered stacks of boxes until she came to the end. She debated turning back. If she did, she could go straight back to the office. If she went forward much more, she would possibly get turned around and lost in the darkness. But she knew Banjo kept a major stash in his saddlebags, and wanted to get some of his shit, needed to get all of his shit. So, with a serious Jones egging her on, she walked forward, hands spread out and waving back and forth in the dark. She knew her chances of stumbling upon Banjo's bag in the dark were not good. The bags might not even be in the building.
What if he took them with him?
She thought, as well as many other things she should have thought of before. She stumbled into the dark warehouse. She couldn't see, didn't have a light source, and didn't know where she was. If the gang came back, she would most likely be trapped in a hiding place, and they would likely find her.
Where the hell is the old man? He left almost an hour ago.
She was deep in thought, inching through the darkness, when a loud boom startled her. She jumped, but then there was silence and a bright light across the warehouse from her. Alanis froze. She wasn't sure what to do, but she knew it had to be something other than standing in this spot for much longer. She crept forward to check things out. She could always hide from a human and climb a shelf to get away from the creepers. She moved quietly, almost invisible, and soon came upon an open door in the darkness. Light streamed in, making rays through the dust in the air. She heard an engine shut off, but the lights remained on. Alanis snuck away from the open door, open to the night and whatever was out there. She quickly worked her way back through the store, intending to get to the office, to hide from whoever just busted down the door, when she saw the grouping of sofas and chairs and garbage where the gang had been hanging out. She ran over to do a quick search of the area and came across Banjo's saddlebags. She snatched them up. They were heavy, but she lugged them back to the office despite the great effort. In the office, she set to work, administering the much-needed substances to her and her sisters. Soon they were all floating off on a cloud of bliss, away from the hunger, the fear, and the horrible world. They were living but not alive. Their lives had ended when their friends and family died, along with most of the population. Some of their lives had ended long before that. Jeff was in the garage when the first shots were fired. He looked over the edge, saw the shadowy shapes of men on the ground in front of the structure, and took off immediately. He raced to the rear of the structure, away from the men, and went down one of the rear stairwells, all the way to the second level. He threw a rope over the edge and slid down. He threw the rope back up to the second level and jogged off into the darkness. No way he was going to be trapped in the structure if they were under attack. After hearing Ron's story about the bikers and seeing the shadowy shapes in front of the parking garage, he knew it was only a matter of time before they made it to the upper levels and killed everyone. He was almost to the office park when he heard more gunshots ring out. All was quiet as they crossed the lot. Dale was getting nervous.
Shit, I hope they're friendly and not a bunch of assholes.
Suddenly, gunshots boomed and echoed around the lot, startling both Dale and Cooper. Flashes of light illuminated the front of the parking garage, and Dale instinctively crouched and took Cooper down with him. They both lay flat on the ground in the darkness, still and quiet. After a few minutes of silence, Dale whispered to Cooper,
I need to get closer and see what's happening. What do we do?
Cooper whispered.
Approach cautiously.
Dale stood, and Cooper followed. Wendy pulled her car at an angle right up to the rear door of the Costco. The corner of her bumper was inches from it, so when she tapped the accelerator and then the brake, the door was blown off its hinges, but the car didn't hit the frame of the door. An old boyfriend had taught her how to break down a door using her car, without causing any damage to the car or the structure. She cut the engine but left the lights on so she could see inside the building. She also left the car wedged in the door to keep any wandering corpses from getting in and surprising her in the dark. She sat in the driver's seat and listened for a minute, ready to start the car and drive off. The gang didn't seem to be inside, so she climbed over the hood of the car and slid into the building. She walked around in the dark until she found the 2 dead dancers in the cage. She had no idea where the other girls were and didn't see anything else she could do. So she headed back to her car. As she came close to the door, the lights blinding her, she heard moaning and thumping. The dead were gathered around her car and straining to get into the building. The corpses piled up on both sides of the car, leaned in at her, and reached for her. She felt like she was back on stage, when all the disgusting men leered at her and reached for her to stick a warm, moist dollar down her G-string, just to cop a feel. She smiled and shook her breasts at the corpses, finding the dead less objectionable and probably less dangerous than the living men she had danced for. She missed the world as it was, but not that part of it. She couldn't get to her car and was trapped in the Costco, unless she wanted to use another door and go out into the night on foot. Ron knelt next to Sal, not knowing what to do.
I've never dealt with a bullet wound.
He wasn't sure where to put his hands.
We need to stop the bleeding.
Need to stop the pain,
Sal hissed between clenched teeth.
I feel like I'm going to pass out.
I think that's shock. Stay awake if you can.
Ron could see blood running out of the wound and knew he had to stop it, but he had no idea what to do. Donna appeared next to him.
Here, let me help.
She nudged Ron aside and knelt by Sal. She was wearing only a bra. She used her shirt to compress the wound. Sal groaned in pain.
Sorry,
she said to Sal, and turned her head to the side.
Ron, honey, we need to clean this as soon as possible and dress it.
Ron stood and backed up, amazed at how calm and confident his wife was. He turned and ran to get hot water and whatever else he could find. He was scared. He didn't want to lose Sal. He seemed like a great guy, and there seemed to be very few of them these days. And he was angry at these psychopaths who acted this way even though the world had ended. They made it crystal clear to Ron that killing them was the only option. He gathered water, clothes for bandages, soap, and a lantern, and gave them to Donna. Then he ran down a few levels, stood behind a pillar, and yelled, "What do you people want?" "We want the spook." It was Banjo. "You got him. What do you want?" "You and me got unfinished business. Turn yourself over, and we'll leave your friends alone." Ron was silent. He briefly considered turning himself over, but he knew there was no chance these scumbags would keep their word. "Come on, Sambo. You ain't leaving alive. If we have to come up there, it'll be no good for your friends." Ron didn't know what to do. He had no weapons. Sal was seriously hurt, and there were at least 5 bikers down there. It was only a matter of time before they found a way to ascend the 16 feet between the ground and the safety of the second level. Ron felt as if his mind had been read when Banjo next spoke. "You know it's only a matter of time before we get up there, and I've been dragging this noose around way too long." Jeff managed to climb to the roof and shimmy back across the thick power cables and through the window into the warehouse. He dropped to the ledge below the window and heard the reaction in the darkness below him. A rasping exhalation of air, the shuffle and scrape of the hundreds of bodies below him, the stench. It all threatened to unnerve him. He crept along the wall in complete darkness until he found the chain. He started pulling, and the metallic rattle and faint glow beneath him was what he had hoped for. After the door opened far enough, the zombies spilled out of the warehouse, and Jeff stopped pulling the chain. He started back the way he had come. He made the window with no problems and back across the wires to the next building. He sat on the roof and watched as the army of the dead he'd unleashed flowed like lava toward the garage. He wished he could do more for his friends. Cooper stopped, and Dale followed his lead. Cooper was still, silent. Suddenly, he started walking to the right and away from the garage structure, but not back the way they'd come in. He looked back briefly to make sure Dale was following him. Both men could hear yelling coming from the direction of the structure. A few more gunshots were fired. Cooper stopped again and waited. After a moment, he whispered to Dale, "You see the swarm?" Dale looked at him in shock. "Swarm? What swarm?" He was still looking in the dark, trying to see. Cooper pointed. "About 100 feet away. They're coming from those warehouses and heading toward the noise. We're safe here as long as we're quiet." "You can see them? In this dark?" Dale squinted, trying to see what Cooper was pointing at. "Well, I can barely see movement over there, but I can smell them. There's also a very faint noise they make as they move, and it was getting louder over there." Cooper was still surveying the area. "Let's go this way." "Where are we going?" Dale asked. "I'm keeping us downwind and away from the swarm. I'm also trying to get us closer to the structure. Should anything happen, we head for the runways. If we get separated, we should meet back at that last office building we passed," Dale whispered, and stopped short. He finally saw the dead, hundreds of them shuffling past in the dark, only yards away. He had to force himself not to bolt, but Cooper was standing calm. Cooper started walking toward the parking structure. They paralleled the dead almost all the way, and Cooper was just about to stop. He knew they were getting closer to the bikers. He could see them just ahead.
What the fuck? Acid was yelling. Hey, get the fuck out of here, guys! Banjo was still taunting the coon and wondered what the hell the savage was yelling about. Muscle fired his gun 3 times until he ran out of ammo. But he was still pulling the trigger. Banjo could hear the clicking of the hammer in the dark, even with numbed ears, as it repeatedly came down on empty cylinders. Jeter grabbed his arm. Where's Fats? He was in a panic. His shades were off, and his eyes were wide.
What? How the hell should I know?
Banjo looked back when talking to Jeter and saw the dead coming at them from 2 sides. The others were panicking. He remained cool. He knew how to handle these things. He still had Old Crow dangling at his side, held in his right hand. Where's Fats, man? Jeter was shouting. Fats! He ran off into the darkness. All his brothers were panicked, and Banjo was disappointed. He looked over and saw Jack standing his ground, looking very much as Banjo felt. Jack gave him a little nod of his head. Then he shrugged and walked over to Banjo. One of the dead made the mistake of coming for him. Jack put him down with Old Crow's twin. He held it up and smiled at Banjo. I think we should walk away so we can come back and lynch another day. Jack stopped in front of Banjo. My guys know to follow. Yours? Course. Banjo took a step with his fellow dealer of death and walked toward the runways. They disappeared into the darkness, leaving their brothers to fend for themselves. Jeter's hysterical shout caught Henry's attention and pulled him from his musings. He looked up to see several dead bodies walking past. He was shocked, but they were ignoring him. The screaming bikers and their guns drew the most attention. Jeter rushed at Henry from the direction of the garage. Fats, come on, man, let's get out of here! He was yelling, clomping around in big boots. The dead were turning to follow him. Henry watched as the bikers behind Jeter engaged with the dead. He watched Jeter freaking out and the approaching line of corpses behind him, moments away from overtaking them. Henry thought he was probably going to die soon, for one reason or another. His life, the life he wanted, had ended 11 years before the world did. Jeter pulled on him, yelling for him to move. Fats! Come on! Fats! He was in a full panic, shrieking and pulling on Fats. But Henry wasn't playing Fats anymore, and the look in his eyes scared Jeter and brought him up short. Henry looked at him with an expression of sorrow, then walked over to him and bear-hugged him and lifted him off his feet, pinning his arms to his sides. Jeter desperately tried to break free. When Henry turned and walked toward the advancing dead, Jeter shrieked at a higher pitch than before. He was kicking and thrashing in Henry's arms. The dead crowded around them. Then Henry dropped Jeter to the ground. He never stood up again. Henry fell back. The pain was intense and made his eyes water. He whimpered, but didn't let himself scream out. He was glad it was all over. Did you see that? Cooper stopped. The dead were flocking toward the structure. Dale was next to him. Yeah. Dale assumed he was talking about the fat biker committing a murder-suicide by carrying the other biker into a crowd of the dead. Wonder what the hell that was about. Cooper was starting to inch forward again. A few of the dead came at him from the darkness, but he expected it now. They were much closer to the dead and the structure, where the dead were getting distracted by the bikers and clumping up. He pulled his baton and took out 3 of them. It only took a few seconds for him to dispatch them and collapse his baton. So he was startled when he turned back to the garage. Dale was fighting 2 of the bikers.
One of the bikers was huge, a tall, thick man with a giant belly. Cooper had spent only a second processing this when one of the bikers pulled a hunting knife from a sheath on his leg and plunged it into Dale's leg. Dale pulled his gun, and the big one punched him in the face, and he dropped it. The blow seemed to stun Dale to near unconsciousness. The big biker pulled his gun, a giant chromed cannon. He pressed it to Dale's head. Both bikers faced Dale. He was bleeding from the nose and mouth. The wound in his leg was bleeding profusely and made it hard to stand. He'd been caught by surprise as the bikers came upon him in the dark. That shouldn't have happened. He'd failed the kid. He would die and they would turn and kill Cooper. Dale was looking right at the big biker holding the gun to his head, waiting for death. The big bastard was smiling and was about to say something when his eyes crossed, and he dropped to the ground. Dale looked up, and the other biker was on the ground too. Cooper was standing there, his pistols swinging from their tethers, his face a mixture of emotions, confusion, fear, but mostly sorrow. I shot them. He was talking to Dale in a whisper. He looked close to losing it. Dale remembered his first shooting. No matter how justified a shooting was, a decent person had to process the taking of a life. He would help the kid through this. The kid had saved his life once again. Dale put his arm around Cooper's shoulder and tried to walk, but he collapsed. Cooper fell with him to the ground. "Cooper, you have to hold it together a little longer. We have to move." Cooper stood and looked around, then down at Dale. "It's too late." Dale propped himself up on his arm and looked around. The dead surrounded them. He couldn't walk and was losing blood. He pulled off his belt and wrapped his leg. The kid, for he looked just like a kid now, despite the facial hair, was standing there in shock. Cooper had told him the story of how he tried to shoot Tug to save Anna but couldn't. Dale knew what a tremendous struggle it was to take a life, how hard it must have been for Cooper to kill the two men. The corpses closed the circle around them and formed an impenetrable wall of rotten flesh. Cooper stood, unmoving. Ron watched as the dead swarmed the ground below the garage. The bikers were taken off guard, and it looked like several didn't make it. He could see by the low-rising moon that the dead numbered in the hundreds. He had been praying for a miracle, and one came in the form of hundreds of rotting corpses. He ran to Sal and Donna.
"Sal needs help. I stopped the bleeding, but I think the bullet broke into pieces. It didn't go through clean."
Donna looked up at Ron, fear in her eyes.
"A swarm showed up. I think the bikers are gone."
Ron looked dazed. He couldn't believe how quickly the tables had turned.
"Ron, he needs help,"
Donna repeated, with greater emphasis. He looked down.
"I need to go get the others."
Everyone gathered around Sal. He slipped in and out of consciousness a few times. He was covered in sweat and groaned constantly. Everyone felt so helpless.
"The ambulance!"
Anna ran down the ramp.
"Wait!"
Several voices called to her, but she was gone. Donna took off after her and quickly caught up.
"Hey, slow down!"
They ran together.
"You know you can't go down there now. The ambulance has stuff we can use, lots of stuff. And I'm not stupid. I'm not going to try to crowd surf on the zombies."
Donna smiled.
"I know."
They got to the elevator and waited for the others. Anna looked at Donna.
"You're a runner?" "Yeah, marathons."
Then she chuckled.
"You know, we're going to be waiting here for a while. From what I've seen, you and I are superheroes."
They heard the squeal of tires coming down the ramps. Anna rolled her eyes.
"They're driving."
The group all gathered around the hole where a ramp used to be. It was dark,
but they could hear the dead below them, shuffling, moaning, gasping. Mary stayed with Sal and held his hand. She was worried. He was losing a lot of blood. No one was around, and he looked unconscious. So she kissed him on the forehead. Blood pooled under Dale's leg. The tightly cinched belt was almost as painful as the stab wound itself, but the pain was secondary to the fear. Several hundred shambling corpses surrounded him and Cooper, and they were closing in. He slapped Cooper's legs hard to get his attention. The kid's just standing there, he thought in a panic. He yelled, stealth and silence, useless now. Cooper still had a chance to survive if he acted now, but Dale knew he was done for. No way I'm getting out of this alive, he thought. Hey, Cooper, run now, before they get too thick. Fucking run, man! Cooper looked down at Dale with a blank expression. He was just becoming aware that someone was hitting him and yelling at him. Dale watched Cooper's face and could see the moment he returned from wherever he was mentally, as Cooper's eyes focused on him. Hey, man, there's no use both of us dying. Now go, get out of here! It took a while to register in Cooper's mind that he was in grave danger, and that both he and Dale would die if he didn't act immediately. He raised his pistols. That tourniquet tight? He asked Dale over the shoulder. There were 5 zombies within a few feet of the two, and Cooper took each of them out with a headshot as they stepped right up to him. There were many, many more behind them, and Cooper had to act fast. Cooper was focused, shutting out the hundreds of naked corpses looking like ghosts as their skin glowed a pale blue under the rising moon. They were within seconds of bringing him down and tearing him to pieces, so he wasted not one precious moment. He dropped the left-hand pistol as he ran past Dale and grabbed him by the back of his collar. He raised the right-hand gun and took out 3 more zombies that were closing in. Don't fire the gun, Cooper stated flatly, as he started running, dragging Dale across the tarmac, in the sitting position, facing backward. He fired, click, 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 and dropped 3 more within 2 yards. Dale watched his feet as Cooper dragged him backward. A zombie dropped across his legs, but Cooper kept pulling, and the zombie wasn't able to grab hold. A following corpse tripped over that one, and a few more after that, but there were plenty more surrounding them. Another zombie fell across Dale's legs. The pain from the wound was intense. Dale had both arms free, and as the corpses tried to bite his leg, teeth rubbing against his jeans, trying to get a mouthful it could rip away, Dale slammed his handgun on the back of its head. Black liquid oozed from a widening hole he'd cracked in the skull. Finally, it let go, and he slid faster as the dead weight dropped away and Cooper could move faster. Dale watched a few corpses drop to the ground a split second after a .22 slug entered their skull. He could hear the kid's silenced gun clicking away, but he was sure he and the kid weren't going to make it. They were in the middle of the lot and surrounded by the dead. He took the safety off his gun. If they were overcome, he would take the kid out first, as a kindness, then himself. No one should have to die like that. Suddenly, there was a loud metallic rattling. Dale came to a stop. Zombies were just inches from him. One fell to its knees, grabbing Dale's feet, and started biting on the toe of his boot. He couldn't reach it or kick it off, so he just let it chew. He figured the kid had worn out, or maybe they got him. He couldn't tell. He started to turn, gun in hand, to do what needed to be done, when he started moving again. Another zombie was on the back of the first and trying to climb toward him. The toe chewer was getting tired of tasting boot leather and was looking up at Dale too. He was moving slowly backward, being dragged up a small ledge and across what felt like a board. It was dark, but he could see that there were no zombies near him, and he didn't understand how that could be. He heard a click-click from above his head, and the two at his feet stopped moving. Cooper was at his ear.
"Don't move. Sit very still."
Dale looked down. He was sitting on a board atop an aluminum ladder. The ladder spanned what had to be the incredibly deep hole Cooper had told him about. He felt the ladder bouncing and sagging. It creaked under their combined weight. Then it was still, and Cooper's arm reached slowly past him. Cooper and Dale rolled the deadheads off Dale's legs and into the hole. Cooper wrapped his arms around Dale's chest and pulled him farther out on the ladder. Now that things were calming down, Dale could see what was happening around the hole. He watched as the dead stepped off into oblivion. The few that got a foot on the ladder only managed one step before dropping into the darkness. The ladder jumped and rattled as the zombies slammed into it as they fell.
"Holy shit," Dale thought. "The kid did it. He saved us both."
After a few minutes, the dead dropping down the hole slowed to a trickle. The moon was up and bright. Cooper slowly crept off the ladder and clicked his gun a few times in order to drop a few stragglers. He helped Dale along until they were both safe on the other side of the hole.
"You saved my ass again."
Dale was having trouble making any progress at moving forward, even with help. Cooper ignored the comment, but sat next to him and was quiet for a minute.
"I killed 2 men just now. I felt like crying for a while, but I don't know. I think I'm okay with it, at least for now."
He turned to face Dale.
"Have you ever killed someone?"
That was a question people asked soldiers and cops all the time, and it pissed them off. Of course, if someone had just taken a life and was asking that question to get help dealing with it, that was a totally different story.
2. Line of duty shootings. Completely justified, but still, something I had to deal with. You know, when a cop shoots someone in the line of duty, they're required to get counseling. And I can tell you it helps. It helps because you're dealing with it in your own way. It's not good to hold it in.
Then he added,
"It's okay to cry about it. I did many times. It doesn't make you less of a man. It makes you more of a human." How should I feel about it? There's no right way. I mean, if you either enjoyed it or let it destroy you, that's not right. Everyone feels and deals differently. Maybe it'll never bother you. Maybe you'll be so sure that you did what you had to do that you'll never have a problem. I hope. I know if I hadn't killed them, they would have killed you, then me, then everyone in that garage.
Cooper looked at his feet as he sat.
Well, I feel okay about it now. I hope it stays that way.
He stood to try to help Dale walk when he heard footsteps in the dark. It was Anna and a group of people. She let out a little squeal as she ran to Cooper. Everyone shushed her at once, which ironically made more noise than she had. She threw her arms around Cooper and hugged him. Cooper hugged her back. It felt great to hold her again.
"I take it you know each other?"
Dale said with a smile.
"Or do all women act this way when they lay eyes on you?"
Ron came up, still looking around warily after the squeal.
"Let's get everyone inside and settled. We can make introductions later."
He grabbed Dale's arm and helped him stand. Cooper took the other side, and they walked to the structure. Anna helped by standing on Cooper's other side with her arm around him.
"Are you hurt?"
Dale chuckled to himself. He was smiling despite the pain.
How cute are teenagers and their crushes. I guess the old guy with the tourniquet and the blood running down his leg just doesn't warrant the attention the cute boy does.
They all piled on the elevator and ascended into Sanctuary, as Ron was calling it. The name didn't seem to be catching on. They drove up to the top floor, while Donna and Anna raced to the top. With supplies from the ambulance, they cleaned wounds and patched things up the best they could. Dale was okay. He should have had a few stitches, but butterfly bandages had to suffice. Sal was a different story. He still had bullet fragments in him, and they had to come out. Among the supplies in the ambulance was a small supply of morphine. Sal needed most of it. He was comfortable for the short term, but he needed real medical attention very soon. It was a somber night at the garage, but there was still much to be grateful for. The group talked, ate, and relaxed. Later Jeff arrived, and introductions were made.
I had a feeling you had something to do with the swarm of dead that arrived,
Ron said. Remember when Bill attracted every corpse within 10 miles? Jeff said between mouthfuls of Doritos.
That's right. You drew them all away.
Ron looked at Cooper and Dale, but pointed at Jeff.
I've got to tell you some incredible stories about Jeff.
He told them all about the shower, how Jeff had taken the ramps down, and how he got the van out of the hole. Jeff wandered away halfway through, bored and wanting to tinker at his tables. Briefly, Ron was happy. There was much to be grateful for, but the problems they had to deal with were always on his mind. He rubbed the rope burns and bruises on his neck and wondered if there were more bikers out there in the dark, and if so, how many. He was mulling over their options when Donna came and plopped on his lap.
"Hey, hero," she whispered in his ear. "Maybe it's the wine speaking, but I want to marry you."
I'm not sure we're safe here.
Ron looked her in the eye and whispered,
"I don't know if there are still bikers out there." "Way to ruin the mood," she smiled. Then seriously, "What should we do?"
Cooper, sitting close to Ron with Anna on his lap, piped up. "I saw at least 2 get away. They walked toward the runways."
I counted 4 bodies out there.
Ron closed his eyes and laid his head back.
Originally, there were only 3 bikers.
Dale reclined on a sofa, his leg on a box to elevate it, listening to the conversation. He reacted to the last comment. "Originally? What do you mean?"
Me and Sal ran into 3 of those bikers. We had a run-in with them and got away.
Ron looked down, thinking he was finished, not realizing that everyone could tell there was more to the story and was waiting for him to speak. He was brooding over his reluctance to share, but after how Mary had opened up to the group, he felt guilty not doing the same. This was his family now. Donna put her hand on his shoulder.
"It's okay. Tell them."
Ron looked up, startled everyone was looking at him, and realized this was the time and place to come clean.
They tried to kill me, and Sal saved me.
He looked back down. The group was just starting to murmur, but he cut them off.
There's more. It's hard for me to admit. I'm afraid this is all my fault.
Emotion choked his words.
I sabotaged their bikes to get away.
Comments of reassurance started to fly. He cut them off again.
No, I could have made it so we got away clean. Maybe the bikers would be pissed off, but I did a number on their bikes.
Donna's eyes went wide.
"Ron, what did you do?"
Ron explained what had happened. It was difficult. He felt like he'd made a foolish decision that had endangered the group and gotten Sal shot.
Holy shit!
Everyone jumped. It was Jeff, who'd wandered back over to the group.
Oh my God!
He was laughing loudly. His outbursts were always startling because he was usually so quiet, or gone altogether. He broke the somber mood of the group. Everyone started laughing.
That was classic!
Jeff was wiping tears from his eyes with his sleeves. He was holding a weird set of tweezers and a circuit board.
And you made fun of me for risking my life for Doritos. I will never let you forget this.
Ron was laughing, and it felt great. Everyone chuckled.
Okay, guys.
Dale had been laughing hard too, but piped up. He knew the seriousness of the situation better than anyone.
Ron wins the award for most entertaining way to become #1 on a psychopath's dance card, but we have to make a decision and act very soon. I saw at least 7.
Jeff was back to serious and quiet.
There are 4 bodies down there right now, so maybe 3 running loose.
We all need to get out of here now. Cooper stood, moving Anna off his lap. We could find a place to lay low nearby and watch from a distance to see if they return.
We didn't have a lot of time for introductions, but I was an undercover cop before all this began.
A positive murmur floated around the group as Dale spoke.
I worked undercover with an outlaw gang in Nevada. These guys are going to return very soon, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
That was enough to galvanize everyone to action. Ron's first thought was, how are we going to move Sal? But it turned out not to be as hard as expected. They drove him to the elevator and put him in the ambulance. Then they all drove over to the office park, less than a mile away, and Jeff let them into a building. Now someone needed to move the ambulance, and then they would talk about the bikers. Banjo and Jack stood halfway across the parking lot in the dark. The moon was bright,